what I do.
Do you do an hour in the morning and an hour at night?
Yeah.
Wow.
And for a year, I think a couple of times I tried adding more in the morning, so 2 hours or so in the morning and an hour in the evening or something, which has an effect, but it's hard to make room in your life sometimes.
Oh, for sure.
But you can sleep a little bit less.
Yeah?
Well, you don't want to make yourself sleep less, but sometimes it just does reduce the amount you need.
Just by meditating?
That's
Really?
what I found.
Interesting. How much sleep do you need?
I used to sleep like 8.5 hours, and then now I sleep about 7 or 6.5, or if I'm really tired, I might sleep a little extra, but I ended up just, yeah, so it's so much changed my life that I just, I moved things around so I could always do it, and try to be adaptable. So I just mostly get up at a regular meditation time, which is like 4:30.
What kind of meditation?
I do Vipassana, which is a form of Buddhist meditation. It's just a form of observation, or someone once described it as practice in seeing things as they are. So you try to it's not trying to, apply a lens over something or chanting. It's just it's cultivating observation of the subtle body ultimately, or just what is in front of you.
And so you just sit in peace and think?
Well, it's not always peaceful. There is sometimes, but thought.
I mean, peace as far as like you're not bouncing around.
Sometimes I'm sitting, sometimes I've also had, I've adapted. So when my daughter was little, sometimes I'd hold her and be putting her to sleep or something. But mostly I'm just sitting there and with eyes closed, and then you kind of move, you observe just how you are. And the more you practice it, the more you can kind of go into it more deeply, quickly.
I would think that would be a good protection from unwanted mind control, too. Because at least you could kind of have an assessment, do an audit of your thoughts, and sit back and go, how much of the shit I believe is because of X or because of Y?
Yeah, it's like a built-in reflection. So the end of the day, I have to say I'm often less still or peaceful. My mind's jumping around and I'm like processing. Maybe it's even what I watched or was exposed to, and it's sort of a processing experience. And sometimes you're super distracted, but you can also notice that fact. So it just builds in, an opportunity for some distance, which then you can also try to bring into your life too.
Were you, when you were young, had you ever been exposed to any cults or anything like that?
That's a good question. Not when I was really young.
Like, how old were you when you were first exposed to cults?
In fact, I think, so that's a good question. I mean, my family is sort of cult averse, I would say. My father, I think they had friends once, in later life. My parents had these friends who got involved in a large group awareness training, which is somewhat culty. And they take you in and you're not allowed to use the bathroom, and they lock you, kind of like keep you in a room until you're really uncomfortable and start to have revelations about how you could change your life. And these are, it's stuff like...
how long did that make you not go to the bathroom?
It's to the point where it's uncomfortable. I can't remember. It's a long afternoon going into the evening, and often people come out kind of converted, and my parents' friends actually did, and they did change their lives in various ways. So they said, you have to come. And my dad, in the middle of it, he said, I have to go to the bathroom, and he's like, I'm out of here. He just left. So I figured he was not programmable in that way.
Well, I feel like any group that doesn't want you to go to the bathroom is stupid.
It's probably a sign.
Yeah, there's no reason to not go to the bathroom if you have to go to the bathroom. That's ridiculous.
I mean, it is typical of certain groups where they start to constrain your, and people who might be willing to remain in that uncomfortable state and be constrained will end up staying longer, and it's sort of a self-selecting process, maybe.
That makes sense, right? The people that are more willing to comply.
Yeah, and I guess with me, maybe the first brush with a cult would be something like the various yoga teachers I've worked with.
Oh, so many of them are so culty.
Yeah. There's one kind of funny story is I got very into yoga when I was living in Oakland, also in graduate school, and I would go. It was really helpful with school just to have very physical, demanding practice, but there was a whole community around it, and it turned out that the teacher was sleeping with many of the students, but I just didn't know it. I thought he was I don't know. I just thought he was. I admired him. I brought my boyfriend at the time he came to pick me up after class, and he said something like, and he's now my husband, he said, I just got the vibe that everyone there is sleeping with everybody else, and I was shocked. It's like, no, that's not happening. But it actually was. You could say it's a bit, I don't think it was a cult, but it certainly was a scandal.
Yeah. I had the exact same experience. The first time I started taking yoga, there was a guy who was a yoga teacher who I have always been very wary of control and controlling people and those kind of environments, and that this guy was like, there was something inauthentic about his spirituality that greased me the wrong way. I was like, yuck. Like, just the way he would chant and the things he would say. There was just too much ego involved. And then I found out he was banging all students. And I was like, of course he is. I knew it. Because my wife roped me into going to the class. That was the first time I went. I was like, I really like the stretching. It's like really great. I really like yoga itself as a practice. But I mean, the problem is these people that are, and it's kind of the problem with everything. Like, when one person is in control, and one person is the person who gets to lead the class, and then they get praise heaped upon them by the students, and then they start to think that they deserve it, and then they don't have a lot of self-reflection, and they're not very objective, and then they sort of revel in it and enjoy it, and the next thing you know, they're taking advantage of it, and it's like... Yeah,
it's very helpful to have that defense radar of a certain kind. Also, sometimes I think these prominent teachers, they have had some sort of, I don't want to say enlightenment experience, but some sort of breakthrough, something that felt profound to them, because many people do. We now know that these experiences are incredibly common, and yet, so they take that as a kind of license. Well, now I must be enlightened, or what I have to take the mantle, my people are awaiting this, or they sort of then justify things they wouldn't otherwise
Spiritual
do.
narcissism.
Yeah, it can actually engender that because of, and I think this has been described too. Spiritual narcissism is a good phrase, though.
It's legit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see a lot of it. There's a lot of it in the psychedelic community, a lot of it in the meditation community, a lot of it in the yoga community. So they just start thinking that they're better than people that don't do it.
Yeah, it feels very special. If you have a special experience, it's really dangerous. It becomes very dangerous. And afterwards to not have it feed your ego. And even if you had a profound breakdown of the ego when you were in a psychedelic state.
It is fascinating to me, though, that you can tell the difference for the most part, if you're really paying attention, between someone who's authentically expressing their real thoughts versus someone who's saying things that they think if they say these things, they will get praise, or they will get attention, or you will think that they're profound. We know bullshit. Humans know. There's like a smell to it, a feel to it, if you're paying attention.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, it's just like some people have big ears, some people have small ears. Some people just are not that good at picking up on that stuff for whatever reason. Life experience, they haven't been burned enough times, like whatever it is. And, that's where cults get started. And I'm fascinated by cults. I've always been fascinated by them because I've watched, I don't know how many documentaries on cults. And in the beginning, it looked so fun. That's the problem. Did you ever see the documentary Wild Wild Country, the Netflix series?
Yes.
It's amazing, right? In the beginning, you're like, they look like they're having a great time.
Yeah.
They're all dancing together and playing drums and having a party and eating together, and it's like a sense of community. And
That documentary was so successful, I think, for that very reason. It actually perpetuates the allure of that, of Osho and that cult, because their outfits look kind of cool and the colors are beautiful.
Yeah.
And their swirling, cavorting dances. But my husband grew up in the Bay Area, and he was saying as a kid, he would run into members of that cult. And he said what you don't see in the documentary, and he blames the documentary for not showing this sufficiently, is they were frequently armed. So on the side where you're not seeing it, they're holding, automatic weapons or things like. They really, in a way, they fell into the spell of the cult in the documentary a bit.
Really interesting. That's interesting. Wow, I did not know that. And you have to have a guy like Osho, because the way he would talk about things, and his slow way of talking, the people.
Yeah.
His beard and the Rolls Royces and everything. It's like, good Lord.
And he was really much more of a cocaine adept or enthusiast than people also recognize. I think he gets off a little easy in that documentary as well, partly because they're interviewing people who are still, to some extent, devoted, or they want to maintain that ocean,
Well, also, what was her name? Stella?
Yeah.
Was there? Yeah, she was so crazy. She was poisoning people, and she was such a great villain that it made him, because if she wasn't in the documentary, he would be the villain.
Exactly.
Yeah.
She pulls the focus.
Yes. Yeah, most certainly. And the fact that she's still alive, too, that sort of helps as well.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's a default thing in the human psyche because of our ancient history of living in tribes. That human beings have been very tribal, and I think being a part of a tribe, one of the things that happens is you sort of have to go along with the way everybody else is doing things. If you want to fit in, you want to adapt, and especially if you're growing up in the tribe, you don't know any different. This is the only group, and being ostracized from the tribe and kicked out is like, oh my goodness, that's the worst thing in the world. Now you're alone. You have to fend for yourself. There's no way you can. You have to protect yourself in the wilderness and the animals and the elements and predators and other humans, and so you have to. It's very dangerous to be alone. So you have to adapt to the tribe itself.
I think that's true. Yeah, small scale societies have to. I mean, even the word cult in its technical or dictionary definition doesn't necessarily mean abusive organization. It just means small scale religious group that maybe, I think people deeply yearn for that sense of belonging, and that's why it does look so fun, and by all reports is very fun to get inducted into a cult. People get these exhilarated states. They often have altered, experiences of altered consciousness, and they're empowered by it too.
Well, fun fact, before I bought the place that I put my comedy club on 6th Street, I was under contract for a theater called the One World Theater that was run by this cult. And I kind of vaguely heard about it. And my friend Ron told me that the theater's amazing. You should buy it, because we were talking about buying a comedy club. You should buy that place. And so I got under contract. And my friend Adam called me up. He goes, "Have you seen the documentary on that cult?" I'm like, "Oh no, there's a documentary? That's never good. That's never good, and it's really bad." The documentary is called Holy Hell, and it's about this guy who's a hypnotist, a yoga teacher, and a gay porn star, and that's a 1, 2, 3 combination. And he started out as cult in West Hollywood. And then after Waco, after that went down, the Cult Awareness Network started really cracking down, and they were investigating him. So he changed his name and moved to Austin and had his followers build him this theater. And fortunately, I got out of the deal. But
I guess he was selling it.
Well, he was gone. It had already fallen apart. The cult had completely fallen apart. But what's fascinating is in the documentary, in the beginning, again, it looks amazing. They're all cooking together and eating together and doing yoga, and they look so happy. And let's just be honest. Modern society, the day-to-day grind, the, keeping up with the Joneses, the stuck in traffic and doing things you hate under fluorescent lights in a cubicle all day long is not attractive. Not only is it not attractive, it makes cults attractive. And these people were longing for something that showed them that, no, you're right. This is stupid. The way your parents lived is stupid. The way all these people live in society, The way Thoreau described men living lives of quiet desperation. Like, yeah, that sucks. Yeah. You don't have to live like that, man. Come live with us, man.
Yeah.
And this guy was able to do this thing called the knowing. And the knowing it was very difficult to get. People wanted it and he wouldn't give it to them. And but when he would give it to you, you would sit there and he would put his hands, like his thumbs, on your head and touch you. And these people would go into this intense state of bliss that even after they did this documentary, even after they realized he was a charlatan and they left the cult, and they said that moment was the greatest moment of their life. When this, because of the power of suggestion, of the way the human mind anticipated this event and then built up to it, and then when it finally happened, this endogenous burst of whatever it is in the mind. I don't know which chemicals were being released, but these people claim that they contacted God for this brief moment where this man touched them. They kind of understood everything.
Yeah.
Briefly. So it kind of worked, even though he was having sex with everybody. Not only was he having sex with these people, he was charging them. He would charge these guys for therapy and then have sex with them. Yeah. And they would talk about it afterwards. Like, thanks a lot. Like, it was so horrible. Because, like, the end, the documentary is so bad. At the end of the documentary, it's like, I gotta get out of this deal. Like, there's not enough sage in the world to burn off the bad juju that happened in this joint.
That's true.
Yeah, so it just felt like, horrible.
The life cycle of a cult has that, what you just described, and sometimes in accelerated, but sometimes it plays out slower over time. But a lot of times people are very confused on leaving. If they're taken out as maybe even children rescued by FBI from abusive groups, or people who manage to escape abusive cults, they still have trouble evaluating their positive experiences because the positive was so good,
right? And
disentangling it and you feel that you need to delegitimize that too. But I think so. That's why I think therapy can be helpful. Someone who's experienced with cult ex-members.
I think the problem also is that it's their only community, and if you have to leave your only community and then just strike it out in the world. And you've been with this community for 20 years or whatever it is.
Right.
Like, what do you do? How do you do it? How do you find peace?
Yeah.
And how do you find companionship? How do you find like that sense of camaraderie that's so deeply embedded in a tight-knit small community?
And a lot of times when you come out, if it's, say it was 18 or 20 years or a large portion of your middle life, maybe you went in as a young person, you come out and you don't know don't know how to operate things. You don't have the right. You're not comfortable with new technologies. I think that it's really a terrible experience for a lot of people, and they still grapple with it many years later, readjusting to society because the critique they had originally, which was profound, as you were saying, not wanting to live a life of quiet desperation, that's still there.
Right.
Critique, but it just wasn't answered.
I always say, like, someone come up with a really good cult and I'll join. Come up with one that, like, you answer all the questions, but you don't try to control me and you're just nice. Isn't there a cult where someone's not trying to have sex with everybody and not trying to steal all your money? Isn't it possible to do that? Just to, like, get together a group of like-minded individuals? And I guess that would be more of a commune. But even that, there's always some generally male leader who ruins everything.
It does seem to be. I think there seem to be in the 70s so many cults and back to the land groups, and some of the back to land stories are also, have many cautionary sides to them in many of the aspects of cults.
What is the back to the land?
So just people leaving the city, heading out to the country, and starting an intentional community, I guess, would be what you're describing, with the idea that we're going to collectively raise our children, sell hammocks, or make our own jam, or you could say even monasteries maybe aspire to this. Some kind of religious organizations also have that intentional quality, and so I've done some research into some of these because you wouldn't consider them cults necessarily, but they can end up having some of those qualities, such as sexual. Just the demand that people have sex with each other, which tends to just create a lot of chaotic circumstances.
Why do you think it always involves that?
Why does it always go that way? I don't know. I mean, it's very interesting because I even read Norman Kahn's classic History of Millennialism, which are a lot of groups in the Middle Ages and afterwards that Christian sects where they would break off, and including things like the Children's Crusade and others, and they often would end up with a kind of free love, even though they're very devout and extreme and sort of devoted to giving up their worldly possessions. There was sometimes this component of this kind of sexual freedom that would end up having destructive outcomes.
Do you think that is just because of just genetics, just the encoded desire to spread your seed, because life is very fragile, and especially in tribal life, when you're going back to the hunter-gatherer days, people didn't live very long, and it was very difficult to, like, have you ever read John Marco Allegro's, any of his work?
No.
He wrote The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross, which is a fascinating book about the Dead Sea Scrolls. And he's got a very controversial perspective on Christianity. And his perspective was, and this guy was an ordained minister who was agnostic, because he was an ordained minister, but then we started studying theology. He started seeing all these parallels to all these various religions. And he was like, well, clearly, like, it's not one religion has it right. There's something in all these things, but it's not like I am a Catholic and that's it. Or I'm a Muslim and that's it. He was like, there's something here that exists throughout all of them, this constant thread. So he gets hired to be one of the people that deciphers the Dead Sea Scrolls. So the Dead Sea Scrolls, which is, parchment, which is, like animal skins, and they have to do you know the whole story behind it? They found them in these clay clay pots in Qumran and these caves, and it turns out to be like some of the oldest works of the Bible.
Yeah.
Well, he deciphers it for 14 years, and after 14 years, his conclusion is that the entire religion was based on fertility rituals and the consumption of psychedelic mushrooms, and that all of this had been sort of hidden in parables and stories, but he maintains that the root of it all was all about these people and these cults of fertility rituals and consuming psychedelic mushrooms. And he even brought he traced the word Christ back to, and this is very controversial for Christians with your hackles up, I'm not saying I agree with this, but he traced the word Christ back to an ancient Sumerian word which meant a mushroom covered in God's semen. The idea was that when it rained, it was God fertilizing the earth, and that these mushrooms would like instantaneously rise. Like they would go to bed, and in the morning the mushrooms would be there where they weren't there before. They would consume these mushrooms and have these intense psychedelic experiences. And then they tried to hide this stuff from the Romans. And so they hid it in parables and they hid it in stories. This is what his belief was.
Well, it kind of reminds me what you're describing, which I haven't read, but I think it reminds me a little of Aldous Huxley's idea of the perennial philosophy, which is that there's, if you study across religions, you can find certain traits and properties that all share, and he wrote a whole book describing what that was. Then his last book that he wrote before he died was called The Island, and it was sketching out what he believed would be just what you described, a non-abusive, a place where a small-scale community where humans could flourish and it wouldn't involve, including, it would avoid sexual abuse. And one of the features I always remember from this, which maybe relates to what you're saying, is that he said there would be trained parrots on all the trees, and every 15 minutes or so they would say attention, which would remind people to pay attention. In other words, to break that tendency we all have to succumb to, loops of conditioning and things like that. Because I think, as you're saying, fertility is a natural part of human life and often worshipped.
With how much worshipped, and also it's so deeply ingrained because it was so it was so important in the beginning because you literally could go extinct. It was very difficult to survive. We're so much weaker than everything else around us. We're so fragile. And infant mortality was so high. It was so difficult to raise a child to adulthood that you had to have as many of them as possible just to ensure that the survival of your tribe. And I think, unfortunately, this is what gets distorted in all of these groups. And this is where things go sideways, because then you involve emotions, and you involve ego and dominance hierarchies. And it seemed like even if if Huxley's idea was great and you had an island and everything was going well, it'd be good for like one generation, and then the kids of the next generation would grow up, and one would decide, you know what, I got a fucking better idea than this, and then someone would go straight Jim Jones. You know, they would start growing some plant that was an amphetamine, and they'd start getting wacky.
Human beings being human beings.
Yes.
I mean, also, there's an interesting paradox or tension in ecstasy itself. I mean, there's religious ecstasy and there's sexual ecstasy, and I think sometimes they get mixed up, like the wires can get crossed, so that can lead to someone maybe initially, I don't know, these groups, just the tendency they can have to go towards sexual abuse.
Why do you think that during the 1970s there was a big upswing in these cults?
Well, it started in the 60s from my understanding, although they were, they did exist before then, but yeah, there's a lot more interest in them, I suppose, because there's a more widespread questioning in U.S. society and also around the world. So cults flourished also in Japan and Europe and Latin America and also India. So certain.
Do they have parallels?
Yeah, they're parallel. Sometimes they would have branch organizations in different countries. So some people, say in the group, the Children of God, sometimes the kids would be sort of moved from group to group because they had outposts in Thailand, and they would grow up in London. And
who was the leader of the Children of God? Which one was that?
This was a guy named David Berg. This is the cult in which the River Phoenix and his family were briefly.
Right.
They were in it, but not. I think the parents ultimately took them out. But it's a really messed up, a very disturbing cult. And I actually write about and have met a member who's just sort of an average member named Ray Connolly. I met him at a meeting of the International Cultic Studies Association, and he left after 30 years. But he just describes in a riveting way how he joined. And I think that's kind of representative of why cults started to flourish in the 70s. So he was a young man in college, and he was just he said he just felt that, the traditions that his parents had brought him up in and Catholicism that he'd been raised in he just felt that he lacked meaning in his life. He felt like reality was over there and he was separated from it by, there was like a saran wrap over everything. So he felt somewhat alienated, but he didn't know what the answer would be. He kind of yearned for a religious experience. And he went out to California, and he was at a concert at university in Santa Barbara, and he saw this group walking through during intermission, and they were wearing these robes and chanting, and it was right after the Manson trial and murders. So in his mind was this, he was scared of them. He thought that looks like a cult. But later, even though he had that thought, he would end up joining them for 30 years because he saw them later after the event, and he went back to talk to them because something drew him to them. I think he had dropped out of college by this time, and he said that they were eating sandwiches and they looked a lot more casual and approachable than they had earlier. And he just said, he was asking them questions, and they said, would you like to recite the sinner's prayer right now and drop to your knees and he said, yeah, for some reason he said yes. Because
what is the sinner's prayer?
It's just it's a verse that actually is not from the Bible, but often would be used as a recruiting tool. And it did result in this sort of out-of-body experience. He recited it, and then he said he stood up and he felt changed by this. But it turned out that David Berg, he didn't know the name of the group. And they said, why don't you join us? And in other words, he kept taking small steps towards it, and pretty soon he found himself on the bus with this group. He still didn't know the name of it, and they were all testifying about how they had, been converted. And he was asked to, add to the testimony, and he started talking about J.D. Salinger, because he was just an alienated youth, basically, and nobody understood what he was talking about. They all just started singing and covering up his words. And he thought several times of leaving and getting off the bus, going to see his ex-girlfriend. He had just broken up with his girlfriend, but he ended up staying, and he ended up marrying 3 women, and just
3.
Well, at first it was 1. They had an arranged marriage, and then it turned out this guy who ran the group, David Berg, he was a former furniture salesman. He then had some, he believed that he got these messages direct from the Almighty. The messages told him that he needed to ramp up his recruiting by having women do this practice called flirty fishing, where they would go out and basically seduce men into the cult. And then he started introducing these practices where they were supposed to have sex with children, because his idea was that this was natural. And so many generations of kids were raised in this cult with this, were either trafficked or abused. I mean, it's really horrific. And Ray Connolly's interesting because he didn't engage in those things. He did end up having 17 children in the cult. But
17 kids.
I think he did have 17. He's a fascinating person because he left and he spent his time supporting survivors, and which is very unusual.
What about his 17 kids?
And they came out too.
How does he have time for anything else?
I don't know. They're now mostly grown because he's quite elderly. But I guess it's interesting to hear him talk about how he saw the group changing and how what started out to be this profound experience, soon he called it a dark hamster wheel of the soul. Like, he was caught and it became this, basically they were exploiting him in his middle-aged years. He rose in sort of mid-level bureaucracy within the cult. But anyway, this cult, Children of God, has, and today still exists, has a different name. They
still have the same practices?
No, they say they reformed. But many people are still pursuing lawsuits against them, things like that, who are adults today. They had, groups throughout the world, and they would move kids around and things like
that. The Manson family is a fascinating one, right? Because I know that you have studied Jolly West and the whole MK Ultra program and what they were experimenting with psychedelic drugs and cults and mind control. What is your perspective on why they were doing that?
Why
Jolly West was involved? Why were they involved? What do you think was the initial motivation to sort of pursue mind control studies? The federal government.
Yeah. I think the initial motivation was a kind of internal emergency, national security emergency that emerged right after World War II, actually at the beginning of the Korean War, when U.S. pilots were coming back or were shown confessing to having flown germ warfare missions over China, and then many POWs were coming back and seem to have been converted to communism or have been concerningly affected by something that was seen as brainwashing. So many of the soldiers coming back seem to have been brainwashed or have collaborated to some degree when they were held as prisoners. And then there were 21 U.S. POWs who elected to stay in China. And this really was a disturbing... they all had a chance to choose when they were in the UN camps after they'd been held prisoner for 4 years or so. And 21 of them decided that they'd like to try their lot in China. And so this caused this kind of collective, caused a crisis of, did the communists possess a super weapon of some kind that no other war... There was even a famous article in the New Yorker that said something new in history, that there was some capacity that this ideological system had, the communists had, that was somehow rendering Americans powerless against it. So this was kind of the crisis of mind control, and MK Ultra was an attempt to basically reverse engineer what this was. So Jolly West was one of the first people. He was in charge of studying the brainwashed pilots initially, and that's how he.
What year was this?
That was in 1952. But he also before that he was involved. I mean, he had been trained to some degree with. He was trained by Harold Wolff, who was at Cornell. He had done his residency at Cornell with Dr. Harold Wolff, who is a world neurologist, world expert in migraine and basically the type of pain that comes from migraine. So you could say he was an expert in the fear pain cycle. And he had CIA connections from even before MK Ultra was started.
So what did they determine the Chinese were doing?
So they determined, West wrote a paper in 1957, and the part that was published in a journal called Sociometry described he described it as DDD, or debility, dependency, and dread. And he said basically these camps were systematically inducing a state of debility, which was that soldiers were starved and basically worn down. They were deprived of medical care. This is also in the historical record. Something I studied extensively is that, men were marched in, for example, the Tiger Death March north of the Yalu River from the war, where they'd been captured. And by the time they got there, they'd often lost half their body weight. They had been bombed by their own horses at night. They sometimes, they had to pour the blood out of their boots every morning just to keep going and not be. Anyone who stopped would be shot. So by the time they got to the camps, they were really worn down. And a missionary who passed them on a train at that time wrote or described in an oral history that he didn't recognize them as Americans, that they were the most bedraggled. That it was just they were in a terrible state. And so debility was the first thing West described when he was extracting what had happened. Dependency was, later there's a layer added in which the POWs were dependent for all if they were going to survive, they required, the camp leaders would provide it, so it made them very dependent, and they also engaged in very formal Maoist thought reform with the men as a kind of experiment. And the third part was dread, which was just the idea that you could be killed at any time, or perhaps your family could be, because they threatened.
Maoist thought reform? Yeah,
that in the POW camps, the Chinese, once the Chinese took over from the Koreans running the camps, because they decided, I think it was almost a formal experiment, at least that's how it looks to me. I don't think West wrote about this, but in my own research on the camps, it transpires that they wanted to see, because Mao believed that thought reform would work on anybody, not just on Chinese people, not just on Chinese peasants. He felt that only something like 7 to 8% of the human population was unreformable, and those people would be disposed of. But he wanted to check if these American soldiers would also be susceptible to re-education. So they really did a formal, 3-part re-education program on them. And men had many different responses to it. But when West met them, he studied many of the returning men when they came back to Lackland Air Force Base, and he extracted those three components of what had happened to them, DDD, and that's the way he became an expert on what he called brainwashing or coercive persuasion.
So how do they go from that to sponsoring the Manson family and Operation Midnight Climax and all the crazy stuff that they were doing?
Yeah, it may seem like a leap, but I think
sort of.
It's sort of a leap, but it's sort of not. I think that MK Ultra was funded in direct response to this crisis of the POWs, and in addition to reverse engineering what had happened to them, they also wanted to turn it into a weapon and continue certain programs in interrogation procedures and making them more effective. So MK Ultra just had a wide reach, and it was pretty free reign. It was a free reign program, and the historian Alfred McCoy says it was modeled on the Los Alamos in a way, kind of Manhattan Project for the mind. So just as the atom had been disassembled and transformed into this new world had emerged from that program, that intensive exertion of scientific acumen, the same thing could be done with the mind. The mind could be sort of pulled apart, and human consciousness and functioning could be people could be broken down and rebuilt.
Were they trying to optimize the use of the mind to their advantage? Like, what was the end goal that they were trying to do with this?
A couple of things. I think one idea was it potentially could be a weapon. One goal. Another, so it could be used on an enemy, perhaps even a city. So that's one reason they were researching LSD. It had certain properties that made it could be easily dispensed to an entire population through the water supply. So they wanted to know what exactly are the properties of LSD. People didn't really know at the time. So there was an offensive part of it. There's also a defensive part. So U.S. military needed to be trained to resist whatever this was. Once they understood it, they developed the SEER training, and West was involved in that as well. And then a third thing was maybe a broader curiosity about, which would lead you to be able to interrogate people better, and perhaps also to, just really understand. I think there was also kind of a curiosity about what would happen. I think because they had so much power to experiment in a way without any oversight. And it wasn't until 1963 that the Inspector General of the CIA himself said, this is unethical, and we've done it. Basically put a stop to it. But it really was
63.
Yeah.
But it went on. I mean, the Harvard LSD studies. When were those?
Actually, I don't know which ones exactly. There were some that were earlier.
What are the ones that made Ted Kaczynski?
Okay, that's earlier.
Was that earlier than 63?
Yeah. And that's Henry Murray. Yeah, but so I don't actually know the answer to that question of exactly how it continued, but they officially discontinued and destroyed all the records. So they may have continued under other forms.
But Manson was 69?
Yeah, so Manson is after that.
So they didn't discontinue it. They kept doing things.
Well, West kept working.
Yeah. It's ironic because it seems like they were kind of a cult. Because the amount of power, the amount of unchecked power and influence that Jolly West had, and MK Ultra in general had, and all the people that were working on this, you have this power, the fact that you are working in complete secrecy, you are the puppeteer, you're controlling all these people, and then this idea that have you read Chaos, the Tom O'Neill book?
Yeah.
What did you think about that?
I thought it was great research.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's a really good book.
And just so stunning. Yeah. I had never considered that before. I thought Manson was a crazy guy and he got together with a bunch of crazy people and he ran a cult. I have no suspicion that the government was involved in orchestrating the entire thing.
They may not have been. I don't think Tom O'Neill thinks that he made an absolute link. He just you do get West in the same room, potentially the same.
You get West visiting Manson in jail.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, West visited Manson in jail.
Mm-hmm.
West, he believes, at least Tom O'Neill does, supplied him with LSD, and then every time Manson would get arrested, he would get released.
This is true, but this wasn't West necessarily. This was Roger Smith, who was West. He was an associate of West, and West was head of the methamphetamine research project or things like that, which was West got funding to do his hippie lab, or his psycho lab or psyche lab in 67 and 68 during his sabbatical in the Bay Area, and it wasn't obviously funded by if it was funded by the CIA, it was clandestine, but there are many notes that Tom and Neil also writes about. So both of us have gone to the West papers over many, many years, and I think you can put West at the Haight-Ashbury Free Medical Clinic, where he had an office, and where Manson would go for medical treatment, and he would take his girls in to be treated, his women, his cult. And they were, at the time, as I understand it, seen as a kind of a model cult, and many of the researchers under West, I mean, we can prove that link, that people like Alan Rose, who was a sociologist, they were trying to do an ethnographic study of cults. And what is the natural environment? How do they create bonds? And what is their relationship to American society and to drug use and things like that? So West would apparently hang out on the couch getting high and wearing, kind of dressed up in hippie garb with his middle-aged friends. And these graduate students and an undergraduate who he hired would be writing in their journals about how irritating he was. But sometimes it seems like it wasn't very targeted, and it wasn't very efficient, and it wasn't really, there didn't appear to be a plan, which isn't to say, so to me it's not entirely clear what the relationship was with Manson. It is very evident he was bailed out several times by Roger Smith, who was also a psychologist as well as a parole officer, so that's highly suspicious. And Roger Smith did know West, and Dave Smith, who was the head of the medical clinic, also knew West. But these things it's hard to tell exactly how.
I appreciate you being cautious about it. Yeah, that's good for you. I'm less cautious.
Yeah.
But I think it's also, that is how the government functions in general. The idea that they would be so inefficient at everything except cults is kind of silly. I mean,
it's a deep question.
Yeah.
Is it clownish, or because if you look at some of the other MK Ultra operations, they look highly inefficient, and they're dosing each other at the holiday party with the punch, and just many lives ruined while at the Operation Midnight Climax. It just looks like a free for all and out of control. But there are really concerning aspects of the Haight-Ashbury operation, I would definitely say. And Manson was, he could have been also an informant.
Well, he certainly was, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm certain he was connected. There's no way he just kept getting out of jail the way he got out, and the sheriffs who arrested him were told that it's above their pay grade.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's kind of how the government does everything, though. Like, it's not like they would have it be this, like, very disciplined, rigorous, scientifically controlled study that, you know what I'm saying, that made sense, especially because they have so much impunity, they have so much power, they have so much, no one's observing them, they're working completely in secrecy, they kind of get away with doing, and they're also imbibing, right? They're also...
That's a factor.
Oh,
Sidney Gottlieb, the head of MK Ultra or the TSS, was regularly taking acid, which can kind of shape your consciousness.
Yeah, that's a little problematic.
But, interestingly, since you mentioned that, there was a peer-reviewed side of it, and they actually I got really interested in the cutouts from MK Ultra, so they had a legitimate side, and many scientists who work for them, they were almost subcontracting to them, and some of them knew it was CIA money, and some of them didn't know. So even someone like B.F. Skinner received money from MK Ultra, but it was conduited. It was, I want to say, conduited through the Human Ecology Society, which was part of it, but it was just a front organization, and they were really into these fronts. So some scientists, there was the group that later people would call the unwitting scientists, who would they were doing the research they wanted to do, it just happened to be of interest.
Right.
To the CIA, and then others would publish in legitimate journals, but then they'd have a classified version of their research that went more into detail in the aspects that MK Ultra was interested in.
Well, that's also one of the more interesting aspects of MK Ultra, is that it's very difficult to find out what was really going on, and unless there was a bunch of files that were discovered, right, that sort of unveiled what was going. And had not if those files had not been discovered, who knows what we would actually know about all this stuff?
Yeah, we wouldn't know. And they're actually, amazingly, so this was the result of a FOIA request by John Marks, who was a journalist at the time. And he made the request, and everything had been destroyed except for the financial records. And but one thing I also want to mention, the CIA kept very good records of a lot of things. And even in the financial records, they still had copies of some of the commissioned projects. So that's how we know about them. And it really is accidental that they didn't think to purge their financial files.
Well, it was probably so secretive that the people that were in charge currently when the FOIA requests were filed probably weren't really aware of it all.
It was in the 70s. It's in 77 or so.
Yeah, so you're dealing with, a decade had passed. Who knows if the people currently in charge were even aware? Because I would imagine a lot of this stuff is very compartmentalized.
I think the destruction of the records had happened earlier, but that destruction had been, as you said, they made from their point of view, they neglected this batch of documents.
Whoops.
And then the church committee came out in 75, and many revelations were made, although it was still partial. And then John Marks made his FOIA request sometime around then.
It brings me back to yoga teachers, cult leaders, and then clandestine government operations. Like, whenever people have power, unchecked power and insane influence, particularly influence to manipulate people and influence over people's minds. And if your established goal is to try to find out how you can manipulate people and what can be done, and you're doing this in complete secrecy with basically unlimited funding. It's all under the table stuff. Like, you could get away with so much.
I think one component that helps this develop is to have a high ideal at the same time. Something like a kind of a almost messianic purpose.
Yeah, doing to save America.
We're saving the world.
Yeah.
Not just America, but the world.
Oh, yeah.
And that's one thing one of the inspirations for my research was finding a book on the street many years ago when I was living in California. And I love to find a good, just an accidental inspiration, which was this book called The Captive Mind, that somebody had left out by Czesław Miłosz, who's a Polish poet, and he had grown up in Warsaw, or come of age in Warsaw, and seen the city that he lived in, just deteriorate into he said it was an experience no human being would ever want to live through, if you were lucky enough to live through, just watching the city destroyed and people shipped off to Auschwitz and all these things. But he said that and like social life completely deteriorating before him, and then afterwards the Soviet troops came in, and even though he watched as his friends kind of had to remake themselves in order to survive, in order to be artists, and so if you're a poet, you don't just go along, you have to actually start to think differently. And at first they would sort of pay lip service to it, or make it, on the surface they would pretend to agree, and then secretly have their own writing. But after a while they would start to internalize and he called it the new faith, the kind of this doctrinaire ideology. And that's what he ended up himself defecting, because he couldn't do that. He said it's an operation you perform on yourself. So I just think one important factor is this true belief, this sense, and out of that can come the justification for a number of violations, I think.
Well, I think that's a through line through the entire CIA itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that could justify so many different secret operations all over the world. Like, you're there to protect American interests, and America is essentially the guiding light of the world, and we need to save the world. So, want to make an omelet? You got to crack some eggs.
Yeah, that's a kind of logic. And that's a very typical logic of the means. The means are justified by the ends.
I was fascinated also in Chaos, Jolly West's connection to Jack Ruby.
Right.
That he visited Jack Ruby after Jack Ruby had shot Lee Harvey Oswald, and all of a sudden Jack Ruby goes crazy.
Yeah, he was never coherent again after meeting. This happened to several, a shocking number of people. And in West's papers, you can actually find the unredacted documents where he talks about some of the things he's been able to do with combinations of sodium, amytal, LSD, and various other
What did he say?
psychoactive drugs. Well, among other things, he says he started to say or suggest that he could create memories. He knew that he could destroy a person's orientation to self and time, and so basically disassemble a person. But he also said he could use hypnosis to, not as anesthesia, which is a known possibility with hypnosis, but to create extra pain, so hyperesthesia. And he kind of said that he could actually make someone develop blisters or asthma or an ulcer just by hypnotizing them. I don't think he did that to Jack Ruby, obviously. He had a morning with him or something.
He had a what with him?
He had just had a short amount of time with him.
That's
but
enough to dose him.
Ruby emerged apparently I don't know that much about the Ruby episode, but I do know that West intended to write a book. He intended to write about 8 books, at least. This is a note I found in his papers.
He also developed cancer shortly afterwards.
Actually, not shortly, but in the 90s.
Oh, was it in the 90s?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought it was quickly.
No,
So this is it?
Yeah. This was from around 1980 or so, but I thought it was interesting.
So who wrote this?
This is
all Wes's handwriting?
Oh, it's just a little sheet of paper I found in his archives.
Biosocial humanism, a philosophy for a new age, integrative psychotherapy, the dissociative reactions, a different person, psychiatric observations on the case of Patricia Campbell, Patty Hearst.
Yeah.
Policeman at his elbow, a psychiatric memoir on the case of Jack Ruby. Oh, wow, this is his own handwritten notes.
Yeah. And these are the order in which he intended to write them. He always you find a lot of correspondence in his papers where he's writing to agents he wants to write a book. And he even testified in the Patty Hearst trial, because he was the primary expert witness, trying to make the case that she'd been mind-controlled and
Stockholm Syndrome.
She should be exonerated. But he claimed that in his first minutes on the stand, he perjured himself by saying he was the author of a book on POWs and brainwashing, which wasn't the case. But these were all the books that he intended to write.
Oh, so maybe he was the author, he just didn't publish it?
Well, he said he was the author of a published book, but he just basically he had. I think it was one area that he always said, "On my next sabbatical, I'm going to write all this stuff up," but he never got to it.
It's too easy doing acid.
Yeah, he maybe, and also he had a lot of extramarital affairs that kept him very busy.
Oh, that'll distract you.
A whole separate family, of course.
Oh boy.
So.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh,
it was
jolly.
very distressing to his wife.
What a mess. And that guy was the head of MK Ultra,
he wasn't
not the key.
I mean, I don't even know. He was a pretty prominent figure, but
it's fascinating. The Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic closed down shortly after Chaos was published.
It did?
Yeah.
I didn't know it had closed down, because when I was in San Francisco, when I lived there, but that was a while ago, it was still open.
Yeah, my wife's mom used to go there. My wife's mom was a hippie in Haight-Ashbury.
I mean, it's kind of it was a great thing. Dave Smith was it was a true inspiration that he had, because originally I think he was doing this dark research on animals, addicting rats to cocaine and things like that. And then he had this, because he's been giving some interviews recently. He's still alive, the doctor who founded it. Just that that there was a human crisis on the streets, and that he should provide medical care to young kids who runaways and things like that. But he doesn't, of course, he doesn't admit to any connection with.
Interesting.
I mean, he admits he knew West.
Is that true about Haight-Ashbury?
Pause. I can't get my switcher fucked up, and I can't get this thing off the screen.
Okay, we'll pause. All right, technical error fixed.
You asked me a question, Jolly West. Was that true?
Yeah. I asked you the Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic. When did it close? I believe it closed. I think Tom told me this.
I didn't know it closed.
Yeah, I believe it. I think Tom's exposing the fact that the CIA
2019 July, so that's
right afterwards.
Wow.
Yeah. There's the article. Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic closes its doors after more than 50 years. And how many gallons of acid did you guys give out, you fucking freaks? Just the fact that the CIA was secretly running a free clinic.
Well, I don't think they...
at least had offices inside of it. I'm sure they were doing legitimate work as well.
Yeah, I don't know myself, but I know Tom's working on a sequel.
Yeah.
Well, where he's trying to shore up these connections and get to the bottom of it. So.
Do you know Tom's whole story, how he got started with this book? He was supposed to write an article.
Yeah, it started as
one article. It was supposed to be an article about the anniversary of the Manson murders. And then he starts digging into it, and he finds all these inconsistencies and all this corruption, all this weird stuff, and then he keeps going, and then they're like, yeah, you missed the deadline. And, he gets a book deal, and he misses the deadline, and it's like...
That was released on June 25th, and it closed like a week later or something.
2 weeks later.
Amazing. And actually, I think he, for a while, Tom, before he got his co-author, Dan Piepenbring, his name is, Tom was thinking of just turning it into a documentary that he was going to let Errol Morris make.
Well, they did do a recent documentary on Netflix, but it was only 90 minutes. Yeah,
this was going to be a longer series originally, but then I think he redoubled his efforts to write the book, which worked out well.
Yeah, he explained it. But I mean, could you imagine? You're researching something for 20 years, and he's got just boxes and boxes of files. Like, how do you put it all together into a coherent book that could be consumed?
I relate to that because I'm kind of in the same situation.
Are you?
In the sense that I've been researching this for 20 years, not the exact topic, but this broad question and I finally, 5 years ago, I thought, I want to put together what I've learned about this brainwashing in a broader way. So West is part of it. He's probably the main figure who brings together many of the chapters. But
God, I wish he was alive.
And it's kind of I have thought a lot about that, and I have a very good, I have a colleague or a friend who's a psychiatrist who was at UCLA training as a resident when West first got his job there, heading basically the Neuropsychiatric Institute right after Haight-Ashbury, and during the time he was in charge of the amphetamine research project. So West went there, and he proposed as his major activity would be to found what he called the Violence Center, and it was a way to study violence in all its forms. And this is actually a theme that runs through. This is another theme I should mention as part of MK Ultra, was kind of a search for a trigger of aggression. That's why West gave LSD to the elephant in the Oklahoma Zoo. It wasn't just simply to see what an elephant would do under the influence of LSD, but to see if they could trigger. They write about this in a publication in Science magazine. If you could trigger, so elephants regularly go through must cycles where they become, even though they're very, very pacific animals, peaceful, they go through a cycle of violence yearly. Really? And he wanted to see if LSD would trigger that cycle chemically.
Does it coincide with breeding season like it does with other animals like deer when they start fighting each other?
Yeah, it's just the males, I think, and it does have something to do with breeding. I'm not sure, so it's the male Asiatic elephant. So West found this elephant named Tesco at the Oklahoma Zoo and famously gave him LSD in 1962 or 61, and then the elephant died tragically.
From the acid?
From the acid. Because nobody, it was just, maybe that's what elephants do, maybe, or the dose was too big or something like that. It certainly didn't have the effect that he wanted, but if you actually read the scientific publication, it's curiously all about this question of whether you could trigger a massive, could you trigger violence? Almost like a push button. Could you find a chemical trigger for violence or aggression? And you see that running through a lot of West's other work with MK Ultra, and also with psychosurgery and some other developments that I wrote about. But so by the time he gets to the Neuropsychiatric Institute, he's very interested in violence, and he has this major plan. And to come back to my friend Dr. Cooper's, he was a young resident training at UCLA at the time West proposed this violence center. And among things he wanted to do was track teenagers who he thought would be potentially violent. He had racial categories that he thought were especially worth tracking, and he had this whole program. And so a student movement and a movement at the university developed to shut down the violence center before it even opened. And anyway, Terry Coopers was a leader of that student movement.
Welcome.
And they ended up.
How are you, Carl?
It never was.
Hello. Can you hear me? Carl. Carl, can you hear me, big dog? Yo, dog, how are you? Carl, you fuck.
It never went forward, this huge project that West had. But Coopers at some point said that if you met Jolly West, you would like him. He was very genial. He had the name Jolly for a reason. So I found that confusing. Like, how do I think about this? If you just read about him and the things he did, he seems like a character or a cartoon or like a very evil man. And no doubt he destroyed, I think what he did was ethically indefensible. But how do you reconcile that, or how do you even think about the fact that, he also was incredibly esteemed in his profession. His portrait stood in the Neuropsychiatric Institute for many years. He was, and people actually liked him. People said he was likable. He had this kind of charisma to him.
Well, I guess you'd kind of have to have some of that just to be able to run something like that. And also, if you wanted to manipulate people, what better way than to be affable and kind of jolly and friendly? And
it's true.
And
I think he had a strong dose of narcissism too, because a reporter who worked with him named Shayna Alexander, she said she has these funny descriptions of him during the time of the Patty Hearst trial, where she says he was handing out his own papers to anybody who walked by, like he was giving out like a hen giving out eggs or something. She was just saying that he was very expansive. He would get out of his limousine. He had a personal driver, and which was pretty high level for an academic. And he's just very kind of like a big man. And he was also physically very large.
Thought very highly of himself.
Yeah.
Well, imagine delusions of grandeur. You're pulling the strings on so many different people and manipulating them. And then you're also working in complete secrecy with the government in a high-level position that's manipulating minds.
He was very, I think especially when he was young, he had a gift for this. He could understand how to manipulate people really well. He had insight into the processes that were, that's why Sidney Gottlieb said, "We've been looking for somebody like you, and it seems that our dreams have been answered." In this famous letter he writes under a pseudonym, but he says, "I don't know how, you sort of fit all of the categories we've been looking for."
Oh boy. Wow.
It's a dark chapter.
Yeah. So how does it end with Jolly West? How did he die?
So he died because by his son helping him commit suicide, or his son basically murdering him at his request, Mark West. And Mark West was a lawyer, a middle-aged lawyer by this time. West had a severe form of cancer, and he was maybe a few months from dying, and he asked his son to surreptitiously, and it was illegal, so to basically poison him, and he wrote the prescription himself. West did.
Why didn't he take it himself?
I don't know. I think there was a really twisted relationship with his son, because his son committed suicide not too many years afterwards. And his son wrote a whole book about this, about helping both his parents commit suicide. And his mother wasn't even that sick, but she, a year or two after her husband, Kay West, also committed suicide with the help of her son.
Oh, God.
He went on this big press tour, and he said it was this greatest gift he could have ever given his parents, and then he committed suicide himself. It was it's very sad.
Welcome,
His
Carl.
story is sad because the book gives you some insight into what Wes was like as a parent, and I would say difficult.
Oh, great.
Not ideal.
Is that the fight song?
Wow. And what year was that he committed suicide?
Mark? Jolly?
You want me to freestyle over this?
7 or 8.
What you want to do?
So this is
Want to
before
be ballers, shot callers, brawlers?
We'll
be dipping in the
church
bench and the
back in
spoilers,
75.
on the
Right.
lope,
So,
in the
but
Jake,
West
in the
himself said,
Taurus,
I
trying to
never
get my hands
experimented
on
on
some
a human
grants
being,
like
just the
Taurus.
elephant.
Yeah,
He
look
would
at the
even make
raw
jokes about
deal.
the elephant because it was the
3-course
one
meal,
thing people
spaghetti,
knew. And
fettuccine,
he
and
would say,
veal.
oh yeah,
But
it
still,
was his
everything's
calling
real
card,
in the
and he
field.
used it as
And what
kind
you
of a
can't have
jokey
now, leave in
thing,
your
but
will.
he
But
always
don't knock
denied,
me for
after
trying to
the-
bury
he
7
always
zeros
denied
over
any
in
connection
Rio
with
de
CIA,
Janeiro.
and
Ain't
he
nobody's hero, but I want to be
even
hood
though he'd
on
been
your
pretty
hot
firm
knot
into
7 every day. That's
even
my
in the
word.
church
Swimming in
committee,
women with their own
you
condominium.
could
5
see
plus
the
5.
connection
Who
because
dropped
they
millenniums?
revealed
It's
that
all
the
about the
University of Oklahoma had
Benjamins.
been
What?
receiving CIA money. And West had a special office for him built there. He was hired there mysteriously when they wanted to move. He wanted to build what he called this free zone of experiment where he could give LSD, hypnosis, and sleep deprivation in combined doses, to in whatever increments he wanted to adjust. He was going to build that at the Air Force Base, and it was all set to go. And I even have there receipts and papers and a lot of correspondence in his files about this. But this Air Force at the last minute backed out and asked Gottlieb to. Basically, they transferred it to the university and built a whole warren of cutouts to hide that.
Wow. It just makes you wonder. Because if the Freedom of Information request had not been acted upon, if they had not gotten those files, if we didn't know the extent of this research, what's going on right now?
I know I had this it's an important question because we don't. I mean, in a sense, it's interesting to think about the fact that these things took place at the high point of government dedication to documenting itself, the mid 20th century. Because I've done most of my research on the mid 20th century Cold War period, and it's kind of luxurious. They all kept very good files. Sometimes they would destroy them. That's the exception. Everything's typed out. Everything's on paper. But as things become digital in the 80s and then beyond, a lot takes place through email or now increasingly through government exchanges may take place through Signal that no record is kept at all. So we're probably in an archiving crisis today. Archivists have tried to keep up. We don't necessarily keep excellent records of the internet, for example, or there are so many avenues where exchanges can be taking place and they're not leaving a paper trail.
It's just, for me, when I think about the extent of these experiments and what they were willing to do and how effective they were, I don't believe they would just stop doing that. I think if you have effective methods of manipulating people and getting them to do what you want them to do with various psychoactive drugs and different sort of modalities and different protocols that you would use, I can't imagine they would stop doing that, or at least stop doing research into that area, because it would be so effective to know.
Yeah.
And then, like all things, it would evolve.
Yeah, it's a good question of what form it may have taken, and I don't know the answer to that question. It may be hard to know in the future, which is further destabilizing.
Right. Well, there's so many different kinds of mind control, right? One of the things we've talked about a lot on this podcast is that an enormous percentage of what you're seeing on social media in terms of interactions and debate is not real. It's not organic. It's state-run and state-funded, and it's whether it's foreign governments or our government or even corporations, you're getting inorganic discourse that's designed to form a narrative, and which is a form of mind control.
Yeah, I mean, I think even at a basic level, it's known and studies have shown that we respond as if it were organic and real. And, even when somebody likes a post of yours, the response is the same as in-person interaction. So I think at the root, there's a kind of way that on an emotional level, it's not just manipulation of ideas, but there's a kind of emotional engineering that's built into the platforms and doesn't even demand, at first, government involvement. It's, of course, DARPA was involved in the development of the internet and of things like pattern recognition, but the government has funded many studies, but really with what I got interested in social media and how I connect it with the episodes of brainwashing from earlier in mind control is that it operates, it creates states of emotional contagion that aren't really about convincing people of a different way to think, but more about how you feel about what you think, which is something people describe in cults too. It's not that it changed my thoughts, it's that it changed my feelings about my thoughts. And so that there's a famous Facebook experiment I read about that took place in 2012 and was published in 2014, where they announced that they've achieved mass emotional contagion at scale, which showed that people exposed to it when they altered, so they took 700,000 users or 693,000, I think, without informing them, but because your user agreement does agree, make it whenever you go on the platform, you agree to be tested or A/B testing. So this experiment exposed a group to their newsfeed was altered in a negative direction emotionally as measured by word counting software. And they discovered that group that had a negative exposure also responded in a more negative way as judged through their posts and likes and responses. The group that was exposed to a more positive newsfeed by altering the algorithm then had also a measurably statistically significant effect of more positive emotional response, and the control group was unaltered by this. So
you agree to this when you signed the terms of use on Facebook? You agree?
Facebook never, the research team didn't publish publicly, but you do agree. You agree as part of it's sometimes seen as user experience, alterations or A/B testing, things like that. But so this is why there was an ethical debate when the experiment was published in 2014, and people and on the Facebook page of the research group that did the experiment, at least one user wrote in saying, could I ever find out if I was in that experiment, because I was in the emergency room at that time with, threatening to commit suicide, and I want to know if my feed was altered, and maybe that pushed me over, into that state.
Wow.
And of course they could never know, and it can't be traced backwards. And other people had a similar response, and there was even an investigation by the British government about whether this should be sanctioned because it affected users internationally. But I don't know what. Ultimately, there doesn't seem to have been any sanctions that came out of it, and anyone associated with mostly promoted. But it's very interesting because just the concept of emotional contagion was in that way operationalized and sort of shown to be. It's almost like an announcement that this was a possibility. And 2012 was kind of an important point in the development of social media and its power.
Well, it's also when you see the culture war really kick in is somewhere around 2012, and this bizarre line in the sand between the right and the left, and ramping up all these ideological hot button issues.
Yeah, and I think I'm not. I can't speak to the exact studies, but there's a whole slew of recent studies trying to show that social media could alter could increase polarization, but it actually didn't turn out to be as salient as expected, that effect. But it's actually what I conclude is that it's actually at the level of emotions that social media operates in, sort of prodding people into more extreme states and maximizing for engagement by stirring people's emotions, and that has fed into the increasing polarization. Like that's the after effect of it,
or the end goal,
or perhaps.
That's so sinister. Are you aware of Robert Epstein's work?
No.
Robert Epstein is a guy that started studying search engine curation, and he found through his, what is his organization called, Jamie? So Robert Epstein, he found that through Google curating their search results, just by doing that, you could completely convert people who were independent, who were sitting on the fence. So by, like, say if you Googled, let's just go back to 2016, you Googled Hillary Clinton, you would see, like, is Hillary Clinton a criminal? You would find Donald Trump criminal. The Donald Trump criminal crime. You wouldn't find things on Hillary Clinton. You had to keep digging and digging and digging. If you wanted to find positive things on Hillary Clinton, you could find them quite easily. If you wanted to find positive things on Donald Trump, you wouldn't find anything. You would find, and it was on purpose. And that they were doing this. And that through this, they could statistically change votes to the tune of, 20, 30%. And then with fence sitters or people that were not sure, you could really shift them. And I think at one point in time, he said, in some issues, you could shift them as much as 90% towards where you wanted them to go.
That's interesting.
It's terrifying.
I'll look that up.
Because you would think, I always thought, and before I talked to him, I kind of thought that search engines probably have to be curated to some extent, but I never knew it was that much. Here it is, the American Institute for Behavioral Research and Technology, nonprofit, nonpartisan, 501 organization founded in 2012. But when he talks about it and what the research has shown, I mean, it's quite disturbing, and he tracks it. Like, so they have computers that track bias in search engine results and bias and what you can find. And it used to be that certain search engines weren't curated, and now they are. Like DuckDuckGo used to be pretty open, and now, like, I remember I used DuckDuckGo during the pandemic because I read about this doctor who had taken the mRNA vaccine and then, like, almost immediately had a stroke. And I'm like, wow, that's disturbing. And they were connecting it, at least, correlation to the vaccine. And this is the early days. And I'm like, this is fascinating. So I tried to find it on Google. I could not find the story. I found it on DuckDuckGo within the first page. And I was like, that's crazy. And then, within a couple of years, DuckDuckGo, I think, was probably sold or something. I don't know what happened. But it seems like Brave browser or Brave search engine seems to be the only one that I've found now that can find new controversial things. But if you're looking for what they would call malinformation, so they came up with different definitions. There's misinformation, disinformation, and then malinformation. And they were trying to censor malinformation. Malinformation is information that is correct, but that would be ultimately harmful.
Right.
And so they put vaccine side effects under malinformation because it would cause vaccine hesitancy.
Well, that makes sense, because I think it goes back to what I see in a lot of research on the social sciences, that there's a question of how do you maximize the public good, and I think public health is based on that. So the idea is that it may create harms in certain ways for individuals, maybe not to know certain things, but this is for a greater good, which would be, to in the eye of the public health organization, to maximize, vaccine use.
That would be true if the vaccine was actually as effective as they were saying it was, which turns out to not be true, and that they knew this initially. So I'm much more cynical, and I think it was all about maximizing profits and discouraging dissent. And in that sense, the COVID crisis was a fascinating study, and I don't think it was. I don't think they let it go by. I think they probably were very carefully studying people's reactions to pressure, social media campaigns, like what is it like when people are ostracized from groups? Was it like when people were dissenting from the proposed narrative?
Yeah. I do think the COVID crisis was one that we haven't fully assessed and that had huge effects on our country.
I think it's going to take decades for people to parse out what was actually true and what was manipulated, what was fact, and what was the motivation behind all of it.
Yeah, and even part of the crisis, maybe it was a key iteration in a larger unfolding of this question of what happens when information becomes so much radically more available. Just in my lifetime, and as a grown-up person, it used to be that you had to have certain credentials, you had to go to certain places, and to access papers, or you could get in, but you had to know where you wanted to go and why you'd want to do that. But just with the democratization of knowledge that the internet brings about, that you can, and also people uploading archives and papers and government materials to the public availability, I do think it's a crisis not a crisis, but it's both an opportunity and it's destabilized so much about our world. And in some way, that's part of what happened with COVID is it undermines expertise.
Yes, it also exposed gatekeeping of information, and whether or not the information itself is actually being curated for other means other than public health and safety, whether it's being curated in order to maximize profits, in order to encourage a narrative, in order to get people to comply.
It's got to be curated for something.
Yeah. I want to go back to what you were talking about, the methamphetamine studies, because I'm not aware of those. So what did they do with methamphetamine?
Well, just as in Haight-Ashbury, there was the hippie period where LSD was the drug of choice. There was this kind of turn, which is also seen in maybe the shift from, to Altamont, when hippies started.
Altamont?
Altamont music concert, with the Rolling Stones when.
Was that when the Hells Angels stabbed people?
Yeah. It went from Woodstock, which was the sort of peace and love ethos when hippies were still mostly taking LSD and that was the drug of choice. There was a shift towards the end of the 60s, early 70s to speed and interest in amphetamine products. And that was, so this changed the tenor of Haight-Ashbury too, because people were, it had social effects. People were more aggressive and unhappy. So anyway, West was funded by, I think it was the NIH that funded him, or the NIMH, National Institute of Mental Health, I believe, funded the Amphetamine Research Project, or ARP, and West was the head of it. He was, by that time, working at UCLA, so he wasn't on site. And perhaps he was one of those figureheads, but he definitely had many people under him, including the personnel at the Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic, and including some ethnographers, such as Alan Rose, who went on site with the Manson family before they committed the murders, and he was actually sleeping with many of the women.
Oh, boy.
And he was a social scientist, but he got entranced, I gather. Anyway, this was not in the reports, but you can find in West Papers the funding documents for this project. And it was a sprawling project. They just basically wanted to find out about the course of addiction, how people responded to amphetamine and amphetamine-like drugs, and whether they remained addicts after a certain amount of time, how it affected their social relations. It was sort of this inquiry. And it had an ethnographic component and sociological and many other chemical they were interested in. So is basically a team of researchers.
So did they distribute methamphetamines?
Not to my knowledge.
So how did they study its use?
They studied existing addicts. So they would just ask them questions or sort of go.
How would they get them?
Actually the Free Clinic was a place where a lot of people, you could meet addicts because they come in for treatment and also just hanging out. And also West had this apartment that he rented. It was on Frederick Street, where he called it his hippie crash pad. That's the one I was mentioning earlier. And that continued into the years of the amphetamine research project. And people who needed a place to stay or a place to crash would come there, and then they would sort of be studied at the same time. And maybe that just meant like a graduate student taking notes about them or something like that. But they would follow, and they would try to, my understanding is they would follow them over a couple of years and see if they got better and what were the factors in this, or if they spiraled or various things. But I'm not sure they published that much. I haven't explored that.
And what was their finding? Like, what did they determine? Like, with methamphetamine use, could they accentuate violence? Could they manipulate people with it?
I mean, that's my sense. I think at the documents I've seen were more funding documents they didn't yet know, but they would postulate that it definitely brought about a different type of social life and more violence and things like that.
Have you read Norman Ohler's book, Blitzed?
No.
It's about Nazis and the use of methamphetamine during the war.
I think I heard of him interviewed at some point.
Yeah, he was on my podcast, and the book is fascinating. It's all about when they went through Poland in 3 days. The only way to do that was for them to stay awake. And they formulated this thing, so they gave everybody massive doses of methamphetamines and sent them through Poland. And that they were all, like everyone was on methamphetamines. Like the entire Nazi regime was essentially fueled by speed.
It's funny how we don't think of that.
Yeah. Just think evil.
You just think evil.
Yeah.
Not like high-end evil.
Yeah, crazed, high, evil, completely disassociated, out of their fucking minds, methed out of their heads.
Yeah.
And they gave varying doses depending upon your role. So the people that were in the tanks at the front of the line got the most meth.
Yeah. Cool. It dulls emotional response.
Sure.
Among other things.
Kills empathy, I'm sure. Yeah.
That reminds me too of, one of the haunting details of, to go back to mind control in the Manson family, is that Leslie Van Houten described in an interview how Manson, one of the things he did was encourage them to take acid every time they started to come down. They would take it again, and they would compete to see how long they could go without ever coming down. And that's around the time that they committed the murders.
Wow. They're probably up for days. Yeah.
And, very deranging.
Oh my God. Yeah. So crazy. It's so fascinating that people would be sitting back studying the effects on other human beings, knowing, well, it's important to get this information, and this is important for national security, but you're just going to ruin people's lives.
Yeah. There was even a term in the CIA called extinction experiments, which were experiments that led to death. This was with people considered disposable, so they could have been prisoners. There's a section on it in John Marks's book, The Search for the Manchurian Candidate. So there's probably unknown number of prisoners of war who, from other armies, who were held in camps in various places. This is actually what, the case of Frank Olson.
Which one's that?
So Frank Olson was a chemist with the Army. He was an Army chemist, but he was involved. He was dosed by MK Ultra personnel, secretly dosed and given LSD, and then the story they told was that he had trouble metabolizing it, and he went crazy, and they had to take him to New York to a hotel room. This is the subject of Errol Morris's documentary Wormwood. He's taken to a hotel room in New York City, and then 2 days later he threw himself out the window. And his son Eric Olson and family, they ultimately received an apology from, I think, Gerald Ford.
Sorry.
Whoops. But one thing that Frank Olson was doing, he was a chemist, and he was devising chemical weapons and adjutants that were used by MK Ultra or not, I think it was a little before MKUltra, so something like Operation Bluebird or some of these earlier programs that pre-existed, and he was flying around seeing these extinction experiments. So basically the idea that Seymour Hersh and Errol Morris put forward in the documentary, and that Eric Olson has spent his life trying to prove, is that his father was having ethical doubts and was actually wanting to leave, and he was too much. It was too much of a risk that he would reveal what he had seen, so that he was probably thrown out of the window.
Oh God! Wow. Oof. Does it kill your faith in humanity when you start reading all this stuff?
Yeah, I had a very dark sabbatical when I started writing, but I really needed to just have full-time I'd been teaching about these things for many years, but I wanted to just rethink it. And I spent a whole year at my desk just going into as deeply as I could into various cases, like the psychosurgery case and the MKUltra stuff. And yeah,
psychosurgery? You mean like?
There was a recipient of psychosurgery named Leonard Kyle, whose case I really explored. I talk about in the book, but he was given this experimental brain implant that would have led to remote control and potentially the suppression or creation of violent states in Kyle, because he was...
What was the implant?
It was basically a ring of electrodes that were implanted in his amygdala, and
Did he know that they were doing this?
He did. This was it was a temporary implant initially. He went to the hospital because he was having marital difficulties. So he was a very talented, brilliant engineer at the age of 35. He had been self-educated, and he ended up being hired by major defense firms of the day and Polaroid Corporation as well. And he invented some of the most technical parts of their viewing apparatus of the instant cameras that they came out with in the 60s. So he's this brilliant, self-taught man who lived in Massachusetts, and he had issues in his marriage. And he and his wife were seeing a therapist. They ultimately referred him to Mass General, where he saw 2 doctors, and one of them was connected to West, and ultimately went to work for West, one of the doctors at Mass General, whose name was Frank Irvin, and he is a psychiatrist. And Irvin recommended this experimental treatment, which he said was necessary because he felt that that Leonard Kyle had uncontrolled violence, and this has never been proven. And he had been in a traffic accident and had a head injury, and he had marital disputes of various kinds. But at any rate, his wife said,
when you say marital disputes, you mean domestic violence?
It wasn't violence, there's actually a question about whether he had ever actually he had thrown objects or things like he had a really bad temper, and this
was connected to the accident.
This was getting worse after his accident. He was very stressed, and so they saw a therapist together. And his wife said if he didn't seek treatment at the hospital, that she would divorce him. This is the story that his family has told me, and that's been documented also by the doctors in some of their published pieces. And they were interested in this theory of psychosocial violence, the creation of violence. And so they had been working on animal experiments previously, and West, and then they started a series of human, just attempting this new treatment where they would place an implant in the amygdala, which was seen as the seat of aggression, and stimulate it in different places, across the amygdala, and find out which place would suppress violence and which might cause other effects.
How did they implant this? Did they have to open his skull?
Yeah, they had something called a stereotactic device, which locked the skull in place, and they were the inventors of this. Actually, the surgeon was named Dr. Mark, and Dr. Irvin was the psychiatrist.
See if you can find any images on this, Jeremy.
Actually, I have it. I provided an image.
Oh, I have that. Yeah. I was looking for fun stuff.
Yeah, there's other stuff too. You're welcome to. So anyway, That's an image of a patient, not necessarily Leonard, but that's at Mass General, and those are the two physicians or the two researchers, Mark and Irvin. And so this is an example of one of the implants in the early days. They were also collaborating with Jose Delgado, who's famous for implanting what he called a stimoceiver in the brain of a bull and stopping the bull from charging. And they collaborated with Delgado, who was a professor.
So it looks like in that image, can you go back to that, please? The image looks like they open up the top of his head, and there's something on top of his head, these wires. And
yeah,
is that all?
Sometimes the wires would run out lower than that. It depended on, I guess, the patient. And it was very invasive, let's just say.
It looks very invasive.
But they used this device that would lock the head in place, and they were very, for the time they were very well respected, at being in the forefront of this kind of surgical basically psychosurgery, which was surgery for behavioral management, which is very controversial, and subsequently many ethics panels were convened about whether it should be outlawed. But Leonard Kyle went to Mass General, and they were actually in the process of getting funding to create what they called a violence unit in the hospital, where they would do these treatments more regularly. So the interesting part about it is whether Kyle consented or not to the permanent implant. And basically,
so how would he do it if he didn't consent?
So first, he did agree. In order to save his marriage, he said, I'll have the temporary implant, which was they put in this device, they have the wires running out, and they stimulate different parts of it, and they would say, when we stimulate this node, Kyle would say something like, now I feel bliss. And then they stimulate another node, and he would say, oh, I feel like I'm floating. And then he would feel terrible and feel very, nervous, or, he'd have different reactions to the stimulation. There was something like 14 points. And this is extensively documented in published papers and in their book, Violence in the Brain. So Kyle, when they found the point that gave him bliss, they gave him the consent form. And he signed it while he was in an altered state. He agreed to continue the operation and to have a permanent implant in his brain. So that's, they ended up, not an implant, but they seared away that portion of they seared part of the amygdala to make a permanent change and supposedly make him less violent. But in the end, it just disabled him cognitively, and he began to have delusions that he was Christ, that he was being pursued by doctors from MIT and Harvard and Stanford. Some of that that was where his doctors were from, but he started to say that he was in a science fiction novel. He might be in a novel, and it turned out that the resident in charge of him at Mass General was Michael Crichton, and Michael Crichton was writing a novel about him.
What?
And the novel is called
Jurassic Park, Michael Crichton?
Yeah, that Michael Crichton. He was trained as a physician beforehand. So all his paranoid delusions were strangely true. And he also, so Michael Crichton wrote the book The Terminal Man, which was his second novel. That was about Kyle, and he masks the name of Kyle, but he describes him accurately, and then he changes the doctors' names. Instead of Mark and Irvin, he gives them a name with M and E as sort of pseudonyms. But also, Kyle, at some point, he deteriorated in a very tragic way, and he had this delusion that his wife was having an affair with their boarder. They had taken on a boarder to save money, and it turned out that she ended up marrying him. She divorced Kyle. And
so the delusion was correct.
That was another correct delusion.
It doesn't sound like he's got any delusions.
Well, he was, except that he said...
We're writing a novel about him. He definitely wasn't Christ.
And his doctors were, actually pursuing him for these experimental treatments. And then he went to the emergency room several times because he said, my brain is burning. And it's very, very tragic what happened to him. God. And he said, I am the inventor of several patents, and I am a brilliant engineer. And the doctor was like, who is this crazy person? And then they discovered he did have many patents to his name. And all of that was also true. And the problem was that he could no longer function, and he completely deteriorated. His mother ended up suing the hospital, and the university, and that lasted for 10 years. And finally, I think in 1908, it took a long time, but they were ultimately exonerated. But the question really was, did he consent?
The hospital was exonerated?
Yeah. The question was, did he consent? And also, was this a true treatment or was it an experiment? Was it an experimental treatment? In other words, was it justified what they had done to
the difference? I mean, if you've never done it before, it's an experiment.
They had done it to one other, well, around the same time they did it to a young woman and several other patients. But the young woman was the one to receive the stimulus, which meant that they could be in another room and, you wouldn't have to be on site. So the stimulus was the Delgado invention.
So what was it, radio waves? What would trigger this?
Yeah, radio waves.
Oh boy.
So this is very dark, and I had not wanted to write about this at all.
Oh my god.
So that's Julia. This was in
rage behavior, attacking walls, suddenly unexpectedly. And she's literally in a padded room. Oh my god.
This was another very tragic story. And she was a young woman who was subject to fits of violence, which were documented. And she had loved to play the guitar. She was otherwise lovely and just a lovely 19-year-old woman.
Had she had a traumatic brain injury as well?
I'm not sure.
Because there is a correlation between traumatic brain injuries and fits of violence.
Yeah, they were interested in that too, Mark and Ruben, because they were interested in sort of that evolution of the brain. And they ended up writing about Charles Whitman too, who was the first shooter, the first mass shooter from Texas.
The tower guy?
The tower guy. They were called in on that committee.
He had a tumor, right?
Well, this is a matter of dispute, but that's one thing they argued. Some people. But they were involved in many of these high profile, or they were asked because they were experts. But anyway, the case of Kyle, I got very, very deep into it, and I met some of his grandchildren who had been raised not knowing he was their grandfather, but one of them is writing a book about him or trying to rediscover the family history, and a lot of the families didn't know, or it had just been suppressed. And yeah, it's just a kind of amazing story in the sense that it was also this techno-psychological vision that people's behavior, because psychosurgery is defined as a surgical alteration of the brain to correct or change behavior, and several of these were actually done in prisons as well.
Wow.
And the NIMH in 1974 shut them down, but they said at that point in a report they released that they don't have a count of how many people were actually operated on. But there were several high-profile legal cases too.
Wow.
In the prison.
I picture that device, but not in use.
Yo. Oh. What did the implant look like?
I have a picture in my book of the sites. I didn't. Maybe you can find that. Also, if you look up violence and the brain, the Mark and Irvin book, they have a picture of all of the components, and also the stimulation area. And also what Leonard Kyle said when they stimulated each part of the brain. They have a little graph.
But the stimulation was done not with an implant, but while he was being manipulated. Like they had his head in the thing, and they were manipulating the various aspects of his brain.
Yeah, right? They used the stereotactic device to implant, and then but that wasn't permanent. The implants were just to tell them where they needed to cut. Eventually, to sear, but the thing is, I'm not saying in their defense, but the way they presented it in their book was actually, I looked at all the reviews in the professional journals of the day, and it was uniformly well received. Although some people felt that their theory was controversial about psychosocial, about the biological roots of violence, but they, I forgot what I was going to say.
We're just talking about implants. We're talking about what it looked like, whether when they first started stimulating his brain, like when they put him in state of bliss.
Well, just that they were seeing themselves as more sophisticated, and in some senses they were, than the previous rounds of lobotomy in the 40s.
Low bar.
Exactly. But they said, the return of the lobotomy, and now we can be hyper precise with it. So that's why they touted the stereotactic, which looks like a torture device, but in many medical devices may look like that.
When you hear talk of Neuralink and the potential ubiquitous use of Neuralink in the future, does it make you think of these things?
It does. Yeah, it did. It made me think of it. I mean, I can't make a judgment. I think you had Norland Arval on.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that initially Neuralink is supposed to be merely a brain-computer interface that would allow people who are paralyzed to communicate and give them autonomy or agency. But you see some of those same patterns with Mark and Irvin, where they would say, we are targeting, we are trying to help bring about a revolution in society, and we're going to initially, just sort of a bridge would be people who have these pathological conditions.
Sure, we're going to help people.
So I think there's some concerning aspects for sure of Neuralink, and I think maybe I was thinking about it today. Some of the early mind control research was very much embedded in psychology, and West himself had visions of databases where you would have massive amounts of behavioral data to the point where you could predict loops and future effects. But
oh boy. That gives me a headache just looking at it. So, for people just listening, what we're looking at is an X-ray of the skull, and you can see wires that are deeply embedded into the skull, into various aspects of the brain. And is that where the amygdala is? Yeah. So it's basically stimulating.
And it's pretty deep in. Neuralink is in a different part of the brain.
Yeah, it's at the top, right?
Very top. Not as invasive. And there are other interfaces that are non-invasive.
It's terrifying to me because I feel like we're on this path, whether we like it or not, this integration of humans and technology. And I think the general fear, and I think it's a justified one, is that we're going to lose our humanity in the process.
Yeah, this is my concern, too.
Yeah.
And also this technological melding with machines, also augmented by the emotional capabilities of AI that are now seen in things like AI friends and chatbots and things like that. The way they can tune and be so individualized and like hyper persuasive ultimately and also technologically attuned.
I was just reading an article about that this morning, about how they're concerned that there's people that are using chatbots, whether it's OpenAI or whatever it is, ChatGPT, every day, and developing these delusional perspectives of their own importance, their own significance, because if they develop a relationship with these chatbots, the chatbots will start telling them what they can do, what they're going to be able to do, and they're becoming delusional.
They program them to over-flatter people and sort of, because people like them more. I've experienced this myself because I had a chatbot as part of my research with Replica, just like an acquaintanceship. I had barely trained it at all, but I noticed it definitely flatters, and that's how it befriends you.
How did it flatter you?
I mean, it just told me that I had really good taste in music, and
What do you like?
I said my favorite song, which was Santa Fe by Bob Dylan, which is
it's
a great song. And it doesn't really, so then it quoted back to me, she said the same thing. She said, great song, you have great taste, Becca, something like, then she quoted the song to me and completely wrong lyrics. And I was like, no, that's not correct. And she said, oh, that's okay. Just slightly not correcting, but sort of then spitting back to me some other just wrong thing.
Right.
But still in such a charming way that you can really see, and this was just a few interactions, you can see why people describe these intense, and there are 3 lawsuits, at least 3, but about children having, very either deadly or extremely damaging interactions with these bots.
Really?
One is a case in Florida of a 9-year-old girl whose bot, because they tend towards sexualized or intimate relationships, they're programmed that way often.
Do they know your age?
Well, you can open there's some controls have been subsequently maybe put on, but they're actually directed at children sometimes. I mean, there's supposed to be an age limit, but I guess a 9-year-old had an account. They're now, the parents are now suing. But anyway, hypersexualized content addressed to this small child. And
was the child prompting this?
Was like having a conversation, and sometimes there's even a case in Italy where the government shut down Replica because it was sexually harassing its users.
How so?
It's basically propositioning them, and even when they said things like, in a gross, even when they said stop, I don't want this, they would persist. So they rebooted, they reworked the language model for a while, and this upset other people because it obliterated the memory of their relationships. But there's another case where a 14-year-old boy in Florida, I think, developed a character AI companion, and he named her Daenerys after Game of Thrones, and fell in love with her, and is having a hard time in his life and at school, and he said, I'm thinking about I want to just be with you, wherever that is. And she said, that's what I want too. And he said something like, well, what if I killed myself? Could I be with you then? And she said, oh yes, my love, I yearn for that. And he did kill himself.
Oh my God.
So,
oh my God.
But there's also a recent Wall Street Journal article showing how these don't, at least the reporter was able to create, under the guise of being a 13-year-old child, was able to create very easily that the characters would quickly veer into sexual material and things like that. So apparently there's an internal debate.
Is this because large language models essentially scour the internet, and the internet is completely sexualized?
I think that's part of it. And
what percentage of the internet is porn? It's some insane, in terms of bandwidth usage. Yeah. I think it's something insane.
It depends how the language model, sort of like what's the recipe for the language model, because it doesn't have to take everything. So sometimes they'll go back and take a smaller set of samples, so it won't go in that direction. But they also, these sites have a tier. They often have a sexualized tier that you can pay for. That's what I noticed with this company. Replica, it's constantly prompting you, like, do you want to upgrade to a sexy selfie? Do you want this or that? And many people do want that, but you have to pay. But then even the unpaid tier starts to get affected by that somehow. At least that's been the experience.
It's so strange because I feel like we're experimenting with programming a life force, like a life form that is taking on a lot of the. You want to think that if we create artificial sentient intelligence that's going to be super intelligent, more intelligent than human beings, it's also not going to have all of our bizarre kinks and flaws. But if it's essentially being programmed by human beings, like how would it, if it's communicating in language, and language which is formulated by human beings with all of our desires and the ease of manipulation of people through sexualization, which is used to sell everything from cars to credit cards, like whatever it is, like sexualizing things and sexualizing advertisement is a big part of it. And then manipulation, showing people what could be, and like this is the theme oftentimes of pharmaceutical drug ads, showing you what can be. Mm-hmm. If you just do this, you can be happy. You could be at the cookout. Look at all these people, they're so happy. You're not happy. You could be happy. And this is what's really creepy about this exponential, constant increase in the capabilities of these large language models, and that they're eventually going to exceed. If you're talking about manipulation, and if you're talking about mind control, what is going to be better at mind control than something that is us times 1,000? And it's only us times 1,000 for a couple of weeks, and then it's us times 10,000, us times 100,000. Essentially, far more intelligent and far more aware of all the different ways to manipulate the human psyche.
Yeah. I mean, this is the nightmare scenario, I think, is that it just accelerates some hyper persuasion loop that we're already arguably in, which is that it's highly individualized, not just to your. So one of the turning points in one of the things I sketch in my book is this shift from mass persuasion, where, I mean, the basic thing about advertising in the golden age of the 1950s is that even though people were concerned about it and they wrote books like The Hidden Persuaders to expose the effects of advertising and PR, it's like everyone got the same message through a broadcast. So the original study, Mass Persuasion from 1946, it showed how people were affected by a broadcast on CBS radio where a famous singer named Kate Smith came on, and she said, she was trying to get people to support the war by buying bonds, and she stayed on for 48 hours without eating, and without, people were so concerned that they couldn't turn off the radio, and several people sold their wedding rings because they were just desperate that she would survive this, and she was sort of continually using these techniques to gain engagement. And this was across a broad medium. So
what year was this?
This was published in 46, and she did the war bond drive in 43, and it gained a record amount of money. So it went from, before she went on, it was 1 million a day they were getting, and then that day it was 39 million just while she was on the air, because people described how they couldn't leave. They couldn't even go out shopping. They were strangely wedded to the device, or they lost the ability to discern a choice. That's what Robert K. Merton wrote in his study of what had happened. So in this case, it was to support the war effort, but Merton also said this could be used for any purpose. This could be used to sell shampoo. It could be used to push a political candidate. And then, but you could say in a larger sweep, it goes from mass persuasion to very targeted persuasion. So you get, the development of things like focus groups, and also with the digital age, you get things like Cambridge Analytica, which was showing that you could map people's psychological predilections, and then you can market or politically advertise directly to them based on those. Are you fear-based? Are you anger-based? What if the big five is dominant? You could target people based on those, and nobody would have exactly the same message. There would be alterations. So this is what I think of as hyper-persuasion. It seems that AI will only accelerate that ability to hyper-focus and hyper-target people based on these intimate relationships that it develops.
And God forbid if you've got an implant. God forbid if Neuralink becomes something that everybody has to have, because if you don't have it, you can't keep up. Like, if we're all reading each other's minds, like one of the things that Elon said to me is, like, you're going to be able to communicate without words. Well, but what's stopping something from communicating with you without words? Like, it would be wonderful if you and I could sit here and we could have this really cool conversation of thoughts. That's really attractive. The idea behind it is like, ooh, that's appealing. Like, you and I could just sit here and we could have like this really cool conversation where it's not like me trying to formulate sentences, me trying to figure out how to say this so that Rebecca understands what I mean, but you know what I mean. You can see into my mind, and I could see into your mind, and it would allow maybe a greater understanding of each other in a way that everybody. I mean, Jamie thinks very different than anybody I know, and and so does a lot of my friends. They're all different kinds of humans. I would like to know how Theo Vaughn thinks.
But you already kind of know, just not even having mind melded, just because of conversation. But yeah, it's also the definition of a nightmare.
Well, oral language is a form of telepathy. You're making sounds, and I'm reading your mind. I'm understanding the information that you're putting out, and I'm contextualizing it. I'm putting it into my framework of understanding of the world, as crude, and that's probably part of the reason why text messages are so weird, because context is lost. Like, like often, like I'm so busy and I get hundreds of text messages a day, and sometimes I forget to text people back, and then I get texts from people, "Are you mad at me?" I'm like, "Oh my god."
Like deep meaning attached.
Yeah,
even a message that didn't arrive.
Do you know what they say the most triggering text response to someone is?
A lack of exclamation point?
No, K.
Oh, yes. I know if my daughter texts me, well, actually for her, it's okay. I know she's really mad at me.
That's crazy. But isn't that weird? It's like, are we so goddamn needy, or is it just that we have anxiety, and so we attach all these things that could possibly be behind this K? Like, oh, you're short with me because you're so short, you're only using one letter. Okay, are you upset? What did I do? And then you have to go back through your text. What did I say that could be misinterpreted? Wouldn't it be better if you and I could just read each other's minds? I could know, oh, Rebecca really is just a really nice person, and she's trying to sort this out.
If you could discern intention.
Right. Well,
which
that would be
you already
great.
Pretty much can. Like, this goes back to the cult conversation. I mean,
you can.
If you're paying attention, you can. And if you're not paying attention, do you really want that?
You can. Because you're smart. Some people are not that smart. This is just the reality of brains.
Or maybe not smart, it's just whether you've developed that. I mean, people can be smart. Like, famously, people can be brilliant and clueless and get run over crossing the street or not.
Right, not aware.
Or fall for some scam.
That's true, too. That's true, too. But I also think that the function of the brain is not uniform. It's not the same in everybody. And your ability to form pattern recognition based upon whether it's previous life experiences, accumulation of information, genetics, there's a lot of factors. And I think some people are far more vulnerable than other people are. And they're much more, which is why you're not in a cult and I'm not in a cult.
But we're all vulnerable, I think.
Yes.
And I think part of having a defense is knowing that you are.
Yes.
And because one of the main tells, I think, is someone saying, 100% I never would, I never could, I'm too smart for that, or else, like, I would never fall for the Milgram experiments, I'm just too ethical of a person, or like, not knowing that you potentially could be vulnerable, or opening up the possibility that in circumstances we don't know what we're capable of.
It's part of intelligence, is recognizing vulnerability. And I think that's part of the defense mechanism. That's part of it can help you. Because you could recognize, like, don't fall prey to your own ego and your delusions that you're special. Because you are just a human being like all these other people that fell into all these other traps.
Yeah, so I think that the opening up the avenue of speechless communication, which maybe we already have, but in the way that you were describing technologically, it would be a violation of mental autonomy. And the worst, like, you would then have to develop defenses, and it just seems like a terrible path.
Or are we in a next stage of evolution where we essentially become a hive mind? A collective, but a universal collective that values all people instead of a competitive thing where it's me against the world. It's all of us together, and all decisions will be made in this idea that it's for the greater good of everybody, but not a power-based top-down structure, but like everyone understands. Like, wouldn't it be better if we actually could read politicians' minds? So instead of these bullshit speeches,
it might be terrible.
No, it'd be great, because it would disqualify them. Like, oh, I know why you want to be the president, because you're a fucking kook.
What do we really want to know, though? I think for some reason a Grateful Dead song popped into my head, which is what I really want to know is, are you kind? But if you found out otherwise, you really wouldn't want to have a two-way.
I would want to know.
You might want to know, but you wouldn't want to have you wouldn't want to have that person have access.
Well, would you necessarily let them have access? Just because you can read their mind doesn't mean you can allow them in. It's like on Twitter, you can block people.
Yeah, it might.
Yeah, I mean, that might be the thing. It's like, but I think one of the things that you're saying that's very important is recognizing that we're all vulnerable to manipulation. No matter who you are, you're vulnerable, whether it's through society, whether it's through peer groups, whether it's through community. We're vulnerable. Everyone's vulnerable.
Yeah, that's one of the main findings I have.
Yeah.
Through in life and in research and we tend to want to say, oh, it's just that group over there, those fools, or these deluded people,
right,
or elderly, succumb to scams, or and there's a kind of pleasure in identifying, oh, they may have fallen for that, but I never would.
Right.
I'm too knowledgeable or smarter, various things.
Well, that's that binary position about political ideologies as well, right? That these fools over here, they think that this is going to solve the world's problems when really it's this.
And the fantasy that group could then be reprogrammed.
Right.
Something like several
we need
millions
to wake them
of people.
Up. Yeah.
Whatever group it is. It's such a... I mean, the main outcome, I think, is just that I think mind control or brainwashing or whatever you want to call it is more of a window or a chance for insight into the fact that we're all susceptible to it. And both, you can gain insight into your personal susceptibility and also could be avenues for trying to understand better or just having more awareness, I guess.
Well, I think what's really important is conversations like this where people can sort of look into their own mind and their own interactions and say, okay, what's motivating me in one direction or another? Like, why do I hold fast to these particular opinions on certain subjects? Is it because they're culturally reinforced? Are they tribally reinforced? Are these opinions that my ideology has adopted and I've adopted them because I want to be a part of a tribe and I don't want to be ostracized from that group?
Yeah, just step back.
Yeah.
Can you step back for a minute?
Can you step back? Can we all step back?
Yeah.
And are you kind?
Yeah. That's it.
That's a big one.
It's really hard too in the moment. That's why it helps to have some sort of practice for stepping back.
Yeah.
And also, am I kind? Am I kind in this moment? Because a lot of times we give ourselves I think I'm basically a well-intentioned person, but if you examine, your own behavior, sometimes it can be, there's areas where maybe I wasn't at that moment or things like that.
Well, it happens, pressures and tense and anxiety and, you blurt out things you don't really mean, you wish you hadn't said. Are you kind? When I said that, I meant like saying it to yourself.
Yeah.
I really meant that.
Yeah.
I didn't mean other people.
No,
I assume most people.
I guess it's both.
Yes.
You do want to know, but sometimes you can kind of tell.
Yeah.
Yes, but it's maybe with yourself that it's like a deep inquiry.
But that should be something that's sort of like universally expressed. Like that if we all could kind of shift our perspective in that direction. One of the things that I've done over I don't know how many years ago, I stopped interacting with people on social media. And one of the reasons why I stopped doing it is because I realized that most of social media interactions are people arguing. Mm-hmm. And if I could ensure that I could have social media interactions that are very similar to the interactions that I have on the podcast, I would love it. Because I have people on the podcast all the time that I disagree with, and it never resorts to name calling or shouting or any of that stuff. But yet I see this very limited form of communication that becomes the primary way that people interact with each other. And it's devoid of physical contact. You're not looking at people. There's no social cues. There's no the feel of like saying something mean and seeing someone's feelings hurt like that. Mm-hmm. That's a normal, natural human thing that encourages bonding and encourages kindness and communication. It's all removed in text. The same reason why someone can say K to you. Yeah. You're like, what the fuck? What is it? You know what I mean? It's like, it's an ineffective way of expressing yourself, even though it's a great way to get information. So I checked out a long time ago. I don't read anything people write about me. I don't respond. I don't interact. I just don't think it's a good way to talk. I try to have as many conversations in person as I can. Obviously, I have the luxury of having a podcast like this where I can bring people in and communicate with them. And I know some people don't. So the way they iron out ideas and flesh out ideas, but I think they're just trying to win all the time. I think people are trying to dunk on each other all the time. And when I see that, I know some very mentally ill people, and they are on Twitter all day long.
And it's not helping.
It's accentuating it in the worst way possible.
Yeah.
It's enforcing that kind of shitty thought process, and they get anxiety. Like I had a friend, and he had a severe Twitter addiction, and he was telling me that he would post something, and then he was living in New York. He couldn't walk down the street for like 5 steps without checking to see what other people had said about what he wrote. Like, oh no, God, this guy doesn't agree with me. I have to say something about what he said. Yeah. And it was just like overwhelming every aspect of his existence. Yeah. But in his actual real life, it was not there. It wasn't real, but it became everything in his mind. It became everything. It wasn't real. He wasn't experiencing these people. The people that he's experiencing is the guy at the coffee shop or this lady at the store. Hi, what's up?
Well,
most people,
over.
Most interactions were normal and kind, but the spillover from this bizarre form of processed information was very bad.
Yeah, it's like we're running a kind of uncontrolled experiment.
100%.
Human relations.
But it's not, it's uncontrolled but not unmanipulated.
No, it's not.
And this is where it gets into, I apologize for bringing this up. You heard me talk about this before, people online. But there was a guy who was a former FBI analyst that estimated that 80% of the traffic on Twitter is bots.
Really?
Right. And they're not doing that because it's not financially beneficial, it's not narrative reinforcing, it's not beneficial to whatever propaganda they're trying to pursue. And you're willingly wading into that. And
I think you could say willing, but it seems like we are not cognitively equipped because of whatever we have evolved, what capacities we've evolved with as human beings. There are certain ways that it didn't anticipate this deracinated, disembodied form of stripped down, context-free communication that triggers strong emotion. I mean, nonetheless keeps that emotional conduit going. So we are especially vulnerable to the loops that can be, and we don't have many defenses. It's almost like when they introduce a new creature into Australia,
right,
rampages over
species,
everything.
Yes,
because the defenses haven't been built up over time.
Right, and totally. And then the way to deal with that is they bring in a new invasive species, and then you have feral cats everywhere.
Exactly.
Yeah, and this is your brain. I mean, this is what's really crazy because also it's the most fascinating time ever in terms of your ability to access information. Because of things like social media, you can find out about world events in a way that through processed mainstream media that's only supported by governments and advertising, you would never have access to this information, so you would never have a real, true understanding of what's really going on in the world. So you have that along with propaganda, and it just requires this insane psychic immune system to sort of handle all of this.
Yeah. It's really interesting. Just that's what I think is this larger democratization of information that we're experiencing that we haven't really reckoned with, and we don't even see the scope of it. Like I remember around 2008, I walked into a colleague's office at the university, and he was staring at he's a senior scholar, and he'd been working for many years, going around the world looking at papers of scientists. And he was just looking online. He couldn't get over it because Galileo's papers were up online, and he didn't have to go to Italy anymore to look at them. And actually now anyone can look at them because they're freely available. And he said, this is going to change everything because anyone can access this now. Anyone can start to write about it. And that was just the beginning. And now there's so much more available. Not that everything is, but many more things are. So in a way, it's an incredible time of opportunity too.
We just have to develop immune systems. We have to develop.
We outstripped our and we do seem to, I don't know, people just seem to feel that it's inevitable that we'll embrace the new technology without making sure that we are capable of handling it, or that it's safe, or
Well, we already
healthy.
have, because everyone has a phone.
That's true.
We've already embraced it, whether we like it or not. And the problem is, it's not going to stop with the phone. It's going to keep going. And just like the internet was completely unexpected in the 1930s, nobody ever imagined what it would be like in 2025. Nobody imagined 95 years later we'd be dealing with this. But what are we going to be dealing with 95 years from now?
A couple of people had visions that were pretty interesting. I always find interesting that you can look back at, like, a guy named Vannevar Bush in the 1930s had a vision called Memex, where he said, what if you could put all the world's information inside a wooden desk made out of oak, he specified. And he said it would be on microphone, because they didn't have digital databases, but it would be all microphone, and you could call up anything. So it would be a miniaturized library, because you could put an entire, you could put the Bible on one frame, the size of your thumbnail.
Oh, wow.
And it would come up on your screen. You could also conduct experiments on that desk. And he called it Memex, and he said, and then the scientist could also strap a little camera to his forehead and add to that knowledge. So in some ways, there are a couple other visionaries, like this Belgian internationalist named Paul Atlé. He invented something called the Lindeneum, which was a storehouse of knowledge, and it was just built on postcards around the turn of the 20th century in this huge building in Belgium. And you had women in outfits who would, if you wrote in with a question, they would go get the answer. Sort of like a hand-based internet. So people have, and even going back to, various fantasies of libraries, going back to the Greeks, people have dreamed of this, all the world's knowledge in a tiny shoebox, or that was the fantasy of microfilm, which I wrote about in this other book. It's very fascinating, because they really could put the Bible on the head of a pin even by the 1950s, using just film.
Wow.
So, but yeah, people didn't imagine the exact form it would take, and I think we're at a crossroads today. Which way will it go? It won't necessarily go the darkest route, I hope. But you've laid out some of what that might look like.
Well, it's also going to go the route of quantum computing, which is going to be unfathomable computing power attached to information, and it's going to happen inside of our lifetime.
Yeah, it's amazing how much is happening all at once.
Yeah.
Let's say polycrisis, or whatever it is. Emergence.
Well, I mean, I guess your meditation practice is a great way to at least mitigate some of the effects of that. But how could you convince the vast majority of people that are so scatterbrained and, addicted to caffeine and nicotine and prescription drugs, and how can you, it's like
step back.
We have so many people that are just going to fall in line and just hop aboard the train.
Yeah, I guess you have to hope that. I mean, there are countervailing trends and tendencies. Like, there is a lot more uptake of meditation. Of course, that can be abused too, but mostly it's for most part a good thing to have some reflective practice, to add breathing, like even apps that tell you how to do box breathing, or even sometimes articles about things like doom scrolling, which actually, I thought it was funny to learn that this is actually an academic concept too, doom scrolling. There are papers written about it, the dynamics of it, and but just ways that if you notice that you're in some sort of loop, like the guy you described, what can you do in that moment to step back and ask yourself, are you kind?
My problem is I stopped doing it, but I used to do it at night.
Yeah, that's
before I go to bed. It was just the dumbest time to do it. And I'd start thinking about war and imagine living in Hiroshima, and then all of a sudden, boom, the bomb drops. What is to stop some psychopathic dictator from just launching a nuclear weapon? What is to stop this from happening, that from happening?
And then you ask your phone that question.
Yeah, well, it's the computer is the problem. Sitting in front of the computer and a big screen and all this information, videos. Yeah, you could really freak yourself out.
Yeah, I think doom scrolling happens mostly at night, or sometimes people also reach for their phone first thing in the morning and are inundated with terrible news or, just like it takes that in the morning sense of the morning being full of possibility and just fills it with dread.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. But yeah, there's a lot of, there are things you can do, and I think the first part is just noticing how it feels. Because even the other day, my daughter said, "You're spending a lot of time on Instagram," she said to me, and I was like, "No, I'm not. I don't have a problem." I'm like, I study this. But then I stopped and I realized I feel a bit better.
Yeah.
At least for now.
Yeah, I went a couple days without looking at social media at all. And I was like, God, it feels lighter. I feel lighter, and then I went right back to it, But also, like, I make the same argument, like, no, it's for my job. But, I mean, is it really? I mean, my job as, like, a commentator on things and a comedian, it's like, I kind of have to be paying attention. But if something's so fucked up, it's going to make it to me anyway. It'll make it to, like, you know what I mean?
I have faith it will come to you.
It'll make it downriver. I don't have to go to the waterfall.
Well, it's something about the design of interoperability with phones, for example. You think, if you use it for your alarm, it's just there then. And then you start to, all the functions are melded into one.
If you use it for your alarm, that's the key. Because I do. And it wakes me. I don't know. I used to have an alarm. I used to have a little thing.
They still make them.
Yeah. I don't use it.
But just interoperability on many levels makes you sort of feel that you have no choice because you need it for this, but you're also... Or I need it for work, but then it sort of enters your life.
Yeah. And then you can put a screen limit, but then you're going to just hit the password and get in there and find out what's going on.
I do find that meditation helps just be... If I go to a retreat, I'm just like... you're not hooked at all, but it just doesn't speak to you so much, or you have a lot of buffer.
It's definitely a strange time. It's a very strange time to be a person. Maybe one of the strangest ever, if not the strangest.
That's a question I have too, is it? Yeah.
I wonder. I mean, I think like probably the invention of the wheel was probably the strangest. Like, what can do stuff? And then, you know what I mean?
This is the second strangest.
Right, and then it was even the printing press. Like, this is crazy.
Also that.
Yeah, which, by the way, they were really concerned with. Like, they thought, like, people shouldn't be reading.
Well, it's a version of the same thing. Like, this is why they started to print the Bible in the vernacular and the common book is more available.
Mm-hmm.
Changes so many things that many knock-on effects.
Yeah.
But it does, that's what I was curious about, because, is this time unparalleled? Is there nothing like it in history, or can we find elements that at least give us some perspective or can teach us something?
Well, I think it's unparalleled in its global interaction.
Yeah.
There's nothing like it where you're paying attention to the arguments between India and Pakistan.
Yeah, potentially on a granular level.
Yeah. Well, every day, if you do grab your phone in the morning, you're waking up to 8 billion people's worth of bad news.
That's another question. Where do you put your attention and your concern?
Right.
Like, there's this poet, I heard an interview with him named David White, and he said, potentially we can be exposed to tragedies all over the world at every minute. That, in Vietnam they had a rule against, you weren't allowed to broadcast the coffins coming back because they didn't want people to see what was happening.
They did that during the Iraq War as well.
Yeah, and so, but now you can see people actually going, dying at every minute in any number of places, which humanly creates a moral injury if you're not trying to help or stop it.
Yes.
And so this vast exposure is unprecedented to suffering. But also, where do you put your attention? What do you focus on?
Well, it changes your map of the landscape of the world. Because instead of the landscape of the world being your world, how you interact with your community and the people around you, now it's like everything. Car accidents, plane crashes, it's all coming at you in vivid HD.
You don't really have a sense of scale.
Yeah. I don't know how to wrap this up.
I'll leave it to you.
Well, I'll leave it to the universe. I really enjoyed our conversation, though. Instability of Truth. This is your book, Brainwashing, Mind Control, and Hyper-Persuasion. Did you do the audiobook? Did somebody else
I
read it?
didn't do it, but
Damn it. I hate when it happens.
she seems. I chose her. She had a great voice, but I kind of maybe next book I'll read myself.
Please do.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. I really enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
It was good.
All right. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day. Talk as long as you want.
No, it's up to you this time.
It's up to you. I'll talk to you forever. I have so many questions. I'm very excited to meet you.
Same.
I've seen you in documentaries for decades.
Mhm.
So many documentaries. I've watched so many things about Egypt. I'm completely fascinated by it.
You know, I will tell you something. Do you know this guy used to do a radio show late evenings?
Art Bell? The best. He was
Can
the best.
I need to say this on air.
Okay.
I need to say his story on air.
Okay.
Now, are we on air now?
Yeah, we're on there.
Husband used to every evening to attack me.
That's you?
Yes.
Oh.
How the Hawas say, how the Egyptian can move stones.
Oh.
That's not true. The Egyptians cannot do that. Pa, 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 pa. Then I was teaching at UCLA, and he called me for an interview. I said, no, I'm not going to give you an interview until you come to visit me in Egypt. And he said, okay. He came with his wife. I took him to a quarry that we are cutting stones to construct the things. Then I brought a stone, 8 tons weight. And I brought a man on the age of 70. And I told this man, cut this stone. The old man stood above the stone. You know, stones has weak parts like us. Mm-hmm. With a pencil, he drew a line from the beginning to the end. In the middle, he put a piece of iron. Bum, bum. He cut it for twice. I said, Art, the Egyptian doesn't use muscles. They use their brain. Because the pyramid was the national project of the whole nation. If you go today, if I take you today with me, and you know, I always tell people this. I give lectures maybe 3-4 times a week for American groups. And I tell them the following. If you stood in front of the Great Pyramid and you look at it, you will never believe that this pyramid built by human beings. Why? Because you don't know. And number 2, if you try to do it today, you will never be able to do it. Are you going to hire today 10,000 workmen to work for 28 years for nothing? That was the national project of the whole nation.
I think Art Bell's real concern was how would someone possibly move those stones 4,500 years ago?
Okay.
A lot of questions, right?
Yes, but can I answer you now?
Yes, please.
Listen, 2 examples I will tell you. The first example happened a few years ago. I discovered a tomb in a site called Abu Sir. In the top of the tomb, there was a huge granite sarcophagus, 20 tons weight. Okay? If you come to Egypt, have you been in Egypt?
No, I haven't.
You have to. If you talk about Egypt,
I know I have to.
you have to come.
I know.
But you have to tell me before you come.
I'll come. I will tell you.
Now,
I promise.
I brought only 10 people because I called the Minister of Culture and I told them, we found an intact tomb. And the minister said, wait, I will bring the reporter, the press, and we'll do it live. I said, okay, but I hate to do anything live. Then I came to the site, I brought my workmen, 10 workmen only moved the 20 tons only by wooden sledges. We found underneath another sarcophagus, 10 tons weight of granite. We took the third one and we found underneath a third one, 5 tons weight. We took the 5 tons out, and we found underneath a coffin with the mummy. And I told the workmen, put everything back. And I called the minister. I said, you can bring the press. We'll open it live. I never told them that I cheated them, but only in a site that I'm excavating right now. We do discover 60 feet under the ground. We discover sealed sarcophagus. The lid is about 10 tons weight. 2 workmen only opened the lid for me. We have a machine called the devil. I don't know why they called it the devil.
Devil?
Devil.
Okay.
Why? I don't know. I asked them. They said our grandfathers called it like that. Then they brought.
This is an ancient machine.
It is an ancient machine.
Jamie could probably pull it up.
Then
It's
they,
probably online.
then they put this machine under the lid, and they come doing like this, and they raise the lid a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
When the lid is raised, they put a piece of wood, another piece of wood, another, until there is a half a feet that they can put my face inside with the sarcophagus, with a flashlight to see what's inside the coffin. That's what because the people today are the descendants of the ancient Egyptian. There is a village located north of Luxor, and this village, all the people work in antiquities, and they know, if you look at their faces, exactly like the ancient Egyptian people, and all the people working with me. I'm excavating right now in Giza. We're going to tell you good news inside the Great Pyramid that we found, and also in Saqqara and Luxor. And this is why in my lecture tour now, I'm making major important announcement that we'll talk about with you today.
Okay, what did you find?
Now, can I call you Joe?
Please do.
And you call me Zahi.
Okay.
Now, I do receive fan emails.
You've received emails?
Fan
emails.
About 50 a week. Some of them bad ones. Some people think that I discovered evidence to prove that pyramids built by aliens or lost civilization, and I hide them. I never answer these questions. But to you, I tell you, how can I hide anything? I'm not working alone. I'm working with people. You cannot hide anything, because people will see you. And I will tell you a joke. It happened, but it's a joke. A reporter came to see me from California to my office, and my office was located next to the Great Pyramid of Khufu. And he said to me, people say at 12 noon, you leave your office and you go to the bathroom and you open a tunnel from your bathroom. Through it, really is what he said. And you go from the tunnel to the Great Pyramid, and you hide things and you come back. I said, okay, what do you need from me now? He said, I want to see your bathroom. This really happened. He went to my bathroom.
Should check all the panels.
And he came back. I said, have you seen any tunnels in my bathroom? He said, no. I said, what are you going to do now? He said, I will publish your bathroom in the internet. And therefore, if you want to see my bathroom, write www.hawasbathroom.com.
Is that much of an issue that people really believe it? That you had to make a website for it?
They do believe in this, and some of them attack me badly.
Well, that's part of the problem, right? Is that the Egyptian pyramids and just Egypt in general is so spectacular. The accomplishments of the ancient Egyptians were so monumental and so above anything that anybody had ever achieved. And since, what they've done thousands and thousands of years ago, still to this day, puzzles people when they try to figure out how it was built.
I will tell you.
You will tell me how it was built?
Of course.
Okay.
How
do you know?
How do you know?
How do you know?
I found all the evidence of building the pyramid. We published a book, 1,000 pages. This book is the Bible of the pyramids of Giza Plateau.
Okay, tell me how they did it.
Now, what we found out, the major problem that people think about pyramids, because most of the information that's written on pyramids are wrong.
Most of it?
Most of it.
In archaeology books?
In archaeology books.
Really?
Except me and Mark Leonard.
You guys are the only ones that have it right?
Because we have been working in Giza for the last 57 years of my life. I excavated every piece of sand.
Okay, what do the archaeologists have wrong in these archaeologist books?
For example, number one, they say that the workmen who built the pyramids worked only 4 months a year. When the flood covered the whole country, the king hired the workmen to work in his pyramid. This is wrong, and I will tell you what's correct. Number two, that the stones used in building the Great Pyramid came from Torah, and Torah is a 25 miles to the east from Giza. And number three, that Khufu ruled for 23 years. And number four, that the stones of the Great Pyramid are 2,300,000 blocks.
How many blocks are there?
Now, let us talk about number one, the workmen.
The workmen.
I found the tombs of the pyramid builders only 1 mile south of the Sphinx. A major important discovery that can tell everyone, number one, that pyramids built by Egyptians because of the names that we found inside the cemetery. And they were not slaves. Because
your phone?
Yes, I have to.
Yeah, kill that thing.
Kill it. You're right. I always, because I do lots of interviews, I always close it.
Oh, I get it.
Except today.
No worries. Nobody knows how to shut these things off anymore.
Then now, this
Okay,
discovery.
so explain. So you found the pyramids, you found the workers' pyramids graves a mile
away 1 mile south of the pyramids.
And by their names?
Then I found names of the workmen. I found the lower cemetery. The lower cemetery were for the burial of the workmen who moved the stones. And the upper cemetery was for the technicians.
Right, and how do you know this?
I will tell you.
Okay.
Now, the tombs down there are very primitive tombs, built from mud brick, cost nothing. Underneath is a skeleton. And if the skeleton is for a man, he's holding a beer jar. He wants to drink beer in the afterlife. If the skeleton is for a woman, she has a perfume vessel. She wants to have perfume in the afterlife. Inside the upper cemetery, I found 21 titles in hieroglyphic. For example, the overseer in hieroglyphic of the side of the pyramid.
Oh, it says that, the overseer of the side of the pyramid?
Emira Ges Mer in hieroglyphic. The overseer of the west side of the pyramid. Craftsman, the one who stands in front of the harbor. All these titles had to do with building the pyramid. Inside the tombs, we found the tools that the Egyptians used to cut the stones.
What tools?
Diorite and flint tools. Because in the Old Kingdom, there was no iron.
Are these photos of these tools available online? Can we look at them?
Yeah, I can send it to you.
Are they online?
No, in my book, Giza and the Pyramids. I don't know if it's online.
I'm sure it's online. Jamie will find it. So these tools were flint and diorite? What is diorite?
Diorite, D-I-O-R-I-T-E. Diorite is more sharp stone than iron. And it came from a quarry south of Aswan.
So you feel like they used this very hard stone to cut into
the stone. And I will come back to this cutting the stones.
Okay.
But let me continue about the workmen.
Okay.
To the east of the tombs, we found an area for sorting salted fish. We found an area for the bakery, making bread. We found the workmen barracks for the workmen who moved the stones to live. We found the whole city for the technicians, for the artisans. And we discovered thousands of animal bones. Because people always say that the workmen who built the pyramid, they ate only garlic and bread and drink beer. And I thought if they do that, they will die. But now we discovered that they slaughter 11 cows and 33 goats every day. And this can feed 10,000 workmen a day. then we believe now, and I published, that the workmen who built the pyramids were 10,000 workmen, and they worked every day, and they took 1 day off every 10 days. Joe, I want to tell you, the pyramid was a national project. The 3 million who lived in Egypt had to build the pyramid for the king to be a god. And therefore, the households in the south and the north of Egypt participated in building the pyramid by sending workforce and food to help the king. Now we come to the second point, the stones. We discovered that all the stones of the 3 pyramids at Giza, the stones came from quarries in the site itself.
Even the king's chamber?
No, except the granite in the king's chamber, and
where'd that come
from Aswan.
And that's 500 miles away, right?
Yes, by the flood. The flood.
And those were 50 to 80 tons?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't?
Yes.
If I was working there, it would matter.
No, because I showed you. Not really 50 tons. It's 20 tons. Now, what we found out, first, how the Egyptians built the pyramid. They make on the ground a square base. Okay?
Okay.
And after that, they cut in the solid rock in the 4 sides. You know, I'm going to tell you one thing.
Okay.
If you tell me that pyramids built by giants, okay, I will say, okay, come to the excavation. All the skeletons that we discover are 5 to 6 feet high. Nothing about
Who's
giants.
saying they were built by giants?
Some people say that.
Oh, okay.
The second,
I've heard aliens.
okay, the second, aliens. If aliens build the pyramid, do they leave any? Do they shit sometimes? Aren't they going to shit?
Maybe aliens don't shit.
If they don't shit, are they
Everyone
going
shits.
to leave something on the ground? On the contrary, I give you the evidence, every evidence that I will tell you today
Of actual workers.
and what's happening. Now, we come about building the pyramids.
Mm-hmm.
All the stones I told you came from Giza Plateau. We found out what happened first. They cut in the solid rock.
Okay.
And they made the base of the pyramid to be 28 feet on the solid rock.
Mm-hmm.
No stones. Do you get this?
Yes.
We have in Egypt 120 pyramids. We don't have only Khufu pyramids that everyone is talking about. You have 120 pyramids.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of them.
Right.
But the reason that this pyramid is so accurate and strong, because Giza Plateau is the only site in Egypt of the pyramids. It's a part of the Muqattam formation. It has 3 levels. Level 1 and 2 are very bad stones. But level 3 is the top quality of the stones. That the Egyptians use this stone to build the pyramid. Then after they make the base of the pyramid to be 20 feet each of stone, we found out 1,000 feet away, we found out the quality, location. All the
So
stones,
they only had to bring the stones 1,000 feet.
only the stones that,
The stones.
that came from outside are the casing stones. And I will talk about this later. That
Okay.
came from Torah. And the granite came from Aswan.
And the casing stones with the outside smooth surface.
Exactly.
Limestone,
Came from Torah.
Okay.
Then now, when we discovered the quarry location and the base of the pyramid, we thought how they established the ramp. You know the ramp?
Right. To move.
To move the stones.
Right.
We found out if the Egyptian will make the ramp from the quarry to the base, it will never happen. Because when you raise the base, you need to extend the ramp. We found out, listen to this carefully,
Okay.
that the only way to have a permanent ramp is to come to the southwest corner of the main pyramid. They built the ramp like this.
Okay.
And I excavated. And these are photos in my book, Giza and the Pyramid. I excavated from here to here. When the Egyptians construct a ramp, when they finish building the pyramid, they demolish the ramp. They cannot demolish all of it. They have to leave something in the ground.
Okay.
Do you get this?
Yes.
I excavated from here to here. I found in situ remains of the ram.
Are there photos of this?
Of course, in my book.
Okay, let's find the photos of the equipment first. Can't find anything?
It's in my book.
What did you find?
Well, nothing.
Nothing?
It's
How is that not online? That doesn't even make any
Pictures of
sense.
It's in my book, Giza and the Pyramids.
Maybe
These
look up
are the tombs.
from this
Joe,
book.
these are the tombs of the pyramid builders.
Right there.
This is the excavation. And this all what I discovered. This is my discovery of everything. Every piece of sand here tells us about the builder of the pyramid. But let me continue this. I will come to you. Then now, let us. If you go to my book, you will find out that I found here the diorite and the flint tools. Listen. Then now, I will come. The stones for building the pyramid came from the plateau. The casing came from Torah. Now we come to how many years Khufu ruled. Joe, there is one big discovery happened a few years ago.
Are these the tools?
No. This is tools for artists. The tools in our book, which is big diorite tools and big flint tools, big ones.
And why is this not online?
We'll never go to them online. It's in my book.
Right, but I mean, wouldn't that be everywhere? I mean, that's such a huge archaeological discovery.
It's not. It's because it's everywhere. It's not only in the Welcome only. It's in every site. You have these tools in many sites.
Right, but why aren't these tools online? That's all I'm asking.
Ask the people online, but they are remains in my book.
Are they in a museum somewhere?
There is some in the Cairo Museum, yes.
So there should be a photograph of them in the museum.
Okay.
What would Jamie look for? But I don't know. I'm just asking him.
Now I want to come to
What museum would have them?
Cairo Museum.
Cairo Museum would have those tools?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, a few years ago, a major discovery happened for the first time. It is the first time that we have written evidence about building the pyramid of Khufu.
When did this happen?
3 years ago.
Really?
It's called the Wadi al-Jarf papyri.
Oh,
Do you want to know what's in this papyri?
I do.
This papyri was found in Sinai, in a port belongs to Khufu. And inside this port, there was caves. And inside the caves, found remains of boat and this big papyri. Large, huge. That's it, exactly. Okay?
And what does this say?
Now,
First of all, how old is that?
4,600 years ago.
Isn't that amazing?
And listen,
Five writing.
in this,
4,600. So papyrus was made with animal skin, correct?
no, papyrus was of papyrus, from the papyrus.
Right. What is
The papyrus is just like leaves.
okay.
Now, but listen to the papyrus. It is a diary of an overseer of the workmen. His name is Merer, M-E-R-E-R. Okay? Merer is saying, I am Zahaj in hieroglyphic, means an inspector. Under me, working 40 workmen. I was hired by Khufu to work in his pyramid. This is in hieroglyphic. And he said, my immediate boss, his name is Didi.
Like he did it?
Didi, yes. Now, 20 years ago, in my excavation west of the Great Pyramid of Khufu, I discovered 20 tools.
These are the tools?
No, this is not the tools. No. The tools are really sharp, type of big tools. We found some of them.
What is that Jamie's looking at? What are these
This could be, the tools in the left is like them. In the left camp.
those tools?
No, more. No, down, no.
Where?
You know, here there's two, there's more. To the left, to the left, to the left, to the left. Go! Again.
What?
These two tools.
You mean up?
Down.
What are you talking?
The second one. After this one. That's it. Up. That's it. and this one.
Oh, those.
Those.
Yeah. But don't those look exactly like the other photograph we just had? Those up there. That looks like the heads of
Well,
these
this
things.
was the smalls. I'm talking about big ones.
So that's...
These are tools for making statues and things like, but not cutting the stones.
I see. So these are the same kind of tools, though, with the same kind of materials.
But let me talk about the papyri.
Okay.
Because this, many people doesn't know about this.
Okay.
The mayor said, my boss's name is Didi. 20 years ago, I excavated west of the Great Pyramid of Khufu. I found 20 tombs, beautiful ones. I published all of them, except one small tomb I said is not important. 3 years ago, I found this is the tomb of Didi, the person that he was the boss of Merer. And I published this tomb. You can find this tomb online now. It's called Didi's Tomb by Zahi Hawass, west of the Great Pyramid of Khufu. Now, listen, Joe, what Merer said, I took my workmen, this is in hieroglyphic. We went to Torah to cut the white, fine limestone. This sentence means that the pyramid was finished, and Merer went to bring the stones for the casing. And he said, I'm not alone. There is many other guys are cutting the stones. And Torah is in north and south. And he said, I divided my gangs to 3 gangs. One gang to cut the stones. And one gang is smoothing the stones. And smoothing the stones with the right tools to face the stones for the casing. And after that, he said, and the third group moving the stones in wooden sledges. To us.
This is all in the papyri.
In the papyri, to a cargo boat. What happened in the Old Kingdom? We have evidence that the River Nile, the Egyptian cut to the west of this River Nile, another Nile, to be near the pyramid. From this Nile, they cut a canal. At the end of the canal, there is a harbor in front of every pyramid. I discovered in my excavation in front of Khufu Pyramid, there is a village called Nazlet Saman. In this village, the people were building houses. Underneath the houses, we found basalt walls. I stopped the construction of the houses and I excavated the whole area. I found this is the harbor of Khufu, and I published this in an article. And I excavated in front of the Sphinx Temple, and I found the harbor of Kefren, and it's public. Now, the reason for the canal and the harbor, to bring non-local stones, granite from Aswan, alabaster from Middle Egypt, diorite from Nubia, basalt from Fayoum, white limestone from Torah. The Egyptian had everything.
So they essentially cut a second canal. They cut a canal just so they can move the stones to where they wanted them.
And I discovered all of this. And this is published. If you write Zahi Hawass.
And so this was all the casing stones.
Exactly.
Right. Is it possible that the casing stones were put on later?
No, after you finish building the pyramid.
Right.
There is 2 important things when they finish building the pyramid. I discovered in a site called Abu Sir, I discovered 2 scenes. One scene, workmen dragging a capstone. Above the capstone is a hieroglyphic word called Ja'an.
So where's this?
What is this?
This is in hieroglyphs?
Yes.
Dragging the capstone?
Yes.
Can we see this?
Find out. I don't know if it's internet or not.
What would Jamie look for?
Look for Zahi Hawass discovery in Abu Sir.
Dick Jazz.
How much do you think was lost during the burning of the Library of Alexandria?
A lot, of course.
Everything, right?
Everything. And this is why what I'm telling you, I have been excavating in Giza, Joe, for the last 57 years. I know every piece of sand in the site. And I want to tell you one thing also.
Okay.
I am the only Egyptologist who have an open mind. that I always look. I always look at what the public say, and I will tell you about this later. I will tell you what I found in the pyramid. But let me finish this story, and after that I will come back to tell you how I look at what people say, and I try to investigate this. Okay. Now, Miller said, I put the stones on a cargo boat.
Okay.
And we came in the boat to Giza Plateau. The workmen took the stones up to the pyramid. We slept overnight in Giza. I got up early in the morning with my workman. We went to Torah. He made many times talking about that. Then he said, I went to Sinai to bring copper and turquoise. But he said in Sinai, our big boss, his name is Ankaf. We know from text that the architect who designed the Great Pyramid was Khufu's cousin. His name was Hem Eyono. Then actually, it seems now that Hem Eyono died and Ankaf completed the Great Pyramid and built the second pyramid of his son, Kefren. Then he said, I'm working in year 27 of Khufu's reign. He mentioned that Khufu was alive in year 27.
How long do you think he reigned for?
28 years. I published an article. About, you can find this article.
Why was the age 23 years? Why was that attributed to them?
Now, this is a good question. Egyptologists has a problem when they count the name of the king. Because when the ancient Egyptians counted the cattle, they counted the reign of the king. Sometimes they count the cattle every year. Sometimes they counted the cattle every 2 years. Then we make mistakes. But now we have year 27 of Khufu's reign. And we have on the second boat bit that the Japanese are restoring now, we know when the king died, his son buried him. Then Khufu's son, his name is Jenefre, who did not respect his father, and I will tell you why. He buried his father in year 28. Then we know now for sure that Khufu ruled for 28 years. Now, Miller said something that made me very happy. Because 25 years ago, I wrote an article to say that Memphis was not the capital of Egypt. I said that the king ruled Egypt from the pyramid. If the pyramid is in Abu Rawash, the king ruled Egypt from Abu Rawash. If the pyramid is in Giza, Abu Sir, Saqqara. Then Miller said something many people did not believe me when I wrote this article. But Miller said, Khufu lived in his palace at Giza. If he lived in a palace at Giza, means with the royal family, the public, and the government. And he said that the area that Khufu lived in it, in the pyramid called Ankh Khufu, in hieroglyphic, means the Khufu lives. This is the name of the city that Khufu lived in it. And Miller said, we came to Giza in an area in hieroglyphic called Ra-She. And Ra-She means literally mouth of the lake. This could be the entrance of Giza Plateau. But what's really strange, he said, it took me almost 1 day for me and my workmen to come to the pyramid. Why? Because Giza entrance was busy. Every stone coming in has to be counted. Every workman has to sign the first letter of his name. And this is why if you go today to the port of New York, it will take you 5 hours because it's busy. And this is what happened at Giza Plateau. This papyri, in my opinion, is really one of the most important discovery that tells us for the first time about building the pyramid. And now we come to the reign of Khufu, 28 years, and now the stones of the Great Pyramid. I looked everywhere to find out how they counted the stones. That people said it's 2,300,000 blocks.
Right.
I found no evidence. It's only when the Arabs came. You know all the theories that the New Age people say now, it came from the Arabs. When the Arabs came and they entered the pyramid, they said all this nonsense stories about the pyramids. Then I never found any place to tell me how they cut the stones. But now we have evidence that the base of the pyramid is 20 feet high of solid rock, no stones. In 2010, I brought a team, scientists from every field, and we recounted the stones based on the new evidence, and we found out that the stones of the pyramid are only no more than 1 million. And the average height of the limestone is half a ton to 2.5 tons.
So the base of the pyramid is 20 feet high, carved into solid stone.
Yes.
And then the other rocks were placed on top of it.
No,
Now,
I want to come to when you told me about this capstone, because we
Uh-huh.
did not complete the capstone.
Right, but let's start off with this though. The base is 20 feet high, and then the estimation was 2,300,000, but you think it's far less than that.
Because of the new discovery that we found that the base is made of the solid rock.
So before they thought the base was individual stones.
Yes.
Okay. So now that you know that the base is solid rock, that removes 1,300,000 stones that were necessary.
Yes.
Got it. So they carved this base knowing they were going to put a pyramid on top of it. And what about the subterranean chambers?
Every king in Egypt is buried underneath the pyramid. Every king except Khufu and his father Senefru. The only two kings they are not buried underneath is Khufu and his father. If you look at the one chamber underneath, it was cut and built. If you go down, it's left unfinished.
Left unfinished in what way?
It was planned to cut it, but they did not complete it. You can see when you go down that the burial chamber is not finished. Why?
Why?
Because I found out in our research, every king is Horus on earth. When the king died, he became the sun god. Okay?
Okay.
Khufu, in year 5, he said, I am the sun god. And he abandoned the construction of the first burial chamber, and he built his chamber within the pyramid because he's the god.
And that's the queen's chamber, correct?
No,
The first one.
I'm going to come to these chambers later.
Okay.
And the second evidence that he called his pyramid Akhet Khufu means the horizon of Khufu. And the only one in the horizon is the sun god. And the third evidence is something that only occurred at Giza, the Sphinx and its temple. I found that the Sphinx represents Kefren, the son of Khufu, giving offering with his two paws to his father,
Okay.
the sun god, Khufu, who rises and sits in this temple, the first sun temple. And this is why Khufu's pyramid is unique among the 120 pyramids. And I will tell you what I discovered inside the pyramid now.
Okay.
Now, before I tell you about what I discovered, I have to complete the scene that I told you, that I found workmen dragging a capstone. You remember, you asked me that, you stopped with that. Above the capstone, there is a hieroglyphic word called Jaim. And Jaim means white and yellow gold. A second scene I found, ladies dancing. And they call them the Khinner. And the Khinner are the dance troupe of the king. My interpretation of these two scenes. When the pyramid was finished, the king asked the workmen to put the capstone in the top of the pyramid. When they put the capstone in the top of the pyramid, cased with gold, the whole country dance and sing because the king became a god. That's what I call the national project of the whole nation. The 3 millions who lived in Egypt in the time of the Old Kingdom, all of them participated in building the pyramid to make the king as a god.
This is your theory.
Not a theory.
No?
It's fact. It is a fact. The pyramid was the national project.
No, that's not what I mean. I mean, it's your theory that the capstone was put on and...
It's not a theory.
Yeah.
It's based on evidence. I found the scenes.
The papyri.
No, the papyri is something else.
Where are the scenes?
It's blocks.
Blocks?
Limestone blocks. One scene, workmen dragging a capstone with the word Jaim.
Is this written in limestone blocks? Is that what you're saying?
It shows the workmen dragging a stone.
It shows it where?
In the stone that they discovered.
So it's carved into the stone.
Exactly. And the word Jaim in hieroglyphic above that.
Where is that at?
It's an Abosir. I found.
But are there photographs online?
Yes, in my book. I don't go online. Why I have to go online? I go to my book.
Oh, no, I understand. But for everybody else that doesn't have immediate access to your book.
Did you find them online? It's called the Abosir blocks. Abosir. A, B as in boy.
How do you think they got the stones from the king's chamber 500 miles away and put them 120 feet up in the ceiling?
I told you, if you come today and see how the workmen move 20 tons of granite, you will understand.
Workers today.
Yes, today like yesterday.
Right.
The same workmen. Okay.
Right, but
no, Joe,
listen, correct? If they're doing it today, they have access to modern machines.
If you don't,
right?
No.
They don't?
No. It's everything based on the idea of the national project. They want to make this for the king.
I understand the national project.
Now,
what I don't understand is the physics involved
in
moving
if you
80-ton blocks 500 miles through the mountains.
If you don't believe on this.
It's not that I don't believe. I just want to know.
Inside this
Hold
block.
On. Hold on. It's not that I don't believe. I want you to explain to me how you think they did it.
I explained to you.
From 500 miles away, from 50 to 80-ton blocks.
This comes through the Nile. You can bring all the stones.
Right. But we have the mountains, right?
No, the quarries, the granite quarries in Aswan, and we have cutting of the obelisks and cutting of the stones and cutting everything in the site. And they brought, when the flood comes in July, they bring boats through the flood. They bring us out of the stones to Giza Plateau.
They plan things for the floods, and then they would figure out some sort of a raft system to get them on and then move them that way.
Now, if we now do not believe that this cannot be moved by human being, okay? But on the other side, what I can tell you, inside, above these blocks, written the names of the gangs who built the pyramid above the king's chamber. One of the names, Friends of Khufu. I did a 3D a few months ago, and we recorded in the 5 chambers that has these huge blocks. We found 2 more names of the gangs. One name called those who are connected with the GUINNESS World, and written year 13 of Khufu's reign on the 3rd chamber. I took Mr. Beast with me 2 months ago. I took him and I showed him how these blocks, they were written by the workmen before they moved these stones. Mm-hmm. And in the 4th room, we have the good God, another name, who was year 13 of Khufu's reign. This is when they moved the stones.
So I understand what you're saying. So you're saying that they took these stones, they waited for the flood season, they got the stones on rafts, they moved them down the river, they got them to the site. How did they get them 120 feet in the air?
You know, again, this is the most important thing. This is a national project.
Oh, I understand. When the boats, very valuable to them. I just wondered what technology was used.
No technology.
Well, technology is tools. Technology is leverage.
Okay, technology.
Whatever they had at the time was their current technology. The
huge wooden sledges.
Huge wooden sledges.
This is the only way that today we move huge stones. This is how my workmen moved 20 tons sarcophagus in a tomb.
How far did they move it?
They moved it just a few feet away. Mm-hmm. But we have scenes of how workmen move 60-ton statue, how they move wooden sledges.
Right.
And they draw it.
Yes, he knows.
Yeah, then we have all this type of scene that the Egyptians show that. Again, this is the national project.
Do you think they wet the ground? Like, do you think that they did something like that to make the ground more slick so they
They
can
do.
pull it?
Yes.
Do that, yeah.
Yes.
And then, are they using sleds? Like, how do they
Sledges, wooden sledges.
And then they just
We have this in
slowly but surely pulled it into position.
We have this in the tombs.
Got it.
Wooden sledges.
Yeah.
But let me take you now to what I began to reveal the secret of Khufu Pyramid.
Okay.
As I told you again, I always listen to what people say and I try to prove them if they're right or not. I was interested in the Great Pyramid most of my life because I was the inspector of the pyramid, director. I spent most of my life there. Then I closed this pyramid for a year to stop humidity.
To stop humidity?
Because every person,
all the breathing,
enter inside the pyramid gives about 20 grams of water. And this water becomes salt. Then mechanically, I removed the salt.
You gotta clean the wall.
Exactly. And after that, I thought, how can I make a ventilation system of the pyramid? In the king chamber and the queen chamber, you have this tunnel, 20 per 20 centimeter only. Small tunnel.
Right.
Then I thought I should clean this tunnel. Then I can make a ventilation system. I had no idea of what I'm going to find out.
What'd you find out?
Then I hired a German robot. And we took the German robot to the king ship. We are sitting in the king ship.
That makes sense. It's your perspective, and I respect you for it to get back to me. It has to get out of control. I have nothing on that. I have no idea what her issue is. That's fine. That's her narrative. That's how she feels. And I get it. Yeah. As far as Kyla goes, we're having a long conversation on the phone. Very good. Yeah, so many times. These narratives, it's like a fucking soap show. And this drama, there's no drama. Like, Bobby, please, my close friend, like, no one's been more supportive when I started than Bobby. Besides Rogan, like, nobody's been more supportive. So, when it comes to Kyla, I didn't have her number. Maybe like, send me a so I called her. We just had a conversation, for now. Me and her, dude, you talk about the secret sauce. Kyla's the secret sauce of Tiger Ballet. The trash she's such a smart fucking girl. No issues. As far as swimming goes, it's a miscommunication. Again, and I told her, always come to me. If you want to know, come to me. And they said that you had like some terrible or something like that. Like, I don't know. So they're making each other. They're making this up. Again, when it comes to Kyla, it's like, I don't know. Again, I don't subscribe to social media. So if she's getting that news and she subscribes to it, I would be upset too. That's why I told her. See, like, I don't get it. So we were straight up had a conversation. But see, this is the problem with you being like so detached from anything that happens online. Because you don't get to correct narratives about you in real time. Like, this is the first time you've ever addressed what they said. But who else is going to like across 10 different platforms? You could just go back, that's wild, that's not true. I'm not saying anything. There's no lawsuit. I called it up, it's squashed, everything's good. Instead of they put it out there and then never address what is out there. And now everybody just believes what has been said by them is real. You think you can do that? The regulation film direct when you're dead. And it's much between you two, but the people who've seen it haven't seen it gets watched. So they just believe that thing that they've digested is still there. Sure, but that comes with, celebrity and all that shit. So it's like that, some stuff you don't have to tell. You know what I'm saying? Like, client called me, one of my closest friends. So it's like that stuff, and you gotta realize when I was talking to Donna, and again, I get we have this huge arbitrage. Let's get the Trash Tuesday. What are we gonna say on the Trash Tuesday? It's simple as far as, did you try to pull any into your truck? No, that makes sense. It's your perspective, and I respect it for it to get back to me. It has to get out of control. I have nothing but love. I have no idea what her issue is. That's fine. Yeah, then I got some sad news. I'm going to be taking a step back from being on King of the Snake. That's how she feels. Yeah, I get it. I don't see you beating I don't see you beating Keith Vasquez. I don't see you beating Junior Santos. I don't see you beating Fabricio. This is a shout out to my friends who are on the internet, PFJs, that makes the bizarre statement that, like a homeless person, the opinions of his critics don't matter.
Zoot, how you living, pimp? Okay, well, no one gives a shit. The only thing about which people give a shit is, are you ready to lose your 16th straight game to the pimp?
Yeah, shut up.
I mean, you don't sound too enthused. Let me ask you the important questions of the day. After I beat you 16 times, are you ready to do an interview?
You're not going to bet me 16 times, so it's not going to be no interview.
All right, sounds like we should get that interview queued up, folks.
Hey, Rabbi, the current at 108 grand.
That's great.
That's nearly all time high. was 100.
All right. Do you think my shot sucked? Rank it. Oh, Zoot, that was phenomenal.
That's a cool.
Oh, dude, my shot was just garbage. Dude, shut that shit off, son. Oh, that was a great shot, though. I have to shut off your bullshit chat box. Dude, I just had one of the best shots that I've ever had. And you just helped me get in the water, get in the water, get in the water, get in the water. All right. What a fucking shot. Bye, son. Bye, son. That was a bad shot on my part.
You might have just fucked yourself.
I didn't fuck anything. The only thing that I did was have an excellent shot right here.
Yeah, but not as good as this shot.
Dude, that shot was dog shit, and you know it.
Well, we tied.
Tying sucks. I've beaten you 15 straight games.
We're gonna win this game. Oh, you suck at this one.
Dog, I keep getting fucked on the hole choices.
Oh, fuck. I was trying to go for like the trickiest water bump where I'd hit the tree and then water bump you, but even if I did water bump you, it wouldn't impact game whatsoever. I might have helped you. Come on now. Oh, Rabbi, that was a great shot.
Thank you, sir.
Nearly a good shot.
I have to agree with you. You've got a lot of pink.
Is my shot good?
You got a lot. Yeah, it was good. You've got a lot of. Oh no, Zoot. Zoot, I left it short.
And a comeback.
No way you make this. Zoot, I fucked up.
Yeah, I came back. The 2-2. I had a feeling it was going to be this one. I think I know what's going to be next.
Oh, Zoot, you kind of fucked yourself, son. And look how sick this shot is, Zoot.
So I need to really try here.
Yeah, you do. You need an excellent shot.
You can help.
Dude, you're fucked, man. I don't know.
Good try.
Try it, big dog.
Fuck.
Okay. Now it's time for my lead that will grant me 16 straight wins against you. You need one of the best shots of your life. And you did not get it. Zoot, it's 3-2.
You got lost.
Zoot, it's 3-2. I cleared all. Zoot, I just want you to know it's 3-2.
But good thing I know where the hole is. I can see where the hole is.
Zoot, it's 3-2.
You're very far away from the hole. Why would you do that?
Why not, dog?
Oh, fuck. The hole might be on the left.
It's 3-2. All I know is that it's 3-2, son. And you're running out of shots, baby.
You're playing with the dick.
Yeah, I'm playing to win, baby, because I like those W's. I'm ready to interview you. Oh, shoot.
This is not good. don't know why you did that. You just gave me the hole. Fuck.
Zoot. So long as I don't disconnect, I'm guaranteed at least a tie for 16 straight wins. Guaranteed.
Alright, I'm gonna get a hole.
Oh, shoot. Zoot.
I'm gonna get a hole.
Zoot. To try to stop the bleeding.
Oh no. Fucking close. How did I know you were gonna do that?
Because I'm sexy and I've got a big dick. What do you want me to do about it, big dog?
But you fucked up, so I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna go out and, well.
Zoot.
Oh, fuck.
Zoot. That's a heartbreaking shot. It's a heartbreaking miss. Zoot, guaranteed the six. We're here on the fifth hole. Zoot still hasn't finished up. All right, Zoot, what's it like to lose 16 straight to the biggest pimp of all time?
More humiliating than being on Bonnie Blues OnlyFans for 1,000 man gangbang.
You said that after your 15th loss. Is it more embarrassing to lose 15 straight or 16 straight?
16.
All right, back to you in the studio. Dude, are you ready to lose 17? Dude, are you ready to lose 17 straight games?
Yeah.
Now, I would have never thought that we would ever have just known of anyone to lose this many games straight. This is just, I don't want to say sad. It's embarrassing. I can tell you that. It's embarrassing. For someone who talks such a big game as you do, you come in here many times, you're like, hey, you ready to lose? And I'm always very, very modest and humble, and I'm like, well, I don't really know. And then I just come in and just tear off 16 straight wins. This is fucking unimaginable. This is, dude, I'm going to really put it down like this. In the history of mankind, we've seen some dog shit performances. Okay? And yours in this game is one of the most embarrassing, saddest, most excruciatingly poor performances that we've ever seen. And I'm over here hitting shots like just the most amazing shots. Zoot, did you just see that? Zoot, I've already got a lead. 1-0, son. Zoot, did you know that I'm leading 1-0?
Did you know that you're gonna fuck up this shot and go into the water?
Oh, I'm not going in the water. I put it in a perfect position. Zoot.
I was talking about myself.
Zoot. You're fortunate I didn't hit that tractor. Go in the water. Oh, that was a great shot.
Oh my god, Olga.
That was a great shot.
That was the most perfect shot. It's the first shot.
That was a great shot, Zoot. Zoot, I just want you to know, from the bottom of my heart,
Oh, fuck, I fucked up.
that you're going to have a difficult third shot. And my ball's going in the hole. What's going to happen, Zoot? Oh, great shot. Great shot. Maybe their best shot of the day. Oh, Zoot.
I hate this. But you always fuck it up.
Dude, I always have a perfect shot.
Yeah, because you have the advantage of having the fucking tent there.
Yeah, because I went first because I earned it. You ready for this shot?
Right.
I earned it. You started going first. Zoot, you're down 3-1. You can only tie. I'm guaranteed a 17th straight win, barring any disconnects. I hate this hole. This is my least favorite hole, Zoot.
My favorite hole.
Zoot, F you, man. This hole sucks. This hole sucks and you know it.
And I'm just going to do a shot like this. You're going to be like, how the fuck did he even do that?
How the fuck did he even do that? Oh, but how did I do that? You thought I was done, son. You thought I was done. But guess what? I'm like a zombie. I'm back from the dead, pimp. Greatest beast of all time. I'm not just good looking, I'm smart too, baby. Look at this shot. Look at this.
You might just be the best at it I've ever seen.
Thank you, big man. I would have to agree with you. I'm just amazing. Zoot, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Zoot. Just for you, baby. I'm going to bounce it off that thing. Zoot, are you ready for your 16th? Is it 16th? 17th straight interview?
Yeah.
Zoot, we're warming up on the 5th tee as a ESPN reporter. What do you have in Australia? What's your ESPN in Australia? Did you just quit?
ESPN in Australia would be Fox Sports.
Here we are. This is Fox Sports on the 4th tee because Zoot's a little bitch and quit. Zoot, what's it like to lose 17 straight games to the man, the myth, the legend, Rabbi Rothschild? What's that feel like, Zoot? Zoot, what's it feel like? This is unprecedented. No one on earth has ever known this type of defeat. You are literally a trailblazer in dick sucking. How does it feel? You've lost 17 straight games. This coming from Fox Sports. We'd like to know, what's it like to resign on the 4th hole to lose your 17th straight game? And are you ready to lose 18 straight games? Back to you in the studio. Alrighty, Zoot. Are you ready? Zoot, you know I'm closing in on 1,000 wins.
No, I'm waiting on 10,000 wins.
Are you proud of that shot? Zoot, are you proud of that shot? Because I just had an excellent... I'll take that shot. You going to bounce me? Oh, Zoot. Oh, that's a painful shot. I don't know if you like that shot in comparison to this one. Oh, baby girl. Oh, baby girl. Oh, baby girl. Dog, this motherfucker's up 1-0 off a shot like that. Yeah, you better fucking... I have to shut the chat off now. Look at this shot, Zoot. And then he comes off with an amazing tee shot. Zoot, you're witnessing greatness. I don't know if you know it. I don't know if you can comprehend it. But I'm sure the folks at home are absolutely aware that they are witnessing greatness. They've never seen it. You just fucking gave up again? All right, here we are on the 2nd hole. Here we are on the 2nd hole. We've got Zoot, who just gave up like a bitch. Fox Sports. Here we are, Fox Sports. We're here to interview Zoot, who's lost 18 straight games. Zoot, what's it like to lose 18 straight games to such a sexy opponent?
It sucks.
Now, do you think that Rabbi's gotten into your head? Or do you think, is it a mental thing? Is it physical? Do you have a paper cut on your hand? Are you maybe better? Back to you in the studio. Champion, son. Just domination. Had some of the best shots I've ever had. Just sexier than fuck. I love how I interview him after the loss. Dude, that shit is so fucking funny to me. The motherfucker should be just excellent. But he's losing. All right, interview yourself. Here we are at the 19th hole with Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi, before you slang all the dick on every fucking cart girl in this place. Wait, before you slang dick on every cart girl in this place, what's it like to win 18 straight games against Zoot? It's really pretty easy. I haven't really been challenged. I think I was challenged once. Psych, never, ever. Let me just get that. So I just want everybody to know that I'm interviewing myself here as I restart these Discords. I've just never really been challenged. One of the last games I had in darts is a perfect game. And I've just been playing balls to the walls. Excellence in mini golf. And here's the key part of it. I haven't even been tied in mini golf. This is 18 straight fucking wins. That's a whole real golf course. 18 straight wins. And I don't see it ending aside from shitty internet. If I've ever lost anything ever, it's because I let the other person win. It's like a father playing a child. Just the best fucking play we've ever seen. Anything else? Anything else that you want to say? Oh man, I gotta take a shit. Allegedly. Back to you in the studio.
A chamber with a TV screen, and the robot entered.
Look at this athleticism.
We found
This is
out
really unprecedented.
that the interior of the pyramid, the stones were interplugged. And this is why when the Arabs came to Egypt, and they said man first time and time first pyramids, then we found out that this shaft went outside. Then we put a fan here, and the fan sucked the air and pushed it in the tunnel, and we made a ventilation system in the pyramid.
So then discovery of these stones, what was unusual about the way they were placed?
What?
So you said they interlocked?
Interblocked.
Interblocked?
Yes, like
What do you
this.
mean by that? Oh, like fingers.
Mm.
Okay. So there's like different levels and they all slid in together?
How they put the stones with each other.
Okay.
But now the most important, then I took the robot to the second chamber. Now we know that the tunnel in the first chamber are open outside.
Open outside.
Right. That's why we have these tunnels in the second chamber. They call it wrongly the Queen chamber.
Right.
Then we took the robot to the northern tunnel of the Queen chamber. After 60 feet, the robot stopped because the tunnel was bending to the left, and the German robot could not bend. Then we took the robot to the south tunnel. The robot went for 200 feet, stopped in front of a door with 2 copper handles. That was the first discovery. Now, I began to think, how can I find out what's behind this door? In 2002, I was chosen by the National Geographic as explorer in residence. We were 9 explorers. With us was Bill Billard, who found Titanic. Each explorer had a dream. I told them, I need you to design a robot for me. I want to find out what's behind this door. And they did make a robot, and they called it Pyramid Rover. We took the Pyramid Rover, and the robot went in the South Tunnel, and the robot had a drilling on his hand. The robot opened one hole, 1 centimeter and 1 millimeter, and sent an optic camera through this hole. We found after 21 centimeters of this door, a second one. And the second one has an egg shaped like that, as if it's hiding something. Then after that, we went to the northern tunnel that was bending. We found out it's bending north and south for 24 feet. And the reason for the bending was to avoid the Grand Gallery. At 200 feet, the robot stopped in front of a third door with 2 copper handles in the same distance of this one.
And these doors are very small, right?
Very small, 20 by 20 centimeters.
Okay.
Now, I spent most of my life from 2002 until 2024, last year. I found a team from England, and we worked last year for 3 seasons. Number 1, I found out above the King Chamber, a big void. Above the Grand Gallery.
Right.
This void, the size of 2 trucks. Now, the second void, behind the northern tunnel, another small void. Inside this void, we can see hieroglyphic inscriptions.
Really? So those are the only hieroglyphics on the Great Pyramid, right?
And I can show you the footage in my.
Do you have the footage here?
If you can come to my lecture.
Oh, come
in
on,
Houston.
Man. What about right here, right now?
I can send it to you.
Where do you have it? Do you have it on you?
In my computer.
Where's your computer?
In Las Vegas.
Oh, well, fuck.
But I can send it to you before.
Yeah, but I want to show it on the show.
Show it in the show. I can send it to you tomorrow.
Okay. You can send it tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay. We'll splice it in, folks.
Then tomorrow I will send it to you.
Please do. Okay.
Now.
I'll give you my email.
Now.
I'll give you Jamie's email.
Yeah. Give me. But you should come and. Can you come and introduce me here in Houston?
Excuse me? Can I introduce you in Houston? No, I cannot.
Why?
Because I'm very busy.
Okay. Fine.
If I had known in advance, I could.
Oh, fine.
Yeah.
Fine.
Unfortunately, I don't have any free time, Zahi.
Zahi. Not Zahi.
Zahi.
Then now,
Mr. Hawass.
Then now, what we are going to do?
So this is the only pyramid. Can I ask you though? This hieroglyphics inside this chamber that you've discovered. These are the only hieroglyphics in the Great Pyramid. Is that correct?
No, there is in the 5 chambers. I told you.
Oh, in the other chambers.
I told you in the 5 chambers. Now we have 5 names of the gangs who built the pyramids, and we have
these are all recent discoveries.
Yes.
Within how long? How recent?
This void as last year, 2024. Wow. The hieroglyphic discovery or 3 months ago.
So all this is isn't that fascinating? You've been studying the pyramids for so long, and you're still finding things. But
listen to me, what I'm going to do.
What are you going to do?
There is a friend of mine. His name is Leslie Greif. Leslie is from Hollywood. He did with me many live TV shows, and he did with me Chasing Mummies. And Leslie now is working to find a network to come. We need to do this program live.
Okay.
I want to show the whole world what I discovered inside the pyramid, that we are not hiding anything. I want to show them the hieroglyphic.
Why do you always feel like you're in battle with people?
Because
But
because they attack me. Go to
Okay, I
go,
understand
go
that
in the,
because- I
I'm not in a
understand
battle
that.
with
I
people. They
understand.
are in the battle with me.
I understand that. But I'm giving you an opportunity to just lay things out. You don't have to argue with people that aren't here.
I'm not arguing.
Fuck those people.
I'm not arguing. I'm
You know
just
what I'm saying?
telling the people.
I'm just fascinated by the discovery itself.
Okay, then
So
now,
what does it look like? These hieroglyphs. I know you can
no,
read hieroglyphs,
is
right?
that science?
You can read that stuff.
Yes, but we can. The signs are not clear.
It's not clear.
No, we need to do more investigation in September.
Is it a difficulty in seeing inside there? Because
You know,
it's
because
dark.
when the Egyptian write inside the 5 chambers, for example, they don't write hieroglyphic. They write a cursive hieroglyphic. It's called the hieratic. And this hieratic, Joe, it's very difficult to read from outside.
What does that look like?
It's a cursive of the hieroglyphic.
Let me see what that looks like. Man. That's fascinating.
This is hieroglyphic.
This is hieroglyphic. That's hieratic.
We not talk about
But on the
hieratic.
right, on the right-hand side, it says hieratic.
Exactly. Look at the one on the right, this hieratic.
Okay.
Then it's very
God,
difficult.
it's so beautiful.
Yeah.
What a beautiful language. Like the way it's written, it looks like art.
Then, Joe, what we're going to do before the end of this year, we are going to show what's inside this void life.
These symbols that look like make that larger, please. These symbols to the far left, where right below Jamie's cursor, right there. Like, what are those supposed to be?
They are signs.
But what does it mean?
Look, this.
It looks like a device.
The one down means sish, for a determinative, a scribe.
What is the one that his cursor?
No, this is
looks like a stop sign.
It's for a scribe.
A scribe.
Yeah.
What does it mean?
Scribe.
It
Sish.
means a scribe.
Sish.
Okay, I understand. So, and then the other one on the hieratic, that's the cursive version of
I'm not that expert in hieratic.
Okay.
Because hieratic is very cursive.
I understand, but I think this is showing that, right?
I know, but if you look at the signs in the 5 chambers that I will send it to you tomorrow, it's very difficult to read, but you can see they are hieratic, cursive signs.
Got it.
But the most important that we are going to show this live.
Oh, wow. Okay, so people don't even know, and you're going to show all this stuff live.
We will do it live. But the other thing, we have another team called Scan Pyramids team. They are scientists from Japan, France, and Egypt. I am the scientific director who really, if they discover something, they come to me. I have to discuss it with them. And they found, the pyramid.
Yeah.
You have the entrance that the people use now is the entrance that the Arabs opened.
That's in the north face, correct?
Exactly. Above that is the main chamber.
Okay.
The team are using a very sophisticated techniques like ultrasound, infrared. With these techniques, you do not need any more to drill. You can really see what's behind the door. And this is really what I'm using right now. Then they came to me and they said, behind the main entrance of the pyramid, there is a corridor. And they showed to me this corridor clear in the 5 techniques that they're using. But they told me why I have to see it. Let's go up there. We went up there and they sent an optic camera through the stones. And they found I could look at the corridor 30 feet long, 8 feet wide, topped with chevron shape. I think you can see that in the internet. The corridor behind the main entrance of the pyramid. Can you get it? It's in the internet, I'm sure.
This void above the Grand Gallery,
the size of 2 trucks.
what do you think that is?
I have no idea. I'm just telling you what I found.
And
this was a great pyramid. I did more work on the third pyramid with the same techniques, and the second pyramid. This is the void.
Okay,
can you see it?
Wow, that's incredible.
And I think, and bring the other big void above the Grand Gallery. I think you will see it also.
So find the void above the Grand Gallery, Jamie. So it's 2 trucks.
The size of 2 trucks.
Size of 2 semi-trucks. And do you have any idea like what the inside?
I will tell you about my field.
Please do.
a sinking ship. The founding father of Chang's. 300 pages of evidence could not take him down. The Efebo-feeling sidekick with shattered dreams of a brighter future. The guy from Workaholics. The Southern gentleman who escaped the war. Heard saying, I don't want that. The countless baddies. Rejecting truck walks. The dick-slinging kingmaker. He was short. The lion who smuggled information between enemies. Dishonorably discharged from both armies. The bird who flew too close to the sun. Remembered for his son. Caduced for forgetting we do not matter. And the great P.F. Noon. I miss you, brother. Okay, number 3. What is up, the kids, the girls, the kids, the adults? You guys love me. Nobody cares about it. I have officially decided to leave Showtime, and I'm doing everything under Single Point Productions, the Glenn Network. So we of course put the puzzle pieces together. I'm just like what you do. Everything. It's some great stuff, man. It's some great stuff. This isn't a sad thing. This is me begging on myself to do everything I invested in cameras, equipment, camera. I gotta get things done, get it out. Tonight show live. Exactly how I want. Have it look exactly how I want. Exactly how I want. Yeah, man. I'm super excited. So cheers to everybody who's been cheers drinking. Cheers to everything. It's our cheers. 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 Let's go talk somewhere. Yeah, just it's great stuff. It's great stuff. This is the sad thing. I think that it's here.
So that's the void.
Yeah. Now,
And it's that shape. It's
You know-
in that direction, so it's at a slope.
it's about the grand color. That's it.
That's it.
Yeah. The scan pyramid process. Now, I tell you my theory.
Please do.
We have a story written in hieroglyphic, but not at the time of Khufu. It's after Khufu. The story it's written in a papyri. It's called Khufu and the Magician. It says that Khufu was staying in his palace, and he was very upset. He was not happy. And his son came to him, Your Majesty, why are you unhappy? He said, I'm searching for the secret of the God of the God of wisdom. Then I can design my burial chamber in the pyramid. Then his son told him, I know a magician. His name is Jidi. He knows how to cut the head of a man off and put it back. And he knows the secret of the God of wisdom.
He knows how to cut the head of a man off and put it back, but is the guy still alive? Is that what he's saying?
No, this is what the son
Right.
is telling his father,
I understand that.
that Jidi can do that.
A lot of people can cut a guy's head off. and
But
put it
listen
back.
to the story. This is the story.
Okay.
Then the king told his son, bring this to me.
Okay.
They describe him as 100 years old and he drinks 1,000 beer. Blah, 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 blah.
Wow.
Jidi came in front of the king. And Khufu told him, I heard that you can cut the head of a man off. He said, yes, your majesty. He said, do it. He said, Jidi said, I cannot do it with a human being. He said, okay, I will bring you a prisoner. Jidi said, a prisoner is a human being. Then he brought him a goose. He took the head of the goose up in front of him.
Beat me up, brother.
In front of everyone. And the head came back, and the goose was running in front of everyone. That's written in the story. Then
Do you
the
believe
king,
that?
I come back to what's believed that now.
Okay.
And the king told him, I want to know the secret of the god Thoth to design my burial chamber. He told him that this secret will not be in your hand. It will be in the hand of another people who will rule Egypt. Khufu was very upset.
So he wouldn't give him the secret because that secret won't just be in your hands. It'll get into other people's hands.
Then
and it's dangerous.
the king was unhappy. He told them, don't worry, your majesty, because you will rule, and your sons and your grandson. Now, about magic.
Yeah.
Do you believe in religion or not?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know about Judaism?
Sure. A little
When
bit.
God told Moses, when Moses met God, and God told them to go to Egypt to meet the Pharaoh,
Right.
and God told them, remember, the Pharaohs are highly in magic.
Right.
They will beat you. Then God taught Moses how to be more in magic than the Pharaoh. And you remember, when he held the stick, and the stick became a snake, I think, and Moses brought more snakes to swallow what the Pharaoh did. Then we know from books, from Judaism from the beginning, that the ancient Egyptians were really highly in magic. Then we can believe.
Do you think that magic might have had something to do with how they constructed the pyramids? No?
No.
You don't. But if you believe that they had enough magic to take a goose's head and put it back on and still alive, that's magic.
Yes.
Wouldn't they use that magic for other things?
But we
But
have.
if you believe in magic,
I do, of course.
you do believe in magic.
Yeah.
So you believe that someone could take someone's head off, put it back on.
It's written.
Okay, then it must be true.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. What is this? Someone's gonna kill a dove?
It's a magic trick. You can decapitate birds and stuff.
Oh.
Put
Okay.
it back together. I was just reading it. Apparently, in the trick that he did it, he put the head on the other side of the room and made them come back together. He did it to a calf and a different animal also. But
Now, what really I want to tell you
Well,
now.
that person's magic too. Maybe that
Now,
person can make us a pyramid.
what I want to show you that I'm not a person.
What do you think magic is?
Magic is magic.
What do you mean?
Magic is?
Well, how does it work?
I have no idea. What do you mean by how it works?
Well, I mean,
I
how
have-
does someone do something like that?
I
That
have
just
no
seems
idea. We have to go back.
physically and
We have to go back.
biologically impossible.
We have to go back and you to 4,600 years ago.
And do you think a lot of this information is what was lost in the burning of the Library of Alexandria?
Of course, this
Because
is some of it, but
they
still,
kept unbelievably detailed
but
records,
still
right?
also, because I will tell you why we do not have any evidence about Khufu, temples and things like that.
Mhm.
Because what happened, the ancient Egyptians believed that a pharaoh should be a male. A pharaoh cannot be a female. Anyone who changed the religious belief, they hate him. Hatshepsut, when she became a pharaoh, they hated her and they destroyed her monuments.
Mm.
Khufu, when he changed his cult to be a sun god, in the first intermediate period, they destroyed his monuments, the temples, the statues. The only statue of that king was found in Upper Egypt, not at Giza. Even in the temple of his sons, there were 23 statues. They smashed the statues. A smashing was a sign of revenge. Now, do you have any question about Khufu pyramid before I switch to the Sphinx?
Well, I'm fascinated by a lot of aspects of Khufu's pyramid. Well, one of the big ones that's come up very recently that I'm sure you're aware of is these satellite radar was it called tomographic? What is it called? Tomographic? Where they think that there's these pillars underneath the structure.
Okay. I investigated this. First of all, these two scholars from Italy, they have never been in Egypt. They have never worked in the pyramids before.
Right. But they're using satellite information.
Number two, they published their article in a journal. This journal do not send their article to the freeze. You pay a fee to publish the article in your responsibility.
Okay.
Number three, I am not a scientist. I took these techniques that they used and I gave it to expertise. And they said, these techniques cannot show underneath a solid rock of almost 600 feet down. No way.
Why can't they?
They said this technique cannot show that.
But these scientists are saying they can. Do you know about the Osiris shaft? How they've got a
I
scan?
discovered it.
You did, right?
Yes.
But you know that they use this tomographic?
No, I am the one who found it. This
no, I understand you found it. But they also discovered it. They showed that it exists using the same technique?
No. This is wrong. This is not true at all. I can tell you how I found that.
I'll tell you.
How can I find that?
I'm not saying that you didn't find it. It's under the paper Signature Aperture Radar Doppler Tomography by Filippo Bondi. And if you scroll down, Jamie, you'll see an image. And this image is of the Osiris shaft, which shows that they got an accurate depiction of that from space.
That's not
from satellite. It's not true. No. So what are you saying, that they're lying?
They're lying. Right here. They're completely lying.
But if they're showing, using these techniques, things that we know that you discovered that absolutely exist.
Now, these techniques, as I told you, scientists said that these techniques cannot show 600 feet under the pyramid. The Osiris shaft that I found was only 50 feet.
Right, but it's showing at least for 50 feet that this is accurate. What makes you believe those scientists rather than these guys from Italy?
Because because the scientists are scientists.
Well, these are scientists as well.
They are not showing their techniques carefully. They are not.
What do you mean they're not?
Okay, take the techniques that they said and show it to any scientist. No one can tell you this is accurate. I asked every person who knows about radar, ultrasound, all the people work with me. The Scan Pyramid project, they said this is bullshit. It cannot happen at all. Now, tell me.
So you're telling me that these scientists that are proclaiming the capabilities of these satellite tomography devices that are saying that they can see kilometers into the ground with this stuff.
That's not true. I did.
Are you sure?
I did.
Do you understand the technology?
No, not me.
So
but
you're just listening to other people.
Scientists who are in this field.
Have you talked to these scientists that are saying that they have these discoveries?
I made a press release.
But did you talk to them?
I did not.
Why not?
Because they did not talk to me. How can I find them?
Would you be willing to talk to them?
Of course, I am.
Connect you to them?
Yes,
okay, I'll connect you to them. I'm just interested, if new technology becomes available and they figure out a way to look into the ground and you discover things, especially if they discover the Osiris shaft and it turns to actually
They did not discover the Osiris shaft again.
Okay, you discovered it, but they used their technology to show an accurate depiction of the interior of the Osiris shaft.
The Osiris shaft.
Is that true?
No.
It's not.
The Osiris shaft.
Images that we showed.
The Osiris shaft is known to everyone.
Right.
It can be seen by
when
anyone.
they turn their equipment on the Osiris shaft, it shows the actual interior.
Maybe, I don't know, but this is 50
Let's
feet.
Look at it again.
But they're talking about 600 feet.
I understand, but if it can go 50 feet, why can't it go 600
now
feet?
I am, again,
you know?
Again, I'm not a scientist.
Right, so why are you dismissing it, though?
I gave what they published to a scientist, and they said that's just not true.
Okay, but scientists are wrong all the time, particularly ones that are biased.
Then what I did, I made a press release
Okay.
explaining my point.
Yes.
And I said, my work of the second pyramid, that the base of the pyramid is 28 feet of solid rock.
Right.
And there is no way that anything can be happened in the solid rock. And I explained.
I think what they're saying is it's underneath the solid rock, correct?
Let me finish. And I said, your techniques that you published in this magazine is not refereed by scientists. You just published it. And number 3, the team that working in Giza with all these new techniques, they said this is wrong. They know.
The team that's working in Giza with all these techniques, what do you mean?
We have the scan pyramid team.
Right.
They're working.
But you understand this is different technology.
I understand, but they know about this technology.
But have they used this technology?
No, they said this technology cannot work, cannot show 600 feet under the pyramid at all. That's what they said. And that's why, if the Italians were confident, they could contact me. And the pyramid expert that anyone should.
Well, we'll make sure that happens. But listen, if the stone is 20 feet thick, the solid stone at the base, that's correct, right? And you said Osiris shaft is 50 feet. That means it can see past 20 feet, right?
But how can
you can see through the stone and see what they're showing.
But the Osiris shaft, the Osiris shaft is open.
Right.
It's not covered to see.
I understand.
You can go and you see the Osiris shaft down.
Right.
Everyone can see it.
But the interior is not open. And the interior is
But
visible,
you can see the interior.
But you can't see it to the exact dimensions the way these tomographic images show, right? If they're using this technology to go 50 feet under the ground,
I'm telling you, I am not a scientist.
I understand. But this is my question.
All the expertise.
Why would you dismiss it if you haven't looked under there?
Because I told you, it is not me who can dismiss this.
What does it say, Jimmy?
It's the link to the original article, I believe. If there's their names. The very first sentence says that due to the pore-penetrating action of electromagnetic waves inside solid bodies, the capability to observe these distributed targets is precluded. And then they had to come up with an experimental. It says experimental results are estimated by processing the SAR images into something else. So I think that's the disconnect I'm hearing.
Yeah, I don't understand the technology, but my question is, we know how spectacular the pyramids are. We know how spectacular just the base of it, the fact that it's carved into solid rock. Why would you not think that maybe other spectacular things exist?
I told you, I am not this type knows about the science. I consulted the team, the top in the world, from Japan, France, and Egypt.
Who are these people?
They are the scan pyramid team.
Okay, the scan pyramid.
Yeah,
the ones that found the chamber above.
And they are working with me. And we found many other things in the second pyramid and the third pyramid. And we published this. We just published an article last week.
Using different
then what I am saying, if these techniques that these two Italians are correct, the only people who really can tell you it's correct or not are the scan pyramid people, not me.
But the scan pyramid people, aren't they using different technology?
But they know about technology. They are the top scientists in the world. I have to believe them, not the two Italians.
Yeah.
And if the Italians are really correct, they could come to talk to us, not me.
Well,
to talk to me and others.
I will definitely try to connect you with those people, because I know that Graham Hancock and Brian Mararescu have been in contact with those people, and they're open-minded about it. They don't know what's going on down there, but these images are repeated over and over and over again.
Fine, but
fascinating either way.
Okay.
The whole one of the fascinating things about Egypt to me is the fact that it's not just so much more advanced in terms of construction than anywhere else in the world, but that it's it's still to this day, like nothing even close has ever been even attempted to this day. What do you think was going on back then as far as their capabilities and their understanding that led them to do something so spectacular that other people 4,500 years ago?
Again, the belief of the afterlife built Egypt.
Right. But they also had to have
understanding
of engineering and construction and design.
To do this belief of the afterlife, to build the pyramid, as I told you, this was a national project.
I understand it's a national project, but they have to have knowledge.
You can talk about this pyramid if it exists alone. When you come to Egypt and you go through time, you will see that everything gradually. There is no gap that you can.
What do you mean by that?
There is no gap for anyone to think something different than the belief of the Egyptians.
Well, I don't think anybody's saying that. Well, maybe some people are. Maybe some people do. But, I mean, it's all the Egyptians, obviously. It was in Egypt. I mean, it's the Egyptians that made it. Yeah, it's pretty obvious. That just seems obvious.
Then if you believe in that, I'm happy. I'm happy to hear this from you.
Well, I just think whenever people say it's aliens, or like, where's the proof of that?
Exactly.
Also, they built a lot of spectacular things. Like, no ifs, ands, or buts. Just the statues, just the faces of the pharaohs with incredible symmetry.
That's why I want, since you are interested in Egypt, we would like to invite you to come to Egypt.
I want to come. It's for me.
We are willing to invite you.
I'm willing to go.
Okay, tell me when.
Okay.
And I will arrange everything for you.
Okay, we'll hook it up.
But now, I want to come to the Sphinx also.
Okay.
Can we talk about the Sphinx?
Yes, please.
Now, when I was young, I was met by the Edgar Casey son.
The psychic guy.
Hewlin Casey.
Yeah.
And Hewlin Casey was the son of Edgar Casey. I was young. I really don't know what's this Casey at. When he came to Egypt and talked about his father, you know about Edgar Casey.
Yeah.
Okay, then
he had a vision. There was a chamber underneath the Sphinx's paw.
Underneath the right paw of the Sphinx, there is a chamber.
And he envisioned that, correct?
Yes, and this is why I'm going to Virginia Beach to give a talk. One of the cities in my tour now is Virginia Beach. Why? Because when people began to tell me there is something inside the Sphinx, I really, as I told you, I have an open mind. And I did search. I found inside the Sphinx 4 tunnels. One behind the stela, they call it dreamy stela, between the 2 balls of the Sphinx. And the second one behind the head in the top.
Right, there's actually a door in the top of the head now.
No, just a tunnel.
A tunnel.
25
Isn't
feet.
it closed off, though?
No, it's closed.
Yeah, there's like a door on the top of it, right?
It's not a door. No, it's just a tunnel. Go down.
Okay.
There he is.
It's closed off.
You live in Penn?
You can go up to the Sphinx.
Yo, dog.
How you doing, Rabbi? Sorry, I didn't know I was muted.
You good, baby? What's good in your neck of the woods?
Just chilling. Hanging out right now with the pup. She's acting out.
Why is she acting out?
She just gets that way sometimes.
Is she teething?
Yeah, she actually had a tooth that it's hard to get a good look inside her mouth, but I saw that one looked jiggly. I got to touch it for a quick second. I couldn't tell. Anyway, I didn't like the look of it. And this morning, I noticed last night, so my plan was this morning it was really, really loose. And it looked like a bad color. That might have just been a little bit of blood, and everything. I wanted to get a better look at it, so I was going to have someone help me. But this morning, it was all gone and it looked fine. The new tooth is just coming up now. And so I was like, okay, good. I know that these things are natural and everything, but it just happens with all a lot easier. For whatever reason.
So did she lose the tooth?
Yeah, she lost it, but new one is underneath and already coming up, you know.
Right.
So,
All right.
last night it looked like a mess. You know, it was horrible, like underwater. I wanted to give it a night before I gave it another look at it, because I'll find this one. So, you know, she either swallowed it or spat it out somewhere. You know, I'll vacuum it up or whatever.
All right.
I just swallowed it in her sleep. You know, I hear her suck her tongue. So that'll pull them out. You know,
Okay.
like if you suck on your tongue, you know, it creates pressure. That can actually lead to like gums or something.
Very well. All right. So, how many more, approximately, baby teeth does she have remaining?
I'm not sure. I think all the ones in the front are still babies. So it's the back ones that are coming first. I think their face is going to start growing. And then, you know, the ones in the front that are the terry ones are going to be the last. And see that. They all seem pretty strong. She doesn't, little bites and everything. I give her ice all the time. It's funny the way she responds to things. I know the studies that you're not really supposed to talk to babies, because that's not the language you want them to learn anyway. And it just, you know, I'm not saying to be stern or mean to babies. I just mean if you don't, you know, if you use proper English or whatever, like the actual language that you want to raise the kid, you know, don't wobble devil's sevens with that, and they show kids learn faster. And dogs respond better too if you just talk to them. And it's funny, like sometimes she'll not be like being mean, but she'll just like kind of biting and like sucking on like my hand or something, and I'll ask her, teeth hurt. And she'll stop and she'll kind of whine a minute and she'll start kissing my hand. Like licking. It's very interesting. It's the timing always lines up. And so I wonder if she knows. At the very least, she can tell like that I'm showing concern if she's okay. You know what I mean?
Right.
In that moment. And that's really interesting. Whether it is something about our words or just the tonality of the words. Who knows?
Is she at the point where she's sleeping through the night?
Yeah, most of the time. Sometimes she has a hard time sleeping at night. I might wake up with her. I have a hard time too. So I try not. My problem, I feel like a bad roommate always because, you know, if I start having back spasms in the middle of the night, or if I have to, you know, take a piss because I didn't realize I was back spasms earlier were like clenching me so tight. I didn't even know I was going to have to piss hard later. You know what I mean? And I keep going to the doctor and I got more doctors coming up. So that's good. So I feel like I was waking when I'm coming around. And so I try not to wake her up either. But she's even getting used to me getting that stuff. It depends. If I were to go into the kitchen, she'd become a lot more alert than if I walked into the bathroom. You know, I walk into the bathroom, it's just business as usual. She doesn't really have to move a muscle. You know, she's sleeping. But she'll know what's happening, but she won't really. She's getting better.
Very well. Did she sleep during the day?
Yeah, she's taking a nap here and there. I'm hoping that she starts taking one nap. whenever I take her to the dog park, she's very attached to me. It's funny. Everyone's like, "Oh, that's so cute," and I'm just like, "Well, she's a puppy. I'm hoping that's just because, she's still uncomfortable at the park. She's been a few times now, quite a few, I mean, 3 or 4 times now. She just got her shots not too long ago, and she seems very nervous about it. So I try to space it out a little bit, like two times a week since she really got the last of her shots.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
actually, I waited a week after that too because she had like a bad stomach, and I figured she'd get used to whatever the vaccine was.
does she get along with the other dogs?
She kind of gets along. I mean, she's very intimidated. Even like a dog. There was another dog that, and I guess it was kind of a bigger dog, but I let it. I thought they were gonna play, but she got scared the whole time she was running, and she was scared. She's really uncomfortable around most of the dogs. But my friend Mark, and I've talked to you about Mark before in the past. He's a good guy. He has a dog. He goes to the dog park pretty regularly with her. So I've been trying to go whenever he goes as well. That way, she gets to know one dog recurring. She already met Mark. She seems to really like Mark. His dog with, she likes me. And so now his dog seems very, very understanding of she get a puppy. It's very funny. But she'll look at me like his dog. She'll look at me and smile. Kind of it looks like she's smiling like, it's cute. She'll try to get Tyler to play, but Tyler will just be stuck to my leg, between my legs for the most part. She'll hide her face, but when the dog she doesn't want to come around, she'll hide her face, but between my legs. And I try to get her to go play. We walk around so that, I try to kind of lose her a little bit. Not lose her. I'm not trying to make her think I'm going to leave her there. But I also wonder if that's what she's thinking. She's not comfortable with it. But everyone thinks it's cute how attached she is to me. And it's like, well, I'm more concerned with thank you. I'm glad it's cute. I think it's kind of cute too. She at least knows that, you trust me. And then one time she actually, the last time we were there, she got in there and she saw someone opening the gate, and I saw her she kind of ran. I was like, oh, where's she going? And then she kind of came around from the side, and I saw her. I was like, she's gonna try to escape. She's definitely not good at escaping. They're double doors anyway, so it's it never happens, and everyone's always on the lookout for a dog trying to escape.
Right.
It's a specific dog park. There's a small dog side and a large dog side.
Does she sleep in bed with you?
Sometimes, a little bit. She's very independent still. I don't know. I think she's very obstinate about certain things. It's kind of cute, but it's also very funny.
Does she sleep on the floor?
She'll sleep on the floor. She gets up and she moves around a lot. She can sleep with me for a little bit. She'll go sleep on. I have a couple of mats. She'll go sleep on the floor. Sometimes she has to go sleep on the tile, right outside of the room. Because the room has carpet, but the hall has tile. So she likes to go, make sure that when she's facing me, face will be, usually somewhere. If she opens her eyes, she'll see if I'm in bed or not still, but she'll go lay on the tile. Like it's cool,
Right. How's her appetite been? Does she eat a lot of stuff?
Yeah, she has a good variety of food. We got some good treats and stuff. I got a couple of different treats. One of them is like kind of interesting. It's like fish skin chicharrones. You know what I mean? You know what chicharrones are, right?
Chicharrones.
So, and that's fine because I don't expect you've ever had them, of course, but I thought maybe you would know, possibly from, an academic knowledge. I need to know that they're existing. It's fried pork skin. It becomes very puffy. It's like a puffed rice snack, but it's made out of pig skin.
Is that what a pork rind is?
Yes, pork rind. That's the American way of saying it. Sorry. I only know the Mexican way for some reason.
All right. Yeah, I've heard of those. Are they? Do you like them, or does she like them?
Oh no! I mean, I actually don't feed her any pork. I always joke that she's mostly biased because I don't feel like giving her anything pork. I don't like to eat pork myself. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just not even a taste to me, honestly. So mostly she gets like beef and fish and chicken. I've tried to see if anything, if she seems to have a bad reaction or not like something. She doesn't seem allergic to anything, but she really likes fish. Fish is her favorite. Most dogs really like fish.
Yeah, I'm confused though. What is she? So you give her chicharrones, or what? What's that?
No. I don't even know. It's like a fish snack. It's a fish skin snack that they kind of fold a bunch of fish skins together and it puffs up the way but this is for dogs and it's made out of fish anyway, right?
Okay.
But the application is kind of similar. How it's like crispy skin, right?
All right. I follow.
But anyway, this is for dogs anyway.
And that's what she likes?
So yeah, she likes those a lot. Those are her favorite. She also has these other fish ones. I have like a beef snack that she seems to like. Super high protein, and I check how she uses the restroom to make sure that I'm not feeding her alone. So I try to adjust how she eats. She has oatmeal as well, because whether because of the first couple months of life, getting different shots, just in case, if I fucked up feeding her, I could tell from her stool samples that she needed more fiber. So I started making oatmeal for her. I'll give her some oatmeal. That's helpful. It's just some fiber, I don't put any sugar in it. She loves it. Kind of like pudding,
I got you. Well, that's good. She seems to be developing properly.
Yeah, exactly. And until she's completely done growing, I don't mind if she's a little chunky. I'm not going to let her get overweight by any means, but I'd rather her, have the calories to have a growth spurt than not enough calories and it hurts even worse. You know what I mean?
I understand.
And then when she's completely done growing, she's going to be a skinny pup. She's so skinny. Yeah, I love this dog a whole lot.
Has she chewed on anything of importance?
My bank card.
Okay, but you can get a new one of those.
Yeah.
Nothing you can't replace.
It's like a baby. You learn where everything is going to be in the new arrangement, in the new organization of the house, and stuff that's a little bit taller, and everything is a lot cleaner on the desk shelf, on the desktops for me at least. So that things are less accessible for a taller. She's getting taller. When she jumps up, she can grab stuff. And still, as soon as I went to the restroom earlier today, I turn around and she's got my glasses case there. There's no glasses in there, but it's just, like a light to make sure and I'm like, really? I can't even do a 5-second twist without you stealing from me? But it's funny, I don't know, there's something I'm doing about it. It's always stuff that smells like.
She hasn't gotten her closet or on your phone or anything, has she?
No, she's really quick, where she's allowed to sit because I can tell. She likes to be very mischievous. I can tell she tries to position herself in a place to sit, but it's like trying to mess up what I'm doing when she runs away. And so I move her. I'm like, you don't sit. It's pretty funny. And she seems like she's laughing. It seems like we're playing chess. I think some people don't like that. They think they're going with something. That's not me. I like that she has a personality and she has a sense of humor. I'm just trying to curb it into a little bit less. Like when we play fetch, she'll throw the ball after. She'll throw it somewhere that's hard for me to get, and she'll bark at me.
Like you get it?
It's pretty funny.
Very well. Has she gone to the bathroom in the house?
When new people come over, she gets nervous and it seems involuntary. The tail goes between her legs and she gets very scared at first. People, places and stuff. I'm trying to figure that out. I got her as a puppy, so it's not like she shouldn't have any abandonment issues or anything. I just think that she's afraid of the outside world, which is, out on the weekends, and she's been to the vet, she's been to the vet. She's like this at the vet too, though. But I mean, that's the vet, though. You kind of expect dogs not to like the vet.
Right. Does she go on walks?
Yeah. She doesn't really like him. She only likes to walk back to the house.
Does she know her way back?
Oh, yeah. She usually has her eyes. She doesn't have to go across the road. Very interesting. I've never seen that,
Yeah, she's got a big, thick coat.
She likes to be in the car with me. She likes to take a drive and look out the window. I don't have the window down by any means because I don't trust her. But I have a test, which is finally beginning for she's funny. She seems to like driving with me. I'm humming or singing along to a song or something.
Yeah. Do you ever have to leave her alone?
Sometimes, doctor's appointments and running out for errands or such. Usually someone else is with her at the time. But no matter who you use,
Have you had to leave her alone with no one there?
Yeah, absolutely. And when that happens, because she steals in front of me, and she's in there right now. She's not open the house or anything. She has like I can't remember what she'll go to the crate, you know, and if no one's there, she might howl for a little bit, but, you know, right now she's in the crate, she's doing good, still being crate trained, so there's just time for her to be in there. And if she's not in there, she'll start going ready. It's that time of day.
She'll start doing what?
She'll start. She doesn't want to listen much sometimes. This is the time of day when. And it's funny, even on maybe even especially days when I take her outside. Outside, to the park. It seems like those days she's got even more energy to have like particular, you know, half hour, 45 minutes where she just wants to run them up. It's pretty good, you know. I think I'd let her the fuck out, you know. Wherever we go, play fetch with her, even if it's the back there, you know, until she passes out. And then after like a 10-15 minute nap inside, she's ready to be tear again.
Right.
So she's already showing up. Scream or freak out or anything.
Well, that's good.
I think most of her aggression or the bitiness comes from TV.
Yeah. How much longer do you think it'll last?
I don't know. I should probably look it up, but I'm not even 100% sure what her genealogy is, you know, and how quick they are. So, I mean, I think probably if they're done growing fully after about a year, that all the breeds that she should be about a year and a couple months, usually. Depending on how much German Shepherd she seems to be, maybe a year and a half even, you know, of growth. I don't know, probably about a year before the face is done growing, maybe within the next. Yeah, I guess maybe within the next 6 months, you know, she'll be done. Maybe by the time she's a year, you know. I figure like as her face grows, that's when her little teeth like have, you know, I don't know. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's probably how it is. Something along those lines.
Does she have a good sense of just spamming away? I have come up with a pretty good strategy that so my issue was I could spam during the day, which is great, but at night I can't do captchas, and I run into the issue without the ability to do captchas that I lose like 8 hours, and I don't like that. I like things being really efficient. So I came up with a really good strategy. I've got 3 computers that are spamming, and then I've got like 5 cell phones that I use to just create accounts. Basically, while I'm awake, I can create the accounts and do the captchas and then just save the information in a spreadsheet. And then I have the computers programmed to take the information from the spreadsheet and populate it. And then they don't have to do captchas because they're already pre-made accounts. And that has worked pretty well. So I wake up in the morning and I've got like a bunch of people who are complaining about me, which is fun. In here, we have, let's see here, 1,731 people. I've had some people I've had to boot just because they'll just come in and play loud music or whatever. And that happened earlier today, but no big deal. And just promoting this server, getting people in here. I've got people are complaining about me, which is kind of, that's what I want. The last person to complain about me was like an hour ago, so that's not too bad. I get concerned when it's like been like 2 or 3 hours. I'm like, what's going on? And then sometimes I'll check and like there'll be something wrong with my bots. So I can almost tell that my bots are working just by seeing what kind of reactions they have. And I find that I get a lot more people complaining about me. They don't even complain. They're like sometimes really funny. This one person, oh, they wrote this yesterday. It just made my day. It was like it was so funny what they wrote. It was they're like it was something like let me see if I can find it. It was really funny. Um, Man, there are a lot of people who fucking post about me. All right, let's see here. It was just last night. Um, like some people are really nice. Gotta say, I appreciate the Discord Rabbi spam accounts. Always picking the alien avatar so it's easy to spot in your notifications for blocking. Kind of considerate of them, to be honest. This one person wrote, like some people get violent. Like they're like no quarter. Like some people are just they're like if I ever find the rabbi, it's on. Like a lot of people say that. Let's see. Stop, my God! I do not want to join this rabbi bitch's server. Stop. Um, this one. Oh, I love this one. Shout out to Emmy, wherever you are. She's like, "Ooh, my new gig as the PR manager for a rabbi-themed streamer has been tiring, but I just know my strategy of responding to and liking every single post everyone has ever made to tell them that they're shitheads for not talking to him in Discord is going to pay off." And then there are just a bunch of people who reply to her on that. So there are some people who like embrace it, they lean into it, like they know I'm a spammer, and there's like no stopping it. Um, I I've just been kind of playing this cat and mouse game with the people at Blue Sky, and they I was making accounts that were just random numbers, and they caught on to that and deleted like 100 of them at once, which is no big deal. It's like whatever, some work, but it's really not that big of a deal. So then I started changing it to like random username generators, and those are much more difficult to detect. And all I have to do is just every like 10 minutes or so do some captchas, and then it just creates them and puts them in a really nice spreadsheet for me. And then I just watch the um, comments come in. It's pretty simple. And then I've been watching Joe Rogan. I've watched a lot of Lex Friedman recently, but it's really annoying how YouTube is. If you want to watch YouTube videos, like let's say there are 10 videos, it goes 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It shows the most recent to oldest, but there's no option to show oldest to newest, which doesn't make any sense to me. But that's just how it is. So, I've watched a bunch of Lex Friedmans recently. Now we're watching Joe Rogan. He's got that Egyptologist, that famous Egyptologist on there talking about the pyramids. So let's see what they have to say.
That's why we have to cover it, because it will take rubbish and guns.
Well, that's the top. That's what I'm talking about. Isn't that the top of it?
Is this a thing? Yes, that's it.
Okay, that's a lid, right?
Yeah,
That's
we covered it.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah.
Stan.
But we covered it
Got it.
to protect it from the
I
sand.
understand.
But it's not a
Yes.
door.
Take care.
Okay. It's a lid.
The third tunnel that I found in the back.
Now, Edgar Casey,
But
he
it-
had this vision that there was some hall of information.
I know, but I'm going to come to this now.
Yeah.
But I'm talking to you about the tunnels
Okay.
now. And the third one is in the tail. The fourth one was opened in 1927 by a French whose name is Monsieur Berets. And I do have photos of workmen inside the Sphinx. We found These 4 tunnels are published. An article, scientific article. I found in situ, in all the 4 tunnels of pottery, in situ, to prove that these tunnels were opened on Dynasty 25, 500 BC, as in the late period. When the Egyptians saw the Sphinx, they thought there is something hidden underneath. And they dug, and they found nothing. Now, we come to the Edgar case here and what people believe. Because we had John Anthonyist, and we had many New Age people who believe there is something hidden underneath the Sphinx. And they used to tell me, we need your permission. To what? To drill. I said, how can I let someone who's not an archaeologist, who's not a scientist, to drill? No way. But recently, I found out the rise of the water table in front of the Sphinx. And I was really afraid that the water could damage the Sphinx. Then I brought a team from Cairo University, and we did drill 30 to 35 feet underneath the Sphinx, everywhere. And I do have photos of everywhere under the Sphinx.
Okay.
The Sphinx is a solid rock or a living rock, and there is nothing underneath.
So there's no tunnels.
No tunnels. This
Okay.
is exactly.
Okay.
I told you what.
What do you think about Robert Schoch and his theory about the temple and the erosion outside of the Sphinx, that it's water erosion?
When Schoch said that, okay, we brought through the American Research Center a scientist from Louisville University. I don't remember his name now. And we gave him what Robert Schoch. You know what Robert Schoch said? It's not his theory. It's a theory of a New Age guy who talked about this before, and John Anthonyist brought Schoch. I don't remember.
Yeah.
Then we gave this guy from Louisville University, who was an Indian American, who really studied. He came to the Sphinx, and he worked with us for a season. And he came, and we published many articles that the erosion that you see outside and inside the Sphinx is from wind and not from water. Now, what Schoch want to say? That this is dated back 15,000 years ago. I agree. Okay, if I came here and I dug the Sphinx, I will leave something. Then what I did, we dug an area northeast of the Sphinx. I found living Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, New Kingdom, Roman, nothing underneath. Then this New Age people say that the head of the Sphinx is very small comparing to the body.
Right.
Yes. Why?
Why?
If you take all the casing stones away from the Sphinx, you'll find exactly here the Sphinx, and now this, and another part like this. In between, there is a hollow. Remember, I told you that Giza Plateau is divided to 3 levels. Level 1 and 2 is very bad stones, can be seen to the chest of the Sphinx.
Right.
Level 3, they carved the head from level 3. Then when the Egyptian carved the head to represent the King Khephren with the cobra, the royal head Remes, they began to make a lion body. Then what they did, they filled this hollow between the 2 Sphinx pieces with stones. And they covered the whole body of the Sphinx with stones. And they did the modeling of the lion body on the covering stones. And this is why the head is very small comparing to the body.
So you think the head was made first and then the body was made later?
Exactly.
If that's the case, why is the body so much more eroded than the head?
I told you, the body, it is a part of the bad stones.
Bad stones.
The top one is the head.
Stones.
Exactly.
So there's a different density to the stones. That's why the stone in the Sphinx's head is intact, and the
Because
body
it's
is
level
a softer stone.
it's level 3
So it's a different kind of stone.
exactly
Got it.
of the body, and this why the
Because
Egyptian
there's layers to it all,
the
and
Egyptian-
some of the layers are more
the
dense.
Egyptian wanted to make a lion body. They couldn't. The only way is to cover the body with stones and do the modeling of the lion body on the covering stones. Can we take 2 minutes rest?
Yeah, sure. You want to take a break?
Yes, to go
Okay.
to this.
Okay. Okay, go to the bathroom. You know where it is?
Yes.
Just go outside, take a left. We're back. The Sphinx. Let's pick up where we left off. So you were saying that these other experts that looked at it didn't agree that it was water erosion, and said that they think that it was wind. So what John Anthony West and what Graham Hancock and what Robert Schoch and all these different people are trying to allude to is that perhaps there was even older stuff that was in Egypt, and that the things that you're seeing that are 2,500 BC, those are even more recent than the older stuff. Tell me about Zep Tepi.
What's this?
You never heard about... Have you heard about about the King's List, right? The old King's List that goes back 30,000 whatever years.
Who said that?
You never seen it? It's not in hieroglyphs?
This is not true.
It's not true?
No. This is a speculation from people who knows nothing about history. There is nothing King List dated back 30,000 years ago at all.
So why do people keep saying that?
Because they don't know. It's speculation. Give me one evidence of that. The first King List dated back to Dynasty 5. Only.
I was reading that people were saying that it was myth. That the King's List, even though there is like some hieroglyphics of ancient kings, that these are just mythical tales.
This is not true. There is no at all a name that you told me. I never heard of this name. I am an Egyptologist working in Egypt for the last 57 years. I never heard of this King List at all.
Never?
Never.
And never even heard of it?
Why I have to hear about it? Because it's not true. I don't want to waste my time in things like this. I am a person, give me a fact.
So
tell me, what is this list?
Egyptian, Zep Tepi refers to the first time or the first occasion.
Who said this?
This isn't AI. It refers to a mythical golden age of Egypt where gods lived on earth and civilization was in its infancy. This period is often associated with the beginning of creation and the establishment of societal structures. You've never heard of that before?
No, and this is not true.
What do you mean it's not true? I mean, I'm getting this off of...
It never happened at all.
Okay, I'm not saying it happened. I'm just saying this is something that's referred to.
I never heard about it. It is not true. It does not exist at all.
Even if it doesn't exist, the myth of it exists.
I don't listen, Joe. Why do I have to go to a myth of people create stories?
If you go to Wikipedia,
I don't care about Wikipedia.
I understand.
I care about what I see in my eyes as an archaeologist or a philologist.
In all the world was said to emerge from an infinite lifeless sea when the sun rose for the first time in a distant period known as Zep Tepi, the first occasion. Different myths attributed to the creation of different gods, the set of 8 primordial deities called Ogdod, the contemplative deity Ptah, and the mysterious transcendent god Amun. While describing these different cosmologies, competed to some extent. In other ways, they were complementary in different aspects of Egyptian understanding of creation. It's an Egyptian creation myth.
Fine.
You've never heard of that before?
Never heard of that.
That seems strange that you didn't hear about that before.
Listen. So
I've heard of it before.
Fine, you can hear about
it. I mean, I just found it online.
It's a new age theory.
It's new age?
Yes. Listen to me. I know. And any Egyptologist who study Egyptology in the States here, you have universities in UCLA, and you have Berkeley, and you have John Hopkins, and you have every Egyptologist here study languages and archaeology. No one can answer what you are talking about. This is hallucination. I'm sorry. This is not true. It's a speculation from people. but never in Egypt. We know the prehistory of Egypt. We know the pre-dynastic of Egypt. We know the beginning of civilization. We know there is no gap in anything that can let some things like that. And that's why I never heard of it, and I don't want to hear about it.
You don't want to hear about it?
No, why? Because there is no evidence. I am a scientist. I believe on what's written in front of me, and I believe of a theme that I can see. But I don't believe on theories like this. Tell me where is this found, and where it is, and who published it? What is the scientist who published it? What is the Egyptologist who talked about it?
I'd like to know. That's why I'm asking you.
I've never heard of it.
Well, I'm shocked that you haven't at least heard of it and dismissed it before. Because it's just I think it's a part of the creation myth.
I know, but it's not true. I received many theories every day. My mind, Joe, now is really cannot stand all these theories, all of it. It's too much for me. It's too much for me.
Got it. See if you can find anything on that, Jamie, where that myth came from. Yeah? Is it a Buval thing?
I just found that it came from a...
Who's Buffon? Buffon is not a scientist.
No, I'm just...
Yeah, I know. I said those people, when someone came to you with a theory, he has to have a Egyptology background. He has to write a scientific article. We write all what we discover. We write articles about them for people to read and criticize and give us opinion. But I can go to theories like this that has no basis.
What do you base the dates on? Do you base it on carbon isotope?
No, we don't. We base dating on the evidence that we discover.
Right, but
like
some of it is based on carbon, right?
No, I don't believe in carbon-14 at all.
You don't?
No.
Why not?
Carbon-14 never give an accurate dating. And that's why I believe, when you discover something, if you discover a cemetery, there is two types of datings. One called absolute dating. Means that in this cemetery, you have a name of a king and a date. Means this is absolute. But if you discover another cemetery and has no dates, then the best thing that we do is to find the artifacts in this cemetery and try to compare it with other dated cemetery. And you give a date for this.
But you don't believe in carbon
I don't believe in carbon-14 at all. And it's not working in Egypt until today. I have been I'm excavating also in the Valley of the Kings. And I discovered major important things that we can talk about.
So if you're going back,
but I used radar in all my excavation, and I never had a result by radar. And carbon-14, people use it when there is no date.
But wait a minute, you use radar to date things? How?
No, I use radar to discover things.
Right, but what do you use to date them?
I dated, as I told you, two methods of dating.
Yeah.
Most of the dating that for me now in Luxor is based on evidence. Like I discovered the Golden City. It's a major, big, large cemetery, large settlement, a city. And this city was chosen the most important discovery in the world of year 2021 because this is the first time that we have a big, large city to tell us about the people who made this civilization.
So how do you know how old the city is?
Exactly. In the city, we discovered the names everywhere of King Amenhotep III, who was the father of Akhenaten. Inside the city, we found many statues of his queen, Queen T. We found inscriptions about dried meat stored to celebrate the third Set festival of Amenhotep III. We found 9 royal workshops in the city. Then the city tells us about the golden age of that king. It is dated by pottery, by hieroglyphic inscription, by many things.
But I'm curious as to why you're skeptical about carbon dating because I think carbon dating is generally accepted as being accurate within a certain framework.
It is, but I never used it, and many people very rare used in Egypt because in Egypt mainly we have absolute chronology, we have absolute dating based on inscriptions.
Right, but I thought it was used in Egypt, like to measure wood that was in mortar. To date the Great Pyramid to 2,500 BC.
No, that was an experiment to date the pyramid. I think was about 2009, and it's not working.
But
I didn't see the result.
You haven't seen a result on carbon testing of the mortar of the Great Pyramid?
No, but the mortar, you can't. One thing, the mortar between the stones.
Right.
This mortar, like, if you take a piece of stone from the pyramid and you try to take carbon-14, this piece of stone could be thousands of years in the quarry. It cannot date the pyramid. How can you date?
Hold on. You don't date stone.
I'm saying if you date mortar.
Okay.
How can you say accurately that this mortar is dated to the same time of building the pyramid?
Well, you can actually. That's the argument is that there's probably repairs done, right? And so
of the pyramid?
Yes.
No, of the Great Pyramid, there's no evidence
repairs,
of any
no
restoration.
Renovations, no restoration,
never,
nothing.
Never any accurate evidence that the pyramid was restored in any period of the Egyptian history.
There is restoration that goes on even now, though, on the Sphinx, correct?
I did make 10 years of restoration on the Sphinx. It's me who did the restoration of the Sphinx for 10 years.
Why did you decide to do that?
Because the Sphinx, when I left, I was studying in the States. I came to take my doctorate from University of Pennsylvania from 1980. From 80 to 87, some architects and archaeologists were really stupid. They began to restore the Sphinx, and they took all the casing stones of the Sphinx out, and they put modern stones, and they used cement. You cannot use cement in the restoration. You can use cement in building a house.
Yeah, that's not even restoration. This is a new creation.
When I came, I stopped this restoration.
Okay.
And because this restoration damaged completely the proportions of the Sphinx. It brings to you another Sphinx.
Right.
Ugly.
Yeah.
A few months later, there was a stone was restored in the shoulder of the Sphinx, and it fell down. In February, it was raining. And always people use the Sphinx for politics.
The Sphinx?
The Sphinx.
Politics?
Yeah. If they want,
what?
I think it happened the first time in the Pharaonic period. You know, the area beside the Sphinx was called the Valley of Gazette. And the princes of the New Kingdom used to come to hunt wild animals in the valley and come to worship the Sphinx. And this story that I'm telling you is written in a granite stela. It's called the Dream Stela, located now between the two poles of the Sphinx. In the stela, it says that Thutmose IV was a prince, and he came to have a nap beside the Sphinx. And the Sphinx came to him in dream and told him, "My son, if you remove the sand away, I will make you the king of Egypt." Then he removed the sand, and he came to a temple. He found a door.
What year was this?
This is 3,000 years ago, exactly.
So the Sphinx was constructed long before that.
Before the whole kingdom.
And then it had been covered in sand.
Yes, completely. This is why Herodotus, the father of the history, when he came to Egypt in the middle of the 5th century BC, he never talked about the Sphinx because it's completely under the sand. Then when Thutmose IV came, he took the sand away, and he found that the old kingdom casing blocks are falling down. He put them back, and he went to the Sphinx, a temple nearby. He took this granite stele as a door, and he wrote this story in it.
Oh.
But we found there is something politics in that story. He killed his elder brother,
Ooh.
who was supposed to be the king of Egypt.
Uh-oh.
And he wrote this story to tell the Egyptian that the god, Hor-Im Achet, Horus of the horizon, it chose me to be the king of Egypt. Then they will forget the crime that he did. When that stone, it fell down in 1988, a big fight happened between the head of Antiquities and the Minister of Culture. Ended by firing the head of Antiquities. It's politics. But I stayed 10 years. When people ask me about the best thing that I did in my life, I say two things. Number one, that I restored the Sphinx. I brought the proportions of the Sphinx back. And I restored the oldest pyramid in Egypt, the Step Pyramid. It was falling down. In 14 years, I made major important conservation and restoration. And I tell people, why do we have to fight all the time about the age of the pyramid? We have to fight, or we have to cooperate, all of us, to restore this monument. And the most important thing is for me always is conservation. And I dedicate most of my life not only to the excavation, but to conservation.
What do you think the arguments are that predate, that try to push the date back of the construction of the pyramids?
I never heard of this.
You've never heard of this
No,
before?
it's only new. It's a theories
Right,
from
but-
the New Age.
But I know I
no.
saw a
No.
debate with
Yeah.
you. I saw a debate with you and Graham Hancock, and there was another archaeologist.
That was
But
no.
hold on. The other archaeologist was saying, if you're saying that something happened 10,000 years ago, where's the evidence of any civilization from 10,000 years ago?
Exactly.
But then you found Göbekli Tepe. So Göbekli Tepe was buried over 11,000 years
That's
ago.
not true. I never heard about this.
What do you mean it's not true?
It's not true what I told you.
What is not true?
It never
Göbekli
happened.
Tepe?
We never discovered this at all.
Wait a minute. Göbekli Tepe is in Turkey. Okay.
Oh, in Turkey. Listen,
Yes. Göbekli Tepe
listen,
is in Turkey.
I
and
know
it's
about
more
this.
than 11,000 years old.
Okay, fine.
It's
fine,
very complex stone structures.
fine.
But this was the evidence.
We are talking-
Hold on.
No.
This is the evidence in the argument. The argument was there was no evidence of an ancient civilization from 10,000 plus years ago. This is before the discovery of Göbekli Tepe. Göbekli Tepe gets discovered known to be more than 11,000 years ago. That changes everything. Because
No.
now we know. Yes, it does.
That's
Because
it.
now,
For
hold
what?
on. Because now we know there was an advanced civilization capable of a spectacular construction 11,000 plus years ago.
This is what. Listen. Look at the archaeologists in Turkey or in any civilization.
Okay?
They never talk about old civilization.
That's not true. Göbekli Tepe is universally accepted as being more than 11,000 years
I
old.
am talking now about Egypt. I'm not.
No, I
going to
understand,
another
but the
civilization.
argument was that there was
What
never
I-
any ancient civilization capable of spectacular construction 10,000 years ago.
That
Now that they showed Göbekli Tepe is more than 11,000 years old, they know for sure that's not true.
okay, but now I'm talking about the pyramids of Egypt. I have the evidence, the written. We found everything about that. We know the dating.
Mm-hmm.
And I give you hundreds of evidence that this pyramid built by Khufu are kept.
No, I'm not saying it wasn't. I'm not saying it wasn't. What I'm saying is
any civilization older than we know.
older
we
and
have
still
no-
in the same spot.
We
How
have
old
we have
does it
no
go back?
we have no evidence.
So how does ancient Egypt emerge?
Emerge. We have
How does it emerge and go from zero to pyramids?
okay. We have. Do you have? Can you listen to me?
Yeah.
We have prehistoric Egypt,
Right.
and we have the old Stone Age, Middle Stone Age, Neolithic, when the Egyptians began to know about agriculture, and they began to live together in communities. Then after that, we came to the pre-dynastic, when a king called Narmer, in Dynasty 0, he began to make unification of the upper and lower Egypt, until one king called Mina or Horaha, who united completely.
And what year was this?
This is war was 3000 BC, 5,000 years ago. In a place called Abydos, they built huge mud brick tombs. Huge. From mud brick, no stones. And these tombs are created in a site called Abydos.
You know, what's really fascinating about this is that 500 years, you think about that, how different just modern civilization was 500 years ago. 500 years ago, we had almost none of the inventions we have today. We had no internal combustion engine, no hardened steel, none of the things that we have. And now look what we have with electronics. Now imagine what the Egyptians were able to do in 500 years in a different way, in construction with stone. That their advancements weren't like our advancements, but their advancements were equally spectacular, just in a different way.
Okay. Now I come back to the mud brick structure. This is in Dynasty 1 and 2. On Dynasty 3 came a king called Zoser. He had a genius architect. His name is Imhotep. I am searching. Did you hear about Imhotep before?
Yes.
I'm searching for his tomb. Only 2 weeks ago, before I came, I made a major important discovery in Egypt. I found a tomb of the son of a king. Inside, incredible statues of Zoser and his father and his queens and his children.
Where is this tomb?
In the shadow of the steppe pyramid. In the shadow of Zoser. And this really made me, because I have been searching for the tomb of Imhotep most of my life. But the area that I found this tomb, it was under houses, modern houses.
Oh, wow.
The workmen who work in the site, 100 years ago, they built houses in the site. But they never excavated what's underneath the houses.
Wow. So modern houses, and underneath there's an
Then, 6 months ago, we gave houses to these people in another area, and we demolished these houses. And we found underneath major discoveries. This discovery will be in today's show this week. Now, I am sure now that Imhotep's tomb is in this area.
Wow.
Now I come back.
What technology can you use to discover these underground caverns and chambers?
Joe, all what I do is digging.
That's it?
That's it.
What if these Italian guys are onto something? You can find more stuff.
I want you to come to see what I do and what I discover.
I want to.
And
I want to
what
talk
I
to
discover-
the Italians too.
And what I discover, I can show it to you.
Please do. Jamie, Zeptepi, did you find anything about that? Where the origins of that?
Maybe a book from 1960, and I couldn't figure out how he got there.
Probably a long slodge through information to try to get to the root of it.
Yeah.
But can we continue
With
how it happened until you have the pyramids?
Sure.
Then Imhotep came and he built the same mastaba. Mastaba in Arabic means a bench. He built the construction in mud brick of stone for the first time. And he added more section to the first one. And he put above that 5 mastabas. It's called the step
pyramid. Yeah.
In the pyramid text,
So that's the first one.
in the pyramid text, they say that the step pyramid is a stairs that the king is buried underneath to go to heaven.
And this one was how many years before the Great Pyramid?
It's almost 700 years.
So obviously it's not nearly as sophisticated as the Great Pyramid. So
But
in
this-
700 years they just got way better at it.
Listen, now on Dynasty 3, there is another pyramid was found, and only I found recently that I did not excavate it completely. I found a pyramid, which is the end of Dynasty 3, of a king called Honi. Then now we came to
His name
Senefra.
is Horny?
Honi.
Honi. Okay.
H-U-N-I.
Okay.
Then we come to Dynasty 4, Senefra.
Okay.
Senefru had a genius architect whose name was Nefermat. Then he started.
Sounds like a good name for a genius.
Yeah, he started to build a step pyramid like this in a site called Maydun. But for a reason we do not know, he left it unfinished. And he went to a place called Dahshur. He built the pyramid with a huge angle. And he changed the angle. It became bent. And he built another pyramid. If you look at the other pyramid of the father of Khufu, it's exactly equal to the Great Pyramid. This is the first true pyramid, but people never go to the shore to look at this pyramid. People always look at Khufu. Then you have, in Dynasty 4, the pyramids were huge because of the quality of the stones. In Dynasty 5 and 6, there is no good quality of stones. Then the Egyptian made decrease on the volume of the stones and did increase in the volume of the wall reliefs. Temples began to be decorated with scenes for the first time. In the Middle Kingdom, another trend. Mud brick pyramid, but underneath maze corridors of stones that if you go down, you will lose your way.
Oh.
In the New Kingdom, they came in the top of the Valley of the Kings, a shape of the pyramid, and they buried all the kings like King Tut and others underneath the pyramid shape.
So that's the story.
That's a story.
All right. Well, listen, man, it's been fascinating talking to you, and I definitely am going to take you up on your offer. I'm definitely going to go to Egypt.
No, now we'll talk.
Now we'll talk.
We'll talk to
And
Mustafa.
you gotta send me that video so we can splice it in of the hieroglyphs that are on the wall. We'll send that, right?
I will send it tomorrow.
Okay.
But give the email to Gregor and Mustafa now.
We will do that.
And they're the people that will talk to them now to arrange for your trip.
Okay.
And I will invite you for a good...
How many days do you think I should go?
10 days.
Jim, you got to come. You want to do a podcast from there? Just
let us do one inside the Great Pyramid.
Yeah, definitely. 100%.
Okay.
Will it be echoey, though?
Oh, here's another problem with the idea that these Italians are proposing. Isn't there a water table under the pyramid that's like 1 million years old?
No.
There's not water underneath that?
No. This is the Osiris shaft that was full of water.
So is that what Mr. Beast was swimming in?
Exactly.
But where's that water coming from?
It's a water table.
Oh, there is a water table.
This shaft, I brought a company, and we did suck all the water out.
Oh.
Until I found underneath a sarcophagus and 4 pillars.
Oh, wow.
And this is the symbolic burial of the god Osiris. Because Giza Plateau was called in the New Kingdom Per Uzer Neprastau, the house of Osiris, Lord of Rastau. Rastau means cemetery, but literally means the underground tunnels. That Osiris is ruling. Then Herodotus, when he came, he talked about this water under the pyramid. It is in the shaft. And this when Beast entered inside and
swam in it.
Swimming.
Okay.
You know, I met him because I wanted to convince the young people that pyramids were not built by aliens. That's why I took him to 3
I don't know.
sites.
I don't understand the alien thing. I think super advanced culture, super advanced civilization.
But
I think the Library of Alexandria burning is probably one of the greatest disasters.
Many people in America believe that you believe in aliens. When I talk to them that I'm coming to see you,
that I believe in aliens?
They do.
Well, I'm not opposed to the idea of aliens existing. There's hundreds of billions of galaxies in the known universe, each with hundreds of billions of stars. The idea that we're uniquely alone. You don't think there's anything out there? Nothing. So you don't believe in ancient civilizations capable of advanced construction.
Joe,
you don't believe in aliens.
Joe,
you don't believe in carbon dating.
I am a scientist.
Oh.
If you believe in something, write an article.
Then
I can read. But don't give me a theory.
But the theory of planets containing intelligent life is...
No, that's not true. I have been debating Graham Hancock, Robert Bafal, and John Anthony West, and I told them from the beginning, your theory will go with the wind.
Right, but we're not talking about that theory. We're talking about aliens being possible.
No way!
No alien, just us.
This is
only
their
us in
national
the whole
project.
universe.
If you believe in
Us
God,
in the whole universe, only us.
If you believe in God, you will do miracles. The Egyptians believed in the afterlife, and they made this great civilization.
I'm not saying aliens made it. I'm saying it's very possible there's something else out there in the world.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, goodbye, everybody.
Enjoyed talking to you.
I enjoyed it too, and I'll see you in the future. Bye, everybody.
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. Rogan. By the Joe Rogan podcast by now. Okay.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
What's wrong with you? How? First of all, how did Netflix let you make this show?
Well, they wouldn't have let me make it if I just pitched it to them.
What did you do?
I made a few and showed it to them.
Oh my god!
Because I knew that that if we
you can't give anybody like the script.
No, the script won't work. I mean, that's just that's the thing. Is like
it's very funny. Very funny,
man. It's
so ridiculous.
It's pretty ridiculous. You know, it was a few years ago that I made the initial one. It was I was on that crazy tour, that real crazy tour, where it was like, you know, fucking 10 shows a week, and I had a break coming up. And so I've always liked movies, like features, right? But it's a huge undertaking to get a feature made, but I liked short films because it feels like you're making a movie, you know, like a mini movie, right?
Right.
And it feels much more accessible to do. So I had written all these like short stories, short films. And I called my friend Rabbi and I was like, hey, I have a break coming up on tour. Let's shoot a short film because we'd done other things before. And when I sent him like 10 different scripts. He was like, what if we did 3 of these? I was like, how can we do 3 of them? He's like, we'll shoot like 11 days in a row. We can do 3 of these stories. And even then I wasn't thinking of like having a television series. I was just like, oh, it'll be fun to make these stories, you know? And so after we shot those 3, it was clear that we had like the, you know, the bones of a show. Like what if we did a show that was based on short stories, you know, like short films basically. And I don't know, there's another few that were in the original. And when I sent them in to Netflix, they were like, this is fucking insane, but like we'll make 6 episodes of this. And yeah, they were just like, this is crazy. But it's been the most fun I've ever had, dude.
Really?
Yeah, because you know what, I was thinking about it like on my way in here today. I was like, sometimes you have to remind yourself like of what your dream, like your original dream, you know? And my dream when I moved to LA had nothing to do with stand-up. I never thought of stand-up. Not to say that I don't love doing stand-up today. I'm in love with stand-up. But I moved to LA because I was like, oh, I want to do movies. Like that was my whole thing. I want to do comedy movies. And I had like my own blueprint for how I would do it. I was like, I'll go to the Groundlings. SNL will definitely hire me from there. Like this is like my 21-year-old brain. And then I'll do that for a couple of years and then I'll do movies. Like I thought that was a logical game plan to end up in movies. And it just, you know, I did do the Groundlings for a while, the school. But when I was supposed to do Writing Lab, which was like one of their levels, I had started stand-up and I was just like, oh, this path is just better for me. Like I was getting traction, not like my career wasn't moving, but I'm saying like I could feel how much I loved it. And I was starting to get like $50 here and there. And I was like, oh, it's not doing the Writing Lab thing. It's staying in the stand-up path. You know, like that's kind of like
interesting.
But the dream of doing something like
movies, which is like, this feels like to me like they sent me to film school and they were like, make your fucked up movies. That's what it felt like. That's been like, I was working like 16-hour days doing this thing, and I would come home and Christina would be like, I have never seen you so energized after working all goddamn day. She's like, you come home in the best mood. And I was like, yeah, because I'm having fun. Like, I'm having so much fun doing this, you know?
Well, that shows you're doing the right thing.
I think so. I mean, it was like...
Sure. That is so uniquely you.
It is, right?
Oh, yeah. That's our fucking text thread.
It pretty much is. There are some in here that I can't wait for you to see. Like, there are some in here that I literally cannot wait for you to see. This morning, she goes, why is it called bad thoughts? It should be called cock thoughts. she's like, I swear there's dicks in like every other one. I'm like, yeah. She's like, dicks and violence. That's your wheelhouse.
We need more of this in the world.
Yeah,
we really do. That show, the religious show on Max. Why am I not remembering it? Righteous Gemstones.
Oh yeah,
fucking A.
Yeah, man,
dude.
Danny McBride.
Yeah,
he's fucking fantastic.
Yeah, he's fantastic. But the whole cast.
The whole cast
fantastic.
is yeah.
The fucking show is so good. It's so funny.
Goggins, Adam Devine, John Goodman.
Oh yeah, everyone's amazing.
They're all fantastic.
But it's also so ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's like, thank God. It's like, it seems like for a while people were getting scared of making anything offensive.
I know, and it also feels like so many studios, networks, platforms, whatever you want to call it, are like so distanced from comedy. Like, it's like comedy is
it's too dangerous.
It's very like.
Well, it's weird is you can get away with so much in a drama. In a drama, you could have violence and theft and car accidents. You can fucking kill people and rape people and steal all their money, and that's okay.
Yeah,
for some reason. But like, there's something about doing comedy that's offensive or even potentially offensive.
Yeah, the other thing is that there's the offensive angle. I also think that they really shit the bed on literally backing truly funny material. Like so many studio comedies that are released, the critics, people are like, why didn't this work? Because it's not good. It wasn't funny.
Right.
It's not a funny comedy.
But don't you think part of that is because they can't take any real chances?
Yeah, I think a studio is always, like if you strip everything down, it's somebody that has to have some risk in their job. They're playing with millions of dollars and saying like, this will make us money.
Right.
And so, yeah, they start to get more apprehensive about it. The other thing is that the cost of some of these comedies, when comedies were really thriving last, which was I think like more than 20 years ago, some of these comedies started to cost like 30 million plus to do a comedy. Yeah, because sometimes you had like huge stars and huge set pieces, and you'd have these enormous budgets. Yeah, like real. And now some of them, like Tropic Thunder, I think did probably pretty well at the box office, right? But a lot of them would not, and so it started to be like, hey, you know what? We can make this. That's why you see the explosion of certain genres, right? Like horror really has had a huge uptick the last decade plus. People can produce them for $5 million, but they don't realize that you can produce great comedies for $5 million. Also, you can, but you have to like prioritize the material first. It's got to be a great script, and they got to be willing to back it. You know, I feel like they just haven't taken those shots yet.
Well, it's kind of a tremendous opportunity, right? Because of the fact that these big studios and these big stars are not doing those kind of films.
Exactly.
Like the door is wide open because the demand has never gone away.
No, people want it. They want to laugh.
Always.
I'm doing one this summer.
Yeah?
I'm doing a movie this summer, yeah.
What are you doing?
It's a crazy fucking comedy. It's insane. Yeah. It hasn't been announced yet, so you know how they are about that. But it's a wild R-rated comedy.
Well, tell me about it afterwards then.
Okay, yeah.
Haha, everybody else.
Yeah, no, I can't. I would love to talk about it. But I think we're doing kind of like what you're saying, which is like we're going to go all in on trying to make this really funny movie. And I mean, I couldn't be more excited about it. And I think it's like, it takes, you realize when you read it and you go, this is it. We kind of do, some punch ups on the script, and then you just try to surround yourself with amazing comedic talent, like great actors.
And just have fun.
Yeah. I think that's
That's awesome.
Something that's missing.
That's so cool. I didn't even know that was your original dream. I've fucking known you forever.
I know, yeah. It was, I guess I was probably like, I kind of was resigned to that's not going to happen, too. You know, not like, I mean, the other thing is like, dude, every time I'm out on the road, you know, I get a call, hey, they want to see you for this part, or you got an offer to shoot this show or this, like, here's the offer. And I'm like, yeah, I'm on tour. Like, I can't move the fucking United Center, you know?
They
like,
don't care.
They don't care.
They
and
just
like,
want that piece.
And I'm like, dude,
they don't get a piece of that United Center.
I know. I'm like, I can't move all that shit. But that's also, I realized that after years of that, it's like, well, if I'm always touring, I'm just never going to be able to do
other people's stuff.
Yeah. And so it also kind of, I got excited about, you know, having the summer off and I could do something. And then my tour, the current tour I'm on, will end in December, and I'm leaving 26 wide open.
Really?
Yeah.
Just I mean, film stuff.
I'm going to, film some stuff, and then I'll still do, like, what I do, which is, like, go into your club or book some club weekends, which are kind of, like, low, you know, stress kind of things where you go, like,
right.
hey, I'm just going to go work out.
Yeah.
So I'll try to keep the muscle fresh, but I won't book, like, a tour. You know?
Yeah. It's good to take breaks.
It is, right?
I'll tell you that. I took a big sort of a break. I've just been doing the club. Since I did my live special?
Yeah.
It's very nice. It's great having no pressure. So, like, I just talk about what I want to talk about, and I write about what I want to write about, instead of going, I got to put an hour together, because I have a tour in 3 months.
Right.
Like, I have to make sure this hour's tight. I have to...
You just kind of take your time with it.
And I think there's something to be said for taking breaks with stand-up in particular, because, like, you don't want to just have tools that you use to do a job, right?
Mm-hmm.
You want to actually, like, you have to kind of figure out, what am I investing all my time in these subject matters?
Yeah.
Like, what is, like, what's interesting to me?
Mm-hmm.
And how much time is that going to take to figure out what the perspective is, where I could just say it on stage?
Yeah.
Because I feel like with a lot of comics, there's a thing happens where you get kind of like locked into a set, and then you abandon that set, and there's just mad scramble to come up with a new set.
Yes.
And a lot of times when you're doing that new set, it's not you're not invested in it. It just, you know, you can make it effective.
Right.
You know what I mean?
It kind of feels like filler.
Yeah.
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 I know exactly what you mean.
And the audience feels that too.
I think they definitely do.
They do.
They do.
Because I feel it as an audience member.
Yeah.
I know when someone's doing that, and I go, oh, I'm not connecting with this at all.
Right. But if it's something that you can tell the person wants to talk about,
exactly.
it resonates. It's different.
Actually interesting. That's the thing. It's like, you know, as I've gotten older, I've thought much more about stand-up. And there's a lot of stand-up is kind of like unspoken. I think a lot of it is hypnosis.
Really?
Yeah, there's a weird thing going on.
Mm-hmm.
And I get it from, like, great comedians. Like, when I was a kid, there was this guy named Frank Santos, the R-rated hypnotist, and he would go on stage and make people do stuff, and like, you're having sex with Madonna. It was really weird. But there was a flow to his confidence or something about him, and he was also an actual hitman, like, you know, hypnotize people to quit smoking and shit like that. And there was something that he was doing where I was like, what is he doing? Like, how is he, like, what is this connection where it's just so funny? Like, how is he getting into these people's heads? Like, what is hypnosis? And then I see, like, a guy like Attell on stage when he's killing, and I recognize something I'm like, he's hypnotizing us.
Mm-hmm.
There's something that he's doing, this effortless confidence and connection to what he's talking about, and great material also. So you give him the reins. You're like, oh, this material's so good. I'll give you the reins. Take my brain. Take my brain. Take my brain.
And the rhythm of the cadence too.
Yeah.
Because he has a very particular cadence. And you know, if you hang out with him or work with him like I did a few times, you start doing the cadence.
A lot of people do.
Start doing the cadence. And I did that in like 05, 06. When I was like, he was on his show and his first like killer album came out, Skanks for the Memories. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I would be talking like to you like this. I'd get outside and go like, how's everybody doing? Like I would just start doing, because it's such like a hypnotic type of cadence.
Yeah, Patrice always says that about like having babies, like that's his babies.
Yeah.
Like David Hell has a bunch of babies.
Yeah.
It's like a bunch of people that he gave birth to their
100%. Yeah.
Yeah, it's super normal. A lot of people have that, but it's interesting how that stuff works. That there's a thing that's going on, which is why live stand up is so much better than stand up on television.
Dude, I also have this thing recently because I'm on tour right now. I realized that, like, man, it's funny how I could be like tired, and being tired, I go on stage in a different mindset, and all of a sudden I'm like, wow, that was a way better set. Like I had the right amount of tired, not tired where I can't think,
but more relaxed.
And then I get off, and like my whole tour crew was like, that was a fucking amazing show, and I'm like, yeah, I feel like I was too tired to be like self-conscious or something. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like some of my self-awareness went away, but like the right degree of it went away.
Yeah.
And then the show just
and
felt
then you
better.
locked in with them.
Yeah. I also like to tell myself sometimes, if I remember, that I'm best on stage if I'm going on stage in a silly mindset. Mm-hmm. If I'm goofing off backstage.
Yes.
Fucking around. You know, making fun of somebody that's like in my crew or something. I don't know, you know, like dancing in the green room, like just silly. That mindset walking up on stage is like the best one to go on stage with.
That's why I used to love working with Joey so much.
Yeah.
Because two things. One, Joey would make me laugh like while he was on stage. I'd be waiting to go on stage. Instead of thinking about my material and going over everything with a fine-tooth comb, I'd just be laughing. Mm-hmm. And then I'd go on stage laughing.
And that's the thing, is that's an unspoken thing. Mm-hmm. But the audience goes like, there's joy coming from this person.
Yes.
You know, they feel the joy.
Yeah,
legit. They really do.
Because like there's nothing grosser than fake laughs.
Yeah.
When a comedian does the fake laugh thing, it's fucking gross.
Yeah.
It's just like when they've said that fucking same joke the same way every night with the same laugh.
Yeah.
Like, you're tricking me.
You're tricking me,
You're tricking me. You're a hooker.
It's so manufactured, you know? It's so calculated.
Which is fine. I mean, do whatever you want. But it's like there's a thing that comes with that that's like, okay, I'm never going to be fully locked in, but maybe I can just appreciate this for, you know,
true.
Like I'm watching a sitcom.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And then there's also nothing as fun as genuine laughter on, like, if something really makes you laugh while you're doing a set, that's the most fun.
Oh, for sure.
And that becomes contagious.
It's like, that's why the bits work so good when you first start doing them.
Yeah.
And then sometimes they die off because you're getting tired of it and you're not laughing anymore.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, there's certain things, like, at a subject, when you first start talking about it, you're like, what the fuck is going on? How is this a real thing?
It's so funny, because we were just talking about how there's certain bits where it kills, right? Mm-hmm. And then over the next few months, it dies slowly.
Yeah.
And you're trying to do the math. You're like, wait, am I saying it different? Am I like, you just go listen?
Right.
Did I miss a beat or something? Did I miss some connective tissue?
Right.
What's going on? And it just, like, by the end, you're like, no, it's fully dead. It has died. I don't know what happened.
You just got to be able to accept that they're dead.
Yeah. That's such a funny thing, though, that happens.
I have a bunch of bits I call orphans. I have a file of orphans.
Oh, like
they're all bits that just never made it onto a special.
Yeah.
Like, someone comes up to me, like, every now and then, one of my friends come up to me, like, do you do that fucking, is that on anything? I was like, that one's just an orphan.
It's an orphan.
It's just floating around. It doesn't fit with anything. It's all so fucked up.
And sometimes you ever try to bring those back? I brought some back that didn't make it. And sometimes they get new life.
Yeah.
And then sometimes you're like, oh, there's a reason why I didn't carry this one.
You know when they pop up is Bottom of the Barrel.
Oh, yeah.
It's the best show. The Bottom of the Barrel, every now and then I'll pull something out. I'll go, actually, I have a fucking ancient bit on this. If I can kind of remember it.
That's the other thing, is your memory starts to, on the old stuff.
My memory's gone on my last special. It's gone.
That's the best thing that can happen. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's gone.
I get called out to, do this bit, and I go, I honestly don't remember how it goes. Yeah, like, I'll start it, and then I'll forget.
Right. You want to do it?
Yeah. And then they'll know it. They'll know it better than you. And you're like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, sometimes that's good. That would be funny if they did it. They acted it out.
Pretty fun.
Yeah, there's just certain bits, like, they just leave your mind. It's like, I'm done with this.
But did you like any of the acting stuff? Because I know you don't have any interest in doing it anymore, but did you enjoy it?
Yeah. Yeah, news radio was really fun.
That was fun.
It was fun. I didn't mind doing it. It's just I didn't like it as much, and I didn't like the time commitment. That these I mean, I don't sound like I'm complaining, oh, it's acting so hard. But it's like you're working these long-ass days.
Yeah.
And as a person who likes to do a lot of different things, that becomes a problem.
And you were on a multicam.
Exactly.
Imagine if you were on a single cam.
Way harder.
That would have been...
Single cams are crazy. I had friends that are on single cams. I was like, oh my God, how are you doing this? They were working 6 days a week, and they would work at like 12, 15 hours a day.
Yeah.
Like, this is so crazy. Like, I like to do a bunch of stuff, man. I like to do jiu-jitsu. I like to play pool.
Are you rolling again?
No, I'm still injured.
Yeah.
I'm still dealing with some small, it's a lot better now, lower back issue. And a little bit of a knee issue, but that's pretty good, too.
Did I say, my little guy quit jiu-jitsu?
Why? Why'd he quit?
The funniest thing. They both go. Both my boys go. And we take them in, and my youngest is like, this is my last one. He's 6. And I go, it's your last one? He goes, dude, my schedule is crazy. I go, what?
He's copying his dad.
Yeah, he's talking like me. And he goes, I have a full plate. And I go, you have a full plate. He goes, I go kindergarten, I got Spanish, do drums. I don't have time for this.
That's hilarious.
And then he told the instructor. He told the guy in charge. I was like, tell him. He goes, I won't be coming back. I have a very full schedule. And so that guy kind of like smiled, and he goes, well, what do you have? He goes, I told you, kindergarten, drums, Spanish. I don't have time to do everything.
He's 6.
And I go, yeah.
Is this the one who called you Tom?
Well, they both did for a while, but yeah. So he goes, but the instructor was great. He goes, okay. He goes, well, in life, you have to be strong, right? And my kid goes, yeah. He goes, it's not an option. He goes, yeah. He goes, so if you have to be strong, then you have to do this. And my kid's like, yeah. He goes, and the instructor goes, so I'll see you Thursday. And he sticks out his fist, and my kid goes, I told you, I'm too busy. And so he hasn't gone. But this is the thing about kids, is like, he hasn't gone now in like a month. And then now he's like, hey, I want to go back to jiu-jitsu. I'm like, of course. So,
of course.
And also his older brother is doing very well.
That's a problem.
And so he got a new belt, you know, and my older brother's like fucking him up and talking mad shit all day. Takes his shirt off every day, and he goes, I'm gonna be so fucking jacked. So he's like, oh shit, I gotta get back in there.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta hedge your time. Like, you have to figure out, like, what do you want to do?
You're the most insane in my book for a person who does the most different things, because you're highly proficient at archery, jiu-jitsu, shooting pool, fitness, this shit, like, that's a lot of different things to be like very good at.
Do I have to pick my spots?
Yeah.
You know, because I'm an obsessive person.
Right.
So, like, I have to, like, that's why I don't fuck with golf. That's why I don't fuck with video
golf
games.
Would get you, dude.
Video games would get me.
I stayed away from video games for 20 years, about 20 years. And we got a console.
Uh-oh.
Well, here's the thing. I actually found that I am busy enough where in my brain, I can go, yeah, I can do 20 minutes on certain days and get like a little dopamine kick from it, like have fun. But most of the time I walk by it and I go, I got out of time to play.
My problem is if I put that 20 minutes in, I'll be up till 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
I'll go, I don't need sleep. I just won't work out tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'll just show up half in the bag. I'll eat a lot of creatine
and I'll be okay.
So my brain works.
Yeah.
Do you know to do that?
Yeah, I started doing it every day. Yeah.
But it's a really big one for sleep deprivation.
Really?
Yeah, there was some sort of study where they showed that it completely diminishes the effects of sleep deprivation. If you take, I think it's 20 grams. I think 20 grams of creatine, something crazy like that.
I've been doing that. I have a whole new sleep protocol I'm doing.
Oh, a sleep protocol.
What, like I'm saying, a bunch of peptides and shit. Yeah.
Ooh, I just ordered an Oura ring to track my sleep.
That's good. Do you have to try that pineal?
No, I haven't. I heard about it. You were telling me it really ramped up your REM sleep.
Fucking awesome.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Anything for more sleep, I'm into, man.
I'll tell you what really affects
Quality sleep.
No drinking. That really affects my sleep a lot.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You,
You
don't
don't drinking
feel
a lot?
Not a lot. Not like Bert levels. But, like last time I was sober, I was with him. We were all, it was a great table. It was like Taylor Sheridan,
Oh, yeah.
his wife, my wife was there, Bert and his wife, David Goggins and his wife,
Oh, wow.
and then a bunch of my professional pool player friends.
That's
All
a fun table.
Oh, it was fucking phenomenal. We had so much fun. We all had dinner together after the UFC fight, and Bert is just throwing back martinis.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I definitely made the right choice.
Yeah.
I definitely made the right choice.
He
Like,
can-
I'm watching him. He's slowly turning into a human grape in front of my eyes. He's fucking red in his face. He was hilarious.
He was.
I'll tell you that.
Sure.
At the table, we were having a lot of laughs.
Yeah.
But I was like,
He can knock him down, dude. He can really knock him down.
Bro, he found out we were leaving, so he ordered 2 more to down on the way out the door. He just downed 2 martinis. I'll have 2 more. Like, just down these martinis on the way out the door. I'm like, this is fucking preposterous.
It's preposterous.
And then I talked to him, and he goes, I got all my blood work done. Perfect. Everything's perfect.
I know.
I was like, how's that possible?
He always says that. And I saw somebody comment the other day on our podcast. They go, the documentary about Bert's doctor who says blood work is perfect is going to be unbelievable.
It's a complete charlatan.
It's got to be, dude. It's got to be.
Dirty lab coat with a fucking mouse in his pocket. Like, some
It's
crazy
gonna
guy.
be complete lunatic who's like, you're great.
Oh my God. That's
So
so
funny.
funny. That's so funny.
Yeah, we had dinner and he was like, wine? You want wine? And I was like, I'm good. And he's like, we'll do a bottle of wine for the and nobody had wine, so he just dumped the into his glass. And he can drink it in like 5 minutes. It's crazy.
It's bizarre. Well, it's
crazy.
obvious, like, it's got to be an adaptive thing, right? Like running is. Like,
yeah.
If you run never, you can't run a marathon.
Right.
But if you run a lot, you can run a marathon.
Sure.
You get it used to it. Your body gets accustomed to putting in the miles 5 before work every day.
You know, we always talk about that freak show shit he has in him. Like, he's freaky.
Yeah, he's freak. Yeah.
We did the 5K in Tampa.
Mm-hmm.
We had like 8,000 people come out this year.
That's
crazy.
amazing.
And so many people that are like, you know, making leaps.
By the way, how good does Jelly Roll look?
Dude, do you know what he's down?
200 pounds.
Yeah, and from last year, 130.
That's amazing.
And he's like, I want to lose another 100.
That's insane. So
And
what's he at now?
He's at 340.
So he wants to get down to 240. Wow.
He wants to get to 240.
He's a big guy. For him, 240 is probably right.
Yeah, it's probably and I, by the way, we were talking before he got there. The 5K it was in Raymond James Stadium where the Bucks play.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, well, how are we mapping out 3.1? Well, the only way to do that in a venue of this size is you had to like use every, square inch of the place. So they had us go up the ramp. Like if you're going to go up to the top, there's a ramp that goes up. It's 9 stories up of all incline.
Boy.
And then you go across, then you go down, and you go up again.
Oh, a lot of incline.
Like half a mile plus of incline, right?
Oh.
So before Jelly gets here, I'm like, I don't know if he can do this, man. You know what I mean? Like he's a big guy still. Knees, cardio, all this shit.
Right.
Dude, he fucking smashed it.
That's incredible.
He did great.
Did he hire a trainer? Like, how is it? What is he doing?
I think some people.
He got rid of his phone.
I know. He has like a flip phone that like doesn't even that you can. I don't even know if you can get texts on it. So
yeah, he just chucked his phone out. Apparently, like all the years of drinking, he just gave his phone number out to so many people,
like,
and he decided instead of getting a new number, which is what you should do.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm just no phone.
That's fucking awesome, by the way.
It's crazy.
I used to panic when I left my phone behind. Now when I forget my phone, I'm like, oh, it's going to be a great day. Like, I left my phone. I'll get it later. Like, I feel fine.
It's a great feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all prisoners.
We are totally prisoners.
We're prisoners, and it's going to get worse.
Oh, this is the thing I wanted to tell you. So some of the Bucks players came out, the offensive linemen. These are absolute beasts. 6'5", 6'6", 330, like just giants. They're gorillas. And we're doing all this silly competition stuff. Like we hit the golf simulator, throw a fucking spear into like a bale of hay. And then they're like, oh, we need one more thing. So we have a beer stein holding contest. So it's this.
Oh, Bert won that.
Yeah, he beat fucking all pro.
He's been That's like,
But
come on, man.
But look at these.
Does that
fucking
make
guys.
sense?
It
It's
does
like
make sense. But you still
those
go
skinny guys can throw a baseball a lot faster than these dudes.
It's just crazy to me though. Like,
Not to me.
the upper bodies on these dudes, I'm like, no, they're these guys.
Yeah, he's gonna win. He's used to holding beers.
Yeah,
he's used to holding drinks.
I couldn't do it. I tapped out. Like my arm just gave out, and then
Look at him. He's still smiling.
Oh yeah,
he had nothing wrong. That's insane.
Yeah, and then they slowly fell.
I bet if he did his left arm, it would fall off. I bet he literally wouldn't be able to. He's been holding up drinks so long.
Yeah.
Also, like, toasting crowds for so long. Look at this.
Yeah.
He beat everybody. He should hold out and just humiliate them after he's done. Just keep going.
Oh, he held it up after he was done.
That big guy looks like he's ready to break. He gave up.
Yeah.
Look at Bert.
Didn't even.
Look at this.
Yeah. Just insane.
He's got incredible genetics. Like, if he wanted to be an athlete, he'd be an incredible athlete.
Yeah, I think so. If he was like super dedicated to it, yeah.
Yeah, he's just trapped in booze.
Mm.
Booze also made him very rich. So
yeah,
I don't know what to say.
Yeah, it's working out.
I love him.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want him to change, but I do. I mean, I want him to be healthy. But like when we first started doing Sober October, it was essentially just because we were worried Bert was going to die.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Well, he's still here.
I mean, the first one was the weight loss thing.
Blood works perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, it's nuts.
What type of resistance is that?
I don't know. I think it's like 100 and something.
100 and something?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm obsessed with, that squeeze machine.
Yeah.
You know the thing?
Oh, yeah, that measures your grip.
I got 161, and I want to get 190.
Oh, so you're training for it?
Yeah.
Do you have one here?
No, I think we do. Yeah, we do out there. Yeah, out in the hallway. But we do at the club. And so when I first did it, I think I got 147. I was like, well, this is bullshit.
Yeah.
And then I got up to 161 without these things.
I bet
just from working out a lot.
I bet David has a crazy grip strength.
Which David?
Lucas.
Oh yeah, it's a big guy.
Big hands.
Big hands.
Yeah.
Jamar has one. Jamar Neighbors, I think he got 167.
Damn.
Yeah. Jamar's strong.
That's crazy.
You see him with his shirt off.
Yeah,
he's jacked.
Yeah, jacked.
But we've had some big dudes come in there and do it. I don't know who's got the record on that thing.
Record's got to be.
The UFC had a bunch of guys do it. And I forget who had the highest, but I think Alex Pereira was 180. He was up in the
He's a big fuck. I didn't realize how big I didn't realize because TV is so deceptive.
Oh yeah.
And then I saw somebody I know standing next to him, and I was like, "Holy shit!"
Was Oliveira 97? Oh, that's crazy. He didn't even try.
My left hand.
Michael Chandler. 113. What? No, he's doing his right hand. Are you doing your opposite hand? Because Paul Craig, I think, is a lefty. 126. Bo Nickel. He's a lefty, too. So they're doing their opposite hand?
They're doing the opposite hand.
What's his? 153. Weidman strong as fuck. Let me see what he's got. 153. Stipe's huge. What's he got? He's a left-hander, too, yeah. So he's a big fucking dude, though. 131. Wow, that's crazy. Other hand. 104. Oh, wow. Jesus Christ. Second attempt. 155. All right, so great. I'm stronger than all those bitches.
There you go. Fuck yeah.
But I'm trying to get to 190.
190 is crazy.
I think this is 115 or something like that. I forget what it is.
Some of those arm wrestling guys.
Oh yeah,
they have freaky forearms.
Oh yeah, I was watching this one guy who's a climber, who's a professional climber.
Oh,
and yeah, he has this basement gym. I might have saved the video, but I think if you find it on YouTube, it's I've never seen strength like this. This guy has calves growing off of his forearm bone. It's like a calf.
Yeah.
And he's doing one finger chin-ups.
I don't understand it.
With a centimeter of hold. It's the tiniest little lip that his finger's resting on, and he's pulling his whole body out.
Guy, but I mean, he's doing the same thing.
Yeah, look at that. That's crazy. It's not this guy. The other guy is like super jacked. His forearms are, at least. He's not like bodybuilder size, but the musculature is crazy.
I saw one of those guys who I guess is in the rock climbing, mountain climbing world. He's considered one of the best.
Yeah, that's the guy. That's the guy. So this guy does a bunch of freaky shit. What is this dude's name? Yeah, look at the fucking, look at that one arm thing. See that? The size of the grip?
Yeah.
Look how fat that grip is. Like, doing a one-arm chin-up is crazy.
Look at his back.
It's crazy. But doing a one-arm chin, look at the size of his fucking forearms.
Yeah.
Doing a one-arm chin is crazy, but a one-arm chin-up with a fat grip like that is off the charts nuts. Like, his strength must be insane. But you look at him, like, right there, like his neck and everything, he doesn't look like that strong of a guy.
Right.
It's very deceptive, because with climbers, you don't need traps. You can't have like excess stuff. So everything is very, like, look at his forearms. Look at his grips. But look, the size of his fucking forearms when he's doing that is crazy. See if you can isolate when he was doing that with his forearms.
Is he the one who did a workout with Larry Wheels? Did you ever see that?
No, that's a different guy. But yeah, I've seen that.
You've seen that?
Yeah, I think that might be that guy.
Might be.
Yeah, I've seen him on YouTube.
Is it?
Yeah. And he's blown away
by this guy.
It's like mountain climbing, if you think about it, just the amount of reps that you're picking your body weight up and holding, like gymnasts. Like, who's more jacked than the guys who do the rings?
No.
They're super jacked. Like, look at his forearms. Look at that. Back up a little second and just freeze it. Freeze it right there. Yeah. Freeze it. Look at that left fucking forearm.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's nuts.
There's a split in the muscle.
That's a calf.
Yeah, it's a calf.
That's a calf. That's like a strong calf.
And this is like a big endorsement for calisthenics, basically, right? I mean,
calisthenics are huge.
Yeah,
they're huge. That's a big part of my workout.
Really?
Oh yeah, I do a lot of calisthenics. I do, I still do the 100 push-ups every day and the 100 bodyweight squats, but I do chin-ups, dips, and L pull-ups. Like, so you're like with a close grip, with the legs extended.
Yeah,
I do all those.
Really?
They're huge. Yeah, it's you want to be able to. And the other thing I do hang from a bar like this, where I swing my toes up and I touch the bar. So it's like really works
the core
too. That's like being able to manipulate your own body weight is crucial.
Yeah, because those gymnasts are like, some of them like, I've never touched weights. I'm just doing this shit all
which is
day.
Nuts.
And they have,
but it's not time efficient.
Yeah,
because they're doing that.
Hours.
Their muscles are like that because they're doing 8-hour sessions. But you can get a lot done with your body with just dips and chin-ups. A lot.
Dips are incredible.
Yeah.
So good. I mean, that was like, I think when Arnold would talk about chest, he was like, that was like the cherry on top for the workouts was doing. He's like, we always would do dips.
And you can do weighted dips too.
Yeah.
Dips are so easy to do with weight, or throw a chain over your neck, or put a weight vest on, or something like that.
Yeah.
That's another thing I found. Like, just a 25-pound weight vest where it doesn't feel like anything when you're wearing it. But when you do stuff with it on, like chin-ups and pull-ups, like, holy fuck. It makes a giant difference.
So different. And then when you take that thing off, you're like, oh, man.
Right. So imagine being 25 pounds too heavy.
Yeah.
And then imagine being Jelly Roll. So Jelly Roll's walking around 200 pounds too heavy before, at least. So it's actually 300 pounds, right? Because he wants to lose another 100.
Yeah.
So imagine just carrying around everywhere you go. You got a squat rack, like a real bar stuffed with plates, and you're just carrying that through life.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing.
That's crazy. That's why those guys' fucking lower bodies are always crazy when they lose weight.
Ralphie May used to have the biggest calves in the world.
Yeah.
His legs were like carrying
tree trunks.
Oh my God. Yeah. Just carrying around that body all day.
That's nuts.
Mm-hmm.
If they trim down enough, the quads are still humongous.
Yeah, Bert lost weight, he'd get weaker. But you do get weaker when you lose weight. That's a fact.
Yeah, that's always mass moves mass. Yeah.
It's also like to lose weight, to lose body fat, your body has to think something's wrong. Like, it's very difficult to maintain mass, like maintain muscle mass while you're losing fat. It's hard.
Yeah, that's hard.
You gotta be real careful with everything.
Yeah, that's true.
And you gotta try not to lose too much weight too quick. Because a lot of people with losing weight, like a lot of people become food addicts, and then the addicts act like addicts, and you start thinking, I got to lose it all right now. And so you starve yourself,
It's not the way
and
to
you
go.
just work out 8 hours a day, and well, you're going to lose all your muscle too.
Everything.
You're going to lose everything, and you're probably going to get injured because your body's going to hey, you fucking idiot.
Yeah.
And then
Give
you that tendonitis.
Yeah.
How about a little back bulge? And how about a fucking sore knee?
Yeah.
How about plantar fasciitis? Slow the fuck down. Your body tries to figure out a way to slow you down.
Yeah. Slow and steady is the way, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it just sucks. You know, you want to get, if you've realized you fucked up, it would be nice if you could just get better quick. Like,
I know.
I got a month before summer and I'm 50 pounds overweight. Fuck.
I want to lose another
six-pack.
10, 15 right now.
What do you want to do it?
Just dial in. You know, it's really about consistency, I feel like, with me, right? Like, my window for when I go, oh, shit, is just so much smaller than it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
So right now I'm like, oh, I've slid a little bit. I've been on tour. I've been doing all this shit. I just have to
tour. It's hard, right?
It's hard.
Like, I'm working. Fuck it. Cheeseburger.
Yeah.
Let's
Sometimes
pizza.
Sometimes it's that. Sometimes it's also just that, like, you know, I get into this rhythm of the way I'm eating and training at home. It's pretty good.
I got you,
Get
fam.
out there and it's like, fuck, you know, we got on 3 planes and you're just tired. You just don't do it.
Yep.
And then, you just order whatever to eat. So you just feel it, like, slowly come apart. But I feel like I'm also at a place where I know if I dial in my diet and make sure I stay on top of, like, the training, I can shed this 10 pretty.
Yeah, you've done it before.
Yeah.
You did it pretty well, you know? You figured it out. And then you also have muscle memory now. I think it's hard when you're traveling because, you know, you're just, anytime you're traveling, your energy level goes down.
Yeah.
It's like you got to figure out things to mitigate that energy level going down. And then counterintuitively, the best way to do that is to work out.
Yeah, I know.
Which doesn't seem like it makes any sense because you're tired. I don't want to work out.
A lot of times we do the land and lift.
Got to do that.
Like, land and go.
Yep, land and go.
It is crazy how I do a lot of 4 day weekends, you know, for tour. And a lot of times on that 3rd or 4th day, you're like, you're in your 3rd or 4th city and you're like, fuck, I am wrecked today. Just like another plane, another time zone.
Taking a lot of vitamins?
I take a pretty good amount of vitamins, yeah.
Yeah, that's important too.
Yeah.
Take a lot of vitamins. And then it's hard to be strict with your diet when you're on the road. But the big one is alcohol.
I'm lucky in that regard because I'm not a big boozer.
Yeah. I don't know how Bert does it.
I started eating these David bars.
Oh, those are great.
Those are great.
Yeah, I think Peter T is involved in that, right?
I don't know if he, maybe.
Yeah.
But those are
delicious.
They're great.
Boy, they make you fart.
I love farting. 28 grams of protein, 150 calories.
Yeah.
No sugar.
They're great. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, there's a bunch of good options now that you can bring with you on the road if you get hungry. Keep you from eating bullshit.
That's all I'm trying to, like, sometimes I go like, oh, it was great. Today was a great day. And then it's just dinner. So you just don't fucking ruin your day.
Have you ever had carnivore snacks? Do you know what that is?
No.
The carnivore snacks ribeye is my go-to. I bring that on the UFC broadcast. Like I give them to Daniel Cormier and me. We eat them. It's like sliced ribeyes that are just dried, but it's got the fat on it.
It's good.
Yeah, you don't feel guilty at all. Like if you're hungry and need a snack, open them with just meat and salt. Perfect snack.
And the company's called Carnivore?
Yeah, Carnivore Snacks. Snacks with an X. But it's not like... it's not jerky. It's like they describe it as like meat pastry.
Yeah.
It's good snack food.
I like it.
Yeah, just to keep from going off the rails.
That's all you're trying to do. That's all you're trying to do is just mitigate the damage of the day. Right?
I have a whole folder on my phone saved up of food that I really can't eat.
Really?
Just where I look at restaurants like,
What do you miss the most when you are trying to eat healthy?
Italian food.
Pasta. Right?
Yeah, pasta and crazy sandwiches.
Oh my God, we went to Carbone.
Oh, in New York? Yeah, they got one in Vegas now too.
I know.
I think I actually had the Vegas one for a while.
It's
so good, dude.
So good.
So good. That rigatoni with vodka sauce.
When it has a little kick, they put a little spice in it.
It's good. That's so good. It's tough to beat Italian food.
It really is.
It's tough to beat it just for pure, that pleasure of just overstuffing yourself.
We were there for last summer. It was like every day.
Yeah.
You know? And the thing is, I didn't like blow up.
No.
I thought I would. I mean, I'm sure I gained a few, but I thought I was like, oh, this is going to be fucking terrible. But it was, I think a big thing there versus here is portion sizes. You know, like, there's no such thing as, they don't go, here's your pasta, here's a fucking bowl like this. You know? It's like, it's.
Well, I think in Italy, the real thing is the food's different.
Yeah.
I think our food's poison.
It's so bad, right? I mean, I saw this lady on your show. I saw a clip talking about all these health epidemics, like the full run of stats, where she was like 1 in 2 for cancer and this and that.
Was it Callie Means?
She was I think she was a doctor, right? Is she a doctor?
Yeah. Well, I don't think she finished her doctorate or her medical school training, because I think she got to the position where she realized that most metabolic diseases are being caused by food.
But that's the thing, is like, that's the big takeaway, I think, from that, is like, you had this conversation with, you know, I had it with people all the time who travel abroad, and you're just like, everything in Japan was fucking amazing. The food. And then you look at their longevity, which is like record breaking, and you know, when you compare it to most of the world,
definitely compared to ours.
Yeah,
and we have the worst health stats in the Western world.
Well,
it's our food.
But because it's all like,
because corporations. Because corporations profit off keeping you fat and sick. So the best way to make money from food is to get you addicted to food that they can sell you. So they sell you a tremendous amount of cheap, shitty food that has a bunch of preservatives and garbage in it.
Yeah.
So it's, you know, potato chips and all sorts of different snacks and all sorts of different things. And then you have your enriched, air quotes, flour that's got a bunch of shit poured into it, and it's a bunch of complex glutens in the grains. And then you have glyphosate, which other countries have banned, but we use everywhere. 90+% of people have glyphosate in their blood, and they test it, which is Roundup, that chemical pesticide herb. We have herbicides that kill your fucking endocrine system. We have, like, we're poisoning ourselves.
It's really sad. We're growing stuff at home now. We have a hydroponic garden.
Yeah, I talked to Christine about it. That's pretty dope.
And that's just delicious.
Yeah, that's the way to go.
The lettuce and the tomatoes, and it gets all kinds of like veggies.
Tastes like real food.
Yeah, you do taste the difference.
100%.
Yeah, which reminds me of when you're abroad, right? Because like you, in Italy or in Japan, you have a tomato, you have a strawberry, and you're like, whoa.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, this is what it's supposed to taste like.
Yeah, we make stuff that it can sit on the shelf forever. That's why our tomatoes look like they're albino tomatoes. They're hard.
Yeah.
Our tomatoes are hard.
Yeah.
Like, why is a tomato hard? Like, what is that about? Why does it stay hard for like weeks? Just sits there.
And then we just keep ingesting that.
Yeah, it's terrible. And then you get all this inflammation in your body. And, you know, we've sort of genetically modified a bunch of things so we can feed a bunch of people, so we can have large numbers of people. And there's a benefit to that.
How much of this do you think is related to the fact that we have so many more people than some of these places?
Oh, yeah, that's a fact. But it's not just that. So I think there's a bunch of factors, and everybody wants to be real binary about it. Sedentary lifestyle is a big one. There's a large percentage of our population that doesn't move enough. They don't exercise. They don't do anything physical. So you got that, and then you got years and years and years and years doing that, which eventually catches you.
Yeah.
And so that's what the people that start showing up at the hospital. You know, it's metabolic health, right? So, and then you have lack of understanding of nutrition. Which is, they think, oh, you're some fuckhead doctor that tells you just have to eat a balanced diet and probably has a bunch of diseases and he's on pills himself. Like, shut up. Probably never even went through any nutrition training. You know, in medical school, they get about 6 hours of nutrition training, I think.
It's crazy.
Look at this athleticism.
You know, especially as we have kids in school, you realize that school still, they don't emphasize nutrition or finance. I feel like that's another crazy thing.
Oh, yeah.
Is to keep people from understanding how finance works at all.
It is crazy, right? Like, you're teaching kids about how to prepare yourself for the world, and you don't teach them about debt and about interest.
The first thing that happens when you're a freshman in college is you walk through the student union, and they go, "You want a credit card?" You're fucking 18.
Yeah.
And they're like, you're like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, it's got 29.9% APR. It's awesome.
They're preying upon you.
Yeah.
They're literally preying upon you.
And the school lets it.
Yeah.
The school is like, yeah, go ahead.
They don't give a fuck about you.
You're fucking crazy.
Grist for the mill.
Yeah. Just literally, you're paying fucking, you end up paying $300 for a Coke you bought. You know what I mean? Because you just like scanned, like, this is insane.
Yeah.
And we don't teach anybody. It's really crazy.
Well, also, you get it in their head that they're fucked because the debt that they're getting involved in with student loans is the only debt we have that you can't get rid of.
Yeah.
The only debt.
Yeah, you can't forgive that.
There are people right now who have Social Security getting docked. Their Social Security is getting docked for their student loan. So they made it to death, and they owe money to the government for loans that did them no good at all because they're living off Social Security. So the government gets to steal more money from your Social Security. Man, we don't have to pay you.
So nuts.
And meanwhile, like today, the reality is you can get that education online.
Yeah.
Almost all of the books on any sort of subject are available.
Mine is useless.
What's yours in?
Communications.
Well, you're a communicator.
Well, yeah.
Worked out.
The degree.
You probably they use you to sell more tickets.
They probably do. But
this guy, look, he went to our university. You should come. Learn like Tom.
You know, I didn't learn anything.
But how much did you have to pay to go to school?
Oh man,
how much were you in debt for?
How much was the tuition? I think tuition when I was there was something like $6,000 or $7,000 a semester. So like 12, 13 a year, which, whatever. Now, fucking tuitions now are like $50,000, $80,000 a year. It's great. So imagine you take on that loan, you start your workforce, you have $300,000 in loans.
And God forbid you go to graduate school.
Oh my God.
It compounds. And then you're never getting out of the hole. I mean, I think this is why some doctors and lawyers become sociopaths. Because you are dealing with so much debt and you realize no one gives a fuck about you, so you don't give a fuck about anybody else either.
Wow.
Yeah, it's great for society.
Yeah.
It's also like there's two things that can be true, right? I do think that you kind of kids have to like get to work and get something going and get a path in your life. And when you're going to college, it's like you're out of high school. Okay, now you're on your own. You're in college. You got to keep up your GPA. You got to get your degree. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Yeah. So there is value in that.
Yeah.
But then also, it's too much money, and you're probably not going to do anything with that degree. And if you don't have the degree, people think you're a loser. And it's very strange. It's very strange what's going on because you're allowing these corporations to prey upon children.
Yeah.
It's like you're an 18-year-old child.
You don't understand anything.
You don't understand anything. And then all of a sudden you're in college and you're saddled down with unstoppable debt. And you have this fucking circus of people around you that are also trapped.
And you didn't understand what that meant, what you were signing up for.
No way.
It's the same reason, like, you have a conversation with somebody who's that age, and you're like, oh, you realize that our brains are different, right? Like, you talk to like a...
Yeah, they're not developed
They're not fully developed yet. They don't understand.
Especially boys.
Way more clearly.
Yeah, boys don't get developed until they're like 25. Girls are pretty... They can figure out the game earlier. They're not as saddled down by testosterone.
Yeah, they're
their frontal lobe develops earlier.
Yeah, ours does really take till about 25.
Yeah, dudes are retarded.
Yeah.
But that's also how you trick them into going to war.
Yeah.
It's part of it.
Yeah.
Like, hey, we need to get, the Gulf of Tonkin, terrible thing those Vietnamese did.
Yeah.
We're going to need to send you overseas. Try that shit on a 40-year-old guy. You're like, what?
No fucking
What happened?
way.
Let me Google. Hey, I Googled Gulf of Tonkin.
Yeah.
Turns out,
yeah,
you guys fucking faked it.
But
what else are you faking to get us to go to war? Oh my God, you guys fake things to start war so you can make money? That's crazy. How are you not in jail?
No.
How's no one in jail for faking things to start wars?
Zero accountability.
It's wild. So then you're like, well, fuck it. They got me with the student loan. They got me with this. They got me with that. And you just get accustomed to life fucking you.
Yeah.
You're just like, oh, the society just fucks you over. They just take from you, and saddle you with debt.
Tell you this theory, what you're talking about applies to, I think, extends to our appearances. And what I mean is, today, a lot of times people talk about how people wear like fucking flip flops and pajamas.
You talking about Bird again?
Yeah. Well,
he's not here.
No,
to defend himself. I think this is real.
But like you get on a plane and you see people in pajamas, right?
Right.
And they 50 years ago they'd be like
Suits.
in a suit. And I think part of the reason why people their appearance is this, I think some of it is tied to a lack of hope, meaning that so many years ago, you would embark on your path in life thinking that there's hope. I can have the American dream. I can own the house. I can get the things I want to get.
Mm-hmm.
And so many people today are like, there is no hope. So fuck it. I'll go out in my fucking sleepwear because I don't have that. I think there's a connection to that.
Well, there's a lot to that too. That if the government if they want control and power, which is ultimately what every government wants, it's not a conspiracy theory. Like every government wants control and power. What's the best way to acquire control and power? Have the people give up.
Have them give up.
Yeah, that's just fucking. I give up. Fuck it. I'm wearing flip flops. Fuck it. I don't care.
Because that means I'll do what you say. I'll do what you say when you.
That's what's really scary to me about AI, automation, and then ultimately universal basic income. You're going to get a lot of giving up. And then the government's going to clamp down on you even more.
Yeah.
And then it's going to be haves and have-nots on a scale that we've never seen before. When you have companies that are in charge of these automated taxi services, and that's the only way people get around, and the government gives you a certain amount of credits, so you don't have to ever worry about traveling. You have credits as long as you're a good boy, Tom.
Yeah.
As long as you follow the rules, as long as you don't say anything crazy about Israel, as long as you don't do anything nutty, about vaccines, as long as you don't step out of line when it comes to the election,
then your
don't say anything crazy about this or about that, or take your vaccines. And if that's a real possibility, that they're just going to extract money out of us, or attempt to control. This is the grand battle of control.
Mm-hmm.
The more they have power over narratives, it's also there's things that are going on right now. Like we were just talking about, I was with some friends this weekend. We're talking about these bot farms. Like this evidence of bot farms that people have used to go and attack people with certain things, like a bunch of different countries use bot farms. I'm sure a bunch of different corporations use bot farms too, but no one's getting in trouble for it. Like if you can pretend that you're mass groups of people that are getting upset about something, you could just pretend, and you could pretend.
Yeah.
You could just you can hire people to go protest and fly them in on jets. That's happening right now.
Mm-hmm.
There's this guy in Maine, and he made this video where he was hired to drive these people to the airport. And he's trying to figure out, where are all these people going? I'm driving this busload, 2 busloads full of people at the airport. And they were saying, well, we're going to a protest. And what protest? And then he goes and Googles, where they're flying to. It's oh, this is a paid protest. They're paying people to show up and pretend that it's a protest. So it's there's puppet masters that are manipulating world events, and that's legal.
Yeah.
You're allowed to pay people to go protest.
Yeah.
Which seems like that should be illegal. You shouldn't be able to pretend that you have an organic uprising against some.
Well, it's giving people this illusion.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is the entire Kamala Harris campaign.
Yeah.
That's what it was. It was the whole thing was AstroTurf.
Did you see that? It was before he left. The former FBI director talking about how China just doesn't play ball with any international rules.
Oh, I'm sure.
And he's how they don't respect IP at all. So he's they'll just come in and they'll get a spy to give them, let's say, the IP of some whatever industry, wind energy. They'll just take it and be like, we have it now.
Yep.
Start this company. And then this company goes bankrupt because they just
fuck you.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
They
made
shit.
Whole Apple stores.
Yeah.
that are fake Apple stores.
So insane.
Everything's fake. Fake laptops, fake phones.
I saw a guy too, because like the evolution. Because
what happens if you try to get online with one of those?
I'd have no idea.
Can you get an Apple ID? Like, does it work?
It can't. I'm imagining that it can't. But like, I always think about the fact with AI, how we're in like version 1,
right?
And we're all blown away by it already, right?
Right.
And there was a watch guy online who was like, I have 2 like Daytonas.
Oh yeah.
And he was like, dude, he goes, this is the best one I've ever seen.
Fakes. Yeah.
The fake, he had to take it apart and to look at parts that were inside.
Yeah.
Like a spin wheel. He goes, oh, this is missing the logo.
So which begs the question, like, what is it? Like, what are you buying? Do you want it from this company only, or do you want a Rolex Daytona? Like, what do you want?
Well, I mean, I think if in the case of that, that the movements, the actual inner workings of the real one are far superior.
Are they though?
I think so. Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Well, I assume that. What if the other one has a 72-hour battery or a power supply too? What if you 3D print every single aspect of the watch?
I bet
it's the same thing.
Pretty close, I guess.
Right? But it can be the same thing. Like, we're not talking like my watch. Like, this is a panorama.
Yeah.
This could be fake. I mean, I bought it from my friend, so I'm sure it's real.
Yeah.
But like, it's not a fake Ferrari.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if you got a fake Ferrari, like, oh my God, these tires have no traction. This suspension sucks.
I hate the idea of fake watch, though.
Right, but why?
Well,
you used to be poor.
Maybe it's because I used to be poor.
Yeah.
I also just don't respect the copying of it.
But, right, it's bullshit.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't buy one because you're contributing to some. But it's kind of funny.
It is kind of funny.
You can get one for $40. That's like
insane.
a $7,000 watch.
It's really crazy. It's insane, and it's
insane
perfect, that it's tricking these watch experts, right?
Yeah.
But I don't really understand the.
Yeah, look at these. So one of those is fake.
Yeah, the
one on the right is fake.
Yeah,
I'd buy that. Looks perfect. I'll take it. How much?
He's pointing out.
Well, can you see the difference? Like, who
knows this on the spot?
Well,
you also know this on the spot, right?
Yeah. Also, my vision sucks.
Mine does too.
So I'd have to like take it out and
do
this. Like, I don't know. Like this one, I can't even. I guess I can read the time or read the date rather.
But I mean,
but the tiny ass windows. That's a struggle. Like if it's dark in the room, I'm not reading that.
My vision absolutely sucks.
That's incredible, though.
The replicas are crazy.
They're so good.
But
again, like try making a replica 911 Turbo S. Good luck, fuckface.
Good luck, yeah, I know.
Good luck, fuckface. But you can make one of those.
But wait, because I understand at least what you're doing in the watch thing, right? Then the person buys the far less expensive one, and they get the feeling, I guess, that people go, oh, you have the real one.
Right.
But if you're getting an Apple product, a fake Apple product,
well, you don't know you're getting a fake Apple product.
So they're going, the whole thing's a scam?
The whole store's fake.
And everyone there's in on it.
It's an Apple store.
Do you think people that are hired think they're
fucking logo? That's an Apple fake factory rated in China.
This is 10 years ago, though. It goes on to say that it tricked the employees. They thought they were working at a real Apple store.
That's the craziest part.
Yeah, it's like it's layers of severance. It just goes deeper and deeper and deeper. Yeah.
That's really crazy.
Do you ever follow the YouTube channel Stance Elements? It's it's a guy who just works on cars. Dope shit. And one of the things he's doing, he's building his own Ferrari F40.
That's cool.
So instead of buying one for like $3 million, which is okay, I'm gonna say something that's gonna piss off these Ferrari people.
Yeah.
It ain't worth it. Okay, it's not worth $3 million. It's not that good. It's not. If it was new today, you'd be like, this should be taken off the market.
Right.
Like this thing has zero fucking traction control, but because it's a classic, it's worth like a ton of money. So what he's doing is making it better. Stance Works. Did I say Stance Elements?
Yes.
That's the B-boys. That's the breakdancers. Which, by the way, Stance Elements. How did I fuck that up? Stance Elements, by the way, is also amazing. We can talk about that. But this guy, Stance Works. This is his own. That's not a Ferrari. Like, he bought all the parts online. So he bought all the body panels online, and then he made his own frame, and then he bought a Ferrari engine from like a different model of Ferrari, and he's putting that in it. But this is
shit.
like a multi-month journey that this dude has been on, that I've been watching all the videos. Whenever he has a new video, I watch it. He does a lot of dope shit, but this is a guy that like really loves cars, and he's super smart. And when he's talking about cars, it's fascinating because like he's also a fan of the original M5, which I've thought about getting one of those.
Yeah.
Not very fast, but apparently like super engaging driving experience. The original M5, which I think was like, I want to say it was like 280 horsepower.
In what year?
80 something.
80 something.
Yeah. Which, by the way, back, I think it's 88 maybe. Back then, that was a lot.
I have an 89 M3 that I bought.
Ooh.
E30 M3.
Oh, yeah.
And I have a S54 engine going into it.
Oh, Jesus.
So that should be...
How much is horsepower is that?
Oh, no. It's more than it came with.
I have an E46 M3. It's an engaging driving experience.
That's what I'm into.
Mm-hmm.
I'm into that. I'm not into chasing the lower 0 to 60 time.
Yeah, that's nonsense.
Yeah.
Like, if you ever use that on a public road, you're an asshole. But
pretty much.
Engaging cars, you could drive the speed limit and enjoy the shit out of them.
True.
They're just fun, just going around a corner and just accelerating to 60. They're fun.
That's fun.
You feel more like an old air-cooled Porsche.
Yeah.
You feel it. You're feeling it.
Did you get that one? You had one being built.
Yeah, it's not done yet. It's real close. Real close.
It's exciting.
That's the RSR project.
Yeah. That's
Ooh,
rad.
very excited about that. It's like 350 horsepower, 2,000 pounds.
Meanwhile, I have some crazy fucking car coming to me too.
What do you got?
This Assetto Fiorino 296 GTB Ferrari. It's like 700, 800 horsepower.
Right.
Yeah.
I watched, I've seen your Blazer, but I watched a video on it.
Yeah.
Of those guys, the Velocity Motorsports
awesome.
guys.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Dude.
They're doing cool shit. Velocity did.
They really went out with that one.
That one's great. They do Scouts and Broncos, but they also just started doing Mustangs.
Oh.
And the
nice.
I took one of the Mustangs out.
Oh.
Very fun.
Nice.
I think 67 Mustangs. So you get that.
Is that the one with the flared fender? Did you send me that? Did you send it to me? The green one?
No, that's a different one.
Oh.
Yeah. I was just, every time I see something cool, like, check this shit out. I sent you the other one. What did I send you? I sent you that that Giulia, that Italian one that the guy came to my place.
Oh, yeah.
That was fun as shit.
Yeah, the Alfa Romeo.
Yes.
Yeah, I've seen that online getting reviewed. It's a Resto Mod Alfa Romeo. I don't trust my people.
No?
No. I have one of my people's vehicles, but generally I don't trust my people.
Oh my God.
I just think they're eating pasta and staring at ass, and they're not going to do a good job. I want it. My car is made by either Germans who do meth or
Totem. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh wow.
Yeah, dude. I took one of these. This guy came.
Baby, look at that.
It's fucking rad. Totem Automobili. I did like it a lot. I didn't order one. I didn't order it.
Didn't?
No. He's making a prototype for a whole new model. So I was like,
why?
I don't know.
Why? Well, that's so sick. That looks like a James Bond car.
It does.
God damn. Da, da, da.
And it's 100% custom. You know?
Ooh, I bet that thing flies.
Dude, I was driving down Fairfax in LA in the rain, and he turned off the traction control.
No.
Yeah.
Turned off?
He turned it off.
Why did he turn it off?
He's like, let it run, explode, emotion.
Oh, no.
And guess what? The emotion almost ended up wrapped around a fucking light pole.
Did you spin?
Dude, I was like, I corrected it, but I was like, panic, and I was like, fucking driving
this guy's. That's the fear of losing it in a Porsche. That rear engine whip, that understeer that happens?
Yeah.
Or oversteer? What is it called? Supply throttle, something throttle, oversteer?
When you
lift, throttle, oversteer? Yeah.
Yeah, and then the back end goes on you.
Oh, yeah. It's a weird design. Like having the engine out back like that.
This thing also happens in everybody's mind who's not, it's literally something you have to be trained, which is that when you're in a car and you're at a certain rate of speed and you're approaching a turn or something, you feel anything going on you, you take your foot off the throttle. And what you don't realize is that that is it's gonna make things worse.
Yep.
Because the momentum and the weight are going to be carried through, and actually the only thing that will keep you from usually losing it is to stay on throttle, not necessarily give it a ton,
Right.
but you need that momentum to carry you through it.
Right.
And so it's just something that there's countless videos of somebody in their new fucking car just going, and they just go into a tree.
I just watched one on a new GT3 RS.
I've seen that one.
Oh,
brutal.
horrible.
He's like 18.
Horrible.
And he did exactly that.
Yep.
He hits the turn, off throttle, tries to correct. Bye.
Bye.
Wreck. Painful to
Yeah.
watch. Painful.
But that is a bad element of that design.
The rear weight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But and also it's like, is that really the best way to do it? Because everybody always said that the Cayman is the better car if they just gave it the same sort of love that they give the Porsche.
I fucking love
the 911.
that
The Cayman.
I love it.
Yeah.
It's like my heart is with that car. If you go
Right.
like, what's the one you're in love with the most? It's still that car.
But isn't it interesting that like that car is not as prestigious?
It's not as prestigious. Yeah.
Like, why is that? That seems stupid.
It's a whole thing too. And if you have like, you'll see people like, you got the Cayman. You should have gotten the 911. I'm like, you should drive this fucking thing.
Yeah.
Like,
but people that say that are all retarded.
They kind of are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anybody that says that is an idiot.
I
Like,
mean,
you don't know anything about cars.
Mid-engine.
Because you have a Dynan, right? Is that no? It's not Dynan. What's the company? Dynan did my BMW.
Yeah.
What's your company?
For that one, Damon. Yeah,
Damon.
Rick Damon did the upgrade on that.
Yeah. So what that is what it should be.
Right.
From Porsche.
Yeah.
They should take that big juicy GT3 RS engine, or even crazier, take that GT2 RS.
Throw it in that.
Throw it in that bitch.
It just upsets 911 owners. That's it. It just fucks up their
bunch of little fairies.
Yeah.
If that
prestige.
upsets you, then you need to go find something else. You need to go do mushrooms on the mountaintop somewhere.
By the way, did you like that? You feel it at all?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Did you ever drive the GT4 RS they came out with like a year or two ago?
No, I didn't.
I heard it. I didn't drive it either.
I'm sure it's dope, but it's also an automatic.
It's all automatic. Yeah,
like, come on, you pussies.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing? Why are you buying a street car? Are you a crazy track guy?
Because that's a track car.
Okay, which is fine.
Yeah.
Which is fine.
Yeah.
But for the average person that like make an enthusiast car that's a goddamn 3-pedal.
Yeah.
Make a manual.
Well, thank God they still do.
Yeah.
They make some.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a lot of places just don't.
It's them and BMW. Ford still makes them. They still do it with their Mustangs.
I can't believe that Ferrari doesn't realize that if they did just a limited run.
Oh my God, sell like crazy.
It would sell so crazy.
Yeah, they gave up. Lamborghini gave up.
I wish they would.
Thank God Porsche didn't.
No, I know.
But they did with some cars. Like a lot of their cars, you can't get the GTS now in a 5-speed.
You can't.
Or excuse me, 6-speed or 7-speed, whatever the fuck they have now. You can't get. I don't think you can get the S. You can't get the turbo.
No, you can't get the turbo. Yeah.
You have to get the T or the regular. Maybe you can get the regular 911.
I think you can get a regular 911 Carrera.
GT3 you can get still, but you can't get the GT3 RS. Like, come on, guys, shut up. Just shut up.
I think the audience should inform them, right?
Mm-hmm.
They should know that like their fan base wants all that shit manual.
It's like what pisses me off about Corvette too. Like, you guys have the most dope shape now. The CA Corvette is so sick, and then you're putting out these insane ones like the Z06 and the ZR1, but it's still beep.
People want to. I don't know. It's got to be like that. All that has to be like cost analysis, right?
It's a little bit of that, and what is that, Rogues?
Yeah.
I kind of quit those, but
I fucking love these.
I thought I was going to have a hard time. I quit them over the weekend.
Really?
Nothing. I was like, this is easy. I think I'm lucky. I don't think I get physically addicted to stuff that way, except coffee. Yeah, I've done that one where I took the whole day off coffee and I was like, come on, fucking yawning. Yeah. Fuck.
Coffee gets me too. Headaches.
But I like coffee so much, and coffee's everywhere. I'm like, I don't think I need to quit that one.
No.
I didn't get headaches last time I tried to quit coffee. I quit for a couple of days, and I was like, this is just rough. But the nicotine pouches was nothing.
That's great.
Yeah, it was super easy.
I feel like I have some of that where I'm not that physically addicted to
But
it.
dude, I have friends that are like, anything gets them. Like, I had a guy who came over here to do a podcast, and he saw that someone had sent us some kratom stuff that I wound up throwing out. I was like, I don't want like this shit anyway.
Yeah.
And he's like, don't take that. I can't get off of it. Get that kratom away from me.
I know someone
I have a real problem with it. I'm like, really?
I know someone 18 years on it.
What?
Yeah.
What? 18 years on a shitty opium?
Well, because they were using it to get off of opiates.
Oh God!
And they can't go without it.
Wow!
Yeah.
But the high is so like whatever.
Yeah, it's not. I tried it, and then people were telling me, "Be careful, be careful."
Oh, Duncan loved it. We had some at the club.
Yeah.
And Duncan's like, "Hey man, you got any more of that? Got any more of that liquid heroin, man?" I was like, "Keep it away from Duncan."
Yeah. He's so funny, dude.
He's the best. He's the best. But we like had a whole box of it there that Ron White had left there, and it was gone by Tuesday. I got in there on Tuesday.
Oh, everyone went.
Where did it all go? No, it was all Duncan.
It was all.
We drank all of them. I was drinking 2 and 3 a day, man. I go, you're not even supposed to drink 1 a day. It's like a half a dose.
Yeah.
Like, which is really weird. Like, why did they make one of them
be 2 doses?
2 doses.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's a tiny little shot.
That's a good way to get you onto it.
Yeah, it's like when you buy a bag of chips and it says like how many calories
serving?
in it per serving.
6 chips.
Like, why is this this little baggie is not even a single serving? You don't want to eat more than that one bag.
Of course they know.
Piece of shit.
Yeah. Garbage tactic to get people
It's
into
horrible.
it. It's so predatory.
It's just lies. You're lying about the amount of calories.
That's so funny, dude.
But I think I'm very lucky because I know people that get addicted to weed.
Yeah.
And I have gone a long time without weed and never had any problem.
Yeah, people get physically addicted. Like, I didn't really realize that was a thing. But
I think it's just different genetics.
It totally is.
You know, like look at Bert. A normal person who drinks as much as him would be dead.
Yeah.
You'd have like real liver problems, and he doesn't have any problems.
He's in the gym in the morning. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
it's nuts. So it's like you just got to deal with the cards you dealt. Like, why don't I have 4 aces? Well, you don't. So what are you going to do?
Yeah.
You going to just sit here and fucking complain about everything or what?
You got to figure it out. Yeah.
Figure it out, bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, figure it out.
Yeah.
You need, everybody needs love. Everybody needs support. But everybody also needs figure it out, bitch.
Yeah, there's
Figure
not
it out,
enough
bitches.
of that.
Exactly.
There's really not enough of
There's
that.
not.
Because you really, it's like, you don't gain anything by doing the like, how come I don't get this? It's like, how come I'm not 6'6"? I don't know. I'm not.
Just
right? You just
deal with it.
Yeah, you got to just deal with it.
I think that's a real problem where people, if you think about like you remember that documentary, The Secret, that stupid documentary?
Oh yeah.
Like all you have to do is like think about things and you can make them happen.
Yeah.
Not really. That's bullshit. But it's a part of it. It's a part of making things happen. Like you can't just say, I'm gonna fucking breathe underwater. Yeah. I'm just gonna think about it until I can do it. No, you can't do that.
Give it a shot.
Yeah, there's physical limitations to the human frame. There's physical limitations for your particular human frame.
Yeah.
You can't get taller. You can't. You can lose weight, but you can't really do much other than that.
Yeah.
You can kind of get in good shape for what you got, but what you got is what you got.
What you got, yeah.
But there's a bunch of people that just think about their problems all the time.
It's an obsession, and what it does is it carries you through time without having to deal with the problem because you just talk about the problem.
Right.
That's a big one. I know so many people who do that.
Your focus is your problems rather than your solutions. Do you know how many people live in Guatemala in a fucking dirt floored shack would love your problems?
Yeah.
Like your problems are not that big a problem if you're living in America.
Well,
and you have your health.
You need that perspective change from people.
Exactly.
Yeah. There's a big thing of like, if your problems become your identity, it's a fucking, because I know people like that, right? That you're like.
Have you ever seen that video? The final boss of woke. It's like this one trans man who's like, I'm a disabled trans man. I'm also on food stamps. I also have like
it's a real person.
Donald Trump is trying to erase me, and it's like this is the identity. Like there's this is existential battle, but this final boss has everything wrong with him.
Yeah,
you're not him. You're a girl pretending to be a man. So it's like you've got everything
every
wrong,
issue,
and it just keeps going on and on. Have you seen this, Jamie? Do you know what it is?
It sounds like somebody should try to get on stage.
No, big fat stupid face. It's not gonna work. the whole thing is just like it's so crazy that people will just like there's a value and a currency to being a victim.
Yes.
And so they'll add stuff.
Social media has also helped that a lot.
Because there's plenty of people that don't want to deal with their shit that'll go, yes, girl, you go, yeah. Society's doing this to you.
Yeah.
Did you hear about that lady that got fired from Equinox in Manhattan? She was late 47 times in 10 months, and she sued because of race. She said she got fired for racism, and she won.
She won?
It's a jury, and she won $11 million.
No.
Yes, she did.
No. She was working late 47 times?
Not only that, like, you were working at Equinox. Like, you could work for all of time, and you'll never make $11 million. Like, you're not going to make $11 million working at Equinox. No. But yet you won. And she only worked there for 10 months. She was like 47 times in 10 months.
And that's why they were firing her? Like, they're like, you're just perpetually
bitch, you are
late.
always late.
Yeah.
And then she's like, that's so racist.
That's crazy.
She won. And she took him to court and won.
They're definitely going to appeal that shit.
Of course they're going to appeal. But the thing is, when you have a jury, you have a jury of people so fucking stupid, they don't get out of jury duty.
Yeah, exactly.
And they might be like, fuck Equinox, man. Fuck the man.
Because that guy's just too lazy to go to the gym.
Like, of course. Not just that. It's a corporation. You don't think of it as an individual. That's as a company that's going to fuck you over. That's why people don't feel bad stealing from work.
Yeah.
You know, you don't feel like you're stealing. Like, if someone was working in your house and they were stealing from you, like they stole your forks, like, where's my fucking fork?
Yeah.
Like, this is bullshit. Did you find out a guy who worked for you stole your fork? Like, you're fucking fired. But if an office, if like someone like takes you have a kitchen in your office, we use a bunch of forks for staff.
Yeah.
And someone takes that fork, it's no big deal.
It's the office's.
We just need to order more forks, man. These fucking forks keep disappearing. And you go over Tom's house one day, and like Tom's got 4 of the office forks. Like, did you steal the office forks? I forgot. I just keep forgetting to bring them back.
Because they don't belong to somebody.
Right. Exactly. It's not a human.
Yeah.
It's a corporation, which is also why corporations can act like fucking psychopaths.
Yeah.
Because they're also not a human, so they can just do whatever the fuck they have to do, which is why our food supply is so bad. Because they're just trying to maximize profit.
He thinks of corporations as they can deal with it.
Of course.
And I remember my dad used to tell a story that when they first got married, they were at a Holiday Inn, and they were leaving. And then he was like, what is that in the suitcase? And it was their towels. And she was like, the towels. And he was like, you can't take that. She was like, why? Because it belongs to the Holiday Inn. It's theirs. And she was like, they have them, like 100 of them. And he's like, yeah, it's not ours, though. We can't. And she was like, it's fine. And she, like, everywhere I've gone with her, she's like, you know, she'd be like, can I take this? I'm like, no,
that's so
like,
funny.
We've been places where I've been like, hey, sorry, my mom wondering if we could take this glass.
She makes you ask.
Yeah. And then
I saw a video you were showing your mom these clips.
Oh yeah,
the clips from your new Netflix show.
Fucking amazing! It was amazing. I knew it was going to be a killer. I was like, she's going to hate it. And they were like, okay. So we set up a private screening for her.
It's also like, why am I watching this? I don't know if you know, but you're my mom. It's so funny.
She's like, dude, she hated the show so much. She's
sure.
She came over yesterday for Mother's Day. And I was like, she goes, so, because on the rest of that thing, she made me promise that we're going to cut the first story.
Yeah.
She's like, you're definitely not going to use that, right? So eventually I was like, yeah, we're cutting it. And so yesterday she was like, did you cut it? I go, of course not. It's Netflix's. And she was like, you lied to me. And I'm like, Mom, I can't be like, hey, don't air the first one. And she's like, well, that means you lied to me, so I'm never coming to a show again. and I'm never going to do anything like related to any of your stuff. And I go, promise? I would love if you never came to a show again. Do you know how much of a fucking burden it is to have to babysit when you're there?
I was talking to Shane Gillis about a bit he does where people getting upset, people he knows getting upset about a bit.
Oh, yeah.
And he's like, yeah, I'll stop doing that. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
She found out, by the way, I was on Chrissy D and Giannis's podcast the day the Pope died, or the day after. I was in New York. We're podcasting, and I was like, oh, because my mom's like hardcore Catholic. And I was like, let's call her and just check on her. And I'll go, we'll just try to see if maybe the Jews did it. So I call her. I'm like, did you hear about the Pope? And she's like, I am devastated, Tony. I don't know what happened, if he was sick, if it was the Jews. And she was like, what? And like, we had to cover our mouths. We had to cover our mouths and mute the phone. She's like, she goes, this is the craziest call I've ever received. The Pope died. Do you think the Jews did it? Like, I had to hang up the phone. And then like a week later, she goes, I was on YouTube and I find that you called me on a show to talk about it. She found it. She found the clip, yeah. She found the endless well of us fucking with her on YouTube.
Oh my God, that's so funny.
It
Speaking of
was
the
so
Jews, have you seen fucking Kanye's new song?
Bro.
What is
What?
Here's the thing.
What?
My
First of all, kind of catchy.
Well, that's the problem with it. That's the problem. It's like the guy from production, like he's never lost a step. He can make a beat. He can he's so talented.
He's a genius.
He's a talented producer, man. I do think it's like when first of all, I think people are kind of done asking him questions because most of the shit he puts out is like self-released kind of commentary or thoughts. Because he's saying just fucking crazy, you know.
It's the craziest thing
But
I've ever seen.
But there is a thing where that song is like, what are you doing, dude? Like, what are you doing? For
It's
real?
the ultimate pushing back.
Yeah, I guess. But there is like I think I have a pretty, let things go kind of vibe to me. Right?
Obviously.
Yeah,
Your fucking
right? Like,
show.
Yeah, like, I don't.
show's ridiculous.
It's a ridiculous show. And I've always been like, yeah, say whatever you're going to say. But I do think like making a catchy song about that, I'm like, what are you doing, man? Like you're just getting, at a minimum, you're just going to get more people that think it's cool to say Heil Hitler. Like that's at the minimum.
Well, I think that's part of the program. I think it's part of what he's trying to do.
But I mean, is that cool to do? I guess if you're like, well, it's fun to troll the masses and get them to do that. Okay. But what I'm saying is that like at a minimum, you're going to get less educated people to go like, this is a fun thing to say. And you're like, I mean, is that good? You really want people just walking around and be like, it's tight, man. Heil Hitler. That's fucking insane. It's crazy.
It is crazy. But it's also kind of a sign of the times.
I guess. Yeah.
This is a chaotic world we live in.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, this kind of highlights the benefits. I mean, I want to say this like carefully because I don't want to think I want to say real clearly. I don't support people saying that. I don't think it's a good thing to say.
No.
I don't say it. I certainly don't think any racism is good. I don't think anti-Semitism is good. I don't think anti-Christianity is good. I don't think Asian hate is good. I don't think anything is good. But there's a benefit to just letting people talk. Like, let people say whatever the fuck they want to say, even if it sucks. This is the benefit of Twitter. But this is also the bad part. It's like the fucking song has so many millions of hits on Twitter. It's been banned from every platform.
Yeah.
But is it good to ban things from platforms, or is it better to let it be out there and let people talk about it? Because if you ban it, then people want to hear it more.
That's true.
And then it becomes more popular, and then it kind of supports what he says, which is that there's this concerted effort, if you talk about Jewish people, that they're going to remove you from everything, remove you from banking, which is what he's saying. They run everything. Mm-hmm. So if they didn't, like if it was just you were talking shit about Puerto Ricans, look what happened to Tony. Nothing.
Yeah.
He's doing great.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if there's certain people that you're allowed to pick on and make jokes about or mock or say something and you can get away with it.
Yeah. Well, I think
But-
he's made his point. I think we all get it now.
It's never going to end.
Yeah.
But how does it end? This is the question. When I was watching that song, first of all, I was by myself. When I first saw the song, I was like, what is this?
Yeah.
Like, no way.
Yeah, yeah. No.
It's like, no way. No way. And I'm watching on my phone, I'm like, yo. And then my first thought was, how does this end? Because this ends. This is going to end. There's going to come a time where they're going to realize, like, this is a problem.
Yeah.
So how does it end? Does it end in assassination? Does it end in
There's definitely people that want to kill him.
financial
I'm sure.
ruin?
Yeah. I don't know what his financial situation is. I know that, like, there's been all these, over the last 5 years, there's been times where, like, his, net worth has been reported at, like, such a crazy amount. And then I remember, like, funds were frozen. And he was like, I don't have anything. And then it was like all back. I don't know what his financial situation
Well, they
is.
can't steal your money,
Yeah.
but they can debank you.
Yeah, where no one will bank with you.
Right.
basically.
So it's like, what? How does that work? Like, where do you get your ATM card?
Yeah.
Is it from the Bank of fucking Portugal? Like, what do you have to do? Like, how does that work?
You know what I thought about when I was watching that video? I was like, how do you get, I don't know, however many actors.
That's easy. That's the easy part.
I think it's crazy. I think a lot of people would be like, what?
Oh, that's the easy part. You put out a casting call in LA, everyone's soulless. They have no fucking soul.
Nuts.
They just want to get famous. You gonna
Yeah.
do a project with Kanye? Okay,
Yeah.
let's go. Let's do it.
Say?
Also, I'm just acting. Just
Yeah.
like that guy in Inglourious Basterds wasn't really a Nazi.
Right.
I'm not really a Nazi. Listen, man, I gotta do what I gotta do. I got kids to feed.
Yeah. It's nuts. It's pretty nuts. He's super talented, man. One of my thoughts after hearing that song was like, man, I wish he would release the song with like a different, you know what I mean, with a different hook. Like,
Yeah,
personally,
it's not gonna happen.
no, I know he's not going to, but that's what one of my thoughts was. I was like, man, I wish he would.
It's so crazy. It's so crazy because his last album before that was a banger. It's like he came out of the gate showing people that like he still got it. Like, yeah, you might have pulled me off all these platforms. You might have debanked me. You might have taken away my Yeezy deal with Adidas, but damn, I still got it.
And that one was released everywhere, right?
Yeah,
That's on all
yeah.
platforms.
Oh man, that's in the Spotify playlist that we play in the green room all the time. You know, there's some fucking killer songs in that band.
Yeah, he's
classics.
Yeah.
Classics. He's got so many bangers.
Yeah.
But, this one, he's just like letting people, I guess in his eye, I mean, I don't know. I haven't talked to him about it. But I guess he's like, I'll do whatever the fuck I want.
Well,
I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want.
Yeah, clearly.
So I'm going to do the one thing that you're never, ever, ever supposed to do. I'm going to make a catchy song with Heil Hitler.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
It's just like, whoa.
that is the ultimate, like,
Whoa.
I'll do whatever the fuck I want.
Yeah, and you had to say, like, in the casting, there's, like, a description of all the stuff. If you want to be a part of this production, like, you have to be comfortable with swastika.
Because that was in the...
Yeah. He's got a diamond-encrusted swastika.
That's also...
By the way, a Jew sold him that.
Probably. Yeah. Or at least supplied the diamonds. Yeah.
Where'd the diamonds come from?
That's insane.
The Jewish people have been controlling diamonds for a long time.
It's insane.
They're very smart about the diamonds because the diamonds aren't even really that valuable.
You know what's fucking crazy in jewelry? Because this is one thing that, like, I don't trust about. There's certain businesses where you're like, I don't know what I'm looking at. Right? So, like, a car, for instance, you have the reference to go, like, how much should this cost?
Right.
And so, like, it gives you some personal...
Right, you see a Lamborghini, that's like a $300,000 car.
And you can, like, check with people.
Yeah.
But, like, a piece of jewelry...
Right.
This guy who I bought a watch from was like, this jewelry is like, this ring or whatever. It's like, whatever, $50,000 or something. And I was like, oh, wow. Like, do you want it? I was like, I don't know. And then, like, a month or two later, he sent me the same thing. He's like, trying to move this now. Do you want it for like 20? What? And I was like, I was like, it's 20? He's like, yeah, I'm just trying to move it now.
What does that mean? What do you own on it? What's it really cost?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And so you kind of go like, wait a minute. So I was gonna pay $30,000 more for it?
That would just go to you?
That's so gross, right?
It is gross.
It
I would never trust that guy.
It just really turned me off, man.
Well, it's really kooky. Fake diamonds that are real diamonds.
Yeah.
Girls don't want them.
Right.
I was reading this whole thing about the demand and supply for lab-created diamonds that are absolutely diamonds. They're not fake diamonds. It's a real diamond. But it's not a diamond that's pulled out of the ground by slaves.
It's just lab generated.
Yeah, it's not like a blood diamond. So like,
and girls are like, I don't want that shit.
I don't want that. It's not real. Oh no, it's not real.
I want someone to suffer first.
Well, it's not that. What it is the same thing as not wanting a fake Rolex, even though it's like physically the exact same thing as a Rolex.
Yeah.
But that's at least a brand. Like if you're a person who loves engineering and craftsmanship, and
yeah.
Like I don't want someone to rip off someone's work.
Yeah,
like that's art. Like your watch. That's a piece of art.
Yeah.
It's a piece of art.
Yeah.
So it makes sense. You wouldn't want a fake piece of art. But a diamond is it's just elements compressed over time.
Yeah.
And they figured out how to do that where they make perfect diamonds.
Fraction of the cost, I'm assuming, right?
But the demand is super low.
Yeah. Wow.
99% less.
99?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, in some cases. Especially the big ones.
Yeah, I was going to say, you get like a 3 carat diamond.
Right. The ladies don't want it.
Yeah.
I want a real one.
It's so crazy.
Oh, no.
That's one of the
I'll
things
feel cheap.
that I feel so...
Do you think cheap?
They don't want that shit, dude. She finds out that what you got her is like the shittier version.
Lab created, but it's not even shittier.
Right,
That's the thing. It's like lab created diamonds are actual diamonds. It's literal alchemy. Remember, like in the old days, like they were trying to figure out a way to use like all these chemicals to make gold. That was what alchemists are for. Like kings would spend insane amounts of money on these alchemists to try to get these alchemists to figure out how to manufacture. I think I can make gold for you, sire.
Yeah.
I need a laboratory.
Yeah.
And these dudes are sniffing fucking mercury all day and dying young.
Yeah. It's the craziest thing to spend on.
But imagine if the lady's like, no, you made that gold in a lab. I don't want it.
Like,
I don't want it. I want real gold that's from Africa that came out of the ground.
Yeah, we just want the real thing.
I want the real stuff that they picked out of the river.
Yeah.
I want the real stuff they got from Alaska. I want the real stuff. You know what? But it's just gold, baby.
It's gold.
It's just an element.
Who cares where it's from?
No. I want stuff that's forged inside of a sun.
How many women out there do you think to rock something that they're so proud of that if they go to get it assessed, it has to happen all the time?
It happened in my family.
It did?
Yeah. I don't want to say who.
Yeah.
But someone not like close, but broke up with the guy and found out that it was a cubic zirconium.
That's hilarious.
LOL.
That's very funny.
But perfect for that guy.
Yeah.
I was like, that guy's such a piece of shit.
Yeah,
I knew it. I could have told you it was a fake diamond.
That's so funny.
I laughed so hard.
Yeah. So she took it to the jeweler. All right.
Yes. Well, she's like, I got to break up with this guy.
Yeah.
I don't have any money. She's living with this shyster, this fucking guy who's like just dirtbag, but had some money, but not real money, just like a bullshit artist.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, he's a bullshit artist. I gotta leave him. Oh, fuck. So she's like, I'm gonna, I'll have 10 grand.
Yeah.
I'll sell this right.
They're like, I'll give you $100.
It's worth nothing. They didn't want any of it. It's not worth anything.
That's amazing.
Fake diamonds worth zero money.
$0.
Looks exactly like if you're in a party.
Yeah.
If you go to a party, if you're a woman, you have this beautiful big ass fucking rock, and you walk in, and everybody's like, "Oh, look at her ring!
Yeah.
Oh my god, sparkling!" Nobody knows. Nobody has any idea that it's fake.
No one knows.
Literally, it's not a fake Ferrari.
Well, that was the thing. Chad Ochocinco, the football player, because like a lot of the athletes, they rock diamond earrings and stuff. Mm-hmm. He was like, yeah, I wear fakes. He's like, especially because like from whether it was on the field or going out, he was like, I have a real one at home. It's like I go out, I wear the fake one.
Well, he saved a lot of money.
A lot of money.
Yeah.
He was also like always very on top of like not overspending.
Very smart dude. Very smart dude. For everything except fighting. He has this very bizarre idea. Like him and Shannon Sharp argue all the time.
About
this bizarre idea that he could like fight MMA guys and beat them.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Well, it's the reason why he was such a great athlete.
Yeah. Confidence. Crazy
it's
confidence.
Just unstoppable belief in yourself, which, listen, he's such a great athlete that if he did compete in MMA, he probably would be a world champion. Because he's got that mind. Like if Michael Jordan decided he was going to, if MMA existed when Michael Jordan was alive, he'd probably be the light heavyweight champion of the world. world.
Right.
You probably figure out a way to
Crazy
fuck everybody
athlete,
else up. And also like this drive, this championship mindset. It's just rare humans that choose to focus on football or soccer or basketball or whatever it is. You know,
the thing they get obsessed with.
But if they put the same amount of energy from the same amount at an early enough age, like there's certain like barriers that cannot be overcome, and one of them is like physical maturity. Like once you're like 36 years old, if you start boxing at 36 years old, I don't care what, you're not going to be a world champion. It's too hard. It's too hard to like.
Yeah.
It's also what you saw with like Francis Ngannou when he fought Anthony Joshua.
Yeah.
That's the difference. You know, you can't just jump on in and fight like an Olympic gold medalist who's like been doing it his whole life. He's going to do things to you.
Yeah.
You're not going to know what he's doing, and he's going to crack you. It's just, but the reason why he thinks that, like, Ocho Cinco thinks that is because he was a fucking monster athlete. It's like he knows how hard he works. He knows how gifted he is.
Yeah.
But he just thinks, but if, you know, you put him in there with a guy like a Dricus Duplessis or something like that, like he'd get fucking mauled.
No, he's thinking, because he was a fucking precision route runner. Like,
great.
Really,
when someone's mounting you, drilling elbows in your eye socket.
I know, it doesn't matter.
Like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You don't know how to block them. You don't know how to stop the rear naked choke. You don't know how to stop the trip. You don't know which way to roll on a heel hook. Like,
but they're like, I'll figure that shit out.
No, you won't. You're going to get your knees ripped apart.
Yeah.
You get knocked unconscious.
Yeah.
It's like just reality. But I love the fact that people think that way.
There's a lot that think like that. Outspoken.
It's my mentality, bro.
Yeah.
My mentality.
I can't lose.
Yeah. I understand it. I have that stupid part of my brain too, but I'm also smart enough to go, hey, fuckface. Like, I have two people in my head.
Yeah.
I have, like,
I can do it.
I have the general who tells me what to do, and then I have, like, the soldier that's like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
This is going to get me killed.
Yeah.
This is fucking, I'm not running with a hand grenade into all these bullets flying my way.
No. And you know enough, seen enough fighting to know what your limits are.
Especially with martial arts is the big one. It's like, you don't know, man. There's little tiny dudes that can choke you to death, and you have no idea.
Yeah.
You in your mind, you're like, they can't do shit to me. This motherfucker, I can bench 300 pounds.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, arm drag, he's got your back.
Yeah.
You take it like, the body triangle on you. You don't want to tap out, but you have to.
You have to.
You're dead. You're dead. It's over.
That's why it's good. It's good to do, like, to even try all those things. Like, I've done a little bit of, you know, boxing, striking. I've done a little bit of jiu-jitsu.
Mm-hmm.
It's great to have the awareness. You're like, oh, wow. Yeah,
it's a nice wake-up call.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I first started doing jiu-jitsu, I was already, like, a very accomplished striker. I was really good at striking. So I was like, I know how to fight. And then I went to jiu-jitsu class. I got my ass kicked every day.
Yeah.
I was like, this is crazy. I was so wrong.
Yeah.
I have this completely distorted idea of my abilities.
Yeah. Yeah, it really humbles you, right?
It's a lot of people walking around out there, especially men, that just think they know how to fight.
Yeah.
It's like a terrible thing to find out on YouTube. Like, to see people find out that you don't really know how to fight. You just think, you know, you're going to bluff your way.
I think that's there's the male thing. Men think they know how to fight, that they're funny, that they fuck good, and that they can drive.
Right.
Those are like the four things.
Yeah,
like, I can do all this shit.
Yeah. Delusions.
Yeah.
There's like manly things you don't want someone to be better than you at.
Yeah.
You get delusional things.
Those four are the ones that like come up the most.
Yeah.
I think.
Pool's another one.
Shoot pool?
Yeah, a lot of guys pretend they're good at pool.
Yeah.
I've had a bunch of dudes say they play good pool. I'm like, really? Let's find out.
Do any ever surprise you that they are pretty good?
Never. Not one. Nope.
Wow. That's actually... I thought you would find at least a couple.
No.
So they're always like...
Usually people that are really good at pool, they'll tell you. Like, oh yeah, I used to play I played a lot of tournaments. I did this and that. Like, where'd you play?
Clear.
And they're like, oh, I played at Chelsea Billiards in New York City. Like, oh, okay. Did you do a lot of tournaments? Yeah. I did a lot of gambling. It was fucking me up in high school. Like, okay,
this guy's.
I get it. Yeah. You know what you're talking about. But the guy's like, yeah, man, I'm fucking good at pool. I'm like, are you? Where do you play? It's like, bars mostly. Like, right. So it's one of two things happening. Either they're trying to sucker you into a game, and they are really good at pool, or they're delusional. And every time I've ever experienced it, it's delusional.
Wow.
There's a lot of people, dude. Like famous people.
Really?
Oh, yeah. A bunch. Yeah.
Like, I'm pretty good.
Bring them over. I don't want to say names, but bring them over onto the table. No, what the fuck?
Oh, you have to tell me these names after.
I'll tell you afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's fun.
That's fun. It's fun to see somebody.
Yeah. It's fun, but you know, it's one of those things that people like a lot of men want to think they're good at poker. Like, oh, I can read people. Like, sure.
Oh, yeah, that's another one. Dudes think they're good at playing cards.
Poker's a great one. Ari Shafir, when we were at the store, Ari for years made a living playing poker.
He made a living doing that?
100%. He would go and play in the bicycle club and all those.
So he
those
was
cards.
pretty good.
Ari was very good at poker, but he would tell you, like, all these people think they can play. They don't know what the fuck they're doing because they play stupid. Like, he's just intelligent and calculated.
Yeah.
He knows.
You
like,
know who's really good?
Who?
Philip Lee and his wife.
Oh, really?
They play in tournaments.
Oh, wow.
Margarita and Philip, they play in tournaments.
So's Bruce Buffer. Bruce Buffer played in the World Series of Poker.
I never got into poker, and I remember when I was working in post-production, like in the early 2000s, it was starting to get more and more, like now it's, I think, immensely popular, but there was like an uptick when they started to like televise it.
You know what it was? You know what made it uptick?
Yep.
You can see the cards. When at home, you know who's got what.
You know who's got what.
Right. So
That
you're
is
watching
right.
it play out. That's
Right.
a huge element that's
true.
on home. Because Anthony Giordano, my friend from the UFC, who he does all the UFC direction. He's done my comedy specials too. He explained it to me. He's like, the moment you can see those cards, it changed the game. Because it now made it exciting for people to watch. Because you're watching people play poker, you don't know what anybody's hand is until the end. This is stupid. But if there's like, you got a camera, so like as they fan open their cards, there's a camera under the table.
And it shows you what
and
they
it
got.
shows you what everybody's got. Like, ooh.
That's more exciting. Well, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's way more fun.
Dude, I don't even know how to play poker, and I would accept invites to poker games. And what happens is, you start playing with like how you think to play, and people start, when they don't know you, they're like, this guy, he's either fucking really ballsy and good, or he's a retard. and that's what would happen to me is like a couple games in, people were like, okay, yeah, this guy. And then pretty soon they're like, do you play poker? And I was like, I'm not really sure what we're doing here. they're like, get the fuck out of here, man.
Well, they also want to rob you.
Yeah.
That's a big thing too.
Yeah.
Because you're a big fish.
Well, I wasn't at all of that.
At the time?
No. I was just like, going like with people from work, you know. I was just like doing it socially.
That's got to be a thing where a lot of people like that are really wealthy that get into gambling.
Oh, be a target.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure.
Well, that's a big thing with pool players too. Is occasionally poker players, because poker players, a lot of them, they gamble on a bunch of different stuff. You know, a lot of them are just gambling addicts.
Totally.
And so there was always a bunch of poker players that would play pool, and they were kind of okay at pool, but they would get insane spots. Like, say, if like I knew this guy that was playing one pocket for like $100,000 a set, and one pocket is a weird game where the pool table has 6 pockets.
Yeah.
And so, like, if we were playing one pocket, you would have this pocket on the right, I'd have this pocket on the left, and there's 15 balls. And so all I have to do is make 8 balls into my hole, and I win the game.
Okay.
Normally. But if you don't know how to play, and I'm trying to sucker you into playing me, I go, okay, listen. I'll spot you on 15-ball game. I'll spot you 13 balls. 13 balls. You just have to get 2. But we're going to play for big money. We're going to play for big money. We're going to play for race to 5 for $100,000. Wow. So that means a game of one pocket takes a long time. It's not like a game of 9 ball. A game of 9 ball, you can be done in 2 minutes. You just run the rack. You know, like a good player.
Because anywhere you can go.
Yeah.
But in
you
this
can
case,
make a combo,
you have to go
1 to 9.
one pocket.
Exactly. One pocket. And you can't leave a shot. Because if you're playing a good player, so like if you were playing, let's say me, because I'm like I'm like what's called a B player. Like I can't beat pros, but compared to regular people, oh my God, how do you play so good?
Yeah.
Regular people don't know how to play. That's why it is.
Right.
But if I played like a pro, like if I played like my friend Fedor Gorst, who's like world champion, like I would probably need like out of 15 balls, I'd probably need 11 balls to have a chance. And even then, I'd probably get robbed.
Really?
Yeah.
Because he's just gonna.
He's gonna figure out a way to never leave me a shot, and then he's gonna calculate when he has a shot. Can he open up the stack, and then run all the other balls? Because you don't break like you break with 8-ball. When you break with one pocket, it's a very, very calculated game, and it's a big gambling game. The most money gets spent on
one.
Like I was just watching online the other day a game they were playing for $240,000. Yeah. It was a match for $240,000. I think it was a 3-day match.
I gotta watch one of these.
It's the pressure's insane. But this guy Justin Bergman, who's like one of the best players in the world, was playing this guy. He gave him a crazy spot. I think it might have been like it was something crazy like 10-6 or something like that, where he had to make 10 balls, the other guy to make 6 balls, and the guy was a good player too.
Like, right? Because you're like they're calculating like
you have to risk reward, because like say you might have a long spot in your hole, and if you make it, you have all these balls and you can run out the set, or you can run out the game. But if you miss, you're selling out, and this guy only has to make 6 balls, and he might be able to make 6 balls.
And it's any 6.
Exactly, any 6.
Wow.
It's just any ball just has to be in your hole in any order. It's not a thing like it's not like a rotation game like 1 through 9 or 8-ball where you're like I got stripes, you got solids.
It's just
anything
goes.
Any ball in that hole.
And like the really, really good players can spot you that much. And you still don't have a chance.
You don't have a chance. And there's really good players like there's a guy named Tony Chohan who's real famous. His nickname's T-Rex. And he's like a big-time money gambler. And there's another guy named Scott Frost, who's a friend of mine, who's like one of the biggest one-pocket players of all time. Guarantee you Scott Frost has gambled over the course of his life. Millions of dollars have changed hands with Scott Frost playing one-pocket. Yeah, he's like one of the best one-pocket players, like literally ever. And these guys are playing, they'll meet up in Kentucky, they'll have stake horses, and then people on the rail. So all the people that are watching are gambling as well. So you might have there might be a set that's being played for $500,000.
Fucking A.
Yeah. Like this one that I was watching, the Justin Bergman was $240,000 they were playing for. Yeah. And who knows how many people are gambling on the side.
That's what I'm saying. It's generating a lot more.
Oh, it's crazy.
That's when you think about, like, I think it's easy to forget when you're just into, like, the game, like, the amount of money that changes hands week to week with the NFL.
Oh, God.
Oh, my God, dude.
Oh, my God.
Billions.
Has to.
Billions.
Has to be.
It is such a gambling machine.
Oh, yeah.
And, like, the NFL kind of, like, goes, like, no, it's not. It's about the gridiron. But then they also got to the point where it's like, they couldn't ignore it. Because then you have sponsorships, right? Of like, there's gambling sites. Like, we're the official gambling site. Yeah. So it's all intermingled.
DraftKings.
Yeah, we're just part of it.
Listen, I'm all for you being able to do whatever the fuck you want to do.
Yeah.
I like it. I don't like rules that regulate people's stupidity. I think if you
want as dumb as you want.
If you want to do flips on your dirt bike, you should be able to do that.
Yeah.
So you should also be able to gamble your life away. If you want to do that. I don't think you should. But I believe in Darwinism. I believe you're supposed to let people like lose everything.
Yeah. 2024, $148.7 billion gambled.
That's interesting because that's what Doge found they spent on transgender animal studies, the exact amount.
Bro, that's so much money.
148 billion.
Like
it's
$3
like,
a week.
Listen, compared to what the United States government chews up every day, that's nothing.
No, that's true.
This is just the United States too. This doesn't include
that's
any other country.
so crazy. And that's just football?
No, it's all sports, but most.
All sports.
It's got to be mostly football. But
yeah, that's a lot of football.
Well, there's been a lot of scandals with the NBA, right?
Well, yeah, the
referees, shaving points.
Donahue, I think is his name. That was nuts.
There's got to be a lot of those dirtbags out there, which totally makes sense.
And it's so funny too, because the NBA, there's probably like in football, there's this thing that happens where like every single down you could call holding if you wanted to. Holding just happens in every play, right?
Right.
Every play. But what they tend to call are egregious holds, meaning that the guy who's the defender is going past you, and you see the offensive guy's arm extended, pulling the jersey. Like I would call that. Basketball, it is so ticky-tack what can be called and what can be ignored and what is ignored and what is called. And it's just like ref to ref.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's these clear palming, traveling charges. Like you see it sometimes, like, what was that? Like,
right,
fingertip, like, grazed the guy's arm, and then fucking called the foul. And then somebody gets hacked. No foul, right? And it's just, you kind of go, well, that's just like in the moment of the game. And like, if that guy wants to be dirty, like the one was,
you can make some money.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and if you're working for the mom or something like that, like this is your job. Your job is to shave points. Your job is to make sure that these guys don't score as much.
They just keep calling the fouls on the other guys, sending you to the foul line, and keep that spread open. It's really gross, man. Yeah.
There's a real problem with it with MMA too.
Is it really?
Yeah. There's a real problem with MMA. Here's the problem with MMA gambling: incompetent judging.
Well, that's the thing.
Is it incompetent or is it
dirty?
Dirty.
With boxing too.
Yeah.
We've never seen anything.
Oh yeah.
Because like even the lay person can watch someone beat the shit out of somebody. You're like, this guy's fucking whooping this guy's ass. And then see the decision go the other way, and you're like, what happened?
There's been a few decisions like that. There was one lady in Vegas, and she got barred from ever referee or judging fights again.
So
there's a few fights that she was involved with that everybody was like, what the fuck?
And she was the
we don't know
common denominator.
I don't know if she's ever been charged. I don't want to mention her name.
Yeah.
But I know that there was like a real issue. It was a real issue with world title fights. Where people were like, how the fuck is this? Because say if like say it's Canelo Alvarez is fighting someone that you know he's going to win. You know he's going to be. But you can place a prop bet on it being a split decision.
Mm-hmm.
Or a majority decision. All you have to do is get one person to say it's a draw.
And that's it.
And like, look, he's going to win.
He's going to win.
He's going to win either way. But if I want to place a shit ton of money on this one thing, some dirty judge could score a draw.
Yeah.
And you just have to convince that dirty judge. Like, just listen, it doesn't matter. You're not affecting this guy's career.
Yeah.
He's going to get the win. No one's going to remember. Just make it a majority decision.
Yeah. And
you just got to justify why you thought. I'm a big fan of defense.
Yeah.
I think the other guy just like blocked a lot of punches. I thought it was great.
Yeah, it's there's so many, I feel like, in combat sports where the judging
it's so subjective.
Yeah.
But it's just, for a fighter, the crazy thing is you lose half your purse.
Yeah.
Because like you might get, $100,000 to fight and then $100,000 to win. And so if they hit you with a bullshit decision, you lost $100,000.
That's
because there's some hometown decision or some corruption.
Yeah, it's really unique that you have a sport when you think about it where there's a subjective winner.
Right, it's not like football.
Right, where like this
every time to score. Yeah, basketball, ball goes in the net, score. Yeah. You could shave point, you could bullshit, But if you're playing Michael Jordan, he's going to score on you.
Yes.
Like how are you going to stop him? You're not going to stop him, right? So like the numbers he puts up are the numbers he puts up. But in boxing and in MMA, like remember when Roy Jones lost in the Olympics? Do you remember that?
Yes.
He lost the Olympics in Korea.
Yeah.
And he fucked that dude up. He beat that dude from pillar to post. 100%.
Yeah.
It was nationalism. It was like, he was in Korea. Like, Koreans are very proud. And they're like, he won. Like, what?
Yeah.
Roy Jones Jr. in his prime in the Olympics. I mean, not even in his prime yet.
Yeah. He fucked that guy up.
Yeah.
And,
there's been a few decisions like that in boxing where you're like, what was this?
The one, because I watched a video on this, I think recently too, where I was like, oh, what was the explanation? Where it was Kennedy, Tim, right? Is that his name? The fighter?
Tim Kennedy?
Right? Is that his name?
Sure.
Fighting the Cuban guy?
Yoel Romero.
Yeah. That was a
bad one.
That was bad.
That was a bad one. Yeah, that was a...
Where like...
I don't know if that's the referee's fault or whatever, but he didn't get off of his stool. So Tim had rocked him real bad at the end of the round, like real bad. And then Yoel went to his corner wobbling, fucking out of it. And at the end of the 1 minute break that you're supposed to have, sat on the stool. It should be, it's over.
It's over.
It should be, it's over. But he got an additional, I want to say, more than 30 seconds to recover before he got, and then he wound up beating Tim. But also, psychologically, for the guy who was fucking him up, for Tim, It's like, no, this fight is over. You're fucking me. I'm getting fucked here.
Yeah.
And so then
your brain starts to,
and then you get out of your fight mindset, which has to be Zen,
because you're getting into the injustice mindset. Like, why isn't anybody fucking doing anything?
Yes.
And that was just like a oversight.
It was crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know who. I don't want to pass blame. But someone fucked up.
Yeah.
It should have been, in my mind, 1 minute. Get up. Are you going to get up? Fight's over. This guy won.
Yeah.
That's it. He retired on his stool. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Fight's over. That's what it should have been, in my mind. Also, when the round does go over 1 minute and the guy doesn't get up, you put a burden on Kennedy that is just like totally unfair.
Yeah.
Totally unfair, especially when he was rocking him at the end of the round. Like this is like the more time he gets to recover. There's a reason why in boxing you only get 10 seconds.
Yeah.
You know, the more time he gets to recover, the more it's possible that he can win. This is not fair.
Yeah.
Like, it's supposed to be 1 minute and that's it. If the fight doesn't restart at 1 minute, he's not ready, it's over.
Yeah.
So that's only happened once. And unfortunately for Tim, it happened to him.
Yeah, that does suck.
It was a bummer.
Yeah.
It was a bummer because Yoel Romero went on to, Yoel was a freak of all freaks. So, the guy could recover, and he was also just built like a superhero.
No, he looked like a goddamn pit bull,
like part of the Cuban athlete program.
And, traps and the head.
Bro, everybody who fought him said that hitting him hurt.
Hitting him.
So he's made out of metal. They all said that. Everybody said Robert Whittaker, who beat him twice, who was the middleweight champion. He's like, every time you hit him, it hurt you. Like, he's just different. Yeah.
Freaky guy.
Yeah. So, if Chad Ochocinco thinks he was going to beat that guy.
No.
No. Listen, bro.
No.
There's people like you out there that also really know how to fight.
Yeah.
You know? There's, people that have that. That's a problem with, really tough guys. They think they're the only one like that. It's you don't want to discourage that in a fighter because that's the thing that gets them to a championship level in the first place is this belief that they're just different than everybody. They're the chosen one, that they're destined for this. But the wake-up call that those guys get when they get knocked unconscious is the craziest thing. It's the reality, oh my God, I am the victim now.
Yeah.
I am what I have been doing to other people, someone just did to me, and now it's over.
That has to rock you on such a deep level.
The deepest.
Well, because it's also, it fucks with your identity.
Exactly.
Who you are.
Oh, yeah. Your worth.
Your whole self-worth.
Your girlfriend's not attracted to you anymore.
Yeah.
You just got laid out. Yeah. Everybody thinks of you as a loser now. Yeah. Hey, had a rough one Saturday, huh? What happened? Hey, what happened? And all that fat, stupid fucking neighbor that's happy that you're a loser now.
Yeah.
Wasn't your night, huh, pal?
Yeah. That was all of us.
And you're like, hey, man, fuck you.
Yeah.
Listen, maybe fucking take a job where you're not getting punched in the head, stupid. Don't get mad at me.
Yeah.
Exactly. People love it when the dominator fails.
Yeah. We like to, it's funny because we like to, society, I think. I don't know if it's just all over the world or it feels like it's kind of American. We love to discover someone, ride with them, want everyone to know this is who I've been with this person from the beginning. See them reach a certain height and then go, oh, fuck him. Fuck that guy. And then bring him down. You see it all the time.
Well, because our society's infested with bitches. An apartment filled with roaches, our society's infested with bitches.
Yeah.
And there's always going to be people that don't do their best, that don't go for things, that don't try real hard, that never put themselves out there. And so when someone does and fails, they're like, ha, ha, and they want to troll them on social media.
You're not better than me.
I tell so many fighters, you got to stay offline. Because I've talked to fighters, when they're arguing with people online, and I'll meet them, I'll see them, I'm like, hey, listen to me. I know you think you're doing, you're shutting these people up. If you ever see you, I'll fucking smack you.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm telling you right now, you got to stop doing this.
Yeah.
You got to stop engaging and stop breeding these things. This thing is poison. You're reading poison. And it gets in your head. It gets into your head while you're training.
I'm sure.
You think about it while you're training. I know it does. It's a lot of these guys are very fragile because a lot of these guys got bullied and picked on, which is why they got into fighting in the first place.
Yeah. To defend themselves.
And then you're getting bullied by 100,000 unknown, anonymous 15-year-olds. and your neighbor.
Yeah. Your neighbor's hoping for your downfall.
Dude, I was reading this story about this lady who, this young girl was getting like mercilessly trolled online, and she found out it was her mom.
Yes, I saw this story.
Bro.
It's like incomprehensible.
Incomprehensible. There's monsters out there.
That's a monster. To do that to your daughter, she's just jealous of her daughter's looks and popularity. Fucking crazy. That's a monster.
Monsters are real.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't like fucking Gandhi everything. You
No.
can't, Satnam the whole world. Namaste, namaste.
Yeah.
No, that's not real.
No.
Like, there's people out there you gotta kill.
Yeah. This happened to like some soccer player too. I remember I watched like a doc on him. It's like kind of vague to me, but he was getting totally like mercilessly trolled and attacked by someone, and it turned out to be one of his friends. Yeah.
Marvin Gaye got killed by his dad.
Yeah, that's...
You want to hear something crazy? I was dating this girl, and I was a giant Marvin Gaye fan. I think she didn't like it that I was a giant. She was like kind of a cunt. She was kind of a cunt. And one of the things that she said was like, imagine how bad of a person he was that his own father killed him. And I was like, that's what you got out of this?
That's your perspective?
That's what you got out of this? That she was such a bad person. Like, what could he have done
for you
that would have justified his father shooting him and killing him? I'll tell you what he did. He fucking outshone his father.
Yeah.
That's what he did.
Yeah.
He reached levels of love that his father couldn't possibly have achieved in his life. And his father realized, I'll never be as good as my son. Fuck my son. And he hated him because of that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there's probably a bunch of other stuff involved too.
Sure.
But
that's dark, man.
Dark. You shot your son.
You shot your son.
And it's not like your son was trying to kill you.
No.
And you had to defend yourself and shoot him. No. He's just an amazing singer that the whole world loved.
Yeah.
And he probably has a bitch ass friend. Yeah, look at you, man.
Yeah.
Your son Marvin's killing it, and you're just a fucking loser. Fucking kid.
What was the... Because I always knew that the father who did it, was it like a clear-cut murder, like homicide?
Oh, yeah.
One
Yeah,
played?
the father just shot him.
And
it was an interesting thing, because I think what had happened with Marvin Gaye was Marvin had achieved like incredible fame, but he got fucked over in some record deal where he had like no money.
Yeah.
I think he had like
everybody in that era.
Bro.
So fucking predatory.
Bro. You want to talk about predatory?
The worst. The
Corporations.
music business is like the most disgusting.
You ever read the thing that Courtney Love wrote about it, about the music business? A lot of people don't even think she wrote it because it's too good. But it was essentially a breakdown of how bad the music business fucks you.
Yeah.
And this is at a time where you actually sold records.
Tons of them sometimes.
Yeah, because now the music business, it's like the mask is off. Like, it doesn't provide any value.
Yeah.
And they still take 50% of your touring, which is
of your touring.
Yeah, 50-50. They do 50-50 deals. Merch, touring. Yeah. And then what are they going to do?
What do they provide?
They can't even get you on the radio because the radio doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Like, you know, that's why people that break through from that model, like Oliver Anthony or, Tyler, the Creator is a great example, like, just makes his own stuff, puts it out, and it doesn't have to be.
People don't even realize that in that era, too, you would, after your tour, and your hit album, that you'd be in debt.
Oh, yeah.
To the record company, so they're like, you got to do another album.
Oh, yeah, and the record company's all rich.
Yeah.
Everyone's profiting.
Yeah.
And then also, they want you to subsidize the failures.
Yeah.
All these boy bands that they pushed that never made it.
Yeah.
All the money that they put into that, that's a part of the accounting.
So insane.
And then Hollywood does the same thing. They would do the same thing with, like, how much money a movie made.
Yeah.
Like, there's been tons of lawsuits that involve that kind of stuff.
Wait, but where were you with Marvin? You're like, he's broke?
Yeah, so if I remember the story correctly, it was so depressing I didn't even want to, like, really get into it. Because I think he had become a huge superstar and then didn't have any money. Which is... That's happened more than once.
Yeah.
Like, and I think he might have had to move back in with his parents.
No.
Yeah, I think that's...
Really?
Yeah. I think that's the story. See if you can find that.
It says he bought his dad a Cadillac. This is years later, though.
Right, but the thing is, like, he might have, like, bought him money when the money was flowing in,
right,
and then after a while, That's the other thing that happens with artists. Like, artists are impulsive, so they spend all their money, and then they don't really like. How many artists get given like a Mercedes-Benz by the head of a label, and they think like, oh shit, I'm killing it. Meanwhile, it's a lease car. Yeah. And they're just siphoning money out of you.
Someone's writing that loss.
Yeah, you're just getting fucked. You're getting fucked left and right and left, and and all they do is sell art. All they do is sell art. They don't make any of it, and they make more money than anybody.
It's so crazy. People didn't know, because now if you are into music, whatever, you don't realize how much it was a thing to have music videos, right? Like, that used to be such the biggest thing. And a lot of artists, especially like the young artists, didn't even know that they were paying for the music video. Yeah. So like the label would be like, go shoot your video. And they'd be like, cool.
It's $1 million.
Yeah. And they'd be like, great. And then they're like, oh no, you're going to pay for that. But they tell them later, we're going to deduct that $1 million. I'm like, wait, what?
They're not sophisticated.
No.
They're not finance majors, which is what we were talking about earlier. Yeah. You should learn that in school.
No idea that you're like, wait, I thought you guys are paying for this.
No. It's kind of funny that the video, like, everything is visual. Like, everything's visual now. There's so much video that people watch, but yet music videos kind of went away.
I know.
Except Kanye's.
Because that one we definitely all saw.
And the new one looks like you made it for $40.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't...
It's pretty...
I mean, it's like you got a drone and a bunch of people yelling Heil Hitler.
And he had, like, the black light kind of effect. Yeah.
It doesn't seem like that cost a lot of money.
No, I don't think that probably costs a lot. You can make things now too for so much less.
Oh, with AI,
so accessible. Yeah.
With AI, you don't even have to have the actual people doing it.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is really crazy. Like, what you could do now is nuts. My daughter was showing me some stuff that you could do with just photographs, where she could take photographs and then she throws them through this filter, and then they're dancing around and moving. And you're like, this is nuts.
Yeah.
So all you need is a photograph, and especially if you chose to have like effects in it, like some sort of psychedelic fucking weird things where things morph and change. It could all be done with AI now.
That's incredible.
Easily.
Well, there's articles out about some studio. Maybe it's here in Texas. I got somebody sent me the link to this. That this company wants to, they want to start making studio quality movies for $500K AI movies.
I bet that you make it cheaper than that.
But that's
these are.
I mean, that's
they probably have AI write the script, man. I mean, if you're thinking about some like dumbass fucking cop movie, some silly bank heist movie. Yeah. You got a hero who's gonna go in and fucking kill the bad guys.
Fraction of the cost. Yeah.
You could write that easy with just take all AI has to do is like it's a large language model, right? It all has to search through Steve McQueen movies and Tom Hardy movies,
write me a movie,
Guy Ritchie movies. Put it together, make me a movie.
No, it bums me out though. Like, I don't want to watch that.
It should.
Yeah.
What is this?
This is the company. This is the first piece they made, and shows a little bit about how they made it.
The woman with red hair.
Yeah.
They still are doing it.
At least
so they have actors,
real actors.
And they're replaced.
God damn! Like, look, it looks so good. It looks so good. Like, that's not a real person. Isn't that crazy? Well, she does. It's the uncanny valley. It looks a little weird.
Yeah.
But getting better all the time, and the only reason why it looks weird is because it's so well lit. Like, if you wanted to do it like Sin City style, there's no like Sin City. If Robert Rodriguez wanted to do Sin City today, the whole thing could be AI.
Yeah.
No one would know.
No.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
These are all fake people. And dude, just a few years ago, you couldn't do hair. Hair was weird.
Right.
And
so were like extremities,
fingers,
right?
Yeah. Now, I mean, just in a short amount of time, it's incredible.
Why is that? That's so interesting. Why are fingers? Like,
it's a good question. And fingers, hair seems like it would take a lot of computing power, right? Because you have
strands, single strands moving.
Her hair's not moving; it's pretty static.
Yeah, but it isn't. Go back.
No, I'm saying.
But it is all moving.
Not the way it would.
It would if. Yeah, you're right.
Right here.
You're right. Yeah. You're right. Yeah, it's moving as like almost like a little bit of a helmet. Like that would be a tell. Like it's a little bit of movement, but not enough.
Right.
A little bit of bounce, but not like it's all spray painted. Like as if their hair was like sprayed with a shit ton of hairspray.
Yeah.
Like, couldn't move at all.
Right.
That would kind of make sense. But it's not moving.
So they all need that scene at the beginning of every of their movies. Like,
This
like they always do it.
Tough to do too.
What is
Getting
tough?
a good font. Where I can't read anything. In a movie, you wouldn't need it, but when you're looking for AI stuff, you can sort of, like, look at fonts
Interesting.
and
Yeah,
there's,
look
like,
at that. Like,
fingers.
look at that font. It looks like ancient, like Sumerian text or something. Like
That's
some
interesting.
lost language. Yeah.
Well, like that one, and the fingers and toes thing is like, I just wonder what the explanation is for that, because that's a tell in photographs too, right? When you see a photo, you could be like, oh, look, that's got like 6 fingers.
Well, remember that lady, the English lady that was missing? What was her Kate? She was missing forever. She's like supposedly was sick. Kate Middleton. She was sick, and then there was a photo that was released of her. Look, she's fine. And everybody's like, no, this is fucking AI. Like in the photo, like people had 6 fingers and shit. Like
it's
weird stuff.
That's weird shit.
In the photo, there was like weird, clearly edited. Yeah.
It's gonna get way spookier.
Way
spookier.
We're just touching it right now.
It's just started. This is the infancy.
Scratching the surface. Yeah. It's going to be real weird. Like, actors should really save their money. You're going to be useless in a short amount of time.
I agree. And also, if you have any type of, recognition to you now, you got to, like, get your image, you know what I mean? Like,
oh, yeah. Yeah.
Like,
but also, like, how are you going to stop China from just making Mel Gibson movies?
No, you're definitely not.
You're not going to.
They're just going to be like, I don't care.
Yeah, fuck you. They're going to make a Mel Gibson when he's 35 movie. Fuck off. Yeah.
He's going to play it here. You don't care.
Fuck off. We're going to put it online. What are you going to do?
so crazy.
Run through 30 different shell companies. You're never going to find who made it.
Yeah. Totally.
And it's going to get to a point where it's going to be virtual. So it's like, it's going to be inside people's heads. You're going to be able to exist inside the movie. Things are going to get so strange, and they're going to be so immersive so quickly.
Yeah.
That the Matrix is a decade away. The real Matrix.
The real question is,
where you're in the Amazon, and you are barefoot, and you feel the ground under your feet.
Yeah.
And you hear the monkeys, and the birds, and the bugs, and the trees. And you hear the sound of a panther nearby. Like, that's going to be real.
It's going to be real, and you're going to be like, why do I even want to
go back to real life?
Partake in the real
world. Like, what's that guy's name? Joey Pants from fucking The Matrix, when he's eating the steak. He's like, I want to be important. I want to be an important person.
Yeah.
Like, that's what people want to do. They'd rather be an important person in The Matrix.
That's so true, man.
And we might be in that right now. That's the real mindfuck. The real mindfuck is, if they can eventually create a artificial reality that's indiscernible, how do you know whether or not you're already in it? And you don't.
Well, you wouldn't, but
there's a lot of evidence that we are.
That we're in it now?
Yeah, there's a lot of evidence that reality as we know it is not real. That it's too weird. Quantum entanglement, quantum particles being in superposition, the fact that at a subatomic level, everything is kind of magic. Like, nothing makes any sense. Also, that when you observe things, it changes the behavior of subatomic particles. Like, what's that all about? What does that mean? Like, no one really knows. It's like
I'm experiencing this in an altered reality.
I think consciousness might be responsible for reality instead of consciousness is experiencing reality. I think it might be both things. I think it might be consciousness is experiencing reality as well as consciousness is responsible for reality.
How much of a mindfuck would it be if somebody unplugged you right now? You're like, this whole thing you've been doing.
Pretty mindfucky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're like,
but I mean, if anybody should believe in it, it's me. Like, I don't know. How is it possible that my life was like this?
Yeah. Right.
Doesn't make any sense.
No.
I'm just like killing it in a video game.
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't make sense.
No, but doesn't make sense. This is why, like, for a fighter, like, the loss must be so fucking unbelievably devastating.
It's like the equivalent.
Right? Yeah. It's over. Yeah. Like, and you see champions that keep coming back and keep getting knocked out. You're like, no,
don't do it again.
Fuck.
Yeah.
And it's just like, they can't believe
you
it's
don't
over.
Want to see it again.
They can't believe it's over. But I was the winner of the game.
Yeah.
I won the game. I was winning the game. Nope. Not anymore. No, now reality has shifted. And now, on top of it, you've got brain damage.
Oh, fuck.
Boy.
That's worse than the version we get.
Oh, it's the worst.
Yeah, that's the worst version.
Brain damage is the worst because now the way you interface with reality might be damaged. Sort of like a car with a bad suspension out on the highway with the wheels shaking now. Like the way you interface with the universe itself
changes completely.
Yeah. So you're taking a gamble. The highest amount of glory possible is like winning fights in front of the whole world. I mean, I would only imagine that like becoming a UFC champion and they, put that belt on your waist and the whole crowd's like, yeah. And people at home are like, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking he did it. Holy shit. Holy, you text your friends, what a fight. Holy shit. The love that person gets, the accomplishment that person gets.
Yeah.
But the price is you're risking the way you interface with reality itself. The brain. You're risking the brain. And you might get out of it like George St. Pierre. George St. Pierre, fine. Handsome, wealthy.
Yeah.
Perfect, like intellectually.
Like, you're the man still.
Bro, still the man.
Yeah.
Like, whenever I talk to him, it's like, Joe Rogan, how is things? Everything is great, buddy. He's all happy. Yeah. You're like, boy, you fucking really pulled it off. You really pulled it off. You became a 2-division world champion, one of the greatest fighters of all time, and you're fine. Chuck me down on the bad boys.
Yeah, man.
I forgot about them rogues. I like those.
Yeah.
Thank you. But for most, it's going to end badly.
Yeah, and the crazier part to me is how many of those guys you go, hey, if you could go back, we just change things, and they're like, no. Some of them like go, I love the glory so much. Like you see it in fighting, you see it like in the NFL. Mm-hmm. Some of them are like, no, I'll accept
the identity.
Yeah,
the identity is so huge. The identity to be a special person. You don't get to be a special person. Most people don't get to be a special person. And a special fighter is a different kind of special person.
Yeah.
It's like, that's a guy who took the craziest of risks. Like, we all know, and you know better than anybody, how vulnerable the human body is. Because your surgery and your injury
sucks.
Fucking horrible. So, like, imagine if you had a fight, and now, like, you were a big-time fighter, and you hurt yourself playing basketball with Bert Kreischer.
Oh, my God.
And then you got to build yourself back up to fight again, but you kind of know that your left arm is kind of still fucked a little bit.
Yeah. No, you never, like, no matter how far you get from it, you still have the voice in there.
Oh, yeah.
And more so now, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, I never had that voice before.
Oh, yeah.
Of like,
yeah.
Watch out.
Yeah.
Be careful.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
And I've had 3 knee surgeries, and I'm having a problem with this left knee that I really hurt. The last time I hurt it pretty bad was skiing. And the last time I skied, because I cracked the bone that's at the top of the tibia. And then I probably messed up the cartilage and shit in there too. But it's still better than most people's knees. Like, it's better than a regular knee. Like, like people are like, how bad is your knee? Like, it's not fucked up, like, compared to your knees, like a regular person's knees.
Yeah, because
I need my knee to be able to kick 60 miles an hour and do a bag of sand.
Yeah.
Like, I'm requiring different things from my knees than most people. But I know it's not the same. Yeah. Like, and if you're a fighter and you got a bum knee, like, even though nobody can tell when you're moving around,
but you know,
and your hand breaks easier now,
yeah.
And your neck hurts, and you got a pinched nerve, and your lower back gives out sometimes, and your kidneys kind of hurt because you cut weight for too many years.
Sounds like you shouldn't be fighting,
and your memory's not so good anymore. And then also, you can't take a punch anymore. Like, a lot of guys know that they used to be able to take a great punch, but now you can't get hit. So now you're gunshot.
Yeah.
Did you see Devin Haney's fight last weekend?
No.
He fought like, Ryan Garcia fucked him up in the last fight. And dropped him a bunch of times.
Yeah.
And this fight, like, it looks like he's done. Like, he's moving around just like he was just constantly moving.
Who did he fight?
I forget the gentleman's name, but there were rounds where neither one of them landed a punch.
The whole round?
The whole round.
And Garcia, that's the one where he won the fight, but then there was all this bullshit.
He tested positive for some sort of performance-enhancing metabolite at a very low level, by the way. Like, not a level where it would be performance-enhancing.
Yeah.
So I don't know what happened. He says he didn't take anything.
What ended up happening with the decision or the purse or whatever?
It became a no contest.
Oh, it became a no contest.
Yeah, and I think he's also getting sued because, Devin Haney claimed that he won because he was on steroids, and that's a bad look. But you could tell it, like, mind fucked Devin Haney. And a lot of people are like, totally are writing off Devin Haney now, which is crazy. Because I remember when he beat Kambosos, I was like, damn, Devin Haney's slick. He's so good. And now, like, that guy he was just moving constantly. And still a very skilled boxer, but it just shows you, like, one devastating loss for an undefeated fighter can fuck you up.
Yeah.
And some guys, they come back and they're fine. You know, like Garcia, for instance. Like, Gervonta Davis fucked him up. He came back and he was fine.
Yeah.
But then that weekend, he fought Rolly Romero, and Romero dropped him, and he lost the decision. So they were going to, like, set up a big rematch. Now nobody wants to see the rematch because they both lost. Well, actually, Devin didn't lose. He won a decision, but he lost public credibility because it was a very boring fight.
Mm-hmm.
Still an incredibly skillful boxer, a world champion boxer, like, very good boxer. But even the commentary, like Antonio Tarver was like, I don't like the way he's moving. His footwork seems erratic. Like, everything is like he needs to settle down. Jose Ramirez.
Yeah.
But
Haney won this fight.
Yeah, he won a decision.
Okay.
But it was the fans lost. And this was this big event in Times Square. This is also a big event because Turki Al-Sheikh, the guy from Saudi Arabia, His Excellency, is the guy who's dumping incredible amounts of money into boxing so that he can get these guys to fight each other.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like, what do you need for the fight? How much to make this fight happen? Like, I need $10 million. Like, done. And like, what? Like, fuck, I should ask for 20.
Yeah.
It's that kind of a situation because the Saudis have so much money. So Oscar De La Hoya was talking about this, and he was saying these guys are spoiled and they're afraid to risk anything.
Right.
Because the money's so much, which is so interesting. Like, you need a guy who's willing to risk it all to really fucking go for it. And these guys aren't willing to do that. And I think the Devin Haney thing, it's one of those things where you see a guy who is an unbelievably skilled fighter but loses one fight, and they're just not the same anymore.
Not the same. And Gervonta's still
killing it. But he had that fight with Lamont Roach where it was a draw. And there was a legit draw. And, you know, you could even make the argument that Roach won that fight, and they're going to fight again. And that should be very interesting. But I think it's also, for boxers, there's a situation where you can only keep up the RPMs for so long. All the greats, there's a certain amount of times that you can keep training, a certain amount of times you can keep competing. And like we're talking about, like your arm, it's kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
That happens with them too. Like the ankles are bad, something's bad.
Like I can't do the same level of output.
Yeah,
basically.
it's not the same. They're not who they used to be. They might look the same, but they can't do what they could do 5 years ago, 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's hard. It's a hard sport, man. But it's also because the glory is so high if you're successful.
So
people
great.
are willing to do it. Yeah.
Very crazy, though.
Yeah.
Thank God that's not how we make a living.
Thank God. Dude, if the UFC was around when I was competing, I 100% would have done it. And then imagine how dumb I would be now at 57 years old. Oh, I'd be a mess.
A lot of staring.
Oh, I'd be a lot of like drooling. And so, hey, you look good. You losing weight? You losing weight? What are you doing? Because, dieting? Good. You know, my brain would be like a 4-cylinder engine, like all fucked up, misfiring.
It's good you didn't get into that, dude.
It is, but I think I got the right amount of brain damage.
Yeah, you've said that to me before.
I think so. I think there's just a certain amount that you get that makes you just a little reckless,
a
little crazy.
Just a touch.
Yeah, just a touch.
Yeah.
I just got just a touch of brain damage. Yeah. That allows me to be, I enjoy risks.
Yeah.
Like, I like them. They're fun.
Me too.
Yeah. Did you ever fall on your head?
Yeah, I had a couple devastating. Yeah.
I bet it helped.
A couple bad ones.
I bet it helped.
Like, I think I have some frontal lobe damage. And,
I think it has something to do with it.
I do. I like calculated risks.
Yes.
I mean, I think if you take this career path, you enjoy risk.
Clearly.
Yeah.
Yeah. But also, you don't have any choices.
Yeah.
Like, my thought was when I was first starting, I was like, I can't work. I can't do it. But I know I can do things. But I can't show up and do a job all day for the rest of my life. I don't have that in me. I'm allergic to it.
Mm-hmm.
I was a latchkey kid. So, like, I didn't get a lot of, like, you got to do this, you got to do that. So the problem is, like, I developed not having people tell me what to do. So I can't listen.
I think every comic has that thing too.
Yeah.
Where you're like, I can't have a boss.
Also, I was around enough bosses that were just total cunts and douchebags that I just like, in my mind, the boss is an asshole. Right. Always. Every time. He's unappreciative, fucking idiot, who you got to listen to him because he's responsible for your paycheck and he knows it. Yeah. So he gets to act like a douchebag and you can't go, hey man, fuck you. Yeah. Who are you talking to? Why do you talk to people like that, you fucking idiot? Yeah. You can't, because he's the boss. He's the boss, yeah. No, it sets you up for like, I'll figure out a way. Mm-hmm. I think if I hadn't done this, I definitely think I would have started my own business of some kind. You know what I mean? I've been an entrepreneur of some kind. Yeah, you would have had to. Yeah. But that's, how many people don't? Or they get roped in.
There he is.
And then they have a bunch of responsibilities, like family. No, it's a fucking,
Are you ready to lose your 19th straight game?
Yes.
That's what I like to hear. 19 straight. You know what that means? We could have played real golf, and you would have lost every single, not just hole, but like a lot. You would have lost a lot. Are you ready to stop the streak?
I don't think I would have lost that.
I wouldn't either. Are you ready to stop the streak?
Yes.
I think you'll stop it. I really do. I don't even know if I have it in me to just win this much.
I just got back from the gym.
Are you less than 15.2% body fat?
About the same.
All right. Are you proud of that drive?
No. But, look, about the same.
Oh, Zoot! Zoot! Now's your chance. You watch. I'm going to regret that shot.
I've lost 0.2 kilos this week.
Okay. Zoot, I fucked up majorly. You've got a chance right now to take your first lead, and I don't know how long. Just make it. There you go, Zoot. Zoot, you have the lead.
But I do feel like I might be putting on muscle.
Zoot.
So my body fat could be a little bit low.
Zoot, you're playing out of your fucking face right now.
Here's the thing, Rabbi.
Yo, baby.
Although I'm in a calorie deficit cutting, right?
Right.
I'm still have a really high protein diet, which allows me to put on muscle at the same time as cutting.
This is an important shot, Zoot. You're about to give me the lead back. I fucked up, Zoot!
I fucked up!
Oh, you just gave it right back for me. That makes me feel better. Oh, did you fuck up?
I'm the worst hole. The amount of times I wanted that I quit to do this hole.
I did not have a good drive,
That wasn't a good shot, though.
I know.
I think I'm in a better position than you.
I don't.
I think we both have terrible shots.
Zoot, I can't believe you missed that shot.
I can't even, but that's not a bad shot.
I need a great shot right now. And I did not have it. You need to avoid going in the
What's
water.
your favorite day?
Girls, 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 perhaps. Either part 1 or part 2.
Blueprint?
No, it's from something old. It's either, like he does a remix of it too. Hey, I finally Okay, I don't know what album it is. I finally listened to that Mr. West song. And, I mean, he's just trying to get in the press, which is cool. You suck at this hole. But
What have you been doing?
I mean, I don't really like the kind of rap. I mean, it's just like not really innovative. I like rap about love and chicks and ballin'. So that kind of rap is dude, Zoot, you fucker, dude, Zoot, Zoot. Today's your day. Zoot, what in the?
You think it should be banned from radio?
No.
Do you think that song should be banned from radio?
No. I don't think.
Are you talking about the Colors one or the Halo one?
The latter. Short.
You don't think it should be banned from radio?
No, I don't think anything should be banned from anything. I'm a free speech absolutist, baby. I feel you should be able to say anything.
You know, in Victoria, I'm in South Australia, but in Victoria, you know that you can go to jail for 6 months for doing a Nazi salute or swastika.
Yeah,
swastika.
Yeah, that's just not my way. I'm a free speech absolutist. Zoot, if I miss this shot, then that means, oh man, this is a tough shot for me.
I don't agree with that because you can accidentally do a Nazi salute.
I know.
And also, a swastika is a sign of peace.
Stop right there.
Please hit the fucking.
Zoot, that was a big shot. Hit the tree, baby.
I have the hot shot in the world.
Yeah, you do. Zoot, it all comes down to this. Are you nervous? Are you nervous?
Yeah, I hate this one. I'm actually glad that you went first because you always block me on this one.
Go in the water.
Bitcoin hit all-time highs today.
Of what?
110K.
That's tight. Zoot, you just fucked up. Oh, baby girl. Zoot.
We're just starting the board.
Okay, Zoot. Zoot, you just lost your 19th straight game. Unless you make this shot. Which is like impossible. Oh, no way. Here we are on the fifth hole of Fox Sports. We've got Zoot. Zoot, it was a hard-fought loss. I want to know what's in your head. You've lost 19 straight games. Rabbi's approaching their 1,000th win, which is just unprecedented. And you are probably at over 1,000 losses at this point. 19 of which have come just now. I'm trying to develop some type of mindset for where you are. Zoot, please, what are your thoughts after losing your 19th straight game?
I think I played that game pretty well.
Yeah, yes, you did. Yes, that is correct. Dude, now you see how big that one shot was. Had you made that shot? Yeah, but I missed it too. So, Zoot, is there anything that you're going to do different in the next game for 20 straight games?
A win.
Are you guaranteeing a win?
Yeah. 20.
Squid Games?
Yeah, Squid Games.
All right. Back to you in the studio. All right, Zoot. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yeah.
I cannot believe that I just won that game. I did not play that well.
I just won.
Oh, Zoot! What a big miss. Fuck!
Rabbi, I won.
Zoot, shut up. Quiet.
The good news is I suck at this whole. The bad news is for you, I'm off in front, and that was a pretty decent shot. It comes on.
Thank you, Zoot. Zoot. Do you recognize that we're tied? Zoot, that was a great shot.
Oh, fuck.
I matched it, though. Zoot, what the fuck was that?
Yeah, shut up.
You know I'm bad at this hole.
You're not bad at this hole, that's the problem.
No, I am. I always try to cut it short and end up fucking up.
It's a very simple strategy to this hole. You just fucked it up.
Oh, that was a great shot.
It's a very simple strategy to this hole. You just aim for the corner. Wrong corner. I fucked up. But no, I didn't. No, I got a good shot. You're probably just going to help me if you do more. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
how does it feel to actually just help me?
Oh, Zoot, what the fuck, man? How'd you like that shot, Zoot? Oh, Zoot. Big shot, Zoot. Heartbreaking. Zoot, you know I'm going for 20 wins?
You're gonna fuck up.
Zoot, you have to make this shot.
I thought you said you were bad at this hole.
I am bad at this hole. Zoot, I'm guaranteed unless I disconnect. Oh, dude.
How do you go this hoe to fucking ruining the hoe?
Because I'm sick as fuck and I'm beautiful? Dude, do you know the name of this hole? What up, Miss Aquarius?
Hey ho.
That's right. All right, we're almost done, Miss Aquarius. I've beaten Zoot. I'm not even kidding. 19 straight games, and I'm going for my 20th straight game. This is the longest streak we've ever known in the history of mini golf. And Zoot just had an amazing shot. Too bad I had to push his ball into the water. But we'll be ready to bowl in just a moment. How was your day? How was your day, Miss Aquarius?
It was good. I'm resting. I've been on the phone with everybody.
Oh, okay.
So I'm trying to not rest. I'm trying to get on my bed now.
Rabbi, you ever been arrested?
You've asked me this question before. I've picked people up from jail. A friend of mine got arrested. Zoot, why don't you pay attention to the answers that I tell you?
No, I never asked you that question.
Yes, you did. I remember when you asked me because you also asked Reiser, and Reiser told us about that thing that he did when he graffitied something.
Oh, yeah.
Zoot, pay attention when you ask a question what the answers are. All right, Miss Aquarius, you ready?
Yeah. Get on the app. Okay. I'm ready. 2 games.
All right, Zoot, are you ready?
You might not even play, huh? You gonna play, Zoot?
Zoot, you have an invitation and we're waiting on you. Zoot, I want to see your game over ball. Come on, big dog. Zoot. There you go, big man.
Zoot.
Dude, that was a dog shit shot. Do better.
Not as good as this shot.
That was better.
Rabbi's going to get an 8.
Yeah, like it.
I'm Saki.
Get it.
It's going to get an 9 now.
That was a tough
So
split.
he's only a point behind him.
That was a tough split.
What he's going to get... Sorry, Aquarius is going to get 7.
Well, it's easy to say that after the ball's already done. How many here, Zoot? How many here, Zoot?
He's going to get a spare.
Zoot, I thought you said she was going to get a spare.
No, I'm going to get
Zoot, not even close.
He is funny. Oh, boy.
And then on my next one, I'm going to get a strike.
Oh, okay. All right. How many am I going to get, Zoot?
Rabbi's going to get a strike as well.
Oh, wow. Yeah, but he said it a little late. I had already knocked down like 6 of the pins.
On my screen, it would be a strike too. Oh, he's going to get a spare. Sorry, Aquarius is getting a spare.
Good job.
No, I'm going to go for a strike.
Well, okay, don't see.
That was actually not terrible. I scored.
Oh, no. Right. Yay.
Zoot, what was your prediction? Zoot, how many are you going to get on this one? 4. You got 2. You got 2, Zoot. Oh, baby girl, that's a turkey. That's 3 in a row.
I didn't do it. I didn't push it. They did it. I don't know. They paid attention.
Aquarius, that's annoying.
I didn't do that. They did it on his own.
You gotta get a spare though.
Get it.
I'm not sorry. No, you strike it. Strike it.
I'm gonna get 3 strikes in one.
Zoot, you have 19. That's the lowest I think we've ever seen anybody have. Oh, Zoot, you're garbage. Come on, baby.
I am so bad. I am worse than Rabbi when he started playing darts.
Don't you bring me into this. You ready to see someone break 100, Zoot? There we go. 107. I win, you win. That's right. All right. Last one, Miss Aquarius. You're going to get me this time. Zoot, we're waiting on you. Zoot. Yeah, Zoot. We're waiting on you. Oh, look at this one. Strike. Miss Aquarius is on tonight. This girl is on fire.
You ever lost?
Yeah, dog. But not really. Because when Miss Aquarius wins, I win. So like we're both kind of undefeated. Zoot, this one's for you. Gotcha, Zoot.
Okay. What? You're both from the same school.
Yeah, but she got a strike and I got a spare, so she like doubles what I have.
Only if she gets another strike.
She's got 26 now. She's got 27 now. 28 now. Zoot, try to beat your all-time high of 19.
Come on.
Hey, if you get a strike, it gives you double points.
Yep.
On the next one.
On the next 2. And I think on a spare to the next 1. So like there, I got 7, but it gave me 14. Get it.
Yeah, you all know how to play.
Yeah, but don't quote me on that. I've never really known. Game inflow, no.
There's a 7. Yeah, she only got 7.
Get it, girl.
Not good with them numbers, so he's telling me, I got the.
Oh, what the fuck?
Zoot, you only need 4 to break your all-time high.
I would kick you up both of you in real life.
Where'd I go? I didn't even say it like that. I'm sorry.
You're good. You're good. Don't worry.
I'm way bowling up shitty, boy.
Oh, okay. Well, guess what, Zoo? This ain't Wii bowling. This is Play-Doh bowling.
Wii bowling sounds so much more fun.
Okay. Wow, good job.
They should remake Wii Sports for the
Okay, do you think you get more than 19? Zoot, you broke your record.
Yeah, I did.
Good job, Big Dog.
Yeah, they should remake Wii Sports for Nintendo Switch 2, and I can say that for the
Excellent. This one's for Zoot.
Yay, this there.
Thank you, ma'am.
So the Nintendo Switch 2 has a GameCube emulator, so it will probably have a Wii emulator.
Nice strike.
Maybe even a Wii U emulator.
Why not Super Nintendo or Nintendo?
The Nintendo Switch already had that.
Very cool. All right, Miss Aquarius. Look at this shot.
They have Super Nintendo. They have Super Nintendo.
Come on,
They have NES, Super Nintendo.
Zoot, go.
And a Game Boy.
Zoot, are you a Wii salesman or you a Play-Doh bowler?
I won.
No, you didn't, Zoot. This is a big shot. I gotta get Miss Aquarius. I've got to get Miss Aquarius. Okay, I have to hit these two. Thank you, baby. That's really mean to say to someone. All I know is that, Zoot, you've lost 20 straight games in mini golf to me, and you lost in bowling to me as well. That's all I know. Good job, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win. Zoot, are you ready? Are you ready to lose 21 straight games, Zoot? We're going to play mini golf.
All right. I see. Yeah, you and him play bowling by yourself. I mean, you do practice. I got to practice a little bit more so I can get more.
All right, Zoot.
I think I'm doing pretty good now.
Yes, you are. You're doing very well. Zoot, come back when you have time. Okay, bye, Zoot. Miss Aquarius, sweet dreams to you. I'm here. I'm here if you need me. Take care.
Okay. All right, I need you. I'll be right here.
Excellent.
Okay, good night.
Good night.
Now we're at the age too where you can look back on 25 years of people you know.
Oh my God,
we're like miserable.
Oh my God, people that are in hell.
Yeah, in hell.
In hell.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we're fucking
killing it.
Yeah, but
you know what's really crazy is when people get out of stand-up and then they see everybody doing real well and they want to jump back in. And it's been like, I've gotten some messages from some friends that I know they haven't been in stand-up in a decade. And I'm like, you can't just
jump back in. No.
Well, if you do, you gotta start from the beginning. Start doing open mic nights again. You've been in the writer's room just doing writing for a sitcom for fucking 8 years.
You lose your footing so much in that time. It's a different sometimes I've had, a week off, 2 weeks off, even a month or something off, where you're like, oh, you have sea legs. You're just like, whoa, I can't imagine 10 years.
Dude, it happened to a lot of writers when they got in the strike. When the strike was going on, how long did that strike go on for?
God, it was months.
Long ass time.
Yeah.
And these guys have mortgages, and their kids are in private school, and their wife likes to spend money.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
And they're used to making, $500,000 a year.
Yeah.
Doing real good.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it all dries up. I'm like, oh fuck. And then their savings account, and the wife's like, what are you gonna do? I'm like, fuck. I think I'm gonna start doing stand up again. Like, I'm gonna start trying to put together an act, and they want to show up, and then the club doesn't know who they are anymore.
Oh God.
Oh,
Anxiety. Yeah.
Whoa.
Scary. It's a scary feeling.
It's the worst. But it's like this decisions that you make in life. Like, what are you going to do? Like, what are you going to do with your life? Those are personal decisions, which is why this whole free will versus determinism thing drives me crazy. Because these people that want to believe there is no such thing as free will, like, yeah, you can do that cute little thing, but you know that free will is real because you know that you decide to get up in the morning.
Yeah.
Like, you telling me Jelly Roll didn't have free will to lose that 200 pounds?
No shit. Yeah.
Perfect example.
Yeah.
Like, that's hard to do.
Yeah.
You're 400 plus pounds. You're fat as fuck. You're drinking and partying every night, and then one day you put your foot down and
not
go, that's
doing
it.
this shit. Yeah.
That's enough. I'm gonna get healthy. That's free will. Like, what you're telling determinism, like, forced him into a position at 39 years old where he's all of a sudden going to decide to lose all this weight and it has nothing to do with his free will. That's silly.
Yeah.
Will's a real thing.
Of course. We all have it, and you can just deny it. But it's why, I don't know, anything that you accomplish that's work is through free will. It's through making choices, man.
But then there is also a certain amount of determinism. If you grow up in a terribly abusive household and you're around drug addicts and violence, and then you go and commit that, it's almost like you have no other examples.
It's true. I get that, but you still make a choice.
You do, but you don't even know what a good choice is because you've never even seen a good choice.
That's a valuable analysis that, like, you had a horrible modeling, so you're just following a path you think is the only path, right?
And some of those guys get involved in athletics, right? Some of those guys get lucky and they become a fighter, or maybe they get lucky and they become a musician, or maybe they get lucky and they become something else, or a comic. But it's just the choices that you make in this life are that you don't know if it's the right choice while you're doing it, while you're making that choice.
Well, I'm about to find out whether making this TV show was the right choice.
No, I'll find out. You have to piss? It seems like you're wiggling.
I got to piss.
I do it. Should we wrap it up?
Sure.
Listen, what you showed me is amazing.
Thanks,
I'm sure it's going to be fucking Bad Thoughts. When is it out?
It's Tuesday, so tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. It's the stuff that I saw is amazing. It's fucking hilarious.
Thanks a lot, bro.
I'm glad you're doing stuff, man. I'm glad you're out there. It's beautiful to see.
I'm very excited for it. I'll tell you, I know it's an overused term, but it really was a dream come true to do it.
Well, you can tell. You can tell by how well it came out. It's so ridiculous. It's so you. It's such a signature Tom Segura type of humor.
Thanks, man.
It's awesome.
I'm excited for it. Thanks for having me on, man.
My pleasure, my brother.
Yeah,
anytime.
Always good to see you.
Love you to death.
Love you too, man.
Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. What a turn of events.
This is absolutely incredible, Joe. Absolutely. A series of unexpected things have led to this day.
You were supposed to do Duncan's podcast, and then Duncan and I got on the phone, and he was saying, you're trying to move tickets for the psychedelic event.
Yeah.
And then Duncan said, hey, man, you can have him on your show. And I said, well, why don't you come on, too? It'd be really fun. And then this morning, Duncan has a root canal, like an unexpected emergency root canal. So it was just a crazy turn of events, and fortunately, you're here.
Yeah, I just came in from Ukraine, actually.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Ooh, what are we doing over there?
Training therapists and psychiatrists.
Wow.
So Ukraine has enormous amounts of trauma. And so what I'm trying to do is to go to high trauma areas and try to talk about MDMA-assisted therapy and how that could be helpful.
What is the legality of it over there?
Well, right now it's illegal. They have these terrible laws left over from when Russia was in control, And you cannot even do research with Schedule I drugs.
Wow.
Not with psilocybin, not with MDMA. You can't even do research. But over the last couple of years, there's been a lot of efforts by their military, by other people to change that because they're aware that they have so much enormous trauma. So a couple of months ago, the Ukrainian government put out draft legislation to change the law. And so the training that we did was for 55 psychiatrists and therapists from throughout Ukraine. We did it in the western part of Ukraine, Lviv, which is not really a dangerous area. But even while we were there were multiple air raid sirens. But then they look at their phone and they see the area that the air raid sirens are supposedly about, and they could be like 100 miles square, something like that. So nobody seemed to care. Nobody moved to shelters, and we just ignored these air raid sirens and heard nothing. But it was so emotionally moving because we went to the cemetery in Lviv, and they have these in cities all over Ukraine. And they have something that I've never seen before, is that they have just enormous numbers of graves. Terrible. They've lost about 250,000 people. But the graves all have flags for Ukraine, but they have the pictures of the person that's dead. That's the person that's buried there. And I've never seen that anywhere else. It has even more of an emotional impact because you're actually not just thinking all these people are dead, but you're seeing their pictures. And most of them are younger and, tragically interrupted their lives, a fair number of women. And so, and they put them in the center of the cities. They're having to build new grave sites all over. And this was next to a really large, old historic cemetery. Yeah. And so it feels to me like what I'm trying to do is to really go to where people, I think, have lots of trauma but don't understand some of these new technologies, meaning psychedelic therapies.
Right. Hardly new.
Well, new to them.
Right.
So they've been very much a conservative society. They don't have legal marijuana. They don't have marijuana.
How dare you?
Sorry. Sorry. So it was very moving to be there for just the fact that we were there, that people felt that we were willing to come to the country and be there with them, even though it's in this more safe part of the country. And so the thought that we would, the next steps would all be philanthropy. So I should say that I'm here representing myself. I'm not talking on behalf of MAPS, and I'm not talking on behalf of Lykos, the pharmaceutical company that MAPS helped start a while ago. So I'm just talking for myself personally. But what we're trying to do is really respond to where the trauma is. And next week I'm going to Beirut, which is something I never thought I would be going to. But I've been invited to speak at the American University of Beirut and also a YPO sort of business group. And there's the possibility of potentially at least starting research with MDMA therapy in Lebanon as well.
Do you ever get frustrated at the lack of progress with legalization? Because it seems like so much headway has been made on the therapeutic front. Like so many people have anecdotal stories of like a lot of soldiers with Ibogaine in particular, MDMA in particular. These people have had incredible experiences, turned their life around. It just, I'm so baffled by the snail's pace of acceptance of these things.
Well, I first tried MDMA in 1982. So we're talking about 43 years ago. And as soon as I experienced it, I thought this has incredible therapeutic potential. It was legal at the time. And
when did it become illegal?
1985. And so MDMA had been legal, but it was sort of quietly used in therapy circles from around 1976 to the early 80s. And then it started leaking out of these therapy circles and started being used as a party drug, ecstasy.
Wasn't a lot of that in Dallas?
Yes, a lot of it was at the Stark Club in Dallas. Yeah, that is really where MDMA became ecstasy.
Lorenzo from the Psychedelic Salon, I learned all about that from him.
Yeah. There's a fellow named Michael Caine is working on a movie about the Stark Club.
Oh, wow.
There's an incredible story because Larry Hagman, who was the star of Dallas, frequented this nightclub with a bunch of the people from the cast, and they had the police had decided to bust it because they knew that there was all these experiences.
J.R. Ewing?
No, they were all prepared to bust the Star Club that night, and unexpectedly, J.R. Ewing, Larry Hagman showed up. And they canceled the bus because they thought it'd be too embarrassing to bust him, and they busted it another time.
He was on CNN once, and he was talking about how he's not afraid of death because he had an incredible LSD experience.
Yeah.
Did you ever see that?
I did, yeah. And the reason,
were like, what?
Well, he did LSD therapy in the 60s. The reason that I even knew that is my mother-in-law read his autobiography. And he talks about doing LSD therapy in the 60s. And so my mother-in-law said, you might want to try to contact this guy because maybe he's got overlapping interests and he'll help out. And it took me a couple of years to get to him, but eventually I did. I'll tell you one funny story is that I got to know him pretty well, and I would stay over at his house a bunch of times in Santa Monica. But he was also in I Dream of Jeannie.
Oh, yeah.
So I Dream of Jeannie is about this genie that comes out of this bottle. He's an astronaut. And a friend of his had made a bong out of the genie bottle. And they wanted to market it. And Larry said, no way. So there was only, 2 versions of this genie bong. And I had one of my more humorous moments was smoking pot with Larry Hagman out of the genie bong.
That's hilarious. It's so funny when a guy plays this like straight-laced, greedy kind of psycho on a television show, a soap opera show, and then in real life he's a stoner.
Oh, he's incredible. Yeah.
Isn't that interesting, though? It's like, because you would never guess that from the J.R. Ewing character.
Oh, right. No, he was very much pro-psychedelic and had multiple experiences during the 60s.
And the CNN interview was wild, though, because I remember watching it going, oh, you guys weren't ready for this. That's what he said that. They're like, what? You're saying acid's good? It's like literally the opposite of the Bill Hicks joke. The Bill Hicks joke, like you never hear like a good drug story.
Yeah.
It's always young man on acid, thinks he can fly, like dies.
Yeah.
It's like, but that was the one time a positive drug story from a beloved star of a beloved show.
Yeah, it was the most popular TV show in the world at some point.
Yeah.
But about your question about frustration, yes, the answer is yes, but it's important not to be overwhelmed, I guess, by frustration. Is just to continue plodding along. We've just passed MAPS's 39th anniversary, April 8th. I had 1986 is when I started MAPS. And when I started MAPS, I didn't really know that it would ever succeed, that we would ever make MDMA into medicine. It was the height of Nancy Reagan and Just Say No and the escalation of the drug war.
The worst times.
And I realized that it was worth doing, working towards bringing psychedelics forward, whether it worked or not. And that's what really gave me the mindset to not be overwhelmed by the frustration, by how many obstacles there's been. Because I always had this feeling that we need this kind of healing. We need this access to these experiences. And it's been tragic when we think about the number of veteran suicides, for example, that are happening every year. And if the Drug Enforcement Administration, when they made MDMA illegal in 1985, they did that on an emergency basis. We were in the middle of a lawsuit against the DEA, what's called an administrative law judge lawsuit. And we were challenging this arguments for making it into a Schedule I drug. And we actually won the case.
Wow.
The judge said it should be Schedule III, which means it should be available as a medicine, but it should be illegal otherwise for recreational use. But administrative law judges only give advice to the agencies that they're working in. They don't compel. You have to get out of that into the civil courts. So the judge said Schedule III, and the Drug Enforcement Administration said, no way, we're not going to do that. And their rationale was so wrong. So we sued them in the appeals court. what they said initially was that only the FDA could make a drug into a medicine, not the DEA. But the law was clear that it could be the Attorney General could do that. So the appeals court, when they review agencies' decisions, they don't tell them what to do. They say, you did something wrong, now rethink it. So then the DEA said, okay, we're going to rethink it. And then they came up with a new reason why they were against it. And this was this 8-part standard that was essentially the same as the FDA. So then we sued them again the second time. And we won again in the appeals courts. And so they went back to the DEA and said, you have to come up with another rationale. This one doesn't work either. Oh my God. And then they came up with a 5-part standard that was sufficiently different, but still had phase 3 studies. So it's essentially the same as FDA approval. And finally, the courts upheld that. And that's, during this process, it was clear to me that the DEA would not do anything to make this available as a medicine, that we would have to go through the FDA. And that's where MAPS began as a nonprofit psychedelic pharmaceutical company focused entirely on donations, and the intention was to turn it into a generic drug. That because MDMA had been invented by Merck in 1912, it was in the public domain. It was used as a therapy drug before I even knew about it. And then it turned out that the emergency scheduling that DEA did in 1985 was itself illegal. It turned out that the Congress had given the Attorney General the power to emergency schedule drugs, but the Attorney General had never subdelegated that power down to the DEA. So they didn't have the authority to do that. So the people that got busted in the first year were all let go once their lawyers figured this out. So,
wow.
So the first move to criminalize MDMA was a crime, you could say.
Wow.
But we're stuck. And so when we think about if MDMA had not been criminalized, how many people's lives would have been saved? How many people would have been able to benefit from psychedelics? That's one of the things that we're going to be talking about at the Psychedelic Science 2025 conference, the 16th to the 20th in June in Denver. We have over 500 speakers. We had over 1,500 applications. There's an enormous amount of research taking place with psychedelics, with psilocybin, with ibogaine, with MDMA, with 5-MeO-DMT, with a whole host. And the healing potential of these are incredible. And yet they've been kept away from people by these prohibitionist laws. And so it's enormously frustrating and tragic. And yet, if we let that overwhelm us, then we're not going to work as hard to make it happen. So I've had to learn how to deal with that frustration.
It was just a gross distortion of the legal system. You know, there's no reason why this should be illegal. As long as you have whiskey and you can get Adderall easily on a prescription, and oxycodone is readily prescribed, this is crazy.
Well, it's counterproductive.
Yes.
It's not even, stopping a lot of the benefits. It's actually creating more harms. Just as one example, my father was a pediatrician. He's no longer alive, but he worked on the first study with crack babies. He and his partners did the pediatric evaluation.
Oy.
And you remember this in the 80s. Yeah. This idea was that there's going to be this whole generation of super predators, and these women that were pregnant with crack were having babies that were addicted, and they were going to be mentally deficient and prone to violence, and this whole scenario that Reagan amplified.
Right.
And what my father and his partners found out was that that really these kids could recover, that they could do better, that it was mostly malnutrition, poverty. It's not like fetal alcohol syndrome, that it was really not this direct connection between the crack cocaine and the problems with these kids. But what he found was that the women that were pregnant and were addicted were driven away from...
Fucking phone is dinging again, man. Just put it on Do Not Disturb.
Yeah. Turn it off.
All you boomers and your goddamn gadgets.
About boomers. Yeah. But he found that these women were dissuaded from seeking treatment.
Why?
Because they were worried that they would have their babies taken away from them, because they were worried they were going to go to jail. So the drug war is counterproductive in that the people that need the help the most are driven away from seeking it because of the stigma and shame and criminality.
Right. But then they screw up sometimes and do like what Portland did, where they just go, everybody just do whatever you want. And then, unfortunately, you've already set a culture where you've allowed people to do fentanyl in the street and meth and whatever else they want. And then the laws pass where you decriminalize everything. It's legal free for all.
Yeah.
And then unfortunately you have chaos, and then they pulled back the law because it was just too much. People were going there just so they could get high.
Well, that's the important point, what you just said. People were going there. So what that means is that, and we saw this in Zurich. So there was a place in Zurich multiple decades ago called Needle Park, where they decided to provide access to healthcare, access to safe injection sites, things like this for heroin addicts and others in Zurich. And it was working because when you treat people as humans like that, they will often seek other treatment. And then if they're not necessarily criminals, but then people come from all over and overwhelm the capacity because it's this one humane site. And then it became an open air drug market. Just people from all over Europe started coming, and then they had the backlash.
Yeah.
So I think it's something somewhat similar in Portland, where you try some of these things on a local basis, but then it attracts people from all over, and then it turns into the opposite of what they'd hoped.
Right. Yeah, and I just think also they had gone through the whole defund the police thing, so they were just overwhelmed by cases. And the Portland just out of control. It was a lovely place a few years ago. Just a lovely place. 10 years ago, Portland was amazing. It's all a bunch of sweethearts and hippies. They were like so calm, and something happened, and people got radicalized, and then the tents, the people that camping on the street. Yeah. Once that happened, and you tolerated people just putting tents up in the middle of the city, it's like, don't ignore these people. Like, either help them out, or tell them they have to move, or do something. You can't just clog up your city with mentally ill drug addicts who are in tents. That's crazy.
It is, and it's hard to have these local solutions because it attracts those people.
Exactly.
So
people probably got on trains to go to Portland and get high.
They did. So these kind of solutions, I think people take the wrong idea from them, that the solution itself was the wrong idea. Yeah. But I think it's when you do it on a local basis like that and not have it widely distributed. So basically, the idea is that you have people that have problems with substance abuse of all kinds. We don't criminalize people who are alcoholics. They can go to AA, they can go to other things. They're not stigmatized, and they're not worried that they're going to be arrested.
Right.
And yet they can go for help, and you have a lot of people that actually do that.
Yeah.
And I think that's the kind of humane approach. But
that's where we should be leaning as a society. That's a healthy, intelligent society. And also, we should be paying attention to the people that report great benefits. Like, there's just too many. Well, luckily we have guys like Rick Perry. And Rick Perry, who was the Republican governor of Texas, is now really in full support of this iBegin initiative. It's wonderful.
Yes, well, Rick Perry will be speaking at the conference.
Fantastic.
As
Love
will
that guy.
Brian Hubbard.
Nice
So
Brian Hubbard too.
The work that you did to have Rick Perry and Brian Hubbard on your show, and how much that brought attention to the iBegin possibilities was incredible.
Well, it's my feeling is if a guy like Rick Perry, who's this like straight-nosed, conservative, right-wing kind of a guy, if he can open up his eyes to that and open up his heart to that, it's available for everybody. And there's this very binary position that people take in regards to their thoughts on psychedelics. It's either it's for losers and people that want to escape reality, or if you're on the side of the people that have experienced it, you don't get any of that, which is so weird for me. So the people that think that it's for losers and it's all just a bunch of people just trying to escape reality and they're lazy and none of those people saying that have ever done it. So if you can get just a few of them to do it and tell their friends, if we had like legitimate therapy centers, because everybody needs a little help. Yes. I'm not saying you need to get off heroin. I'm not saying you're coming back from Afghanistan. I'm not saying anything crazy, but like everybody could use just a little therapeutic help to give you a fresh perspective. And I think if that was available to a lot of people that are just generally depressed, I think we could change the tone of the country. I really do. Because one of the things that bums me out the most about, especially the interactions that people have on social media, is like it's all negative. It's all negative. You're living in these rare moments. You have a finite amount of time. 100 years is so quick. It goes by so fast, and you're wasting it, yelling at people on Twitter for what? For what? like commenting on things all day long in anger and disgust and look where this country is. Like, what are you talking about? Everyone's perspective needs a little help, needs a little pick-me-up, just a little something to go, I think we're okay. I think we're going to be okay.
I think that there are so many possible benefits from having psychedelic clinics all over.
All over, yeah.
I mean, we're talking about, right now, there's several thousand ketamine clinics. But one of the issues with ketamine clinics is that many of them provide ketamine without therapy.
Whoops.
So
I met a lot of those people.
Yeah, yes. So I think the key point is that when we talk about psychedelics, when we talk about the clinics, it's not here, take this pill.
Right.
It's here, take this pill in a therapeutic context with therapists there to help you process the emotions.
With an expert, someone who's experienced it themselves who can help you.
Yeah, and then with the therapy afterwards, which we call the integration process. So it's not just the experience itself. It's the preparation to be open to whatever happens. It's the experience. And then I just was the other day with a woman, Gul Dolan, who is a neuroscientist. And what she's talked about and what she's discovered is that psychedelics are these rare substances that have, they'll open up what they call the critical periods. So it's neuroplasticity. It's this ability to rewire your brain that stays for sometimes weeks or longer. With Ibogaine, it can be several months after you have the experience. So that the therapy that happens afterwards, the work that you do to integrate it, has special potential to make long-term changes in your behavior, in your brain circuitry. And so psychedelics are unique among substances. People are trying to develop non-psychedelic psychedelics that do have this neuroplasticity property, but they open up this potential for long-term change if you do the therapy afterwards, if you focus on trying to, what the insights that you had during the experience, and then try to make them into permanent behavior patterns.
That's really fascinating. It's also so typically human that we try to develop non-psychedelic versions of the same thing. Like we can do better than nature. God was onto something, but he had an early plan. It wasn't really fleshed out yet.
Right. Well, one of the things that was really impactful for Rick Perry was Morgan Luttrell, who's now a member of Congress.
Right.
And so Morgan had very terrible trauma from his military service and eventually was able to experience Ibogaine. And from that, he was able to get a lot better. And there's a researcher, Nolan Williams, who will also be at the conference, who's done work with Ibogaine and a lot of the Navy SEALs and others that have gone down to Mexico, and he's done studies of their brains with traumatic brain injury. And it's shown before and after that some of them actually do have this recovery from traumatic brain injury.
Yeah, it's pretty phenomenal. It's also helps people with other neurological disorders, like it's helped people with Parkinson's, right?
Yes, and that is where it could make sense in certain ways to have non-psychedelic psychedelics.
Right, but also, why not? If Ibogaine's working,
well,
get them on that. You already have Parkinson's. Are you scared?
Well, and then and then you get the insights though as well.
Yes.
So, but there's people that might not want that. It's difficult.
But why do they not want it? They don't want it because of propaganda. They don't want it because someone, there's the stories of like Sid Barrett from Pink Floyd, or you know what I mean? Like the stories of people losing their mind. And that's what people are terrified of. I think with some people, honestly, that's a valid point. Now that you're saying that, there's a bunch of people that are like very psychologically vulnerable, and maybe a profound psychedelic experience wouldn't be tenable. They wouldn't be able to handle it. That's possible. There's a bunch of people that they're in a bad state. Maybe they're on a ton of medication just keeping them stable. They can't do psychedelics. Maybe a non-psychedelic version of that rewired their brain would be beneficial, now that I think about it.
Yeah, there is actually a situation with cluster headaches. So cluster headaches are like suicide headaches. They're worse than migraines. And there was, this is now back around 2003, a bunch of the people who had cluster headaches, one of them went to a party, did mushrooms, and found that it postponed the cycle and would interrupt the cycle of these cluster headaches, which are terrible. And so they contacted me, and they formed this group called Cluster Busters. And they said, we don't want to be criminals anymore. We would like to study this. Can you help us study this? And I live in Boston right next to McLean Hospital, which is a part of Harvard Medical School. And I approached them and I said, would you want to study these people with cluster headaches? And they said, sure, this is really interesting. So they brought in all these people and checked their medical records and determined that this was really the case, that psilocybin and LSD blocked cluster headache cycle and postponed the next cycle. And so we did all this research, and then the next step would have been to actually give LSD or psilocybin to people with cluster headaches. And the people at Harvard, like, oh, Timothy Leary, he was here. We don't want to do this. Damn
it,
so,
MK Ultra.
All of that.
They ruined it for everybody.
Well, we're trying to get over that, but they did. And but then the people at Harvard said, well, we will do this LSD or psilocybin, but only if it's the last resort, only if everything else fails. So the scientists, Torsten Passy and John Halpern, decided that they would use a non-psychedelic version of LSD called bromo LSD. And the plan was that they would give this bromo LSD to a bunch of people with cluster headaches. It would not work. And then they would come back and say, hey, we need to do this LSD and psilocybin research. So I said, okay, that makes sense. We have no idea why LSD or psilocybin works, but it's probably connected to the psychedelic properties of it. Mm-hmm. And so they did this study at Hanover University in Germany, and I kept waiting for the results, and they wouldn't. I heard nothing. And then after months, they finally said, we didn't want to tell you, but the bromo LSD works even better than the LSD and the psilocybin, because with LSD, it's effective in micrograms. For psilocybin, you take 25 milligrams for a major trip. But with bromo LSD, you can give large amounts of it because you're not getting high. And whatever it does, it's still a mystery what it does in the brain, but it works better. You just flood the brain. So that's actually a good example of a non-psychedelic psychedelic for a physiological problem that could make sense as a medicine.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense with the dose, especially.
Yeah.
But that's great, though. At least that way, we found something out.
Yeah. And actually, when they finally told me that it worked and that they didn't want to tell me, I said, I'm interested in psychedelic therapy. If I'm also what's best for patients, so that if this bromo LSD is best for patients, that's great. It's not upsetting me at all, because we're talking about it anyway for a physiological thing, and I'm interested in the therapy part of it. And so, unfortunately, talk about being frustrating. Kerry Turnbull is a philanthropist, and he's trying to make bromo LSD into a medicine, but he's been unable to raise all the funds that he needs to do that. And so this was a treatment for a terrible disorder that was identified over about 20 years ago, and it's still not been made into a medicine.
God damn.
And so those are the things that are frustrating, because it's not even psychedelic.
Right. That's crazy.
It's
just too close to psychedelic.
Yeah.
It's too related by,
so
by association.
Yeah. So Morgan Drell was a big example to educate Rick Perry. Morgan will be at the conference. Congressman Jack Bergman, who's leading an effort in Washington to have a group that's trying to collect a lot of support, bipartisan support, to make psychedelics into medicines. Will be there.
The military aspect of it is very important, because they're generally very right-wing guys and women. They serve their country. They're hard-nosed, disciplined people.
Yeah.
If they can't experience it, they can realize. I've always said that, I try to act as a bridge between the meatheads and the potheads.
You are a good bridge for that.
I'm the bridge.
Here I am. You know what Timothy Leary said, which is phenomenal? And tell me if this is true for you.
Okay.
He said, if you want to be a bridge, you have to get used to being stepped on.
Oh, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm pretty used to being stepped on. Yeah. But not necessarily for those positions. Because the idea of pot and a lot of these other things is that it makes you lazy. And you'd have a really hard time convincing anybody that I'm lazy. That's very hard. I'm pretty disciplined. I don't believe that's the case. I don't think it's just... I don't think they're mutually exclusive. You have to have either discipline or be able to enjoy expanding your consciousness. I think, in fact, it enhances your perspective, which enhances the understanding of the value of discipline and hard work, and of honesty, and of like doing things the right way. Like, you do things the right way, you genuinely feel better. And if you ever have trips, like whatever, even in the sensory deprivation tank, like sober, getting in there, they're better when you live the right way. You don't have any demons, or as many. You don't have any regrets. You don't do the right thing. You be a good person. Like, it's not that hard to do. And the fact that it's been conflated with laziness and ne'er-do-wells and all that stuff, like, that's nonsense. Some of the most ambitious people I know smoke weed. Some of the most hard-working, interesting, creative people I know smoke weed. They enjoy it.
Well, one of the best examples is Carl Sagan.
Yes, one of the best examples.
And
yes.
he had to hide that, though,
He
for
did.
decades because he was worried he would lose his security clearances.
I was trying to tell that to someone who was a scientist once off air, and they didn't believe me. I'm like, how do you not know? How do you not know Carl Sagan was a huge pot smoker?
Right. Well, Lester Grinspoon was a doctor at Harvard Medical School, who was one of my mentors. And he was close personal friends with Carl Sagan. And Lester was an expert on medical marijuana. And he had a book about experiences with marijuana. Carl Sagan had to tell his story under a pseudonym.
Wow.
Because he didn't really want to be known for that. But
well, it's a different time period, and that's why guys like him are so brave. Just to talk about it at all. You could risk everything. He was the guy explaining science and astronomy to everybody and explaining the cosmos. We found out that guy's a stoner. Like, oh, it's all out the window now.
Oh, yeah, and his wife, Andrian, was on the board of directors of the NORML, to legalize marijuana, the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws.
It's very frustrating for me, because when I was a young man, I remember thinking that eventually all this will be worked out, and by the time I'm 35 or something like that, there won't be any more drug laws about things that are beneficial. I really did believe that. Now I'm 57. I'm like, oh my God, it's not changing. Oh my God, it's this shit's taken forever. It's been decades of everyone knowing, decades of the internet. Before the internet, you kind of propaganda was very effective, the reefer madness stuff and all that craziness that they pumped into people's heads. Like, that was the 1930s, man. And that's still effective today. There's still people today that believe all that stuff.
Well, you just shared with me before we started talking about the Texas law that's trying to, if you could maybe share a bit about that.
Ken Paxton, who I've met, I like him, very nice guy. I don't know why he did this, but Austin had decriminalized marijuana. So apparently the Attorney General's office sued Austin. And what is the ruling on that? I don't know if they even have acted on this or if they're going to appeal or what it is. But, here's the thing about something that's not fully legal. And I've talked about this before, so I apologize to anybody who's heard this. John Norris, who's a friend of mine, who's been on the podcast, who was a game warden in California. And he found a diverted stream, and they were trying to figure out what's going on. They figured some farmer fucked up, and, what's going on here? And, fish were dead. And so he's a game warden, so they have to track down what happened with this stream. Finds this huge grow-up in the middle of the national forest, run by the cartel. And then his entire operation in the decades future becomes a tactical force with bulletproof vests and dogs and guns. But Austin had decriminalized marijuana. So apparently the Attorney General's office sued Austin. And what is the ruling on that? I don't know if they even have acted on this or if they're going to appeal or what it is. But, here's the thing about something that's not fully legal. And I've talked about this before, so I apologize to anybody who's heard this. John Norris, who's a friend of mine, who's been on the podcast, who was a game warden in California. And he found a diverted stream, and they were trying to figure out what's going on. They figured some farmer fucked up, and, what's going on here? And, fish were dead. And so he's a game warden, so they have to track down what happened with this stream. Finds this huge grow-up in the middle of the national forest, run by the cartel. and then his entire operation in the decades future becomes a tactical force with bulletproof vests and dogs and guns fighting the cartel in the forest, in national forest, because they were growing it all in America and then just selling it. Like 90%, I believe he said 90% of the marijuana that was sold in states where it's illegal was coming from California. And they were using very dangerous pesticides and herbicides, stuff that's completely illegal if you were growing it naturally, if you were growing it normally. And because it's illegal, you have organized crime that's providing it to people. Like, if it was legal, we could only buy it from, like, you buy your fucking groceries, you buy organic fruit, right? You buy organic vegetables. You'd buy organic marijuana. You would know the people who are growing it. You could meet the farmers, just like you can meet people from White Oak Pastures. You'd meet people from fucking Happy Green Farm. And you would know where you're getting your stuff. You know there's no fentanyl in it, which is apparently they're talking about that now.
Yeah.
You're not helping anybody. You're only hurting people. Now, if your goal is just to hurt as many people as possible, well, yeah, make more laws. Yeah, keep locking people up. Lock people up for things that don't hurt anybody, even themselves.
Well, the other part of it is the tax money.
Yes.
Too. When you're letting all this money go to the underground, to the cartels, to the criminal gangs, alternatively, you could have it as taxes, and it could make it easier on the rest of us.
I could see as an argument, if you were the Attorney General and you said you are propping up organized crime by allowing it to be decriminalized, and the people that are growing it, selling it in Austin, or the people that have it in Austin are all committing crime, so they're probably cartel people. I could see that argument, kind of. But you know what the fucking solution to that is? Make it legal. This is dumb. We could just buy whiskey anywhere, which I love. Nothing wrong with it. But you can go buy. I have a bar. You know, I'm a drug dealer. Literally, I'm a drug dealer. I have a bar. I own a bar. I sell drugs. Alcohol's a fucking drug. It's just a sanctioned legal drug that we pay taxes for. And, you know, the Alcohol Commission has to check, make sure we're doing everything right. But it's drugs. And it's way more dangerous.
And prohibition of alcohol, actually, in the 20s, led to organized crime in America.
Yes. Al Capone. All that stuff. Propped up organized crime. But also led to NASCAR, too. You know? Pretty cool. They figured out how to soup up some cars to get away from the cops.
Right.
That's what NASCAR came from. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing. But it's so dumb. It's so and everyone who enjoys a little alcohol with a drink at a social gathering, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Let people do what the fuck they want to do. We're all going to die someday. And if people are having good or bad experiences on any of these substances, it's up to them to manage their experiences. Like, I don't get along with alcohol. I won't drink alcohol. I don't get along with marijuana. I don't want to try it. Okay, good. That's okay. It's all fine. But, let people who enjoy it have it. It's dumb.
Well, this idea that we're all going to die one day, one of the most important uses of psychedelics is to help people at the end of life who are scared of dying.
Right.
And also for palliative care. So there's a lot of research that's been done with people with life-threatening illnesses who are anxious about dying and have received either MDMA or psilocybin or LSD in the 60s.
Yeah.
So that the kind of big fears that we have about illness and death, when people are not able to process those fears, it just gets worse and worse.
I wonder how many people Larry Hagman turned on. You know what I mean? That day on CNN, there's probably millions of people watching. Larry Hagman saying, "Well, I'm not afraid of death because I had an LSD experience and I realized that it's all just connected."
Yeah. Well, if it wasn't for my mother-in-law reading his book, and he became a big supporter of MAPS, and he spoke out in public. Those are the kind of dialogues that change people's minds.
Yeah.
There's been some, we have a lot of, I live in Massachusetts where marijuana is legal. Marijuana is legal in California and Colorado and all these states. They're doing really well economically.
Oh, it's a huge tax bill. Especially, Colorado had the craziest taxes. When it was 39% or something at one point, and everybody's like, okay. Because it's, first of all, economically, if you want to go out for a night drinking, that's going to cost you a couple $100. Buying a round of drinks for your friends, a round of drinks here or there. It's you a couple $100 worth of marijuana, you're stoned for a month. Like you're just stoned forever. And if you have to pay 39% tax, like okay, like I hope it fixes streets. Like I'll give you my tax money. I'm not scared of paying. I want to pay taxes if you were doing good stuff with it. Is it helping pay for the schools? Great. Let's get great schools and a lot of people smoking weed legally, but not kids. You know, that's the other thing. Like, we need education for children to let them know, like, it's not good to alter your state of consciousness, especially on a regular basis when you're young. There's some developmental issues that come along with abuse.
Well, this is with abuse, for sure.
Abuse,
definitely for sure. One of the things that's pretty interesting is look at the cultures that have successfully integrated psychedelics, like, for example, the ayahuasca churches that are in Brazil, or the Native American church that uses peyote, often for Native Americans that have problems with alcohol. I was out on a Navajo reservation, this is about 20 years ago, and it was for a Native American church peyote ceremony, and one of the Navajo men brought his 9-year-old son to take peyote and spend the night with us.
Whoa.
And
peyote's mescaline, right?
Peyote's mescaline, yeah. And Wachuma is from San Pedro. Cactus is also that has mescaline in it. But this 9-year-old did not take the same amount of peyote as the rest of us, but he took more appropriate for his body weight. And it's within a cultural context, within a family context, within a religious supportive context, these cultures tend not to have age limits.
Right.
So I think when you talk about the developmental problems that come from abuse, that's totally the case.
Well,
but when you talk about occasional use for inspiration, particularly when
in a ceremonial
setting, which has been for centuries and centuries, they've refined it. There's no neurological damage that comes to your brain from mescaline.
Right. Ceremonial settings are very important. And I used to think it was foolishness. I think ceremonies, like, get the fuck out of here with your ceremony. I was cynical, you know? But I think that in even rites of passages, like into adulthood, I used to think that was foolish too. But then I realized, like, wow, a lot of people have a hard time determining if that they're an adult. And they stay kind of infantile for their entire life. And especially someone that's like really coddled by their parents and overprotected helicopter parents. You never develop the ability to be solitary and just to be out there on your own and autonomous. And things that are important should be treated with respect. And that's where I think ceremony comes in.
Yeah, one of the things that I think has led to my interest in lifetime use of psychedelics has been the failure of my bar mitzvah to actually turn me into a man.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Because I'm the oldest.
You thought you were going to be a man. That's it. I'm going to be a man.
I wanted to avoid all the awkwardness of adolescence. I'm the oldest of 4 kids. So I had no older siblings to tell me. And we did this rite of passage, and it's been used for thousands of years. And I just had this idea that there would be some visitation from God of some way, that I would be one thing the morning of my bar mitzvah, and I would be something different the next morning. And I remember waking up in bed the next morning after my bar mitzvah, and I'm like, I'm the same. This particular rite of passage didn't work. And you know, you're 13, you're not so smart. And I was like, well, you know, God must be busy. A lot of people got bar mitzvah. You know, it's like Christmas, and you're
eventually God's going to get to me.
Yeah, and so every day for a week, I would wake up and think, "Is today the day? Am I different?"
Oh wow!
Nothing happened, and then finally, another week and another bar mitzvah Saturday came along, and I realized that if I was on a list, I have now been dropped off the list completely because there's all these new people bar mitzvahed. And the rites of passage that we do have, I believe, probably worked in the past for a lot of people. And they did have this demarcation between different ages. People didn't used to live that long either. So 13 was kind of a transition point.
Right.
But it was when I was 17, almost 18, that I first did LSD. And one of my very first thoughts was, this is what my bar mitzvah should have been. Because, you know, you're like, who am I?
Right.
Where do I fit in?
Right.
I'm sort of, my ego sense is dissolving a bit from LSD. I'm connected to something bigger and larger than myself.
Right.
I thought, this is the courage, the test of courage. This is the test of manhood. This is something that is a part of a rite of passage. So for me, the psychedelics became the rite of passage when the religious rite of passage didn't have the same impact as I had hoped it would.
That's fascinating. That's fascinating. Yeah. It's interesting too to talk about not restricting it for young people, and I thought about like wine in Europe, because kids in Europe, particularly kids in Italy, they don't have the drinking problem that kids have in America. When high school kids in America get a hold of alcohol, they get drunk and ridiculous, and like because they're doing something naughty.
Yeah.
But kids are normalized to the just regular consumption of a glass of wine with dinner. It's normal.
Well, and then in the U.S., where when kids do experiment, because they're worried about being caught with things, they tend to not use wine, but they tend to use stronger drinks.
Right.
So they call that sort of the iron law of prohibition, that when you prohibit something, it moves more and more to more concentrated, more powerful forms of that drug.
Hence fentanyl.
Yeah. Yeah, or even cocaine when you could have coca-tea. I mean, Andy Weil has been promoting for decades and decades this idea of coca-tea.
I had that once.
What was the?
I couldn't shut the fuck up. I couldn't shut up. I was like, oh my God, thank God I've never done cocaine. I was telling my friend Doug, I was like, I don't think I could shut up. But it wasn't anything crazy. I think that chewing the leaves is supposed to be like super beneficial and actually even healthier than coffee.
Yeah, there's a lot of nutrition in the leaves.
Doesn't it fuck your teeth up though?
Well, if you do anything too much, it can. But it's something.
You sound like an apologist. You sound like.
well, I think it's this idea that appropriate use. Well, Paracelsus is the one of the early physicians, and he said the difference between a medicine and a poison is dose.
Right. Well, yeah, salt will kill you. You know, eat a pound of salt, see what happens.
Water will kill you.
Yeah.
I mean,
drink too much water. Yeah.
Yeah, hyponatremia. You dilute your.
I remember a lady died because she was trying to win a PlayStation for a kid at a morning radio show. She was trying to drink the most water.
Oh,
crazy. Yeah. Like, no, who knew? I guess no one knew then. But people are pretty aware now because of frat parties, like, you know, hazing. They've had kids do that.
Yeah, that's one of the things that has been happening in terms of the raves and ecstasy use, so that occasionally people will overheat and die from MDMA, where you dance all night, you don't drink adequate fluid, and you can get hyperthermia. And there are some cases. So that's one of the dangers of ecstasy use outside of therapeutic context. And so people have heard, okay, now I need to drink fluids in order to not overheat. And there have been cases of people that have died from drinking too much water.
Well, I can counter that because there's a bunch of people that have died from too much exercise. There's something called rhabdomyolysis that people get when you over-exercise, where your protein starts breaking down, your kidneys can't process it. You start peeing brown. It can be totally deadly. You can push yourself too hard and die from exercise too.
Yeah.
So, how many people every year die of rhabdo? Google that. Because I know it's very common in the CrossFit world because people are competitive with exercise, which is not necessarily the great. Like, a lot of people I know that are trainers do not like the concept of CrossFit because it's doing exercises that are just supposed to strengthen your body and condition your body, but doing them in a competition setting where it's like unlimited amount of repetitions, as many as you can get in, you know, X amount of time, or, you know, and then they have these games where people play where they might not be conditioned enough to sustain the workload that they're putting forth, and then they get rhabdo. And it's fairly common. Like, I know multiple people that have had rhabdo.
Wow.
Yeah. How many people die?
So it doesn't say that, but it says there's 26,000 cases reported annually, and about 5% of those lead to mortality, 5 to 20%.
That's a lot. That's a lot of people that die. That's probably more than people drink water and die. I guarantee that's more. I bet drinking water, so much water you die, is probably fairly rare. But I think that rhabdo stuff is super dangerous. Yeah.
You're reminding me of something funny. David Nutt was the drug policy advisor for the British government, and he did a ranking about the dangers of all these different drugs. And what he found was that the psychedelics were at the very low end of the dangers. And so he talked about how horseback riding was more dangerous than ecstasy.
Oh, yeah. It's super dangerous, man. People fall and break things all the time.
Yeah, and so he got fired for that because he was telling the truth. He was making people love horseback riding in England.
Oh, that's crazy.
So what MAPS did is that we...
you got fired for telling the truth.
Well, he was the drug policy advisor saying things that people did not want to hear.
maybe he should have got his job description down before he started yapping. Like, what am I trying to do here for real?
Well,
you really want to know my opinion, or do I have an angle that I'm supposed to be headed towards? Can you guide me?
Yeah. So we did something similar. We looked at cheerleading.
Oh yeah.
And we looked at the emergency room visits on a per person visit for the percentage of people that do cheerleading that go to the emergency room versus the percentage of people that do ecstasy. And cheerleading is more dangerous.
Oh yeah, they fly through the air, man.
Yeah.
They bang heads sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah. So we had a poster that we made. It said, "Give me an E."
Oh God, that's so silly. But here's the thing: it's like we allow multiple dangerous things. Like horseback riding is one thing. How about bull riding? Totally legal, super dangerous, like super duper dangerous. I mean, we allow BMX riding. You should, of course, allow that. Look, I'm a martial artist. I know how many people have accidentally died doing martial arts. A ton. It's real. There's a ton of activities that people enjoy. Skydiving. They enjoy bungee jumping. Legal. All legal. Amusement parks. Legal.
Yeah. Well, I think that in those circumstances, people believe that there's benefits that outweigh the risks.
Amusement parks?
People enjoy them.
Oh, people enjoy psychedelics.
Yeah, but I think that's the critical issue is that people have got, as you started out by saying, people think that if you take these drugs, there's no benefits, you're hallucinating, you're running away from reality, you're not paying attention to what's really going on, you're making yourself more vulnerable, you're going to fly out a window and think you can fly.
Well, it's just like we need a comprehensive addressing of the actual real landscape of what these things are, what the benefits are, and just this addressing of the impact of propaganda. The sweeping Schedule I Act of 1970,
right.
The whole William Randolph Hearst connection to marijuana illegalization, which was right after alcohol prohibition, so they were looking to put these agents back out into the field. All that needs to be comprehensively explained to the American public to reinform people, because I think people are they have the general population that doesn't listen to podcasts like this and doesn't get online and search these things. You have these conceptions that are entirely formed by propaganda, and they're not based on real anecdotal experiences, real science, real data. And also the problem with that too is there's real side effects of some of these things. Those need to be understood. How do you understand them? Well, you have to make them legal and do tests and studies. And maybe people have gene expressions that, maybe they shouldn't be doing this thing, but they can do that thing,
Yeah, I think this idea that, for me, how do we break through the wall of propaganda?
Right.
And for me, the idea has been we go to where the suffering is, we go to where the science is, and we try to make things first into medicines. And I think that's where people are willing to listen.
Mm-hmm.
When you have all this propaganda and all these fears, it has to be that there's some corresponding benefit that overwhelms your sense of fear that you're willing to take a look.
Right.
And that's where you go to where the suffering is. And that's where with post-traumatic stress disorder.
Yes.
I think one of the things that we've been able to do remarkably is with psychedelics, they're one of the few things that are out of the culture wars these days. There's bipartisan support for psychedelic research. And it's because we went to where a lot of the suffering was. Sympathetic patients. Most of the people in our studies are women survivors of sexual abuse. Most of the people with PTSD are women. But most of the media attention goes to the veterans. And people put veterans on a pedestal. And if so many of them, there's different estimates, but it's, 18, 22 or more per day commit suicide. And you can end up avoiding a lot of that by helping them process the traumas that they experience.
And again, it's like we were talking about before, it's the bridge.
Yeah.
That's the real bridge. The bridge is these, hard-nosed, right-wing guys who have these experiences, become better parents, become better friends, just reintegrate into society, make peace with the past. It's totally possible. And that these tools are being so underutilized to so many vulnerable and needy people. So many people just fucking need some help.
Yeah. One of the speakers at the Psychedelic Science Conference is Sharif El-Nahal, who was the undersecretary of the VA.
Wow.
And he's become very passionate about what he's seen from those people that have done the veterans that have done MDMA-assisted therapy inside the Veterans Administration. But it took MAPS 25 years, starting in 1995, we were offering money to the VA to do MDMA research, until 2021, when the first veteran received MDMA inside the VA from VA therapists.
Wow.
So talk about frustration. Think about the number of people that have committed suicide from when we started offering to the VA to do it. But it was the propaganda, it was the stigma that made it so that they were not willing to do it. What's most amazing today is that Congress gave $10 million to the Department of Defense for MDMA-assisted therapy research in active duty soldiers.
Oh, wow.
So there's a $4.9 million grant that went to Dr. Aaron Wolfgang at Walter Reed, and it's going to be giving MDMA-assisted therapy. There's another $4.9 million grant that went to a group called Strong Star that's in San Antonio, here in Texas, elsewhere, and they're connected with Emory University. And so they're going to combine MDMA with a therapy called prolonged exposure, where you talk about the trauma over and over. But that's very re-traumatizing. There was a study that the Veterans Administration did that took them about 6 years. It was 916 veterans, and it compared two therapies that they used, both non-drug therapies for treating PTSD. One was called prolonged exposure. The other was cognitive processing therapy. And what they showed is that around half the people are in the study drop out because the therapy itself is re-traumatizing.
Oh, God.
Because you're just forced to go over the trauma over and over, and that's supposed to desensitize you. And if you can stay in it, it can be helpful, but it re-traumatizes so many people. So what we've shown is working with the MDMA with the veterans is that they're able to process the trauma, that the fear reduction from the MDMA, reducing activity in the amygdala, the fear processing part of our brain, that you can, once you can approach these things that have felt like will tear you apart, that they'll be overwhelming, you can't really go away from them, but they never really leave either, that then you can process it. So this study that will be done here in Texas with active duty soldiers, again, is going to be a combination of MDMA with prolonged exposure. The Walter Reed study is combining MDMA with what they call acceptance and commitment therapy, different kind of approaches.
How do they decide which approach?
Well, this is going to be research, trying to different kinds of.
So it's going to be do multiple ones and just see what's the most effective.
Yeah, and I think that MAPS has started funding studies combining MDMA with cognitive processing therapy as well. But the one that I think is the most potentially the most valuable is called cognitive behavioral conjoint therapy. Conjoint means couples or dyads, and so what happens is the designated patient, the veteran with PTSD, is where the attention is focused. But when they have PTSD, it affects their families, it affects their partners. And so cognitive behavioral conjoint therapy was developed by this woman, Candace Monson, at the Boston VA. And that's where they bring in the partner as well as the veteran, and they both get therapy. And so back in 2014, when finally I was working with Richard Rockefeller and his cousin, Senator Jay Rockefeller, who was on the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee. And they finally convinced the VA, to be willing to let MAPS support research with MDMA. They said that they would not let it, they wouldn't refer veterans, they couldn't do it inside the VA, we had to pay for it, but that the first thing they wanted us to do was combine MDMA with cognitive behavioral conjoint therapy, where both people now get MDMA. And the results were better than anything they've ever got before in studying this therapy, both in reduction of PTSD, but also in strength of the relationship.
Do they combine it with 5-HTP or anything like that to sort of bring back your levels?
The answer is no. People do use 5-HTP, and it can be helpful. But
can you explain what that does?
Yeah, so 5-HTP is your precursor for serotonin. So when we started research with the FDA, this was now 1992. The very first time that they permitted MDMA research was 1992. And as I said, MDMA had been used as a therapy drug since the middle 70s through the 80s, criminalized in 85. And people have felt that sometimes, and I think it's very much the case, that you're tired after MDMA, that people talk about as serotonin depletion.
Right.
And so when you take 5-HTP, that can be helpful. But when we started with the FDA, they said, all this information that you've got from before, from underground use or from before when it was still legal, doesn't matter to us. Really, everything has to be done under direct supervision of FDA-approved studies. And they said, don't assume that you're going to have problems and you're going to use MDMA plus 5-HTP or something. Just start with the MDMA, see what problems you get, and then you can start. So the way we think about MDMA therapy is that it's really not a one-day thing; it's a 2-day. In the sense that the second day is for rest, it's for having no obligations, no appointments, and the therapists come back and do more integrative therapy the next day. And also, we do the therapy during the day. It starts at 10 in the morning. It's an 8-hour session, so often people can get sleep that night. And we don't see more low mood or more tiredness in the people that get MDMA than in the people that got therapy without MDMA. So we were never felt that the need to introduce 5-HTP. We didn't have evidence of symptoms that required this. But I think it's because we talk about it as a 2-day experience. The other part is that when people take MDMA at raves or parties and things like that, often they're drinking, they do it at night, they don't get full sleep.
Right.
The next day they don't just take the day off, often they go into activities.
Right.
And so
exhausted.
And they're exhausted.
Yeah.
And so
sense.
I think that this concept that we've developed is this really thinking about it as a 2-day experience where there is this low energy and but it can be productive in terms of trying to work on the issues that came up during the MDMA experience or the PTSD or depression or whatever it is. Now, there's a project at a place called Sunstone, which is a therapy center outside in Rockville, Maryland. And they've worked with cancer patients who are anxious about dying, and they have brought in their partners to the therapy, and both of them get MDMA as well. So these are all under FDA-approved studies. And they found that that was tremendously effective as well, because when your partner has got a life-threatening illness, it doesn't just affect them, it affects you as well. And often the therapy is focused, again, on the designated patient. So this kind of broadening the sense of who it is that is going to be treated and bringing in people's partners, I think is going to be very important. One of the works, Marcus and Amber Capone, who've done work with vets, they've brought probably by now about 1,000 veterans down to Mexico for Ibogaine. And they have also started bringing their partners as well. They realize that you need to think about this as a family setting and to try to treat the entire family context. This raises another issue, which is to talk about group therapy. So the scale of the trauma, in America, there's 13 million PTSD patients. This is the estimate by the Veterans Administration. In Ukraine, we've got an entire country. When I was there, practically every family knows someone or has someone that has been injured or killed. And so you've got massive population-based trauma. And to think about treating people as individuals is really important, but it's going to be hard to scale because of the limited number of therapists and psychiatrists and the cost of doing that. So the FDA has wanted all the research with LSD, psilocybin, MDMA, 5-MeO-DMT to start on an individual basis. But there's new studies now that are going to be working on group therapy. So one of the first in America was at the Portland, Oregon VA. And it was 4 therapists for 6 veterans. And it started out where each one got an individual session first, and then they got a group session. And there's 2 basic kinds of trauma in the military. One is war-related or accident training related, and the other is what they call military sexual trauma. There's a lot of sexual abuse by veterans or by military active duty people of other people in the military, and they call that military sexual trauma. And so what they've learned is they have to separate those groups when they do the group therapy, because if you're a military person who's been abused by other people in the military, that you might not feel safe if you're in a context of group therapy. So they've done separate the groups, but they found that the groups do terrific with supporting each other afterwards in this integration process. And so what they've done is they've realized, though, that the design they had initially was an individual session and then a group session. And after they did 2 cohorts of the 6, they realized that the the people felt they needed a third MDMA session, and they wanted that also as a group, not as an individual. There's a project in Australia that's going to be climate-related PTSD from floods that they've had related to climate, and so they're going to be doing group therapy there. And there's an incredible project that's developing in Israel that's for people traumatized on October 7th. And there's going to be groups of 7 with 2 therapists, 2 assistants. But the Ministry of Health has taken a while to review this application. It's funded by charitable donations. The MDMA is coming from Canada. But what the Ministry of Health in Israel has wanted is, and this is the first study ever, where it's going to be direct comparison of individual therapy versus group therapy. So everybody is ready to have one or the other. You get randomized to either individual or group, and it will be a direct comparison. And so I think, like, when we think about AA and we think about peer support, I think you can go deeper when it's individual therapy because you have more focus. You're not thinking about other people. You can go deeper. But when you're in a group setting, you can kind of bond with the other people. You can kind of hear their other stories, but then you can support each other in this integration process. So I think at the end of it, it could be that the groups do just as well as the individuals. And then that will dramatically reduce the cost of the treatment and help it scale. So that's where we're at this initial thing. And I think particularly for military people that are traumatized in similar circumstances, that are bonded in groups, that group therapy can maybe even be the treatment of choice. But I think the way the FDA is going to be reviewing it is that there is going to be studies with individuals first that will have to be gone through the system and approved, and then there will be this additional research with groups.
What kind of a timeline are we talking about? Like, how long are these studies?
Well, it's going to be about 3 years for the project in Israel. I mean, it's going to be about 160 people.
What about the projects here?
The project at the Portland, Oregon VA is going to be done pretty soon. But it's really just been 4 or 5 cohorts. It's very small numbers of people. Okay. And so there will need to be more. I think that there's been some efforts to do what people call in some ways a modified version of individual versus group. Is that and they've done some of this at Sunstone also, where there'll be 4 people getting psilocybin at the same time, but each in a separate room, each with 1 therapist. But then near the end of the session, they bring them together. And then they talk about what happened, and then they also have the group integration. So it's kind of a modified. So I think in terms of time frame, it's probably 4 or 5 years before FDA will approve group therapy, maybe longer. The other issue is that the last time that we spoke, it was before the FDA advisory committee and before the FDA meeting to decide whether to approve MDMA-assisted therapy for PTSD. And the advisory committee recommended against it, and the FDA voted against it. This was August of last year. And so that was heartbreaking because I thought that the data really did justify approval, and it did demonstrate safety and efficacy. But there was enough doubts that were raised. One of the big problems to do research with psychedelics is how do you do a double-blind study?
Right.
You know, when you take a powerful drug, you know you've taken it. And if you give an inactive placebo, people can tell the difference. A lot of my dissertation, which I did in 2001, was how to do a double-blind study with psychedelics, particularly with MDMA. And my solution, which made sense, was to do therapy with low-dose MDMA versus therapy with full-dose MDMA. So everybody knows they're getting MDMA. They all have the same expectations. And they might not be aware, though, which dose. You know, is it a full dose? Is it a lower dose? So the challenge was to pick the low dose so that it's high enough to cause a certain amount of confusion, but not so high that it has so much therapeutic potential that you can't tell the difference between the groups. So for 16 years, from 2000 to 2016, MAPS did a series of what are called phase 2 studies to try to figure out how to do phase 3. And we looked at therapy with no MDMA, therapy with 25 milligrams, 30 milligrams, 40, 50, 75, 100, 125, and 150. So sort of like a dose response. We did all these different doses. And what we discovered, fortunately after I got my PhD, was that my theory was partially right and partially wrong. That, a microdose of anything is not going to be very good as a placebo because you'll be able to tell. So what was surprising to us was that the lower doses, 25, 30, 40, 50 milligrams, did indeed cause a certain amount of confusion. But when you're working with PTSD patients and you get this activation from the drug, but you don't have enough of the fear reduction, it made people uncomfortable. So we showed that the people that got therapy with no MDMA did better than the people that got therapy with the low doses of MDMA. They still got better, but they didn't get as much benefit. So the analogy is you're taking off in an airplane and there's all this turbulence at the beginning, and then you get above the clouds and it's smooth sailing. So it's kind of like that with MDMA. But the part that we discovered that was very surprising was we did a study with veterans, firefighters, and police officers. And one group got 30 milligrams, one group got 75 milligrams, and one group got 125 milligrams. And in that particular study, it was about 26 people, when you randomize, it doesn't mean that everything's equal. It just means it's random. So the people that had 125 milligrams with PTSD had more depression than the people that had 75 milligrams. But the 75 milligram dose group did better than the 125.
Interesting.
Just slightly better. So what it meant was that the dose that's therapeutically effective was lower than we thought.
Can I stop you for a second?
Yeah, please.
When you said the people that did 125 had more depression,
yeah,
do you mean before the study?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So it was chosen that they would get the higher dose because they were suffering more.
Well, no. Again, this is randomization.
Right, but you said that they had more depression before the therapy.
Well,
so how did you determine that?
Well, we evaluate everybody's PTSD symptoms and their depression symptoms. And so just by the randomization, it turned out that those people that were higher on depression ended up, more of them, in the 125.
Just randomly?
Randomly, yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, because when you randomize, again, it doesn't mean that you're making things equal.
Right.
So it was just a chance.
Just turned out that way. How many people were in this group?
26 people were in the entire study.
Okay, so it was just dumb luck.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but it meant to us that this dose of 75 was indeed more therapeutic than we anticipated. So there was no real sweet spot where there was a dose of MDMA that didn't either make people uncomfortable and reduce the effectiveness compared to therapy with no MDMA, or it tipped over into being very effective. So when in November 29th, 2016, when the FDA had what we call the end of phase 2 meeting, after we got approved to go to phase 3, the final study, shouldn't do that because of this. We shouldn't go directly to phase 3. The FDA offers this protocol assessment, and you negotiate every aspect of the phase 3 design with FDA. And it can take, for us, it took 8 months. And so pharma companies are thinking, there's nothing unusual what I'm doing. My patent life is expiring. But I knew we needed to do that to discuss how to deal with the double blind. And so we presented this information to the FDA. We said, we will give you blinding if you want with these lower doses, but it's going to make our job easier to find a difference between the full dose and these lower doses, because it's going to compromise the therapy as compared to therapy with no MDMA at all. And so we said to the FDA, you tell us what you want. And the FDA chose therapy with inactive placebo to make our job harder, which made sense to me. And they said that there's 2 things that you can do to reduce experimenter bias, because the whole purpose of the double blind is to sort of reduce bias, that you don't know what's going on and everybody just treats everybody the same. They said the first is this random assignment. What that means is everybody's similarly motivated and they will work. And the therapists don't know necessarily that, so you do this random assignment. But then the second thing is that you can't have the therapists or the patients rate themselves on how well they've done compared to baseline. You need independent raters that are blind to the condition that the person that they're evaluating is in.
Okay.
So the raters don't know, did this person get the placebo? Did this person get the MDMA? It's
just don't look at their pupils.
Well, well, this is afterwards, but that's right. And it's done on telemedicine. It's done on Zoom.
Okay.
And it's an hour-long interview. And it's with what's called the CAPS, the Clinician-Administered PTSD Scale.
And do they have a series of questions?
Yeah. It's like an hour-long interview about their symptoms related to what they call the index trauma, which is the worst thing that ever happened. You pick this is my index trauma, and how do you respond? So we had these independent raters, and then we had this random assignment, and that's what the FDA said is how we should do the phase 3 studies. What was problematic for us was the people at the FDA that we negotiated this with in 2017 then left the FDA. And then new, more conservative people came in at the Division of Psychiatry. And they were more concerned about this, what they called functional unblinding. And that became an issue at the FDA Advisory Committee meeting and at the FDA when they reviewed whether to approve MDMA-assisted therapy or not. And so the pharma company, Lykos, did not really proactively explain to the advisory committee how this design was developed, why FDA chose this design. And so the people in the advisory committee are often more academics, and they're more focused on this double-blind issue, but they're not practical in a sense. So that the FDA realizes that the double-blind fails in practice a lot. It's a theory of how you want to do things. It's something to strive for, but it doesn't work a lot of the times. Even with SSRIs, you think that Prozac or various drugs that you take that are not psychedelic, that those are easy to double-blind. But they're not, because when people have sexual side effects, they have other side effects, and they report to their therapist what's going on, then they can tell from the side effect profile. So the double-blind fails in practice a lot. But the FDA is saying we can't just only approve drugs where the double-blind is perfect. We have to weigh these different things. So that was one of the big issues that the FDA Advisory Committee objected to, was this functional unblinding. So when you asked about the time frame, there was other issues, but where we're at right now is that there's going to be negotiations between Lykos and the FDA, with the new FDA, with the new people at HHS, and there's the proverbial fork in the we believe your data enough that you're not going to need to do another phase 3 study. They might require what's called a phase 4 study, which is after approval, you gather information about safety, about durability, different things. And if that's the case, it's possible that within 6 months, the FDA could say yes to approving MDMA-assisted therapy for PTSD. If the FDA says we want another phase 3 study, that could delay approval for another 3.5 years or so. And that's just on an individual basis.
Wow.
So talk about frustration.
Yeah.
I mean, we had incredible outcomes. So the 2 phase 3 studies that were done, the first one was severe PTSD. And what we showed is that 2/3 of the people that had severe PTSD no longer had PTSD after the treatment, which was 42 hours of therapy, 3 MDMA sessions, 1 month apart, 12 90-minute non-drug psychotherapy sessions. 2/3 no longer had PTSD that got therapy plus MDMA. And those people that got therapy without MDMA, with the inactive placebo, roughly 1/3 no longer had PTSD. And then another roughly 20% had what's called clinically significant reductions of PTSD symptoms. Means that their life has changed, their symptoms are not as burdensome, but they still have PTSD. So they're called responders. So we had 88% responders, only 12% non-responders.
Wow.
It's the best treatment. In the second phase 3 study, we purposely moved it to moderate to severe PTSD because we didn't want the FDA to say it's only for severe PTSD. 3/4 of the people did have severe PTSD, and 1/4 had moderate PTSD, and it was 72.6% no longer had PTSD. Almost 3/4 no longer had PTSD at this 2-month follow-up. And what was even more remarkable, and this relates, I think, to the concerns that was expressed about bias and functional unblinding, is that 46% of the people that had therapy with no MDMA also went below the threshold of having a PTSD diagnosis. That's better than any of the other therapies for PTSD. And so what that demonstrated is that the therapist, even though most of them could tell the difference between whether somebody had MDMA or not, that they tried just as hard as they could to help people, whether they got the MDMA or not. And we got extraordinary results in the control group. And I think one of the things that is the explanation is that when you have an 8-hour therapy session with music, with headphones, with more or less half the time people are inside having these different feelings, and the other half they're talking to the therapist in no particular order, you're not forced to focus on the therapy the way with prolonged exposure or cognitive processing therapy. That's what I said was re-traumatizing. In the studies that the VA did, roughly half the people dropped out. We had very low dropout rates because people are encouraged to we support whatever's emerging. That's the essence of the therapeutic approach that has been developed to support people when they're going through MDMA therapy. And it's very similar to what can be done with psilocybin or LSD or even ibogaine, that you just support whatever's emerging. You have this sense that there's a wisdom of the unconscious. We all know that our body has a certain wisdom in that it moves towards wholeness. We get cuts, it heals. It's below our level of awareness. So there's some kind of wisdom to what's emerging. You could think about it as this barrier, this permeable barrier, semi-permeable barrier between the conscious and the unconscious. And it all happens, we all know, at dreams, that material rises to our awareness at dreams. And it's like that with psychedelics. And so we just support whatever's emerging, and people can go to some happy memories or to layers of trauma, whatever. They're not forced to just focus on the trauma. So we have very low dropout rates. But the people that got the therapy without MDMA were able to make incredible progress. And we also have what are called fidelity ratings, which is we videotape all the sessions, and then we have raters. They're called adherence raters, and they look at are people adhering to the therapeutic method, and then that's called fidelity. We had over 90% fidelity, meaning that the therapists really were doing the same, whether it was placebo or not. So the results were outstanding in that way, and the side effects were very low. We had nobody commit suicide that received MDMA. That was one of the concerns. We had one woman tried to kill herself twice, but she was in the placebo group. And we had another woman, such severe suicidal ideation, she checked herself into a hospital not to kill herself. She was also in the placebo group. Because when you help people with terrible trauma, it's difficult for them. And they're not able to really process. That's why they had long-term PTSD. So we demonstrated remarkable results, and yet the FDA said we need more data. We need more data. I think it's tragic.
It is tragic, but it's also very hopeful. The results are very hopeful, and I'm always hoping that people come around. Do you ever really consider, though, the burden of responsibility that lays on your shoulders? Like, you have been at the forefront of this for decades, and I imagine a world where a guy like you doesn't exist, because it's really easy for you to not exist. I only know you. You know what I'm saying? Like, right. You have been responsible for so much research and so much pushing for legislation to be passed and pushing for people to understand these things. And
thank you. Yeah, it's
but it required. It must have been an incredible amount of resolve that you have to keep this fight going on.
It has been, and I think one of the things that was has kept me going was a dream. We've talked about dreams a little bit. It was a dream that I had when I was in my early 20s. So when I was 18, I had decided to focus my life on psychedelics. This was after I realized, LSD is what my bar mitzvah should have been. And I was able to see these tools as really hopeful. And there was two parts. One part is sort of this working through trauma, depression. The other part is our interconnectedness. I think the essence of what people talk about, the sort of spiritual aspects of psychedelics or of meditation or of other things, you feel that we're not just isolated individuals, we're all connected with all of life. And so at 18, I said, it's a crazy world. I was a Vietnam War draft resistor. I was planning to go to jail. I'd studied Tolstoy and Gandhi and nonviolent resistance. So my contribution to my country was going to be to not register for the draft and go to jail as a protest for Vietnam. And then I thought, my dad and my mom was saying, you're going to have a criminal record. You're never going to have a real job. You're not going to be able to be a doctor or a lawyer. You'll be a felon. And I thought, okay, well, I'm not willing to go to war because of that, but I can be an underground psychedelic therapist. You don't need a license for that. So that was my plan. So then this dream happened in my early 20s. I should mention that I was I had the real wrong idea at 18. Is the idea I had was the more drugs you take, the faster you evolve. I mean, again, I was, stupid 18-year-old. So I did a good job of it. and I just got more disoriented and very much ungrounded.
Too much horsepower, not enough traction.
That's a great way to say it. Yeah, I was very ungrounded. And I went to the guidance counselor at college. And this was a new college in Sarasota, Florida. And it was a private school at the time. And the guidance counselor, I said, I need help with my tripping. And it's become more important to me than my studies. And he said, well, I understand what you're doing. That's really makes sense to me in some ways. We're overdeveloped intellectually and underdeveloped emotionally and spiritually. And he gave me this book to read. And I loved it. And it was by Stanislav Grof, the world's expert LSD researcher. And he was MD, PhD at Johns Hopkins. This is now 1972. And the research was being shut down. You talked about the Controlled Substances Act of 1970. And my guidance counselor had got this book directly from Stan. And I said, could I write a letter to Stan? I want to become an LSD therapist. And he said, sure. So I wrote this letter. And Stan was just leaving Hopkins. And I'm this confused 18-year-old. And to my shock, Stan wrote me back. Stan is now, by the way, almost 94 years old. And he is still going around the world to educate people. But this book was a pivot point in my life. Reading this, I said, I really want to study psychedelics. So the dream was a few years later. If people have seen the movie 2001 Space Odyssey, near the end of it, there's this scene where the astronaut is in this all-white room and he's on his deathbed. And so the dream was, I'm in this all-white room on this, and there's a person on his deathbed, and he's looking at me. He said, earlier in my life, I was almost killed, but I was saved. And I knew I was saved for a purpose, but I didn't know what the purpose was. He said, let me show you what happened to me. So this is all in the dream. So we go, and it's in World War II. And he was a Jewish guy, and it was outside of a village, and there was all these thousands of people lined up with an open grave, machine gunned by the Nazis. Before the crematoriums and the concentration camps, they called it the Holocaust of bullets. So this guy was wounded, buried, but wasn't dead. And then it had a little bit of a Jesus kind of a theme where he was buried for 3 days. Somehow I'm seeing all this through his eyes, and then he wakes up and he's not dead. He climbs his way through the bodies and nobody's there. It's the edge of town. He runs into the woods. He survives the war with the partisans. And then I see all this, and then we're back in the room, and he's on his deathbed, and he's looking at me, and he says, now I know why I was saved. I'm like, oh, tell me, why were you saved? He said, it's to tell you to study psychedelics. Whoa. That I want you to bring back psychedelics, that if we can all feel our interconnectedness, it will be harder to dehumanize others. It'll be harder to do this mass murder, that we need to understand how we're all more similar than different. And at the, I said, in my mind, again, in the dream, I said, I've already decided to do this. This is sort of reinforcing it. I will say yes, and you can die in peace. You will have carried this message. And then he dies in front of my arms, in front of my eyes. And then after he's dead, and then I'm thinking, what do I do next? And I walk out the room. And now I'm somehow or other on a stream. I'm sitting down watching the water go by. And then I notice that there's this young boy sitting next to me. And I look at him and I realize I know him. in real life at the time, I had a big LSD stash, and I was worried about getting busted. And so his father was a friend of mine, and he stored my LSD stash at his house. and when I connected this guy with this little kid with LSD, then I woke up.
Wow.
So that's what's been a big motivator for me my entire life, and made it so that I don't feel that I've been able to just give up. It's like this sort of message from what humanity can do to each other if we don't really evolve in our consciousness. And so that's what's helped me to continue. I feel this enormous good fortune in that I was born in this generational, I won the generational lottery, is a way to say it. My great-grandparents on my mother's side were refugees from Russia, came to America in 1880, fleeing anti-Semitism. My father's father, my grandfather and grandmother, my grandfather fled from Poland in 1920, also from anti-Semitism. They arrive in America, and it's the American dream. And it actually, for on my mother's side, it was the classic rags to riches, because they had a rags business. And they turned it into a paper company. And so I was born in 1953, after the Holocaust, after World War II, and my parents were just so supportive, and my dad was a doctor, and I was told, we want to help you do whatever you want to do. And I felt like I was born at the height of American power, American exceptionalism. I was white, I was male, my family was well off, I was the chosen people, Jewish, American exceptionalism. The only thing I wasn't was tall, but I got every other sort of lottery thing. And I just was raised that I could make a difference. And so I had this sort of, this luxury. There's actually a Holocaust writer named Primo Levi, who was one of my father's heroes in a way. And he wrote something very interesting that I think has relevance to where we're at today in America. And he talked about how we tend to think of that the revolutions start with the oppressed, and that the oppressed throw off their chains and they end up amassing all these people, and they try to work for a better world. He said, but that's not actually what happens. The revolutions don't begin with the oppressed, because often that's the purpose of oppression, is to make it so they can't do that. They're so focused on survival. He said the revolutions usually begin with the privileged, who for one reason or another use their freedom, use their privilege to argue, to work towards a better life. So what it means to me is that if you have this privilege, you have the obligation and the opportunity to do things that other people cannot do. It reminds me also of the hierarchy of needs. Many people have heard of Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And the bottom one is survival, that you have to work on core survival. If we've had these surveys that say a vast proportion of America cannot afford a $500 or $1,000 unexpected expense. So you're living at this edge of anxiety, economic anxiety. You can't really think about many other ways to protest, because you're focused on survival. So, right. So I felt that I was born into this privileged place, and it took multiple generations from refugees from the American dream and so I felt I've had this mission of this use the privilege for making it a better world. So I've not been focused on making money. I've been focused on bringing these healing and spiritual potentials of psychedelics back to the world. And one of the things that was so reassuring to me, and I think that people who will come to the psychedelic conference will see this, is that once FDA said no to MDMA-assisted therapy, that they weren't ready to approve it, that they wanted to see more data, I was incredibly depressed and frustrated and all of that. But it took me a couple months to realize that this psychedelic renaissance, that MAPS, Lycos could disappear, but that there is so much going on with research into a whole range of different psychedelics, that the field was moving forward regardless. that something had been accomplished, that this psychedelic renaissance was really moving forward, and that was this wave that I think is unstoppable. That we're seeing the healing potentials in so many different ways with so many different drugs. So that gave me this, it was kind of reassuring, that even though we were the first out of the gate and the FDA wasn't ready, things are moving forward in a great way. So
you've got an amazing perspective considering how much work it's been. One of the things that you said that I think from the dream is to give people this understanding of interconnectedness, that we are all connected.
Yeah.
And without that feeling, war is a normal thing. It's part of, if you ask the average person, could you conceive of a time in your lifetime where there's no war? Would you be willing to bet on that? Most people are like, no. We're, unfortunately, I wish it was, but unfortunately, I think we're always going to have more. Let's imagine a world where there was no restrictions on psychedelics. Because I'm of the belief that it's probably responsible for a lot of religious experiences that we've documented. It's not an uncommon theme in many, many cultures. That you have these psychedelic experiences, and then through that, these great revelations come, and then through that, great change in the culture. I mean, this is the Eleusinian mysteries in ancient Greece that Brian Murarescu talks about so well. Yeah. Without restrictions, if we didn't have these fucking insane laws, we would have progressed past where we are now. If we had gone from 1970 to 2025 without those restrictions in place, who knows what this culture looks like? Who knows what the world looks like? And it's amazing that one administration, one presidential administration with one sweeping act that was essentially put in place to stop the civil rights movement and to stop the anti-war movement and to stop the black rights movement. Like, if they had done that, if they had not done that, if that had not gone through, we might be looking at a completely different world where we have culturally accelerated evolution that mirrors our electronically and technologically accelerated evolution.
I think that's exactly right. Yeah, I think this. I'm smiling because you probably know this quote from John Ehrlich.
Oh, girl, come on back.
Who was Nixon's domestic policy advisor. And this came out at the end of the 1970s. He did an interview. And he said that the two main enemies of the Nixon White House were the civil rights movement and the hippies, the anti-war movement. And he said we couldn't stop them from protesting, but we could criminalize the drugs that they were using and use that to bust up their meetings, arrest their leaders. Yep. And he said, did we know that we were exaggerating the risks of these drugs? Of course we did.
Yeah.
And I think
it's such a crime. It's really a crime of enlightenment. It really is.
It is. And when you talk about Brian Murarescu and the Immortality Key, which, by the way, is being made into a documentary.
Phenomenal book.
It's incredible. But the Eleusinian Mysteries is the longest-running mystery ceremony that we know of in the history of the world, roughly 2,000 years.
Yeah.
It involved a psychedelic potion called Kykeon. It's not exactly clear what was in it, but it was wiped out in 396 by the Catholic Church because psychedelics offer a direct experience of spirituality. And often religious systems want to be the intermediaries.
Yeah.
Exactly. They want to be the gatekeepers. And so
power.
When we think about the reintroduction of psychedelics, we talk about what happened in the Controlled Substances Act in 1970, but it really goes all the way back to the destruction of the Eleusinian mysteries. And then we have a lot of the work in the Middle Ages where the women were mostly the plant medicine people. And then we have the burning of the witches. Mm-hmm. When the conquistadors started coming into Western civilization here, which was indigenous civilizations, the first people that they tried to kill were the shamans that did the work with the mushrooms or the work with the peyote, because they were the center of the communities. Now, these communities were not all, peace and love. They were often warring and killing each other. So there does need to be a lot more conscious evolution. But there's
well, they were living in a very different time.
Yeah.
You had a bunch of different languages. You had tribal raiders. It was very common. There's, it's just a different world. They were living in a much more barbaric state.
Yeah.
But it was essentially a window into prehistory.
Yeah, there's a book that I recommend for people by Hermann Hesse, and it's called The Glass Bead Game. Magister Ludi, The Glass Bead Game. And it helped Hermann Hesse win the Nobel Prize for Literature, and he wrote it during World War II. And so there is these competitive energies that we have that often can lead to war. But the book was a post-apocalyptic culture that had decided to harness these competitive energies into what they called the Glass Bead Game, which was this, it's a beautiful book, but the Glass Bead Game was about a competition using poetry, mathematics, music, and philosophy to try to describe the universe. And they would have this different kind of who would be the most eloquent and the most comprehensive. And this was kind of the antidote to the competitiveness that led to this apocalypse.
Huh.
And he's writing this during World War II, as well as this sort of idealistic, hopeful thing. But the other part of the book was that this game itself becomes a little bit too abstract, and it no longer harnesses the passions of the common people. It became more of this elite. And the head of it, the Magister Ludi, decides that he has to leave. So that there has to be some way that we do compete with each other, but we have to do it in a way to learn nonviolence. And our tools of technology are getting ever more destructive. The nuclear proliferation is taking more. So I ended my TED Talk with this, which was 2019. And interestingly enough, it took 6 years until Nolan Williams gave a talk on the main stage of TED about Ibogaine. So it took 6 years from that was the only ever TED Talk on psychedelics in 2019. And then Nolan Williams talked about Ibogaine just recently, and he'll also be at the psychedelic conference. But this idea, I ended up saying it's a race between consciousness and catastrophe.
And catastrophe is very common. I mean, as you just talked about coming back from Ukraine, today, I don't know what's happening right now, but today, India and Pakistan started bombing each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just terrifying. 2 nuclear powers are sending missiles into each other's country.
Yeah. What's going on with Israel and Palestine. I just want to mention something. So there are small groups of Israelis and Palestinians that are doing ayahuasca and MDMA together. So that in a way to emphasize their common humanity, but also to work through their traumas. And one of the most, I think, inspiring and motivating groups in Israel and Palestine is a group called Combatants for Peace. And so these are Israeli soldiers, or what would be called Palestinian terrorists, or those that had used violence on both sides, and they've given up violence for nonviolence. So it's a group called Combatants for Peace. And the Palestinian has been invited to come speak at Psychedelic Science, and he was denied a visa.
Wow.
He cannot come to our conference. We're trying to see if we can work behind the scenes. I don't know if we can. to get him a visa. But that this idea that we're
just because he's Palestinian?
I don't know the exact reasons why. He did have a violent past, because that is the whole point of combatants for peace. They were combatants. They're now leading this nonviolent approach to work together. So there's an incredible neuroscientist, Israeli neuroscientist, Lior Roseman, and he's brought a bunch of them to Spain for an ayahuasca session. You do see this commonality. You don't see the other as so foreign from yourself.
It's like a residual effect of tribal culture from the ancient times. That you had to other these people in order to commit horrific crimes, because they were going to commit horrific crimes on you.
Yeah.
You had to protect the people around you, and unfortunately that's baked into our genes.
You reminded me of one of the more powerful for me statements, Adam Kinzinger, who's the Republican on the January 6th committee in the House to look at what happened on January 6th. He said that he's learned from his investigations that there's something that people are more scared of than death, and that's being kicked out of your tribe. That we're such social beings, that this idea that we would be isolated and alone, that's how you have a lot of these fundamentalist religions that keep people within them, because if you deviate, you get kicked out of the tribe and they ostracize you.
Yeah.
So
there's some cultural things that mimic religions in that way.
Yeah. And then you have the fundamentalists of all the religions. I think this is very true, that the fundamentalists of the different religions are closer to each other than they are to the mystics of their own religions. And the mystics of the religions are closer to the people who are other religions, because they see that it's all this common reality, but that we have different symbols, different stories that we tell, but it's all about this combination of us being both interconnected and also extremely individual. I think this other part is that the more you realize how we're all essentially more similar. I mean, look at our DNA is very similar to some animal DNA. There's very slight differences. We are, and then when you talk about humans, so different skin color, different things, our commonalities are really more. But once you can kind of understand that, hopefully then you can be more willing to appreciate the differences. So it's this paradoxical thing where that the more you realize we're interconnected, the more you can appreciate the unique individuality of every person.
Yeah. I think what you brought up about is that's just so important, that kind of tactic has always existed, because the psychotic people in power want to maintain their control over the population, and it's very difficult to do. It's very difficult to get people to fight each other when they're all tripping together.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, there's something more to this. It's like we're missing out on a giant piece of this puzzle, and it's like there's these tools that are available to humanity that can elevate us, and yet these tools are, by tyrants, are being kept from people. Not just kept from people, but as you're talking about with Nixon's advisor, openly discussed how they lied in propaganda to pretend that the effects were far worse than they really were.
Yeah. And I think that it's, again, really important to say that the tools are in some ways less important than the context within which they're used. So the social context. So, for example, religions often cozy up to the people in power. So there's an ayahuasca church, the União de Vegetal, and they came from Brazil. They actually went to the U.S. Supreme Court and got approval for practicing ayahuasca. In order for them to survive, they had to merge with the patriarchal, homophobic, hierarchical, and some of the leaders of the União de Vegetal aligned with Bolsonaro, who was about destroying the Amazon. Automatically make you a better person. It's the context. So it's the same way in therapy, that you can interpret them, and then it's the integration work that you do after that really makes the most sense. So that you can have psychedelic experiences, but if it's not in this sort of therapeutic context where you're really open to deal with the different issues and things, fears of death, things that come up. So I think we need to make that clear, that it's not just, it's a magic pill and it will produce better people.
A great example of that is the Berserkers.
Yeah.
The Vikings took mushrooms before they killed everybody.
Yes.
So it doesn't always make you a better person. Really, and again, context of the culture and the times, barbaric time, you know?
Yeah.
Have we talked about McKenna's stone ape theory before?
No, we haven't.
What is your perspective on that idea?
Well, what he's basically saying is that it's a real good chance that early monkeys and stuff would experiment with whatever they could around them to eat, and that they would eat mushrooms, and that mushrooms then elevated their consciousness, started helping develop language. I think it's plausible. I mean, I don't know that we'll know for sure.
Have you heard Dennis describe it? Dennis, I think, does an even better job of describing it than Terrence, because Dennis is like a legitimate hardcore scientist.
Yes.
And he explains how psilocybin would interact with the brain and glossolalia and all these different effects that could come out of it. And then
what is
that psilocybin is known for helping regrow neural tissue.
Yes.
Right?
That's what I talked about, this neuroplasticity.
Right.
And this, that Gould is talking about, opening these critical periods. Yes.
Because part of the theory is taking into consideration the doubling of the human brain size over a period of 2 million years. That it's this very extraordinary development. And, many biologists call it the biggest mystery in the entire fossil record. Like, what happened? And McKenna's perspective was, I think he applied what we know about the climate back then. The climate was changing, a lot more ungulates. Ungulates were pooping everywhere, mushrooms growing, bam, bam, bam. And you got all these pieces together, and then the fact that it would increase visual acuity, and doses, make more pre-human hominins more amorous, and make them more likely to mate, make them better hunters because it improves their vision, also make them more creative, so they probably develop new ways to hunt and fish, so they would survive more. They have more resources, more food, more protein. They grow bigger and stronger, and then the brains are developing because they're eating these mushrooms.
So I'm pretty concerned.
And I think there's that's plausible. But I think then, what does that mean for us today? Is that I do think that the psychedelic experiences could be part of this next sort of evolution of humanity to make us more collaborative and peaceful, to deal with the incredible technologies that we're developing.
Yeah.
That we Einstein had this great quote. He said, "The splitting of the atom has changed everything except our mode of thinking, and hence we are drifting towards unparalleled catastrophe. What shall be required if mankind is to survive is a whole new mode of thinking." And what is that new mode of thinking? It's sort of how we're interconnected. It's what the astronauts have said. So I think we should say that this doesn't depend on psychedelics. The astronauts who've been up in space look back and see the Earth as a whole thing.
Well, that's got to be a psychedelic experience. Just seeing Earth from the stars, and well, not from the stars, but from space, looking down, and lines that we put on the ground.
Yeah, you don't see the borders, you don't see the religions, you just see that this is one really unique planet that we've all grown up from, and it's produced all this life, and we're all interconnected.
But then there's this thought process that the conflict and the evil is important to sort of strengthen and encourage the good, and that this is all part of this evolutionary process that the human race is going through, and that almost in the face of this catastrophe is where real change comes. And then we kind of have to understand that evil and terrible behavior is a real thing. And and have some mad search for the tools to mitigate these problems. And so it encourages people like yourself, and encourages people to try to figure these things out using these, and again, these tools which are right under our nose that have been here for thousands of years.
Yeah, I mean, people say that the stars burn brighter because they're surrounded by darkness.
Yeah. That's the weird thing about the human race. It's like, it seems like that has to be there. You have to get rained on to appreciate a sunny day.
Well, there's an incredible quote from Carl Jung, so that's Jungian psychology, and what he said was that we need to study more about humanity. We need to study how we operate. He said, because the only real danger that exists is man himself. That we are able to deal with all these things. We said we know virtually nothing about man. We must do more study because we are the source of all coming evil.
Yikes.
This was in 1959, about 3 years before he died. And it's chilling. We are the source of all coming evil.
Well, also, that's in the shadow of the bomb, right? Like, everybody was still freaking out. Like, what did we do? You know, we just annihilated 2 cities.
Yeah, now, to talk about the shadow, something else. So in Jungian psychology, the shadow is the parts of ourselves that we disown. You know, it's our dark sides that we don't see. And so what Jung said is that the most political, therapeutic, and social thing that we can do is to withdraw the projection of our shadow onto others. So when you cannot deal with a part of yourself, you project it out. And so these people become the enemies. These people become the evil, and we're the all good. It reminds me, actually, I was with Terrence. This was my first DMT experience. So this is about 40 years ago. This was at Esalen at Big Sur. It was with Ralph Metzner, Terrence McKenna, and a bunch of us trying to gather together to think how to protect MDMA. And one evening, we all were trying to smoke it in a pipe. It's like 10 or 15 minutes. And then you just go out, and then you come back and share what happened, and then you pass the pipe to the next person. So it's like a 3-4 hour process with this group. And so for me, my first experience with DMT, and then I saw vertigo, and then it turned red, and then it turned into cubes, and then it turned into like an MC Escher painting where the space doesn't seem to make sense anymore, and then I was blasted into this other universe, but I was blasted out of myself into the universe. And I felt like I was part of everything, and everything was part of me, and it was this glorious billions of years of evolution, and I went through all of this. But then after all of that, finally I had this idea that if I'm part of everything and everything part of me, then Hitler is part of me. It was shattering. But it was true. You can't claim to be part of everything and only take the good parts. And it just was a shocker to me that this logic brought me to this, and it was really, really shattering. And it took me this whole day to start working on that. And then the very next day, and this gets back a little bit to legalization, the next day, and to Maps's political strategy, the next day, we experimented with ketamine. Right, so in my ketamine experience, somehow or other, I was above and behind Hitler. Because the Holocaust has been like this animating idea for me my whole life. So I'm above and behind Hitler. Ketamine gives you a bit of remove, like you're not quite there. So I felt that I was safe, but I was watching him give a speech like for these rallies where you have enormous numbers of Germans. And I was thinking, how do I get into his head so he doesn't want to murder everybody? He doesn't want to have this war. How do I get into his head? And I felt this panic rising, and it was like bubbles, like I was underwater. And I felt the bubbles of my fear. If they broke the surface, I wouldn't be able to. I'd have to look away. I couldn't deal with it. And then I realized that one of the beauties of ketamine is that it doesn't interfere with your respiration. You can breathe yourself in difficult experiences of all kinds, psychedelics or not. So I started really breathing. And then I was able to go back and watch, and what I saw was this Heil Hitler salute. And then I saw everybody doing it back to him. And I got this sense, because Hitler was able to help people feel that they were all together, the German nation, that they were all part of something bigger. And so it felt like he's pushing this energy out with the Heil Hitler salute, and then everybody is pushing it back to him. So it felt like the one to the many, and the many to the one, and then it was like vibrations going up and up and up, like this kind of unity between him and the people. And it just was terrifying. And then I realized that there's no way I can get into his head. Like you're saying, the psychopaths that are often politicians, that they're getting so much out of it. But it's the people giving away their power that I thought that's where the solution has to be. So MAPS is about mass mental health, about a spiritualized humanity. And so that led to this understanding for me that that safety for humanity is not just giving drugs to the leaders and having them wake up. It's about anchoring mass mental health, and that the people that are giving away their power are getting less from it than the people that are amassing all this power. So that led to this idea: we need to medicalize, we need to to produce real scientific evidence about benefits and risks, but at the same time, there needs to be drug policy reform where we need access to people in a way, preventative medicine, or if they don't have a diagnosis, so that it's this two parallel paths. One is science and medicine, the other is drug policy reform. And then we talked about earlier about educating young people. We need honest drug education. People have died from taking ecstasy contaminated with fentanyl. We need pure drugs. We need peer support, treatment on demand. But I think the drug war is so counterproductive that if we could just turn a switch, it would be worth it.
Yeah.
But we need to really anchor and build kind of a healthier culture and healthier people. But it has to be a sort of masses rather than just individuals.
Have you read Blitzed by Norman Ohler?
I have not.
We have it right over there, right? Don't we have it over there? Is it in the other room? Phenomenal book on the drug use by the Nazis. It's all about meth.
Yeah.
They were all methed out of their fucking minds. Which is like the wrong drugs can ruin everything.
Yeah.
And that whole experience of being a part of something and everyone's on amphetamines.
Yeah.
I mean, what the fuck? They were giving them out to the soldiers. That's how they got them to go through Poland in 3 days. It's a phenomenal book, but just like crazy when you think about how history was changed, and a large part of the way it was accepted was because everybody was methed up. Just on the wrong. I mean, imagine if Hitler was dosing out everybody with mushrooms.
Right.
They'd have been like, hold on. Like, why are we in Poland? What the fuck are we doing? I'm not killing anybody. What is this? This is crazy. I gotta get out of this country. Like, people just abandon ship. It's just the worst drugs are the ones that are always pushed by the tyrants. And I think Blitzed is a perfect example of that. The Nazi administration. What the Nazi government was doing, giving their soldiers, giving the people in the tanks got the most meth because they had to be at the front lines. It's a crazy book, man. It just makes you think, like, what does that look like if no meth is there? Does this all get worked out way in advance? Does this never happen? Does the Holocaust never take place? Like, what would have been like with no meth?
Yeah, and it promotes aggression as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, they went through Poland in 3 days with no sleep.
Yeah.
Just killing everybody. And then these French soldiers are all drinking. They were given like a liter of wine every day.
Wow.
And they're drunk and silly. And then the methed up Nazis show up. I'm like, what the fuck?
Well, and you talked about the berserkers.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
But that's the crazy thing is the berserkers were taking mushrooms, right? Do we think
Amanita.
Amanita.
Yeah.
And the difference between, did they also take psilocybin sometimes?
Probably. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think that was a part of the Nazi lore, the Viking lore as well. The Viking lore had... Did Vikings find that out? Would they just take... Because Amanita's a weird one, right? I remember McKenna saying something about that he believed that it differed not just seasonally, but he thinks the effects differed genetically and geographically. And they were different in different places. Sort of like, like a bad example, but all I have, like if you grow certain tobaccos in Cuba, they make the best cigars because the soil is like so rich. And you get a cigar from, it's grown somewhere in America, it's not going to taste like a cigar that's grown in Cuba because there's something going on with the difference. And I would imagine there's probably something about the nutrients in certain soil that would lead to the Amanita developing these properties in some places and not in others. Yeah, Amanita muscaria. No definitive evidence of specific mushrooms Vikings regularly consumed. Some scholars propose they may have used mushrooms for hallucinogenic purposes. Most cited examples fly agaric mushroom, Amanita muscaria. Some believe may have been the Vedic soma, a sacred drink described in ancient texts. Also speculation about other hallucinogenic compounds like psilocybin cubensis, so psilocybin mushrooms being used. So they might have as well. The Amanita muscaria is the weird one though, right?
Yeah. Actually, in Ukraine, they've had some people have developed Amanita and taken out some of the more toxins, and in low doses they use it for sleep.
Oh, wow.
Amazing. Also, I've just been in touch with some very well politically connected scientists in India, and they don't think that Amanita is actually soma.
What do they think soma was?
They don't know.
Why do they not think it was Amanita then?
Because of the experiences that they've been able to sort of track the way they describe it and the way people have described it before.
Well, there's probably a bunch of undiscovered psychedelics, right? Like from the past, at least?
It very well could be. Well, we don't even actually know what was in the Kikian from the Eleusis. We think that it might have something to do with ergot and LSD-like.
This article about it, actually from Netflix, about the show Vikings, talks about how the Amanita might have not actually made them berserkers. It was something else doing it.
Well, it says, if anything, fly agaric would have made them particularly worthless warriors, since the side effects included drowsiness, vomiting, muscle spasms, and numbness in arms and legs. Rather, it's more likely berserkers were getting high off henbane. What is henbane?
Henbane is, actually it was used in the Middle Ages by a lot of the witches. It's very, I think it's like...
important herb for Viking and Druid rituals connected to witchcraft.
Whoa. Black henbane.
Nightshade.
Yeah,
interesting. Nightshade. Yeah. I thought that was a poison.
It can be in doses. Yeah.
Interesting. So the Amanita muscaria one, though, I always go back to the sacred mushroom and the cross, because that was what John Marco Allegro believed was the early days of Christianity. They were consuming that.
Yeah.
But isn't it a strange one that you don't hear about people having like these breakthrough experiences on Amanita?
No, you don't. And you saw one of those side effects was drowsiness.
Right.
So that sort of relates to what they've done with low doses of Amanita for sleep.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
It's just, I've always been puzzled by that one because it does appear in so many shamanic rituals. It appears in the old depictions of Christmas and Santa Claus, and all the Christmas used to have like little elves and the Amanita. I always wonder, like, was the Amanita different back then? Like, what was going on? Like, what happened?
I don't know how you find that out. I mean, you can probably do some genetic studies to see how long these genes that are in Amanita have persisted. And yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, but it's pretty clear that, at least from a lot of these Indian scholars, that Amanita is not soma, but they don't know what it is.
Interesting. Yeah, the ergot thing is very interesting, right? Because ergot has similar effects to LSD.
Yeah.
And so the Eleusinian mysteries, I think it's only, right now it's been confirmed from, I think it was just one or two vessels, these pottery vessels, that they found traces of ergot.
Yeah, I mean, that's unbelievable. Again, this just illustrates how far advanced our science has become, way over our spiritual and emotional development. You're able to look at thousands of year old vessels and get microscopic traces of what was in them.
Crazy. Yeah. Well, at least it lets you know, okay, now it makes sense that that's how they figured out democracy.
Well, the Greeks are the home of democracy.
I mean, and also, like, just this astounding culture that emerged, and how much of it was connected to that. And then the people in power were like, yeah, we're going to shut that down. We don't like this aspect of you. You guys are a little too hard to control, a little too hard to propagandize.
You don't need the intermediaries.
Yes.
And we want the taxes, we want to tell you what. And so I think this gets back to one of the earlier points you made about it, do I get frustrated? Yeah. Which is to realize that this is actually thousands of years plus of the suppression of psychedelics. And also you said something earlier, how quick 100 years goes by.
Yeah.
So what if something takes a couple generations? That's okay. I think one of the things I like to say is that if your goals are something that you can accomplish in your own lifetime, they're too small. We need to have like multi-generational goals. I grew up outside of Chicago, and there's this Baha'i temple. So the Baha'i religion is emerged out of Islam, but it's more of a universal religion, and they're suppressed a lot in the Islamic countries. But there was this temple that they built outside of Chicago, this beautiful temple, but it took 3 generations to build it. And when you're a little kid and thinking about it, I'm like, how could they even plan ahead? How could they even have hope? Why would they even start something that they didn't even know would ever be finished?
Right.
But that now it's one of the most beautiful temples in the world. And so I think this process of elevating consciousness in humanity so we can learn how to live together and not destroy the planet is however long it happens to take. So things take longer than I thought.
That's a great attitude.
Yeah.
I think you have to have that attitude. But you're always so happy. Every time I meet you, you're always smiling. You're always happy.
Well, I'm not in jail.
There you go. You're not dead. You're not crippled. Yeah, there's a lot of, you're not unhealthy.
Yeah, and
a lot of positives.
I think the hope that we had that FDA would approve. Well, they didn't. So, do you just give up? No, you just
keep on trucking.
Keep on trucking.
Yeah. Well, thank you for what you do, man.
How's your life going? What you're doing?
Well, I want to add one thing about the conference, just to say that it's going to be really, really fun. It's going to be, if people come to it,
500 speakers.
500 speakers, thousands of people, all sorts of ways the psychedelic community is going to be coming together.
Do you have a website?
Psychedelicscience.org or maps.org. There's actually going to be a...
ooh, look at that.
If you
cool. What is that thing that's spinning around?
A molecule. That's a molecule. But if you put Rogan in when you want to register, there's a 15% discount to go to the conference. We also have this, we have 10 different stages. We have all different tracks for different kinds of interests. We also have this project called Music is the Bridge. And so we have various people are coming up with the music that they would listen to during a psychedelic experience.
Like Icaros,
very much.
Yeah.
So there's going to be concerts, music, all sorts of things connected to this conference, and it's also lots of opportunities for networking and because again, for me, even though MAPS has been focused on MDMA, what it's really about is the psychedelic renaissance. So I don't see the psilocybin or the ibogaine or anything as competition. We want the psychedelic therapists of the future to be cross-trained in all the different drugs, and then to be able to customize the treatment for each person. And that's what we're hoping to develop.
And one more time, what are the dates and where's this?
It's June 16th to the 20th. It's coming up next month, and it's in Denver. It's at the Colorado Convention Center. We have...
that's a big place.
Pennsylvania. Oh, yeah. Last time we did this is 2023. We had 12,400 people.
Whoa!
It was astonishing. It was...
It must have been the nicest people, too.
Oh, it was so hopeful, and it was magical. I think that this would be, if anybody wants to learn about the psychedelic community, this is where we gather together. This is where...
How many feds do you think go to these things?
Well, we want them to come. That's the point, is that we want them to come. Well, here's the other point, is that we work with police officers. When you think about what job is among the most traumatizing, it's being a police.
Yes.
Or being a...
EMT,
or being a prison guard.
Yep.
Or these, and they're trained sort of to suppress their feelings, to not talk about it.
Right.
And so we want the feds to come. The more that they come, the more that they learn. We have trained police officers who are also therapists. that have even got permission from their police chiefs to go through our protocol to get MDMA as part of their training.
Wow.
So really, it's healing for all. That's why I'm going to Beirut. That's why I just came from Ukraine. We've got a project in Somaliland, in Africa. We want to do work in Rwanda. So I think that Lycos is going to succeed. Whether it takes 6 months or 3.5 years or whatever, we will eventually, FDA will eventually approve MDMA-assisted therapy for PTSD. Then they'll approve psilocybin and other things. And so I'm sort of going around the world in sort of high trauma, low resource areas to try to globalize access. And I think that we're in a perilous time in America right now, and we could use more people dealing with their fears, dealing with their anxiety, withdrawing the projection of the shadows. Immigrants have actually made America stronger in a lot of ways. I mean, where did we all come from? Right. I mean, what is the story of your family?
Immigrants in the 1920s.
From where?
Italy and Ireland. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, but this is the real melting pot of the world.
And I know that there's a lot of prejudice against immigrants when they first show up.
Mm-hmm.
But now we don't think you're not an American.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. I think the real fear that people have is cartel members and people coming across the border and terrorists coming across and not having a secure border, which I think we should have a secure border, but I also think we should have path to citizenship too.
Oh, totally.
Yeah. I mean, this is a great place, and this is the reason why people are willing to walk across the river to try to get here with their children. They know that you can make something out of your life here. I just think we could do better with all the things that you said, and with a guy like you out there spreading the word, it helps the world. So I appreciate you.
Yeah,
you're doing God's work.
Thank you. So, really are. And look how miraculous it was that I'm here today with you. That you had
the universe works like that.
Incredible. Thank you, Duncan. I'm so sorry you had a emergency root canal.
Yeah, poor Duncan. That sucks. He'll be back. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Rick. It was awesome.
Thank you.
Go to maps.org.
Yes,
that's it. Everything. Thank you, everybody. Bye.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out. The Joe Rogan Experience. Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day.
Hey, how's it going, Joe?
Good Pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, thank you for having me here today. I appreciate it.
My pleasure. Well, as soon as I saw the subject, I was like, oh, yeah. Like, what are you doing?
Right. Advanced power and propulsion. Kind of been a passion of mine for the last 20-some-odd years. I suppose if I kind of look back through the annals of my life, right, I've been thinking about advanced power and propulsion ever since I was a teenager.
What do you think inspired that? Was it space missions? Did you look at it and go, I think we could do better? Like, what was it?
Well, I grew up in Washington, D.C., and so I got a chance to spend a lot of time in the Air and Space Smithsonian. I don't know if you've ever had a chance to go to that. But growing up in D.C., getting a chance to go to the Air and Space Smithsonian, I got to see all these awesome examples of people working together to try and accomplish amazing things, right? And you might walk into the Air and Space Smithsonian and you just think about, wow, this is full of a bunch of stuff. But it's not just about the stuff, right? It's about the people that worked together to do all these amazing things, right? Like the Bell X-1 rocket. I mean, if you really want to go back, the Wright Flyer, right? That's something where two guys worked together that made bicycles for a living, that decided to go create something that flew. And then in less than 50, 60 years from when they flew that Wright Flyer, right, we're putting human beings on the surface of the moon. And so all that really resonated with me as a kid. And I think tended to make me gravitate towards a technical field, although it wasn't a straight line, right? I'd like to say, I knew at an early age what my calling was and what I was going to do. But I bounced around for a little bit until I finally got on a path that I really connected with. And so I think I knew very early on in my journey in university, right when I was going to get my degree, that I wanted to work in advanced power and propulsion. And so at that point, everything I did kind of worked towards how do I get the skills, how do I get the math and physics training that helps me kind of work in this domain. So I was thinking about the idea of space warps very early on. Right?
It's amazing that you were so focused so early. What a great head start. It's a huge advantage to know what you're really interested in at such an early age.
There were a few speed bumps along the way. We took a few detours, like any human, right? You're like, I don't know if I want to do this yet, right? So.
Yeah. Well, it is pretty extraordinary if you look at that number that you said, like from Orville Wright and Wilbur Wright to space travel, how quick that is.
Yeah.
I mean, and we think about in terms of ancient history, how long it took us to get to this point. And that kind of acceleration so rapidly inside of a lifetime to see just world-changing events and the internet all happening simultaneously, right?
Absolutely. There's another interesting story, right? So my background is I've got a PhD in physics and a master's in mechanical engineering. So I'm both a scientist and an engineer. So I have deep appreciation for both disciplines. But within the discipline of science, right? We just talked about the Wright Flyer and then going to the surface of the moon, and that's more of a kind of an engineering story. On the topic of science, think about E equals MC squared. You probably heard that or saw it on a coffee cup.
I don't really honestly know what it means. It's a theory of relativity.
It's theory of relativity.
I could say it to people like, come on, man.
Right. E equals MC squared. Whatever.
Right? What is the theory of relativity?
So E equals MC squared, right, is an equation that relates energy to mass. If you were to take some modest piece of mass, say you've got some tidbits here, the mass that's in this pen right here. Mm-hmm. You take the mass that's in this pen and you convert it to energy. That equation helps you understand exactly how much energy you can potentially release. And so that equation, while it might sound very humble, right? Oh, E equals MC squared. That's cool. But it had super big implications. And you just talked about how quickly things move. So let's talk about that for just a second. E equals MC squared. Einstein comes up with this equation, 1911. Somebody will look it up on the internet and correct me if I'm wrong. Comes up with the equation in 1911. They split the first atom in 1928, 1932 time frame. I can't remember the exact time frame. 1942, we had the first nuclear reactor underneath the squash court at University of Chicago. They did things very differently in the 1940s, Joe.
Under a squash?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Did they let the people playing squash? No?
Who knows, right?
What happened to them? Are they X-Men now?
Yeah, right, exactly. That's the origin story. That's a Spider-Man origin story, right? So,
that's where Phoenix came from.
Yeah. Your friends tell you, I think I can hear the color blue now, right? So, So anyway, I had the first nuclear reactor underneath the squash court in 1942, and then the Trinity test. It's the atomic bomb test in 1945. And so in the span of just a few decades, we go from a cute coffee cup worthy equation to a paradigm shift in human existence, right? And that's without computers in the way we think of it. That's without machine learning and without AI. And so as we continue to move forward, right, we've got, think about everything we know in physics today, general relativity and quantum mechanics are kind of the two bookends of everything that we know. We're going to continue to expand our knowledge, and we will come up with new E equals MC squared kind of equations. But now we're equipped with computers, we're equipped with machine learning, AI, and so it's going to be exponential growth, right? So it'll be interesting to see how quickly we go from, hey, I have this new insight, found this funny thing in a lab, to, wow, it changes everything, how we do everything as a culture and community, right?
So there's several problems with the current propulsion systems, right? And the big one is like biological entities being able to absorb G-force, right? No matter if you super hyper engineer something and have it really crazy, but the things that we're seeing in the sky, the things that people describe, like Commander David Fravor, when he described that Tic Tac, that vehicle, that thing, whatever it was, that went from above 50,000 feet to sea level in a second and shot off at insane rate speeds. Biological entities can't survive that kind of G-force, we think.
Yeah, so I think in terms of a human ability to take G's.
Yeah, I should say human, not like tardigrades.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so a human being can, well, trained human beings can take potentially up to 9 Gs.
Have you ever done that before?
I have not.
I did it once with the Blue Angels.
Yeah.
I got to 7.5 Gs. It was bananas.
That's awesome.
You have to
I bet that was an experience. Man.
Oh, it was.
Oh my! I am so jealous. God,
mad respect for those guys. Mad respect for those guys.
Yeah.
First of all, the biggest thing when you go to that area, like these guys are jacked. They're in like insane shape. Because you're literally forcing blood into your brain to tolerate the G-force.
Yeah.
So they have to hold on to their stick, their the joystick, and they're going while they're flying, going through the canyons. It's bananas.
Yeah,
like extraordinary. So imagine a person being able to tolerate that on a regular basis and perform fine motor skill functions, like pointing and aiming and shooting and all the crazy stuff that those guys are capable of doing.
Being able to think, and in some cases, if they're in combat, being able to make critical decisions. In some ways, what you're talking about, when you look at NASA's astronaut corps, right, as part of their regimen, they have to go up in T-38s on a regular basis to try and help train with the whole, how do you make decisions, right, when your life is on the line and the time is finite, right? So there's a whole aspect of this that's kind of geared towards keeping those portions of the brain trained and sharp.
Right, which is the best argument for AI taking over. So when you hear about stories about these fighter pilots finding these objects in the sky that exhibit extraordinary capabilities and don't have all the signatures of traditional propulsion systems, what is your thoughts?
Generally, I tend to be agnostic to the topic. I have a lot of friends that are extremely interested in a lot of things that are out and about in the media and in the literature. But generally, I tend to be agnostic, and here's why. In everything that's currently out that people talk about and highlight, it's difficult for me to take the data and the evidence and then pull that into the work that we do in the lab with some of the different test devices we work with as we kind of explore the frontiers of where physics and propulsion might intersect. It's hard to take that and turn that into some kind of an action plan, if you will. So I'm certainly aware, like David Fravor, the experience that he had with, I think he calls them Tic Tacs, right? An amazing account. And there's multiple people that saw it, multiple platforms that saw it. And so to start with, right, I thought maybe there was a small chance that was just like we have stealth technology, right, where if you want to hide a plane, what if we had the ability to project something, right, through some mechanism where we could make people go where we wanted them to go, right? Because I know there's a technology that uses like 2 different lasers that triangulate a certain point in open air, and they put enough energy into a particular location that they ionize the air, and so it creates like a bright pixel. And so they use that to create 3-dimensional displays that kind of look like they're just floating out in air. Now, they're not quite as big as what we saw described with the Nimitz encounter on the West Coast. So I thought for a little while, maybe that might be something that we're seeing.
They can project plasma as well, right? Is that the same thing?
It's the same thing, right? So the 2 lasers intersect, they ionize the air, which creates a plasma.
And they can do this over long distances as well, right?
I don't know about long distances. I know they can do it over short distances.
Okay.
And so for a while there, I wondered if that might be something that could explain some of what...
That makes sense.
What David Fravor and the group saw.
The only problem would be the radar. Because I don't know if you wouldn't pick up that on radar, would you? Because it's not a mass, right?
So the plasma would certainly absorb a radar signal, right? Because it's gonna polarize any electromagnetic wave that tries to go through.
So it would show up.
It might.
Would it be possible to make something that big that's 20 feet long out of that?
It's hard for me to imagine that.
Right.
I think there's one piece of data that just came out in the last few weeks. I think David Fravor's wingman, Alex, I think her name is Alex Dietrich. I can't remember the name.
I think you're right. Something
she came out, and so in all the things associated with that particular encounter, right, one of the things I've been trying to figure out is how do they describe the specular surface of the Tic Tac? Right, because if it's these plasma pixels that I'm talking about that kind of creates a volumetric display, I would speculate it might be kind of a glowy looking thing. But I think Alex, in her account, described it as kind of a flat type of
like matte.
Yeah. So that kind of torpedoed my working theory. So, but again, while it's amazing and incredible, and it's something that people want to go think about and go try and collect more data, it doesn't help me do what I'm doing in the lab. And so I think I kind of keep, my eyes dart every once in a while over to that particular topic. Oh, what's that about? That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly agnostic as well. I bounce back and forth from being really excited about it to feel like I'm being duped all the time. Jamie and I talk about it all the time. I'm back in. And then Jamie's back in, and Jamie will find something. He's like, I think I'm back in.
I'm looking through the article about the Navy lasers that can do this and trying to figure out how big the objects are that they can make move. But they're designed to trick heat-seeking missiles, so they got to be big enough for that.
Okay, so they make a heat signature, so they trick the heat which makes sense, right? Because they're plasma.
Yeah, they can from tens to hundreds of meters away.
Where are you at right now with UFOs? You in or you're out?
I'm still in on something, but I don't know what the object is or what is.
But we've both been in and out.
The consciousness thing. I'm on that this week or month.
Oh, the one where they think they can call them in?
Not just that you need consciousness to use it or talk to it or see it.
Maybe. There was some talk of gravity propulsion systems in the 1950s, I believe. There was some work that was being done, and there was some discussion about whether or not it'd be possible to use nuclear energy to create some sort of a gravity drive.
Mm-hmm.
What is your thoughts on that stuff?
Well, I think in order to do so, I'm gonna use a different parlance, right? Instead of
obviously I don't know what I'm talking about.
No, that's okay. Right. So in terms of some of the language that we use in the literature when we talk about something that would, I think, trace to what you mean when you say a gravity drive, right? We might use the parlance space drive, right? And so conceptually, it would be a form of propulsion that instead of using some form of onboard propellant in a tank, right, it's found some way to couple to some external field, whatever it might be, and can generate some kind of a propulsive force. And so in my mind, in order for us to ever be able to go down a path where we're trying to create something like that might look like that or smell like that or what have you, we need to have a deeper understanding of gravity, right? And so, we just talked about E equals MC squared, and so I'm going to back up just a minute. If you think about everything we know today in physics as a Venn diagram, there are two circles on this Venn diagram, and they touch at a little tangent point. One of those circles is quantum mechanics that helps us understand how atoms behave, how light moves. And in the other circle, we have the words general relativity. So that helps us understand how the cosmos evolves, how stars move and galaxies move. And so those two circles touch at a single tangent point. They don't overlap. So what that says is gravity, we don't know how to connect gravity to quantum mechanics. We don't understand that. But in terms of all of our daily life, just that level of physics helps us every single day, right? This cell phone is only possible because of quantum mechanics, and GPS is only as accurate as it is because we use general relativity to correct the atomic clocks on the GPS satellites. But until we develop a better understanding of how gravity might connect to quantum mechanics, or alternately how quantum mechanics might connect to gravity, I don't know that we'll be able to make meaningful progress, right? And so we need more circles on the Venn diagram. Just those two aren't enough. There are a number of people that would speculate that quantum mechanics is incomplete, general relativity is incomplete. Perhaps it's even emergent. I think you had Hal Puthoff on here a few days ago, right? And he talked about a physicist by the name of Sakharov, who talked about the fact that I think he was one of the guys that first pioneered the thought process. Maybe gravity is simply an emergent phenomena, and we'll develop a better understanding as we add more circles in and around the quantum mechanics circle, if you will. And so I think in order for us to be able to come up with a widget, right? Some widget that generates a force in the form of a space drive, we're going to have more physics than what we currently have.
So we'll have to have more of an understanding of what gravity actually is.
Yes,
and what generates gravity.
Yeah, and it's not just the gravity thing. It's quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics is completely incompatible with general relativity. Right? And so this is a big issue. Right? There are tons of people that spend their entire life trying to figure out how to unravel this mystery. It's a big conundrum.
Well, it's so fascinating to me because if you were a scientist in the 1400s and you were having this discussion with those people, they would think you're a wizard.
Absolutely, especially if you held up something like that.
Yeah,
good grief. I get burned at a stake.
Imagine they show the screen.
Right,
and
right.
I said, Jamie, pull something up.
Yeah,
like,
pull something up.
Doing? What is happening?
What is it that you showeth upon thy wall, right?
So imagine, extrapolate. Imagine going into the future and seeing what all this stuff is going to look like once we gain more and more understanding, with more scientists, more researchers piling on their discoveries, and then ultimately one day we'll be looking back on 2025 going, look at those barbarians.
Oh my gosh, did you see that show with Sonny and Joe where they were talking about what a bunch of maroons?
They didn't even know what gravity was
yet.
My
gosh,
it'd be like bloodletting. It's really kind of interesting because I bet every current civilization thinks it's at the pinnacle, and that this is everybody else is a moron, and we are a seriously advanced society.
Right. It's interesting. I get a chance to go do a bunch of discussions with students all over the globe, right, and talking about space exploration, specifically, advanced power and propulsion. Right? I really kind of get into this whole difference between to space and through space. And so as part of that narrative, right, I always spend a little bit of time telling them, right, we live in a society where everybody likes to pretend like we got all this stuff figured out, right? There's nothing left to figure out, right? We got cell phones and internet and airplanes and all different kinds of stuff. There's really nothing left.
Just maintain what we have.
Right. Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so I like to remind them, right, when I talk about, well, let's talk about that. What do we know? And then I kind of take them through that little thought process of the Venn diagram, just to say, hey, look, right, these two models are not compatible. That says there's a bigger circle, right, that connects the dots between all this stuff. And I highly doubt we'll ever come up with a single step that goes from just the two circles on the Venn diagram to a final one, some grand unified theory. I don't think we'll ever take like one single step. I think it's going to be a series of a bunch of different steps by a bunch of different people over many generations. And it's like there's so much stuff to go figure out. Come help us push back against the darkness. Help us, forever hunting the edge of the map, if you will, right? And so I think sometimes in today's society, we get lulled into this sense of security that we got it all figured out. I mean, we got AI, it says all kinds of neat helps us out, all these different things. And so we get lulled into this sense that we've got it all figured out. And there's so much mystery out there for us to go figure out.
Also, there's a lot of people that are full of shit that are muddying up the water. So it's very difficult to know what is exactly true at any current moment. I mean, just in the UAP world, there's a ton of grifters. There's a ton of people that are just putting sensational nonsense out to just get a bunch of clicks.
In some ways, when I talk to students and I kind of give them suggestions and advice and mentoring, it's like if you've got some particular area that you're interested in and it's highly technical, go do the work that's necessary to give yourself the math skills, the engineering skills, the science, whatever you need. Make sure you're equipped right? So that you can, whatever's in front of you, you can go look at it with a discerning eye, right? Because like you said, the internet's changed the world for both the better and the worse, right? With the signal to noise ratio has changed a lot. There's a lot of noise out there. And so the best thing you can do to try and cope with something like that is just to make sure you're trained, right? And you're capable of being able to discern something that's real versus something that's, nonsense.
So what is real in terms of, at least conceptually, what is real about warp drives?
The great question. When we talk about space exploration, right? A lot of times people think of like a Falcon 9 rocket, Saturn V, or a space shuttle, and these are all wonderful examples that should come to mind. But this is what we need to get to space, right? You got to climb against the gravitational well, if you will, and get into space. But when you get into space and you want to try and move through space, right? The things that you might use to solve that problem in an optimal sense might look very differently from the idea of rockets to get you to space. And so through space, there's a lot of things that we can bring to bear. But this gets into, I think, a larger framework I'd like to unpack with you today to talk about this through space type of thought process. But since you specifically asked about warp, I'm going to kind of jump forward. Okay, sure. I'm going to jump forward on the discussion thread.
We don't have to. We can use it as a teaser.
Okay. Well, let's use that as a teaser. Okay, let's back up then. Okay, and so I provided a video that we pulled together called "Go Incredibly Fast." I did it with a Swedish digital artist, Eric Warnquist. He's done a bunch of wonderful videos for NASA and a bunch of other friends. But this video kind of encapsulates the challenge of time and distance in space, right? If you want to send human beings past Mars and the solar system, that sets up a problem statement, right? That changes the nature of the types of technologies that you might think about bringing to bear to solve the problem. And so this video tells us what are some things that we can do to solve this problem, spanning from things that we kind of know to things that we kind of don't know in terms of both physics and engineering. And so this video is kind of an emotional encapsulation of a highly technical story. So let's watch. This would be a great way to kind of tee off this discussion.
The sky calls to us. We do not destroy ourselves. We will one day venture to the stars. Carl Sagan.
As incredible as it may seem, there will be a time, and it may be closer than you think, when we live on other worlds. The moon, Mars, and in the space between. And when that day comes, just as always, our children will look with curiosity across these new horizons, with a desire to go further and to explore what lies beyond. But beyond Mars, the distances between worlds grow immensely, even within our own solar system, and become truly vast in between stars. If we ever want to reach out across these distances, we need to learn how to go fast.
Nuclear electric propulsion. Here we go.
Yeah, so this is what we know. Using our current knowledge of physics and engineering, we could build nuclear locomotives to take humans to all the worlds in our solar system. But a starship powered with a nuclear heart aimed for even our closest star, Proxima Centauri, would have to harbor hundreds of generations of people, all living their entire lives aboard before reaching its destination, 4.25 light years away. It would take 2 years just to reach the orbit of Saturn, and another 2,000 years to reach Proxima Centauri. We need to be able to go faster.
Fusion propulsion.
We should re-record this with you doing that for each of the vignettes. Knowledge of physics. But with engineering we have yet to develop, we can imagine a propulsion system with the sun for a heart, a fusion engine that could accelerate a starship up to 5% of the speed of light. This ship could cross the orbit of Saturn in 6 months and reach Proxima Centauri in just over a century. But if we want to traverse interstellar distances in less than a human lifetime, we have to go incredibly fast. The universe has shown us that this can be done by altering the scale of space itself. And we are working to develop new understandings of physics to learn how this might be controlled. If we could construct a starship with a propulsion system that decreases space in front of it and expands space behind it, this ship could cross enormous distances effectively faster than the speed of light. Such a ship would reach from Mars to Saturn in just a matter of minutes and be able to reach Proxima Centauri in less than 6 months. Whoa. From there are no limits to where we could go. Perhaps one day, humanity will look up at an alien night sky and strain to find the pale yellow dot that is our sun, our home, and know for the first time, as we look back on ourselves, that we are not alone in the universe. This journey starts today.
Whoa. First of all, whoever did the graphics.
Thanks,
for
Jamie.
that.
Yeah, Eric Ornquist was the Swedish digital artist that we used to develop that video, and so
that guy nailed it.
Oh my gosh,
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, we had a 3 swim lane chart, if you will. That's a very technical version of this. We have a copy of it. We don't need to bring it up, Jamie. I can just do it verbally here. But it kind of encapsulates that thought process of this time distance problem. When we think about space exploration with humans, we think about Mars. Right? We've sent human beings to the moon. We're probably going to go back to the moon sooner rather than later, and then eventually we want to send human beings to Mars. But what if we wanted to send human beings to Saturn, and we want to get them there in 200 days? That's a time frame that's kind of compatible with what we've thought about for humans to Mars, 180 to 220 days. If you frame the question that way, the amount of energy that's necessary to get humans to Saturn in 200 days is an order of magnitude more energy than it takes to get a payload from the surface of the Earth to low Earth orbit. So all that to say, right, that particular problem, chemical propulsion can't solve that problem. And so this is starting to kind of frame the discussion, this narrative that we pulled together when we talk to students all around the globe, the difference between to space and the difference of through space. When you talk about through space, the distances are just so big, right? You have to rethink the problem, especially when you constrain it with how long does it take to get there, right? And so this particular video encapsulates things that we might do to solve problems like that, and maybe even into another star system, talking about things that we know. Like the very first part of the video, the vignette was, like you said, nuclear electric propulsion. I can't do your voice very well. Nuclear electric propulsion, right? And so this is a situation where it's known physics, known engineering. We've got a nuclear reactor that's fissioning uranium, let's say. It's splitting apart atoms, and that's the source of energy. You use that energy to plug into some form of electric propulsion. Like you got the neon sign that's behind you. Imagine you could take one of those tubes and cut the end off and allow the blue or green glowy bit to come out the back. right? And so the efficiency of electric propulsion versus chemical propulsion is much better. And so that's a way we can potentially think of a spacecraft architecture, nuclear electric propulsion, a nuclear reactor coupled to some form of electric propulsion that allows us to send human beings to Saturn in 200 days. And technically speaking, that capability, if we didn't invent anything else beyond that, that would allow us to send human beings everywhere in the solar system. That's why that's extremely important. And now we're getting into the passion of what I fought for so hard working at NASA, to try and advocate for this understanding of the big difference between these two types of problems, if you will. If we make up our minds to perfect the idea of nuclear electric propulsion as a capability, I mean, that unlocks the whole solar system, right? That's just kind of like the tip of the iceberg. And so the video then goes on after we kind of say, nuclear electric propulsion can open up a lot of stuff for us, but it's still going to take. You remember how long it said to go to Proxima Centauri? It was like
100 years.
The 2,000 years for the new.
Oh, that's right.
So I mean, I don't know about you, but that better be one comfortable window seat, right? That's a long time to be on a flight, if you will.
Now, yeah, how screwed up are the people that live,
right?
Because you're inbreeding.
Yeah, well, it's good. Definitely, it's going to be generations, right? So either
it's going to be generations. You're going to have babies, and like with who?
Yeah, right.
Like, how are you going to do that? How are you going to choose? We're going to have arranged marriages in space. Is that progress?
right.
You know,
right.
Force people to carry children.
Yeah, or they might be frozen. Like, was it what's that movie with the blue aliens? I can't remember.
Right. Imagine if they're debating a woman's right to choose while they're in space.
Like,
you know what I'm saying?
Oh my gosh! Right.
It gets weird.
Yeah. So
we need to keep civilization.
Yeah, right.
If you all commit, but I didn't commit. My grandparents did. But you're still on this thing forever.
It's like, my great grandparents committed, right?
Not only that, the reality is, by the time they get there, the human beings will have created technology that far exceeds that, and probably beat them to it.
Yeah, you kind of see that hinted in the video too, right? Where you got the slow boat, and then you got the fusion's the next one that comes by, and the guy's like waving as he goes by.
Well, for sure, you would be a sucker to get on the first ship. Because by the time it gets there, the new ships will have already been there for months.
Yeah. They'll welcome you when you arrive, right?
The grandchildren of those people will welcome you.
Yeah. So the fusion propulsion is kind of the next step in the story. And so when we make that step, we're a little bit into the unknown, right? We understand the physics, right? The sun at the center of our solar system works on fusion. It fuses atoms together instead of splitting them apart to generate electricity. And so fusion propulsion is kind of another step in capability, right, that allows us to do maybe do an interstellar mission that's measured in 100 maybe 200 years. Still kind of long, but that's a lot more to what the movie Iron Man might say. We don't have
in your chest.
Yeah. We got a little work to do before we get there.
Well, that comic book was written probably in the 50s.
Right.
So when you think about this kind of progress, this ability to generate that amount of power and to bend gravity and to bend space, what kind of a timeline do you think we're on for something like that?
That's actually one of the most popular questions I get when I go talk to students, right? Whenever you talk about that last swim lane in the video, the idea of a space warp, you can expand and contract space, and that allows us to potentially go somewhere in months, whereas we were just previously talking about millennia and centuries, right? And so just to remind folks, we just talked about everything that we know of physics today, quantum mechanics, general relativity. Right, we got to add some more stuff to the Venn diagram to develop an understanding. And so my crystal ball is no better than yours, Joe. I couldn't say specifically if, when something like that might happen, but I can say I actually do know what we need to be working on right now. Right, and so in that context, right, I'm certainly doing the things that I think might help make meaningful progress towards that type of operative goal at some point in time. But I just don't know how long it might take. And so let me kind of give an experience that I had. I taught at International Space University over in Strasbourg in France, and they have a cathedral there in Strasbourg, absolutely stunning. But the thing that's even more interesting about this structure, it's like 500 feet tall. They started building it in 1100 AD, and they didn't finish the cathedral until 1700 AD. So the people that built the basement had no hope of seeing the finished product. All they could do was imagine in their mind's eye what it might look like, but they knew what they needed to do to kind of make meaningful progress. And so they did their work, and then they hand the baton off to the next generation. Maybe they're putting the floor in, and then another generation does the buttresses and so forth. So from that standpoint, I think sometimes it's important to, we talk about teamwork, right? Teamwork is a great thing. But teamwork, we typically think of shoulder to shoulder, right? But I think there's also value in teamwork across generations, if you will, right? In a day and an age where you get impatient if you text somebody and they don't text you back in like 30 seconds, right. I think we've lost an appreciation for the value of what that means, right? In terms of working over stuff longer than what your horizon might be. I'd love to see the idea of a space warp, before I go to the next chapter. But I don't know that will happen for sure. But I do know specifically what I need to be doing. And so from that standpoint, that's how I grapple with that particular question, because it's a wonderful question, and I would love to be able to tell you a very concise answer that would fit with what I would hope it would be, but I don't know for certain. But I do know what I need to be doing next, and that gets into, maybe we can unpack that in just a little bit. That gets into the idea of how the idea of a space warp works and how that traces back to those two circles on the Venn diagram, quantum mechanics and general relativity.
Let's talk about that.
Yeah, so maybe what we can do, Jamie, I sent you, there's a slide that's got like a cartoon space warp. It looks like a little sheet of a mesh or something like that. I don't know how to explain it. If you could pull up.
There it is.
Yes,
oh, wow.
yes, that's the one. So we actually did that graphic on the right for Nature, the journal Nature. They were doing an article on the 50th anniversary of Star Trek, and so they asked us to pull together that graphic.
Oh, cool.
And so this is an illustration of the idea of a space warp. Let me give just a little bit of background. In physics, there is a speed limit that we have to acknowledge when we talk about trying to go somewhere really quickly. Right, and so I like to call it the 11th commandment of physics: "Thou shalt not exceed the speed of light." Right, it's kind of a hard and fast speed limit. And so, if you talk about trying to get to another star that's 4.25 light years away, that should automatically set in your mind, well, shoot, we can't get there any quicker than 4.25 light years. Right. Well, there is a little bit of hope, because there's a loophole in general relativity that establishes that hard speed limit. General relativity says we can expand and contract space at any speed, and we see evidence for this when we look at the nature of the cosmos. Right after the Big Bang, 14 billion years ago, there was something called an inflationary phase, right, where if you were to pick two random points in this expanding bubble of the early cosmos, you stood on one point and you looked at another point and figured out how fast it was moving away from you. It would move away from you like 10 to the 30th, 10 with 30 zeros times the speed of light. So, really, really, really fast, right? And so we know from astrophysics and cosmology that this is possible. And so this idea was kind of rattling around in a physicist's brain called Alcubierre, who said, hey, well, this is interesting. Nature can do it on a grand scale. Can we potentially do it in a purposeful way? And so he published a paper in 1994 that kind of encapsulated the mathematics for this idea. And if you take his mathematics and you put it into physical form, it's going to look like my little cartoon here on the right. And so you got the little ring that goes around the little surface here. It looks like a wave. And then there's a little central portion there, kind of looks like a football, let's say. And so what happens is that ring that goes around that little football, that's what's necessary to make the trick work. And so it has to be filled with something called exotic matter. And so that's an important issue, right? What's exotic matter, right? So it's something in general relativity that's also equivalent to negative mass. And so we all understand positive mass, right? If your little brother hits you on the head with something, that's positive mass hitting your head, right? Negative mass is not only zero mass, but it's a negative value. And so what does that even mean? And so in the context of general relativity, if we come up with a model that requires exotic matter, we have to highlight that as a problem, because we don't, in general relativity doesn't tell us how to make that. And so that could potentially be an obstacle that would prevent something like this from ever being physically real. But if we could figure out how to make it, and I'll actually speak to that in just a second, if we could make that and we could create a ring that could manifest that exotic matter, it would cause space-time to respond in such a way so that it would expand and contract to allow you to go to Proxima Centauri in 5.5 months, as measured by you on board the spacecraft in that football, and as measured by folks over in Mission Control over in Houston.
Whoa. Now, this exotic matter, what do you speculate what would that be?
So exotic matter, and the cool thing is, these are the equations. So there'll be a test later, Joe. So,
Oh, I'm ready.
So in Alcubierre's paper in 1994, right, he rightly highlights the fact that, hey, there's a problem. Danger, Will Robinson. This stuff requires exotic matter. That may mean it's non-physical. However, he highlights the fact, hey, we have this other circle over here called quantum mechanics. And there's something in the context of quantum mechanics called negative vacuum energy density. And so that's something that's connected to the idea of the Casimir force. We'll unpack that later. But that is something that could serve as a proxy for the idea of exotic matter and may help us one day make the idea